At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Qingxuan rose from his desk, feeling somewhat disoriented. Just as he was about to lie down and catch up on some sleep, he picked up his phone, intending to find some soothing videos to aid his slumber. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon a 2.5-hour-long wilderness survival video. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, and Lin Qingxuan thought he must have forgotten to turn it off, dismissively silencing it. As he prepared to don his eye mask and listen to the video in hopes of drifting off, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to sit upright. "Oh no, today's the day I need to report," he exclaimed, nearly forgetting. With panda eyes from a sleepless night, Lin Qingxuan began to gather his belongings. He dashed to the bathroom for his toiletries, then sprinted back to his room to close the door while trying on outfits one after another, as if preparing for a blind date. The room echoed with his self-talk. "Hey, this outfit looks pretty sharp." After finding a suitable ensemble, he glanced at his suitcase, feeling as though he were missing a piece of his bitter tea. He rummaged beneath the bed and rifled through the closet, turning it upside down, even disturbing the dust in the corners. When he still could not find it, he decided to ask his mother. Cracking open the door, he poked his head out and shouted into the empty living room, Mom, where's my bitter tea? Where did you put it?" Lin Yin replied, "What's with the shouting, you rascal? Isn't your bitter tea in the drawer under the closet? Just look properly. It's not here. I turned the whole closet and the drawers inside out. There's no bitter tea." His mother emerged from her room, stretching her arms and yawning, before plopping down on the living room sofa with her legs crossed. "How about this? If I find it, they'll give you a discount on your living expenses." Lin Qingxuan glanced back at the chaotic drawers and, without a second thought, replied, "Deal. Go for it." His mother shot him a disapproving look, then stood up and walked into the room. She slowly crouched down in front of the disheveled closet, reaching into the drawer and pulling something out. "There you go. I always find what you cannot see." "Wow, Mom, are you performing magic? How did you find that? Did you install a hidden compartment in the drawer? If you want to cut my living expenses, just say so." With skepticism, Lin Qingxuan crouched down as well, feeling around the corners of the drawer, but he could not find the hidden compartment. "Really? No hidden compartment?" he asked. "Stop the chatter, hurry up, and pack your bags. They'll drive you to school," she urged. Sure thing. Today was the day Lin Qingxuan was to report to Linhai University. He had initially planned to pack his belongings the day before for convenience, allowing his mother to drive him directly to the university. However, the allure of gaming proved too great, leading him to spend the entire holiday engrossed in late-night gaming sessions. Stuffing the red bitter tea, which his mother had produced, into his suitcase, he did not question why it was read it was festive. After packing, he stood in front of the full-length mirror, casually adjusting his proud bangs. "Ah, this face, how can one ever tire of it? How can someone be so charming?" "Enough with the narcissism, it's a miracle you even look human," his mother retorted. "Hey, Mom, your words are a lethal weapon." Thus, they bickered as they took the elevator down to the parking lot, tossing the luggage into the trunk of the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Qingxuan glanced at the navigation on his mother's phone. The journey from Jiangxing to Linhai City would take just 2.5 hours. He initially thought of catching some sleep during the ride, but the anticipation of the new life awaiting him at Linhai University ignited an excitement that kept him wide awake. Consequently, he engaged his mother in conversation. "Mom, if I miss you, can you come pick me up right away? Mom, what's it like to be in a relationship? Mom, did you ever date in college? Mom, why aren't you answering me? Your first love can't possibly be more handsome than me, right?" He continued to pester her throughout the journey. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at Linhai University. His mother got out, retrieved his suitcase from the curb, closed the trunk, and approached the passenger door. "Hurry up and get out of the car, go to school. I really don't know where you got that chattiness from." With that, she returned to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and sped away, leaving Lin Qingxuan in disbelief. Moments later, he felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out to check the messages. He saw a notification from his mother's chat box. "The most beautiful woman in the world has transferred you 1,500 yuan. Lin Qingxuan replied, "Mom, you really only gave me half." He sent several in response, but after a while, realizing his mother was likely still driving, he stopped messaging. Lin Qingxuan had intended to unpack his belongings and then treat his mother to a meal, as he had never been to Linhai City before. He yearned to sample the local delicacies. Now, however, his mother had left, and his living expenses were cut in half. Resigned, He dragged his suitcase into Lin University. The campus was filled with the melodious strains of midday music, and it was the height of summer, with the weather sweltering. As he entered the campus, his attention was captured by a scene nearby. Groups of young women were walking together in various outfits, JK, uniforms, short skirts, and sundress, each ensemble more colorful than the next. Especially striking were their long, fair legs. He cursed himself for only having eyes. Cough, cough. I've never seen anything like this. Is this what university is like? I can feel my pulse racing. Regaining his composure, he gazed toward the square, where several canopies had been set up. This must be the so-called registration point, but the sight of the throngs of people queuing under the scorching sun was overwhelming. Why on earth is the registration outdoors? It's so hot, and we have to stand in the sun. Reluctantly, he pulled his suitcase along, following the crowd. Lin Qingxuan silently thanked his luck. At least the line isn't too long. Bored, he pulled out his phone and accessed the official website of Lin University to check his dormitory assignment. He muttered softly to himself, Building A1, 5th floor, room 502? He looked up, scanning for anything resembling dormitory buildings. Realizing he would need to ask someone for directions soon as he peered ahead from the crowd toward the canopy. He spotted a girl with short hair lounging in a chair, her toes not quite touching the ground as they swung back and forth. She was wiping the sweat from her neck with a wet wipe and absent-mindedly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear while muttering to herself, "Why am I here in this heat? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to help the department head for just a few credits. It's so much more comfortable in the dorm with the air conditioning." As he approached the canopy, Lin Qingxuan found himself at the front of the line. He lowered his head, frantically rummaging through his crossbody bag for his admission notice, and handed it to the short-haired girl in front of him. In the process of handing it over, their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other's, her delicate and smooth fingertips meeting his. That I merely wish to swiftly conclude this damn task and return to my dormitory to recline comfortably beneath the cool air conditioning. Yet, as my gaze wandered upward, captivated by the boy's appearance, I found myself immersed in my own little world, with everything around me fading into silence. I observed the boy's lips moving as if he intended to speak, but all I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat, magnified in the stillness. Before me stood a youth of striking features, his gentle, peach blossom-like eyes sparkling with warmth. He was tall and well-proportioned, his smile particularly enchanting. "I apologize, senior. I didn't notice," he said. "Oh, it's nothing, junior. Why is your face so flushed? Is it too hot?" Yes. Indeed, it is a bit warm," he replied, his shyness making him all the more endearing, prompting me to refrain from teasing him further. I had initially contemplated asking for his contact information, but I felt that, as a girl, being overly proactive might come across as a lack of decorum. Thus, the matter of obtaining his contact slipped away. After all, we were both in the same school. We would undoubtedly cross paths again. The admission notice contained your major and name, so he'll discreetly note it down. I'm quite clever, I mused as I verified the information. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan posed an important question. "Senior, is the food at our school good?" The quality of the cafeteria food is indeed a matter of paramount importance. The short-haired senior hesitated for a few moments before responding. "Well, you certainly know how to ask. Our school has 2 cafeterias. I prefer the second one. The food there is quite delectable, especially the grilled meat rice bowl on the 2nd floor." Lin Qingxuan looked momentarily stunned, then replied, Oh, I'll have to try it out when I have a chance." After confirming the admission details, he bid farewell to the short-haired senior and departed, dragging his suitcase as he prepared to locate his dormitory. Suddenly, he recalled that he had forgotten to inquire about the location of the A1 dormitory. As he turned around to return to ask the short-haired senior, he noticed an upperclassman approaching with a flyer in hand. Seeing Lin Qingxuan's confused expression as he tugged his suitcase, the upperclassman seemed to have found an easy target. Adjusting his rectangular glasses, he inquired, "What's the matter, Junior? Looking for something? Did you forget to bring bedding?" "How fortunate, as I happen to be selling bedding sets. Would you like to purchase a set? I assure you, it's a fair deal." Lin Qingxuan furrowed his brow. Haha, senior, I brought my own bedding. Perhaps next time, yes." Understanding the upperclassman's sales pitch, Lin Qingxuan instinctively dragged his suitcase away from the encounter. Noticing this, the upperclassman adjusted his glasses again and swiftly changed his approach. I see. What about a campus card? Our school doesn't provide free Wi-Fi, you know. The campus card grants access to Wi-Fi throughout the entire campus, ensuring you're never without internet. How about it? Would you like to get one? Well, senior, could you just tell me where the A1 male dormitory is located? I really need to use the restroom. The upperclassman seemed to catch the underlying message. He pointed towards one of the distant buildings and handed Lin Qingxuan a flyer. Without even glancing at it, Lin Qingxuan knew what it contained. That first building over there is the A1 dormitory. However, Junior, if any friends or classmates need to buy bedding or obtain a campus card, remember to reach out to me. My contact number is on the flyer. Okay, it'll be on my way now, Senior. Having evaded the sinister bedding sales pitch and the daunting campus card offer, Lin Qingxuan continued toward the dormitory. As he was about to enter, he heard the familiar lines from a popular drama emanating from the dormitory management office. The 3-year period has come to an end. We humbly invite the Dragon King to return. With a puzzled expression, he glanced toward the management office. Goodness, even the dormitory manager enjoys popular dramas? Have they infiltrated the middle-aged demographic now? Just as he was about to hoist his heavy luggage up the stairs, he heard echoes of "We humbly invite the Dragon King to return," resonating down the hallway, making Lin Qingxuan feel as though he was walking on a red carpet. After a breathless ascent to the 5th floor, he scanned the area for the dormitory door number. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted room 502 to his left at the stairwell. He approached and pushed the door open with a creak. "Hello, is anyone there?" He called out to the empty room. Receiving no response, he surmised that his roommates must have stepped out for supplies. Lin Qingxuan looked up at the beds, noting that the one nearest to the light switch was unoccupied. He dragged a chair from beneath the desk, intending to rest momentarily before arranging his bed. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the light switch, and a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, does this mean he'll be the one turning off the lights from now on? The cacophony of voices from outside seemed to celebrate his newfound authority over the dormitory light switch. Resignedly, Lin Qingxuan placed his suitcase on the ground, unzipped it, and began to unpack his daily necessities and toiletries onto the desk. His clothing was neatly placed into the adjacent built-in wardrobe, including the peculiar red tee he had brought. The dormitory featured a lofted bed with a desk underneath. Once he had organized the desk, he kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed to make it. While tidying up, he glanced over at the other 3 beds, particularly the one closest to the restroom. It was adorned with an unmistakable anime-themed bedding set and an assortment of plush pillows, drawing his attention. Is this fellow truly so bold? Having finished making his bed, he plopped down at the desk, ready to take a breather. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open. 3 individuals stood frozen at the entrance, staring at Lin Qingxuan. They soon approached to greet him. One of them, a tall figure at nearly 6 feet, sauntered over. Clad in a sleeveless shirt and shorts, his muscular physique suggested he frequented the gym. "Hello, Emily Chong. Just call me Xiangzi." Lin Qingxuan rose and responded, "Hello, I'm Lin Qingxuan. Lin from Forest, Qing from Clear, and Xian from Mysterious." Another individual, wearing a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with an anime character, appeared somewhat eccentric at first glance. A newcomer? Quite intriguing. It seems I have the upper hand in looks after all. I've just been designated the handsome guy of 502. You may refer to me as the great Emperor Yang. I Chong interjected. Unable to contain his laughter, "My son Yang, he possesses the demeanor of an emperor." Ignoring Li Chong, Yang extended his hand toward Lin Qingxuan for a firm handshake. Understanding the gesture, Lin Qingxuan stood, casually flicking his bangs aside. He took Yang's hand, gripping it firmly as if 2 cultivators were engaging in a celestial duel. "Humph, an emperor, you say? In the dormitory, you may call me Lin Qingxuan, and I won't hold it against you. However, outside, you must address me as the esteemed Master Qingxuan. Boys, in essence, can bond over a few exchange words. How could I not play along with your performance? I relish such banter." Now, it was clear without a doubt who the owner of that eccentric bed was. The last dark-skinned young man beside him was amused by the scene. "Ha ha ha. Well now, we have gathered a duo of lively treasures. By the way, my name is Cohen." Lin Qingxuan gazed at the person before him, clad in vibrant attire and sporting a pair of Nike shoes. Yet what astonished him even more was the profound darkness of his skin, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. While Li Chong possessed a bronze hue, This individual was of a pure, deep black. If I may be so bold, might I inquire if you are of mixed heritage? Chapter 3. Amusing tales from the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingxuan displayed a look of perplexity. Strongzy, your muscular physique is understandable as a result of training and tanning. But what about you? Are you also tanned? Li Chong immediately interjected. How did you know I exercise frequently? The room fell into an abrupt silence. The three exchanged glances, filled with a mix of concern and amusement towards Li Chong. It's evident that Yang Yi possesses muscles but lacks intellect, they seem to convey. Is your musculature innate? Lin Qingxuan inquired. Who are you calling brainless, you scrawny monkey? Li Chong raised his robust arm, prepared to demonstrate a classic throw. Yang Yi grinned, playfully adopting a surrender pose. Strong brother, please, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Kuei-wen, feigning ignorance of the two, responded to Lin Qingxuan's question. What hybrid? I'm as pure-blooded Huaxia as it gets. I've been this dark since childhood. Lin Qingxuan stroked his chin, adopting a serious demeanor. Is this the fabled pure black physique chosen by destiny? Quite intriguing. Oh no, it seems our dormitory has truly become a sanctuary for muscle-bound fools. Came the laughter of several boys in the room. The conversation among the boys soon flowed freely. Li Chong exclaimed, Hey, did you guys see the several gorgeous senior sisters at the orientation today? They looked ethereal. Yang Yi retorted, Your description is overly exaggerated. I barely noticed. I was too focused on that club nearby, contemplating whether to join it. Kuei-wen chimed in, You? What role could your slight frame embody? You might as well join Strongzy for some workouts. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan sat lost in thought, contemplating what to have for dinner. The sun's last rays slowly faded as afternoon approached. The oppressive heat began to wane, yet the boys continued their fervent discussions, ranging from astronomy to history, until the subject matter began to shift in a curious direction. Imagine, line up, open the safeties. Fire, bang. Simultaneously, in the girls' dormitory, preparations were underway for a gossip session. A short-haired girl emerged from the misty bathroom, her body wrapped in a towel. She swiftly grabbed the clothing laid out on a chair and retreated into the restroom to change. Once dressed, she approached the table, drying her damp hair with a pink towel. Her small face frequently felt the refreshing breeze from the air conditioning. Wenli exclaimed, Ah, it's so comfortable under the air conditioning. Let me tell you, today I encountered a cute freshman. We accidentally touched hands, and he blushed and became shy for ages. It was hilarious. A voice from behind, accompanied by the sound of curtains being drawn back, interrupted her. Jean poked her head out and asked, So, did you get his number? Any photos? Let me see. Wenli replied, No. I thought since he was a freshman, I shouldn't be too forward. Jean pressed, Did that freshman not add you first? Wenli responded, No. How could that be? Our little Wenli is so stunning, with curves in all the right places and fair skin. Who wouldn't be tempted upon seeing her? As Wenli listened to Jin's flattery, a faint smile graced her lips. Ha ha ha, how exaggerated. Such words ought to be reserved for Xiaobai, she replied. Jin inquired, What does the junior look like? Wenli rested her chin on her hand, recalling the junior's visage, and an involuntary smile blossomed on her face. Anyone who catches my eye must be exceedingly handsome, she mused. Ah, is this what they call love at first sight? Jin teased. Not at all. I merely find the junior rather adorable, Wenli clarified. Jin remarked. I detect a whiff of deceit. By the way, isn't Xiaobai borrowed by the neighboring division to serve as a training instructor for the new students? Wenli confirmed, Indeed. What's the matter? She was quite flustered about it this morning. Jin continued. Do you know what major the junior is in? What is his name? Wenli replied. I remember. I saw the admission notice. He's in software engineering, named Lin Qingxuan. Jin commented, That's a lovely name. Software engineering? If I recall correctly, the new instructors can check the boys' dorms during military training at night, right? Shall we tag along when the time comes? Wenli responded. But we don't even know which dorm the junior is in. Jin pondered. That's true. When Xiaobai returns, we can ask her which division she's assigned to. Then we can accompany her to the boys' dorm. After all, we have nothing else to do. Outside room 401 stood a tall girl with straight black hair. Just as she was about to push the door open, she overheard a hushed conversation. Cautiously, she turned the doorknob, gently cracking the door ajar to see which adorable person was inside. Feeling an unsettling chill behind her, Wenli turned to see Bai Meng stealthily entering the dormitory. Just as she intended to greet Bai Meng, she noticed Bai Meng placing a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Understanding the implication, Wenli sensed that someone was about to face trouble. He-jin remarked, since freshman year, I haven't seen Xiaobai interact with boys, always keeping a considerable distance. Do you think Xiaobai might be a lesbian? Upon hearing He-jin's words, Wenli gleefully glanced at Bai Meng. Bai Meng, with a playful demeanor, gestured towards He-jin's bed. Are you gossiping about me again, little golden retriever? Are you itching for a scuffle? He-jin jumped in surprise at Bai Meng's sudden appearance. Oh no, I've been caught red-handed. Yet, as the saying goes, what gambler loses every day? What child cries every night? She defiantly declared, I'm not backing down. Peeking out from behind the bed curtain, He-jin provocatively asked, so what? So what? Bai Meng, unable to resist He-jin's mischievous demeanor, dashed over to her bed. She slipped off her shoes and climbed onto He-jin's bed, ready to shower her with affection. The two engaged in a playful tussle on the bed, pulling and tugging at each other, until He-jin ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught. With one hand raised in surrender above her head, she mumbled softly, Don't tickle me. Bai Meng glanced down at He-jin, let out a light hum, and then tidied her disheveled clothes before climbing down from the bed. She perched herself on her small-heeled shoes at the foot of He-jin's desk and replied, No, the male dormitory supervisor only allows counselors and teachers in. Neither of you qualifies as such. Besides, do you even know which building they reside in? Wenli interjected, I have no idea. Bai, aren't you attending the freshman meeting? Which major are you in? What if you run into them? Bai Meng replied, I still don't know. Moreover, I have no idea what they look like. I initially didn't need to take on this role, but the student council teacher mentioned a light task with high credit, asking if I wanted to participate. I thought it would be a good way to earn some credits, only to find out it was to serve as a freshman counselor. She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. And you too. Have you lost your minds? Why the obsession with seeing them? Are they really that handsome? He-jin retorted, You don't know how Wenli's eyes sparkled when she mentioned the younger students. I too wish to see what they look like. Besides, what would you, a female student, understand about this? Haven't you been reprimanded enough already? All right, I shall remain silent. Wenli chimed in. This is utterly surreal. You're actually considering venturing into the male dormitory to find someone. He-jin remarked, rising from the bed to adjust her sleepwear while heading to the staircase. She tidied her disheveled hair in front of the mirror and then walked behind Wenli, placing her hands on her shoulders. Well, since we have nothing better to do, why not take a look? If we wait too long, some other unscrupulous woman might snatch him away. Wenli pouted, appearing torn. Then, perhaps we should go take a look. Hurry? Who was it that just said they thought the younger student was cute? Such a mystery. Wenli feigned ignorance, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. The two exchanged exasperated glances at Wenli, akin to a piglet being teased by a cabbage. It was at this moment Bai Meng remembered that she had returned to the dormitory to collect materials. Soon, she needed to assist in organizing documents in the homeroom teacher's office. With delicate fingers, she uncurled the flattened heel of her shoe, donned her small leather shoes, and addressed the two. All right, I must head out to gather the materials now. We can discuss the visit to the male dormitory later. Chapter 4. Chuan Yu Chicken Pot. The conversation about the male dormitory had nearly reached its conclusion. Each lay on their beds, resting, with sporadic sounds from short videos filling the air. Li Chong sat up from his bed, rubbing his abdomen, which had been emitting low rumbling sounds akin to an engine. Brothers, are you hungry? Shall we go get some food? Yang Yi, cocooned in his blanket like a little piglet, wriggled on the bed. After a while, he poked his head out. Please bring me a portion. I am sealed to the bed by a succubus. Once we are well fed, we shall surely exorcise evil. Kuei-wen had just emerged from the bathroom and approached the sink, addressing Yang Yi. Are you going, you fool? Qingxian, are you coming? Lin Qingxuan suggested they leave. Feeling a bit peckish. Which dining hall shall we head to? Li Chong replied, I am not going to the dining hall. A senior I know mentioned that there's a delightful and inexpensive chicken casserole at the school gate. Shall we go? Kuei-wen chimed in. I'm good with that. But could that sleepyhead get out of bed a bit quicker? We can't miss the opportunity to indulge ourselves on the first day. Yang Yi retorted, Hey you. Who permitted you to look up at me? You're asking for trouble. As Yang Yi rolled out of bed, he attempted to execute a suave dismount, but stumbled on the stairs, achieving a rather comical descent instead. He clutched his bruised shin, rolling on the dormitory floor, lamenting, Ouch. That hurts too much. The others were thoroughly amused by his antics, finding delight in his melodrama. Li Chong helped Yang Yi up, advising, Next time, join me for a jog on the field to improve your stamina. You really need it. Yang Yi protested, I'm perfectly fine. Who says my physique is lacking? It's splendid. Besides, your workout regimen would surely exhaust me. After wiping his hands with a tissue, Kuei-wen noticed Lin Qingxuan still lingering in bed. What are you doing? Get up. If you keep this up, we'll miss our chance for a seat. Lin Qingxuan replied, I'm coming. I got distracted by a video. Should we just go, or make a group reservation? Li Chong reassured, no need for a reservation. That restaurant is quite affordable, averaging just a few dozen yuan per person. With that, the quartet gathered their belongings and descended the stairs, making their way to the school gate. Along the way, they observed several couples embracing in the plaza. Li Chong instinctively paused, captivated by a couple's affectionate gestures, his eyes reflecting a longing for love. When will I also experience a passionate romance? Yang quipped, wow. Big guy can use 4-character idioms now. How intriguing. Hearing Yang banter, Li Chong turned and charged at him. Seeing Li Chong approaching like a wild bull, Yang quickly took off running. Kuei-wen couldn't resist, adding to the mirth, run faster. If you lag behind, Li Chong's backflip will be on full display. Their playful antics continued until they reached the school gate. The four of them paused to survey their surroundings. On the left, numerous street vendors offered a variety of snacks, creating a vibrant food street atmosphere, while the right side was lined with restaurants featuring regional cuisines, hot pot joints, and barbecue establishments. Leading the way, Li Chong navigated to the front, and soon they arrived at a restaurant boasting the name Chuanyu Chicken Casserole. As they pushed the door open, a cacophony of lively sounds enveloped them. The place was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity, save for a solitary table in the corner. Though there was still one table available, Li Chong feared that students might have made prior reservations, so he decided it was best to inquire first. Noticing the absence of staff at the front desk, Li Chong raised his voice and called towards the kitchen, Boss, we have 4 people. Is there a table available? A middle-aged man donned in a pink apron hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, Li Chong observed that the apron was adorned with a cute bear motif, suggesting he was likely a devoted father. Yes, come on in. We only have a spot left in the corner. Please take a look at the menu first. It's quite busy at the moment. Once you decide, just give me a shout, he said. The group gradually settled down. And Kuei-wen examined the menu showcasing the large pot chicken casserole designed for 3 to 4 diners, priced at 158 yuan. There were also various options for hot dishes and prepared foods. Notably, the top right corner of the menu stated, vegetables are complimentary, but please take them in moderation. Kuei-wen mused, this is quite affordable. Only 158 yuan for a large pot, and the vegetables are free. In other establishments, it would probably start at over 200 yuan. Lin Qingxuan noted that since this place was near the school, prices needed to be reasonable to attract students, who constituted the primary consumer base here. Yang pointed to a dish on the menu. I'll have a serving of the rice cake. Lin Qingxuan frowned. What is rice cake? It's similar to sticky rice cake. Quite delicious, replied Yang. Then I'll order a large pot chicken casserole and a serving of rice cake. Anything else? Li Chong asked. Lin Qingxuan replied. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. Let's get some drinks first, as I suspect the chicken casserole will be pretty spicy. Kuei-wen immediately interjected. What drinks? We should definitely get some light beer. Wait, isn't there a freshman meeting later? Are we really drinking? Lin Qingxuan questioned. Relax, it's not a formal class. We'll just get a brief introduction to the school and take attendance. A small bottle each is nothing excessive, Yang assured. All right, let's just order 3 bottles. I'll share with whoever wants some. I don't drink much, just a taste will do, Lin Qingxuan replied. Kuei-wen looked at Lin Qingxuan incredulously. You don't drink? Ha. When I first saw you in the dorm, I thought you were a heavy drinker based on your looks. Isn't that a bit superficial? My appearance has no correlation with my drinking habits, Lin Qingxuan retorted. Come on, is there anything else to order? If not, I'll call the boss. I'm absolutely starving, Li Chong urged. Generally, when a guy claims to be starving, he likely means it. Fine, let us stick with this for now. We don't even know how substantial the portion will be. If it's not enough, we can always order more later, Yang concluded. Li Chong attempted to summon the boss to collect the order, but after waiting for a while with no response, he decided to head to the kitchen himself. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Lin Qingxuan learned that Yang and Kuei-wen were locals from Linhai City, just a half-hour trip from campus, allowing them to return home easily. Li Chong, on the other hand, hailed from the capital, which was a 5-hour drive away from Linhai City. After some time spent chatting, the dishes finally arrived. Yang peered into the pot and exclaimed, Wow, the portion is honestly quite generous. Li Chong retrieved some chilled beers from the fridge and placed them on the table. Here come the beers, he announced, and subsequently, he demonstrated an impressive technique for opening the bottles with chopsticks, with one end of a chopstick pressed against the cap of a beer bottle. The palm of his hand forcefully struck the other end, and with a resounding pop, the bottle was opened. Please do not attempt this. This spectacle left a few onlookers in astonishment. Lin Qingxuan exclaimed, impressive, Chong. Yang Yi scoffed, what is so remarkable? I can do that too. Chu Wei, don't you dare. With your feeble strength, you'll end up injuring yourself. Chu Wei retorted mockingly, which irked Yang Yi. Undeterred, he mimicked Li Chang's method of opening the beer with the chopsticks, only to fail spectacularly. Li Chang filled his plastic cup to the brim and raised it to the three seated before him. Let us toast. A small celebration is in order. For today marks the day we became acquainted. We will share a dormitory for the next 4 years. Should any troubles arise, feel free to confide in me. I may not have much to offer, but I am always willing to lend a helping hand. Yang Yi replied, who are you to say that? I shall shower you all with paternal affection, for you are like my children. Chu Wei, always with the sarcasm. Come, let us drink. Lin Qingxuan casually grabbed the beer Chu Wei had poured and filled his own plastic cup to nearly half. He raised his cup to clink with theirs, stating, truth be told, I can't handle much. This is all I can manage. Li Chang responded, oh, don't be so modest. Just sip a little. The joy is what matters. Chapter 5. Freshmen meeting the group devoured their meal heartily, occasionally pausing to engage in light banter. They clinked their plastic cups together. Though lacking the crisp sound of glass, yet the boys felt the need for a bit of ritual. The pot of spicy chicken stew was nearly empty. Lin Qingxuan observed Li Chang leaning back in his chair, hand on his stomach, seemingly gathering himself. What's wrong, Chang? You've barely started eating and you're already having stomach issues? Li Chang grimaced, his face contorted, and suddenly let out a loud belch towards Yang Yi. Oh, that feels good. Yang Yi quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. Not me. Aim at the others. Ugh, you've got your saliva all over my face. Laughter erupted among them. Just as Lin Qingxuan was reveling in the antics, a notification chimed from his phone. He took it out to see who had messaged him. The most beautiful woman in the world, is she dining? He chuckled, recognizing the sender as his beloved mother. What's this? Remembering that you have a son at school? He replied after finishing the chicken stew with his roommates. Lin Qingxuan opened the camera, took a horizontal picture, and sent it to his mother. Oh, as long as you've eaten, that's good enough, he wrote. Mom, you still owe me half my living expenses. After sending several stickers, he waited in vain for a reply, ultimately resigning to put away his phone. Who is Chu Wei taking pictures of? Do not tell us it's your girlfriend. No, it's my mother. I'm just showing her what I'm eating. That's fine. I thought you had a girlfriend. If you did, you would have to sleep outside the dormitory. What? Can't stand to see your buddy doing well. Yang Yi, come, what are we chatting about? Let us raise a glass. On the other side, Bai Ming had just finished organizing her materials and returned to the dormitory. She found the room empty and picked up her phone to open the chat with He-Jin. Seaweed rice ball, little golden retriever, where are you and Xiao Wenli? I'm hungry. Shall we go eat together? Long-eared elf. I'm about to reach the dormitory entrance. I was just rehearsing with the music club. And I'm exhausted, with hands on hips emoji. Long-eared elf. I'm not sure where Xiao Wenli went. She probably went for a walk on the playground. Where are you? Seaweed rice ball. Ah, I just got to the dorm. Shall we go to the cafeteria for some rotating hot pot? I'll change my clothes and come down right away. Long-eared elf. Okay, waiting for you emoji. He-Jin sat on a bench downstairs, casually crossing his legs as he gazed at the stairwell of the dormitory. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. Looking up, he saw Bai Ming dressed in a gray-white hoodie and blue jeans, her alluring figure captivating. He-Jin reached his hand into the air, mimicking the action of grabbing a bun. I'm here, let us go. What are you doing grabbing air? He-Jin exchanged glances with Bai Ming. Then his gaze shifted to a particular part of her. Bai Ming immediately understood. What? Are you a little rascal? Hee, who can resist this? Bai Ming leaned forward, reaching out to pinch He-Jin's face playfully. Let us go, I'm starving. She promptly pulled He-Jin up from the bench, and the two headed toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan and others poured the remaining beer into their cups, preparing to finish it all in one go. They clinked glasses once more to conclude this gathering. After downing his beer, Kuei-wen stood up to settle the bill. With few patrons around, the owner was resting at the front desk. Noticing the guests from the corner table approaching, he skillfully picked up the bill to calculate the total. Owner, that LLB 209. Let us round it down to 200. Kuei-wen, Thank you, boss. Owner. No, I should thank you. Take care. After paying, Kuei-wen went to wash his hands in the restroom and then returned to the table. Kuei-wen. Brothers, let us go. I've settled the bill. This time it's on me. Next time, I'll be treating you. Li Chong. Sure, next time it'll be my turn. I was planning to treat this time anyway, since I brought you all here. Yang Yi. Hey, sneaking off to settle the bill. Look at you being so generous. Lin Qingxuan. Next time, let us go eat in the city. I've never been to Linghai City, and I'd like to explore. The three agreed. Great. I know a delicious place. I'll lead the way then. It would be far better to dine at my home, where my mother's culinary skills are exceptional. Moreover, you could even spend the night, as my abode is quite spacious. Would you care to visit? After jesting, Li Chong glanced at his phone to check the time. Goodness. It's 6:50 p.m., and the meeting commences in just 10 minutes, my friends. Kuei-wen exclaimed, Oh no, I truly lost track of time. Without hesitation, Yang Yi dashed out the door, instinctively adopting a Naruto running stance. After a few strides, he turned back to his companions and urged, What are you all chatting about? Run. The group stood momentarily stunned before they hastily jogged towards the Howd building. The Howd building serves as the teaching edifice for the software engineering department, comprising 5 floors. The 3rd to 5th floors house standard classrooms and computer labs, while the 2nd floor accommodates faculty offices and a conference center. The conference center can hold approximately 100 individuals. The ground floor features a small meeting room and an arts and creativity room, which is utilized by the neighboring design department. In a rush, they finally arrived at the entrance of the conference center on the 2nd floor with just 5 minutes to spare. Yang Yi puffed, Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Chong, how come you're not even breathing hard? Li Chong replied, This distance is nothing. It's the benefit of regular exercise. Kuei-wen chimed in. What do you think those muscles are for? But where's Qingxian? Why is he still lagging behind? At that moment, Lin Qingxuan was merely 10 meters from the Howd building. Leaning unsteadily against a nearby tree, feeling queasy but unable to vomit. Oh dear, is the after effect this potent? Had I known, I wouldn't have drunk so much. Lin Qingxuan initially intended to drink sparingly, merely sipping from his cup. Little did he know that his moderate sipping would lead to a state of inebriation, as he persistently urged the other 3 to indulge in drink after drink. The group waited for several minutes at the entrance of the conference center, but Lin Qingxuan was still nowhere to be seen. Kuei-wen instructed Chong and Yang Yi to enter and find seats while he descended to search for Lin Qingxuan. After giving his friends their instructions, Kuei-wen went downstairs and, upon reaching the 1st floor, spotted Lin Qingxuan slumped on a bench. Approaching him, he patted Lin Qingxuan on the shoulder. You insisted on drinking despite my warnings. Now look, you're intoxicated. Lin Qingxuan replied, I'm not drunk, just feeling a bit off from the after effects. Running just now made me feel quite winded, and I haven't recovered yet. Kuei-wen suggested, let us rest a bit longer. We're already late, so we can head up once you feel better. Lin Qingxuan responded, It's all good now. I'm feeling much improved. Let us go. The two ascended to the 2nd floor and entered the conference center. There, they found the crowd engrossed in their mobile devices, with nobody at the podium to commence the meeting. Chapter 6. Senior by Meng. The conference center's floor was adorned with a red carpet, and the curtains were a soft beige, filtering the sunlight. The projector screen displayed the words Welcome New Students in large letters. Kuei-wen remarked, The teachers haven't even arrived yet. Lin Qingxuan, where are Chong and the others? Why haven't I seen them? Yang Yi heard the sound of the door creaking open. He turned around to see 2 individuals looking around inquisitively. He stood up and waved at them. Over here. The 2 made their way to the empty seats beside Li Chong. Li Chong tilted his head to inquire of Lin Qingxuan, Where did you run off to just now? How did you disappear while running? I got a bit out of breath and rested downstairs. Are you all right? I'm fine. A little rest did the trick. That's good. Yang Yi remarked. We're already 15 minutes late. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Kuei-wen chuckled. Are over 100 people being collectively stood up? Lin Qingxuan took out his phone, preparing to pass the time by reading a comic. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. Almost everyone present turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, accompanied by 2 young women. The man smiled at the crowd before hastily making his way to the podium, quickly adjusting the microphone on the table. The 2 young women found their seats. Hello, new students. I am Lei Ting, the head of the software engineering department. If you encounter any difficulties in life or other challenges over the next 4 years, feel free to come to my office on the 2nd floor. You can also contact me privately by phone, and I will do my best to assist you. However, not every issue needs to be brought to me, particularly matters of the heart. I cannot help with those." The audience erupted in laughter, primarily due to the amusing nature of Director Lei's name. Haha. Kuei commented, "This director seems quite approachable, even cracking jokes." Yang Yi chimed in, with thunderous might, shattering the darkness. Haha. Li Chang mused, "What do you think? Should I also sport slick back hair?" Lin Qingxuan hardly paid attention to what the director was saying on stage. His gaze was fixated on the tall girl with long black hair who had just entered. As Director Lei was arranging the microphone, the girl casually chose an empty seat near Lin Qingxuan. When Lin Qingxuan caught sight of her face, his heart skipped a beat. Her long black hair floated in the breeze, resembling silk dancing in the air, beautifully contrasting with her fair skin and delicate features. She could easily be mistaken for a fairy. The girl furrowed her brow, sensing someone's gaze upon her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She searched for the source of the stare, and just as she was about to lock eyes with Lin Qingxuan, she hesitated. Lin Qingxuan felt as though he might be discovered and immediately engaged in a series of feigned gestures to disguise himself. However, the girl had already realized who was sneaking glances at her. Watching him fumble to conceal himself was quite amusing. However, the girl with long black hair remained oblivious to the subtle upward curve of her lips. Silly boy. After Lin Qingxuan's gaze shifted away from the girl, he rested his chin on his left hand, gazing blankly into the air with a foolish smile. How beautiful! In his heart, the tender shoots of affection for the girl had already begun to sprout. The department head on stage continued to speak. "All right, let us not dwell on frivolities. Let us discuss some serious matters. The military training will commence the day after tomorrow and will last for half a month. I will soon display the QR code for the class group. Please scan it to join. As for the military training uniforms, the cost has already been included in your tuition fees, and the school will distribute them uniformly. I will inform you of the distribution time tomorrow. By the way, does anyone have any medical conditions? If so, please let me know now so that I can arrange for an exemption from the military training." The students seated in the first few rows eagerly raised their hands upon hearing the words exemption from military training, eager to showcase their ailments. "Director Lei, I underwent heart bypass surgery a few months ago and cannot engage in strenuous exercise. Director Lei, I am allergic to ultraviolet rays and cannot be exposed to the sun for extended periods. Student who had heart bypass surgery, please show me the hospital documentation tomorrow. If you do not have it with you, have your parents send me a photo. As for the student allergic to UV rays, come along the day after tomorrow, and I will assess the situation. If it is indeed impossible for you to participate in the military training, then we will arrange for your exemption at that time." In the back row, Yang Yi felt overwhelmed at the mention of military training. He truly wished to avoid it. He decided to play off the ailments of the students in front of him, embellishing them slightly in hopes of evading the ordeal. "Director Lei, I also have a severe allergy to ultraviolet rays. If I am exposed to the sun, I just faint." Director Lei frowned, sensing that this fellow was merely jesting. "Is it truly that severe? You should come along the day after tomorrow. If you faint, I will take you to the hospital." He continued, "However, if you do not faint, I will personally train you for 2 extra days after the military training concludes." "No, Director Lei. I feel that I am suddenly no longer allergic. Haha." Director Lei shot him a disapproving glance. "What? Are you trying to liven up the mood because you think everyone is too bored? All right, there is one more thing. As I am managing all 3 classes by myself, the workload is considerable, so I have invited 2 second-year senior sisters to assist you." Director Lei gestured towards the 2 senior sisters who had entered with him. The 2 senior sisters promptly rose and approached the podium. "Please introduce yourselves to the younger students." After the first senior sister completed her introduction, she stepped aside. The girl with long black hair took a few steps forward, adjusting the microphone to a suitable height. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan became intrigued, eagerly awaiting the introduction of the girl with long black hair. He was keen to discover her name. The elegant senior with long black hair smiled and addressed the gathered students. "Greetings, dear juniors. My name is Bai Ming, and I am a second-year student in the Department of Art at the School of Design. During the upcoming 2 weeks of military training, I will serve as your counselor. I will make time to visit you on the playground daily. If you have any questions or uncertainties, please feel free to approach me during breaks. Should I be absent from the field, you may mention me in the group chat, and I shall respond when possible." The crowd below, captivated by her visage and the enchanting timbre of her voice, was spellbound. Li Chang exclaimed, "Goodness, she is truly a fairy." Kuei-wen remarked, I must say. She is the most beautiful girl I have encountered at school thus far. Lin Qingxuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Senior Bai Meng, his lips slightly parted. His eyes devoid of distractions, entirely engrossed in her radiant smile. Yang Yi, enamored with the world of anime, found little interest in reality. Chapter 7. Is spring approaching? Yang Yi turned to discover Lin Qingxuan's unwavering attention directed at the stage, his eyes unblinking. He stroked his chin, where the stubble had yet to emerge, his expression turning serious as if he comprehended something significant. Things are beginning to grow intriguing. After both seniors had concluded their introductions, Director Lei gestured for silence among the attendees. As your senior has mentioned, during the military training period, they will primarily be observing you on the playground, and I will also visit when time permits. Additionally, the counselors will conduct dorm inspections promptly at 8 p.m. each night. Upon hearing the term dorm inspections, some students could hardly contain their excitement. Director Lei, what about the boys' dorm? Will you be the one to check? Occasionally, I may come, but typically it will be the counselors who attend. Kuei-wen inquired, are girls allowed into the boys' dorm? Did I hear that incorrectly? Li Chang added, the fairy sister is coming to the dormitory? Yang Yi lamented, oh no. What about my sheets? I cannot allow outsiders to see them. Lin Qingxuan perceived the inspection as an opportunity to bridge the gap. That would be splendid, he said. Yang Yi made a perplexed expression. What do you mean? Is it fine for my bro to be laughed at, and you are okay with that? No. I meant that would be terrible. Yes, quite dreadful. The audience erupted with excitement upon learning that it would be the counselors conducting the inspections, particularly a few spirited individuals who acted as if they had been injected with adrenaline, whistling and uttering crude remarks. What if they see something they shouldn't in the boys' dorm? One joked, hey, my bed is quite spacious. How about it? The crowd absorbed the lewd banter, unwilling to attract trouble, and pretended not to hear. Just as Senior Bai Meng prepared to retort, a melodious voice resonated from the back. Yang Yi quipped, indeed, the school can distinguish underachievers, but it seems incapable of identifying scoundrels. Lin Qingxuan remarked, how extraordinary it is that even animals can learn to whistle like humans now. Kuei-wen added, those who understand recognize this as a school. Those who do not might mistake it for a gathering of fools. The trio's voices were rather loud, prompting nearly everyone in the front rows to turn their heads towards the source of the commotion. The ruffians, intrigued by the audacity of the speakers, followed the gaze of the crowd. Lin Qingxuan and his companions were intently staring at the ruffians, the atmosphere charged with tension. Just as one of the ruffians was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Li Chang coughed in their direction. The sound was not particularly loud, but Li Chang's muscular physique immediately commanded respect, silencing the ruffians who turned away in defeat. On the stage, Bai Meng observed the righteous indignation of the group, and upon glancing at Lin Qingxuan, who was already quite handsome, she felt a spark of affection and smiled in their direction. At that moment, Director Lei intervened, exclaiming, stop. What is happening here? I am still present. Let me make it clear. Should I hear anyone at odds with the counselor or failing to cooperate with their work, I will ensure the next 4 years are quite the challenge for you. Once order was restored, the atmosphere grew quieter. All right, I will display the group QR code. Everyone please scan it to join, and then we shall disperse. Director Lei produced his phone, revealing the group chat QR code, which he placed on the first table in the front row. The students lined up in an orderly fashion to scan the code, exiting from the other side once they were done. The students exhibited the decorum expected of university attendees. Lin Qingxuan and his friends, however, remained unhurried, choosing to sit back and wait for others to finish, as they would all need to wait in any case. When it was their turn to scan the code, the conference center had nearly emptied. Only Director Lei and Senior Bai Meng remained on stage, as the other senior had departed due to prior commitments. Observing the dwindling number of people, Lin Qingxuan and his companions decided against forming a queue, instead encircling Director Lei's phone to scan the code and join the group. After successfully joining, they greeted Director Lei and Senior Bai Meng before preparing to leave. Li Chang suggested, Skinny Monkey, how about we run a couple of laps around the playground? You really need to exercise. Yang Yi retorted, not a chance. I must hurry back to the dormitory to change my sheets. I cannot bear the thought of being nagged about it for eternity. Li Chang replied, I will head to the playground then. Let me know if you need anything. They exchanged gestures of camaraderie, and Kuei-wen laughed. What are you so afraid of? Just showcase your skills to the senior. Yang Yi insisted, showcase what? I'm heading back now. Kuei-wen continued, wait for me. What about you, Qingxian? Are you going back now? Lin Qingxian responded, you all go ahead. I didn't eat much this afternoon and am feeling a bit hungry. I'm off to the cafeteria for something to eat. He watched as his roommates vanished from his sight. He stealthily returned to the bench on the first floor, not out of hunger, but rather to await Senior Bai Ming. Moments ago, Lin Qingxian had been waiting for his roommate to join a group when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the senior. Noticing that the junior was looking at her, Bai Ming tilted her head and met his gaze. Subsequently, she gestured downwards with her finger. Initially perplexed, Lin Qingxian appeared bewildered, but soon realized she seemed to be signaling him to wait for her. Surely, I haven't misunderstood, have I? Regardless, waiting here is preferable to not waiting at all. Could spring be approaching? Ha ha. Bai Ming observed him, chuckling at his foolishness. Quietly, she approached Lin Qingxian from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. Hey, Junior. What are you laughing about? Why so cheerful? Startled, Lin Qingxian sprang up from the bench. No, not at all. Did you call me to wait for you, Senior? Indeed. I wanted to thank you, Bai Ming said, pulling a piece of chocolate from her pocket and offering it to him. Junior, I must be on my way now, goodbye. Oh, all right, Senior, goodbye. Suddenly, Bai Ming had a thought and turned back. Junior, what is your name? I am Lin Qingxian, Senior. My surname is Lin, like the double woods, and my given name is Qing, representing the three waters and the mysterious yellow. Upon hearing his name, Bai Ming was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingxian? You are indeed Lin Qingxian. She then murmured softly, no wonder those two insisted on going to the boys' dormitory to find someone. Quite handsome. Lin Qingxian did not catch the latter part of her sentence, only feeling puzzled by the first half. Do you know me, Senior? Where have we met? Bai Ming shook her head. Oh, it's nothing at all. Let's go. Without looking back, she hastened away from Lin Qingxuan's sight. He gazed at the chocolate gifted by the senior, remaining in place as he pondered her earlier words. What could she have meant? Where might we have encountered one another? Never mind, I shall return to my dormitory. He delicately placed the cherished chocolate in his pocket and walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 8. Big Brother. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Qingxian repeatedly felt the chocolate that the senior had gifted him, his face radiating a childlike smile. This was the first gift he had received from her, and he was reluctant to eat it, wishing instead to treasure it. Just as he was about to ascend the dormitory building, he suddenly remembered that there was no water dispenser inside the dormitory, and being without water was unacceptable. Thus, he turned back towards the nearest school supermarket to purchase a bottle of water, intending to bring a few more bottles back for his fellow dorm mates. Upon entering the supermarket, he had a clear objective, making a beeline for the refrigerator. Who wouldn't want some ice-cold water in the sweltering summer? After retrieving several bottles of Waha from the fridge, he then wandered over to the snack aisle, hoping to find something to munch on. Just as he spotted his favorite chocolate bars and was preparing to grab a few packs, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Ah, what a coincidence, Junior. What are you purchasing? Lin Qingxian turned abruptly to find the short-haired senior he had seen at the registration desk at noon. You startled me. Senior, I'm just buying some water. There's none left in the dormitory. Such a timid soul, haha. Tomorrow, you might want to check downstairs at the dorm. I recall there's a gentleman selling bottled water near the male dormitory, and it seems you can even rent a water dispenser. Oh, all right. I shall take a look tomorrow. Thank you, Senior. It's nothing much. By the way, Junior, may I ask you a question? Wenli suddenly fidgeted with her hands nervously. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, and then softly murmured, does the five-fingered lady count as a girlfriend? What? No, I don't have a girlfriend. Why do you ask, Senior? Wenli struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break free. Oh, it's nothing. I'll take my leave now, Junior. All right, Senior, take care. After watching the senior head towards the cash register and leave, Lin Qingxian realized he had forgotten to ask for her name. I'll inquire next time we meet. With his left hand clutching a bottle of mineral water and a chocolate bar, he fumbled in his left pocket for his phone. After settling the bill, he made his way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the door of room 502, he pushed it open with a flourish, deliberately angling his body to conceal the evidence of his water purchase. Gentlemen, the king has arrived. Yang Yi chimed in. Hey, are you trying to turn the tables, son? Want to take the lead? Kuei-wen remarked. Have you also picked up Yang Yi's mannerisms? Lin Qingxian retorted, let me pose a question. The two responded with curiosity. What is it? Do you have any water to drink tonight? It was then that they realized they had forgotten to buy water. If they were to head out now, climbing all the way to the 5th floor would be exhausting. Oh no, we really didn't tea buy any, Kuei-wen said. Shall we go buy some? Yang Yi suggested. Why don't you go? Bring some back for me, Kuei-wen replied. I refuse to go. I, Yang Yi, would rather jump from here than drink a drop of water. Noticing that Lin Qingxuan was still standing with his body angled, as if hiding something, Kuei-wen approached and took a look. You did buy water. And yet you're teasing us, Kuei-wen exclaimed. Lin Qingxuan laughed heartily, saying, I had hoped to hear you call me father for fun. But it seems some individuals would rather die than drink water today. He produced a bottle from his embrace and handed it to Kuei-wen, placing the remaining 3 bottles on his desk. Yang Yi scratched his head. Well, I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Lin Qingxuan responded. So what shall you call me? Yang Yi exclaimed. You're taking advantage of the situation. This isn't how one should profit from it. Drinking 2 bottles alone didn't seem too bad, after all. All right, so this is how we're playing it? Yang Yi stormed over, rolling up his sleeves, and then bowed to Lin Qingxuan with both hands clasped in a salute. Father, the king. The voice of the adoptive father delighted Lin Qingxuan, who picked up a bottle from the table and handed it to Yang Yi. He then produced a small bag of chocolate bars from his pocket and offered it to him. Could this be the legendary black crystal fairy stick imbued with ancient spiritual energy? How amusing. Kuei-wen sat nearby, thoroughly entertained. Have you forgotten someone? Yang Yi inquired. Who? Didn't Xiangzi say he was going to the playground for a run? You could ask him to join us. Yang Yi abruptly turned to Lin Qingxuan. Are you teasing me? Not at all. This is merely an equivalent exchange, a bottle of water for a call of adoptive father. Quite a bargain. Lin Qingxuan and Kuei-wen laughed heartily, leaving Yang Yi gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a sweaty Li Chong entered. What are you all up to? Kuei-wen replied. Watching a monkey show. Where is it? Right there. Kuei-wen pointed at Yang Yi. Xiangzi, you must help me. These 2 are ganging up on me. It's truly disheartening. Lin Qingxuan retorted. You called for the title of adoptive father yourself. What's the matter? Not willing to take responsibility? If you hadn't coerced me with water, do you think I would have fallen for it with my wits? Li Chong chuckled. Look who's in a predicament now, ha ha ha. Kuei-wen suggested, by the way. The department head mentioned that military training starts the day after tomorrow. How about we go out tomorrow? The trio chimed in unison. Sounds good. Lin Qingxuan added. But don't we need to collect our military uniforms? If the head doesn't notify us until the afternoon, what fun can we have? Kuei-wen proposed. Tomorrow. Let us ask Director Lei in the group chat. If it gets too late, we'll just have to go out at night. Yang Yi took out his phone and began searching repeatedly. Let me check if there's a comic convention. I'd like to go. Li Chong scoffed. What is so fun about that? It's better to play billiards. Kuei-wen remarked. It's up to you all. Lin Qingxuan expressed. I'm quite interested in trying an escape room. Yang Yi countered. What is so entertaining about that? Just to clarify, it's not that I'm afraid. I've always had a bold spirit since childhood. It's simply beneath my disdain, you understand? Kuei-wen declared. If you feel that way, then you absolutely must try it. Li Chong reassured. Don't worry, the 3 fathers will protect you. You too. Lin Qingxuan observed the amusing scene of camaraderie among the 3. Suddenly, he recalled the distribution of military uniforms. What a splendid opportunity to connect with the senior sister of Earth. Truly, I am clever. He opened the software engineering group chat, relishing the name. Scrolling through the members, he searched for a trace of the senior sister, methodically checking the moments of over 100 individuals. Why can't I find her? After a thorough search, Lin Qingxuan finally spotted a corner where a cat avatar bore the name by Meng. Once, a note was made. Upon clicking on the profile picture, he spotted his senior, known as Zitsai Rice Ball. He pondered, does my senior enjoy Zitsai rice balls? Chapter 9. The Fool in the Girls' Dormitory, by Meng was changing into her sleepwear on her bed when she heard her phone emit a sound from the desk below. Swiftly donning her summer pajamas adorned with a large white dog, she hopped off the bed. Who could be messaging me at such a late hour? Upon picking up her phone, she discovered an incoming friend request from Ganju. Who is this? After some contemplation, she accepted the request. Not long after, a message arrived. Ganju, sorry to bother you. Is this by Meng, the senior? Bai Meng furrowed her brow and retorted, if you know you're disturbing me, why message at all? She assumed it was someone with nothing better to do late at night, perhaps trying to tease Xiaomei. After calming her emotions, she responded. Zitsai Rice Ball, yes, it is I. May I inquire who you are? Ganju, I am Lin Qingxuan from the software class. I wanted to ask about the exact time for the distribution of military training uniforms tomorrow. Oh, a junior. Upon learning of his identity, Bai Meng's mood inexplicably brightened. Zitsai rice ball. I'm not sure yet. We must wait for Director Lei to provide specific information. However, based on previous years, it's likely around noon. Though I cannot confirm the exact timing. Zitsai rice ball. Junior, why do you ask? Are you eager to commence military training? Ganju, no. ISNT military training starting the day after tomorrow? I plan to go out with my roommates tomorrow, so I wanted to know the exact time to arrange our outing. Zitsai rice ball. You're quite meticulous. If I receive any accurate information tomorrow, I'll let you know. Ganju. Thank you, Senior. I won't disturb you any longer. Ganju. Good night, Senior. Bai Meng was about to reply but then felt something was amiss. He should have asked Director Lei about the time. Asking me is futile as I have no first-hand information, merely acting as a middleman. Is this clumsy excuse merely a ruse to add me on Earth? At least come up with a better reason. Bai Meng found herself amused by this Junior's poor excuse. After changing the note to fool, she replied, Junior, was your sole purpose to inquire about this? On Lin Qingxuan's side, after bidding the Senior goodnight, he dared not check his phone, tossing it beside his pillow while awaiting her response. A few minutes later, a notification chimed. Lin Qingxuan eagerly picked up his phone, eager to see what the Senior had replied. Unlocking the screen, he was taken aback. Has the Senior seen through my plan? That shouldn't be. This excuse seemed quite sound. Ganju. What's the matter, Senior? Bai Meng. That excuse is utterly ridiculous. Bai Meng decided to toy with this untrustworthy Junior. Nori rice ball. Oh, I initially thought you were seeking a reason to add my Earth account, but it appears that is not the case. In that event, I shall delete it. Should any questions arise in the future, feel free to inquire within the group. Lin Qingxuan, upon seeing Senior Sister Bai Meng's message about deleting it, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, having been single for 18 years, how could he comprehend such subtleties? Citrus, please don't, Senior Sister. Asking questions in the group takes up public resources. Private messages are much more suitable, wouldn't you agree? Nori Riceball, oh. Are you asking questions, or merely wishing to chat with me? Lin Qingxuan remained obstinate in his retorts. Citrus, naturally, it's about asking questions. Bai Meng was curious to see how long this fool could maintain his stubbornness. Nori Riceball, I believe that asking questions in the group is quite fine. Thus, I shall delete it. Lin Qingxuan sensed that the Senior was serious, completely oblivious to her playful intentions. Without a second thought, he replied, Citrus, chatting. I wish to converse with Senior Sister. Nori Riceball, fool. Bai Meng instinctively typed the word fool and then swiftly retracted it. Nori Riceball. Oh, good night, Junior brother. Lin Qingxuan, momentarily distracted, had not seen the retraction but felt hesitant to inquire further. Only after regaining his composure did he realize that the Senior seemed to be teasing him. After replying to her, he buried his head under the covers. Citrus, good night. Senior Sister. Do not question why he hid beneath the blankets, for his cheeks were flushed, his hands trembled, and his heart raced. This was Lin Qingxuan's first encounter with the opposite sex. It was only natural for him to falter. Was the Senior teasing him a sign of a slight affection towards him? Lin Qingxuan remained cocooned in his blankets, writhing like a bashful maiden. At that moment, from a certain bed in the male dormitory, an eerie laughter echoed. Kueiwen and Xiangzi had long fallen asleep, one exhausted from sports, the other accustomed to an early bedtime. Yang Yi was engrossed in a highly acclaimed anime and was about to rise to use the restroom. As he stretched his legs to step onto the dormitory stairs, he heard unsettling laughter. Ha ha ha, what on earth is that sound? Yang Yi retracted his leg, deciding to listen intently to discern the source of the noise. Ha ha ha, you there, don't mess around. It's not like anyone said this school was unclean. Yang Yi spoke softly, ensuring not to awaken the two slumbering figures. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan was still lost in his conversation with the Senior, entirely oblivious to Yang Yi's murmurs. I'm not going to do anything. Dear brother and sister ghosts, I've never committed any misdeeds in my life. I merely enjoy watching some anime. I have no grudges. Please don't seek me out. Yang Yi cowered beneath the blankets, clutching all four corners tightly, believing that by doing so, no specter could penetrate his sanctuary. Thus, in the male dormitory, one restless ghost remained wide awake, while a timid boy was too frightened to sleep. On the other side, Bai Meng gazed at the screen, chuckling at the chat history with her junior. It was simply too amusing. From the adjacent bunk, He-Jin peered over, asking Xiao Bai, "What are you laughing at? You seem so joyful. Did you win the lottery?" Bai Meng replied, "Huh? No, I just stumbled upon a funny short video." Wenli inquired. Which department are you attending a meeting for today? Did you hear your junior's name? Bai Meng responded, the software engineering department. I did see that junior. No wonder you two insisted on meeting him. He is indeed quite handsome. He-Jin remarked, it's serendipitous, isn't it? What a coincidence. Wenli affirmed, exactly. My instincts have never been wrong. He-Jin interjected, hey, you both have met him, but I haven't. Wenli then asked, Xiao Bai, do you have his Earth number? Bai Meng confirmed, yes, we are in the same group. What's his Earth number? Let me see, she said, already preparing to get out of bed, having opened the option to add friends. Bai Meng protested, why get out of bed? I can just send it to you. In truth, she wished to keep it private, especially since she had noted her junior as dunce, which felt a tad too intimate. Oh, I forgot. Haha, she added. He-Jin teased, I think it's not forgetting. It's urgency. Wenli retorted, nonsense. I'm ignoring you now, and swiftly returned to her bed, pulling the curtain halfway closed. Bai Meng pondered whether this could be considered aiding her rival. No, wait. Rival? I haven't even confessed to liking him. Such contradictory feelings. At that moment, the moonlight inadvertently seeped through the gap in the half-drawn curtains of the dormitory, reflecting off a mirror and bathing the girl's face in its cool glow. The sudden illumination startled her, but soon a smile graced her lips, becoming even more enchanting under the moonlight. Bai Meng was unsure of her emotions, feeling a sense of joy yet unable to articulate its source. With an inexplicable sentiment and a racing heart, she returned to her bed, lying down and gazing at the dark curtains, gradually succumbing to sleep. Chapter 10. Grilled meat rice. The next day, Lin Qingxuan awoke to the cacophony of morning rituals, having hardly slept the previous night. For him, making even a slight advance with his senior was a tremendous delight. He got out of bed, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and made his way to the wash basin. He was squeezed in with his early rising roommates, Changzi and Kueiwen. Changzi shifted slightly to make space for him. Then, noticing the heavy bags under Lin Qingxuan's eyes, asked, what happened? Why are your dark circles so pronounced? After Kueiwen finished washing up, he turned to Lin Qingxuan, teasing, are you preparing for a circus performance? What's this, a giant panda? Lin Qingxuan laughed, haha, just not used to the bed. I'll adjust in a few days. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was roused by a sudden urge to relieve himself. In a hurried manner, Yang Yi rolled out of bed. Scatter. Everyone disperse. He rushed into the restroom, closing the door behind him. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Moments later, Yang Yi emerged from the lavatory, his expression one of relief. Ah, that felt refreshing. Li Chang inquired, what? Did you hold it in all night? Kueiwen added, why do you look like you have dark circles under your eyes? Are you also a light sleeper? Who's a light sleeper? Why do you say also? Yang Yi retorted. The two turned their gaze towards Lin Qingxuan, who responded with a wry smile. Following their gaze, Yang Yi remarked, why do you have dark circles too? Did you hear it last night as well? Lin Qingxuan replied, hear what? Last night, I heard someone laughing, a creepy hee-hee-hee sound. It was quite unsettling. And I intended to go to the restroom, but couldn't muster the courage. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Lin Qingxuan recalled how he had been overly joyful the previous night, inadvertently laughing beneath the covers. However, was it really that exaggerated? The other two exchanged bemused glances. Li Chang stated, I didn't hear anything last night. What about Lao He? Did you hear anything? Kueiwen replied, I didn't hear a thing. I went to bed early. Yang Yi asserted, you two wouldn't hear anything if you were asleep like logs. You have no idea. That laughter, at one moment hee-hee, at another ha-ha-ha, was muffled yet distinct. Qingxuan must have heard it too. Lin Qingxuan, feeling awkward, pretended ignorance. I didn't hear anything. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? That doesn't make sense. Yang Yi stroked his chin, pondering, it truly doesn't make sense. Lin Qingxuan interjected, cough. Let us not dwell on it. We're just a few robust men. What kind of demons would dare approach us? You must have misheard. Is that so? Never mind. I won't think about it anymore. I'm not afraid of anything, Yang Yi declared. Li Chang countered. Weren't you too scared to get out of bed yesterday? Shut up. I just suddenly lost the urge to go. I was too tired and fell asleep, Yang Yi retorted. Kueiwen chimed in. Your mouth is the only thing that's tough. If someone comes looking for you tonight, you're done for. Yang Yi shot back, what? Can't you say something more pleasant? What do you mean, only my mouth is tough? He glanced down, defiantly looking at Kueiwen. And don't curse me. Li Chang exclaimed, I'm going to take your life. Yang Yi responded with a playful gesture. After the morning's antics, the group tidied themselves before heading to the cafeteria in search of breakfast. Upon arriving at the second cafeteria and stepping onto the first floor, they were met with a myriad of food stalls, leaving them momentarily indecisive. Lin Qingxuan recalled the words of a short-haired senior, stating that the barbecued meat mixed rice on the second floor was particularly delectable. He prepared to lead the others to indulge in it. Kuei interjected. What barbecued meat mixed rice? We should eat something with soup. Yang Yi questioned, are you in a health food? What is wrong with you? Speak up so we can have a good laugh. Hey, your words are so irritating that I wish I could sew your mouth shut. There's not a single pleasant word to be heard. Li Chong, upon hearing Kuei mention soup-laden food, suddenly felt intrigued. Li Chong, I too desire some soup. Yang Yi, noticing that Brother Chong had spoken, felt compelled to flatter him. He hurried to Li Chong's side, rubbing his hands together. Yang Yi, Brother Chong must replenish himself. You must be exhausted after yesterday's workout. Kuei, witnessing Yang Yi's sycophantic demeanor, could not help but interject. Oh, your flattery. Why not direct some of that towards me? How can you even compare to my Brother Chong? Just look at those biceps, so firm. Feel this abdominal muscle, quite impressive. Li Chong felt goosebumps rise as Yang Yi touched him. Grabbing Yang Yi's hand, he executed a swift countermove. Oh dear, Brother Chong. What is this? You must show me some favor. Stop talking. Your words make me want to hit someone. All right, with new darkness, we forget the old, you truly are something. After some discussion, the group decided that Kuei and Li Chong would have old duck soup and rib soup. Yang Yi would select dishes on the first floor, while Lin Qingxuan wished to try the grilled meat rice on the second floor. They agreed to sit on the first floor to eat once their dishes were ready. Upon arriving on the second floor, Lin Qingxuan searched, but could not find the grilled meat rice. It was only when he turned a corner that he discovered several windows. The design was rather unreasonable. Who would casually wander this way? And there were scarcely any rows of seats. Lin Qingxuan approached the grilled meat rice window, eager to see the available flavors. Noticing a student, the cafeteria lady leaned toward the window and spoke to Lin Qingxuan. Handsome boy, what would you like? Sister, what flavors do you have? The cafeteria lady was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingxuan's address, but her face lit up with delight. After all, who wouldn't enjoy being called younger? Sister? Little handsome boy, you truly know how to jest. I could easily be your mother. That can't be. You look no older than 27 or 28. Lin Qingxuan's flattery left the cafeteria lady thoroughly charmed. Oh dear, little handsome boy, your words are too sweet. We have tomato, original, curry, and black pepper flavors. Which would you like? I'll give you a generous portion. Thank you, sister. I'll have a serving of the tomato, please. All right, take a seat, little handsome boy. I'll call you when it's ready. Lin Qingxuan sat down beside her, waiting for the legendary, exceptionally delicious grilled meat rice. Bored, he took out his phone and opened the chat with Senior Bai Meng. Citrus, have you eaten, Senior? Not receiving a prompt reply, he opened a short video. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Bai Meng had also had a restless night. The reasons for her disturbance need not be elaborated. After He-jin finished washing up, she noticed that Bai Meng's bed remained still. She approached her desk, removed her shoes, and climbed onto the bed of Bai Meng. Pulling back the curtains, she beheld the slumbering beauty, her legs wrapped around a large teddy bear, a phone clutched in her hand, and a smile adorning her face. He-jin remarked, oh my, what delightful dreams did you conjure last night, that you still wear a smile. She gently patted Bai Meng's backside and called her name several times. When there was no response, she delivered a firm slap to Bai Meng's rear. The sudden impact roused Bai Meng, who instinctively rubbed the sore spot and exclaimed, ouch. What was that for? He-jin replied, it's time to rise. It's nearly noon. Are you not getting up? By the way, what were you dreaming about last night? I noticed your face still bore a smile when I came in. Were your dreams of an unspeakable nature? What nonsense are you spouting? All right, I'm getting up now. He-jin huffed and descended from the bed to commence her morning routine. Bai Meng sat up, stretched, and tidied her pajamas. As she looked down, she noticed that the buttons of her nightgown had come undone, although she distinctly remembered fastening them before sleep. Am I sleepwalking? She muttered to herself. After changing her clothes on the bed, she went to the washstand to freshen up. He-jin, seated at the table applying her makeup, turned to the washstand and said, I have no classes today. I'm heading out with the music club to see a performance and want to be back until tonight. So don't miss me too much. Bai Meng, toothbrush in mouth, responded, Oh, whatever. After finishing her makeup, He-jin stealthily approached Bai Meng from behind and playfully pinched her rear. Why is your backside so soft? It feels delightful. Chapter 11 No. Bai Ming frowned and forcefully pushed her hand away. Why not touch your own? Surely it's not as pleasurable as mine. All right, I'm off now. Bye-bye. Before leaving, she playfully smacked Bai Ming's backside a few more times. Bai Ming, resigned, continued her routine, suddenly wondering why she hadn't seen Xiao Wenli. She climbed onto Xiao Wenli's bed, toothbrush still in mouth, only to find it empty. Returning to the washstand, she cleaned away the foam and remnants of toothpaste. She then picked up her phone to inquire about Xiao Wenli's whereabouts. Seaweed rice ball. Xiao Wenli, where have you gone? Delicious grilled meat rice. I'm on my way to the cafeteria. I noticed you didn't wake up early today, so I didn't want to disturb your slumber. Is there anything you'd like me to bring back? Seaweed rice ball. I stayed up a bit late last night. Which cafeteria are you going to? Delicious grilled meat rice. The second cafeteria. Back to the grilled meat rice again? Don't you ever tire of it? Delicious grilled meat rice, given my name. It's evident that I find it quite delectable. Bai Ming, touching her forehead, recalled that when Li had been frequenting that barbecue rice place since her freshman year. After her first taste of their grilled meat rice, she often returned, sometimes indulging twice in a single day. Bai Ming pondered whether there was some special seasoning in that dish, as it seemed quite extraordinary. Just as she was about to reply, she noticed a message from the junior she had received moments ago and swiftly responded. Nori rice ball. Not yet. I'm just about to head out. Citrus. Oh, then hurry. Senior, it's not good to go hungry. Lin Qingxuan sent Bai Ming a picture of his tomato-flavored barbecue rice. She clicked on the image, glancing at it without paying much attention to what he was eating, and prepared to respond to Xiao Wenli. Nori rice ball. Could you bring me back something? Buns or steamed bread would be fine. The barbecue rice is truly delicious. Having just finished her message to Xiao Wenli, she set her phone down and sat at her table, ready to carry out her daily skincare routine. As she opened her toner, an odd sensation washed over her, as if something was about to slip away. Bai Ming furrowed her brow, scratching her head, trying to recall if she had forgotten something. Suddenly, the image of the food the junior had sent flashed in her mind. Barbecue rice. She hastily grabbed her phone and opened the photo sent by the junior. After confirming it was indeed barbecue rice, she immediately thought of Xiao Wenli, who was also heading to eat the same dish. She sprang up from her chair. No. She had no time for skincare now. Slipping on her shoes, she prepared to rush out the door. Just as she was about to descend the stairs, it struck her. I'm not even his girlfriend. Why am I in such a hurry? Be rational. Despite a brief internal struggle, her emotions ultimately overwhelmed her sense of reason, and she hurried down the stairs, racing towards the second cafeteria. By this time, Wenli had already arrived at the entrance of the second cafeteria, preparing to ascend the side staircase that led directly to the second floor. The side staircase would allow her to see the barbecue rice counter immediately. As she approached the stand, she spotted a familiar figure. Oh, was that the junior? Lin Qingxuan had initially intended to eat on the first floor with his roommates, but feeling it would be odd to carry food from the second floor down, he decided to dine upstairs instead. Enjoying his tomato-flavored barbecue rice, he had merely intended to sample it, yet he couldn't resist the cafeteria lady's enthusiasm, who insisted on serving him a large portion. When Li, observing from a distance, realized it was indeed the junior seated there and walked towards his table. Junior? Lin Qingxuan, deeply engrossed in his meal, heard someone call out to him. The term junior momentarily caught him off guard. He thought someone else was being addressed, so he paid it no mind and continued to savor his food. As Wenli noticed that the junior had not responded, she stepped a bit closer. Why is the junior ignoring me? Lin Qingxuan heard the voice drawing nearer and turned to look. He saw the short-haired senior standing behind him and finally realized she had been calling him. Oh, senior, I thought you were calling someone else and didn't pay much attention, he replied. Not a problem. What brings you here for the grilled meat rice bowl? How is it? Isn't it particularly delicious? Lin Qingxuan felt that today's tomato flavor was somewhat lacking. He decided to try a different flavor next time. Nevertheless, it was acceptable, considering it was school food and not a five-star restaurant. Lin Qingxuan placed his chopsticks down and gave the senior a thumbs up. It's tasty. Your recommendation is spot on. Are you going to try this too? Yes. Compared to the offerings at other stalls, I prefer this one. Oh, then hurry and order. All right. Junior. Wenli wanted to ask if she could sit next to him, but feeling shy, she hesitated. After a moment of internal struggle, she resolved to be bold. What's up, senior? Can I sit beside you? Lin Qingxuan was somewhat puzzled by her request. It wasn't his home, so why did she need his permission? It's fine. You can sit, he said, casually moving his bowl and chopsticks aside. Okay. Wenli walked over to the grilled meat rice bowl stall and ordered a small portion of the original flavor. She then hurried back, shyly sitting beside the junior. The two sat in silence, one waiting for food and the other indulging in the meal. Not a word was spoken. Wenli occasionally glanced at her phone and then at Lin Qingxuan. He noticed the short-haired senior stealing glances in his direction, making him feel somewhat uneasy. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan realized he didn't even know her name, so he asked, "By the way, what is your name? I meant to ask you when I saw you at the supermarket, but I forgot." "Ah, I'm Wenli, you Wenli, with the grass radical in my name." "Oh, that is a lovely name, is it?" "Thank you." Silence enveloped them once more. At that moment, the cafeteria lady called out towards them, "Little beauty, your meal is ready." "Coming." Wenli glanced at the call and turned back to point at the grilled meat rice bowl stall before getting up to retrieve her food. "Go ahead," Lin Qingxuan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling flustered under the senior's gaze and their awkward conversation. "Phew. Thank goodness the senior saved me. It was so awkward. And I didn't know what to say to Wenli. I should finish eating quickly." When Wenli went to place her order, Lin Qingxuan's bowl was nearly empty. Seizing the opportunity while Wenli was away, he hastily polished off the remainder of his meal. By the time Wenli returned with her food, he was almost done. Lin Qingxuan was already reaching for a tissue, preparing to clean the corner of his mouth. "You eat so quickly, Junior." "Well, I didn't have a proper meal yesterday. I was too hungry," he replied with a chuckle. "Just remember to eat on time, especially breakfast. Otherwise, you might end up with a stomach ailment." Lin Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of concern. All right. Thank you for your care, senior. I'll take my leave now." "Okay, goodbye." "Farewell, senior." Wenli had hoped to spend more time with her junior, but alas. Just now, he had eaten like an adorable puppy, so obediently. "Oh well. There will be another opportunity next time. I should focus on my meal now." At that moment, nothing could compare to the fragrant, steaming grilled meat rice bowl for Wenli. "Wait. Didn't Xiaobai share the junior's Earth ID yesterday? How foolish of me." Wenli picked up her phone and opened the Earth ID card shared by Xiaobai. She added Lin Qingxuan as a friend. In an inconspicuous corner, a girl with tousled hair, tousled by the wind, and a natural beauty, witnessed everything that had just transpired. She bit her finger, watching the two with a hint of jealousy. Soon after, upon noticing their lack of interaction, Xiaobai felt relieved. "Humph. I thought you were so warm to everyone." After Lin Qingxuan left, Xiaobai approached Wenli. Chapter 12. Translate. After placing the utensils in the designated area, Lin Qingxuan went downstairs in search of a few individuals. At that moment, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took out his phone and opened the Earth app. "Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious, wants to add you as a friend." This name sounds familiar. Could it be Senior Wenli? It's too recognizable. After clicking agree, he opened the chat window, ready to inquire if it was indeed Senior Wenli. "Citrus, is this Senior Wenli? Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious. How did you know it was me?" "Citrus, Senior, your username is hard to mistake. Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious. Really? Haha. Citrus, how did you get my Earth ID, Senior?" "Wenli, oh, just random talk. Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious. I happen to have a cousin in your software department. You have a group, right? That is how I got it." Lin Qingxuan didn't notice anything amiss. "Citrus, I see. So, did you add me for a specific reason?" "Senior? Wenli. Thank goodness he didn't ask for my cousin's name. Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious. Can I add you if there's nothing going on?" "Citrus, no. I just thought you might have something to discuss. I didn't mean it that way. Grilled meat rice bowl is delicious, humph," with hands on hips emoji. At this moment, Xiaobai had approached Wenli from behind and tapped her shoulder. Startled, Wenli turned to look behind her. "Wenli, Xiaobai? You nearly scared me to death." "Bai Meng, who are you chatting with? You haven't even eaten." "Wenli, it's a junior from elementary school. By the way, how did you get here? And what's with your hairstyle?" Bai Meng took out her phone to use as a mirror, glancing at her long hair, now tousled by the wind. She quickly tidied herself up. "Bai Meng, haha, the wind was too strong on my way here." "Wenli, I thought it was a new style. So how did you come?" "I was going to take you back with me." Bai Meng touched her stomach, which had been growling ever since she had run over. "Bai Meng, I suddenly craved grilled meat rice, so I came to find you." "Wenli, then hurry and order, otherwise, the aunt will take a break soon." "Bai Meng, all right." Bai Meng ordered a portion of tomato-flavored grilled meat rice and sat down next to Wenli. "Bai Meng, what were you chatting about with the junior? You seemed worried one moment and laughing the next." "Wenli, when I first arrived on the second floor, I saw the junior eating and initially thought about joining him, but he ate too quickly and left. Bai Meng placed her hand on her chest, relieved that they hadn't shared a meal together. Otherwise, the junior would have had all the good food. On the other side, Lin Qingxuan had already found his 3 roommates. Yang Yi teased as he saw Lin Qingxuan approach. Yang Yi, where have you been? On a date? You had me worried sick. Lin Qingxuan, is it possible that you, my dear elder, are attempting to reverse the heavens? Hey, what was in the past is past. Do not confuse the past with the present. Kuei-wen, honestly, I thought you had been abducted. Your looks are quite appealing. Lin Qingxuan, brother, we live in a lawful society. How could that happen? Yang Yi, you're even complimenting him. Buying food on the 2nd floor. And I thought you had traveled all the way to America. Lin Qingxuan, no, I ran into an acquaintance upstairs. So I chatted for a bit and finished my meal before coming down. Kuei-wen, an acquaintance? You have acquaintances at school? Why didn't you bring them down to meet us? Yang Yi, an acquaintance, my foot. He is probably having a meal with some stunning beauty up there. Once he has a woman, he forgets his father. Lin Qingxuan ignored Yang Yi and spoke to Kuei-wen. They were still eating. So I just greeted them after finishing my meal and left. The two tilted their heads toward Lin Qingxuan, their faces bearing expressions that suggested they saw through everything. Chang Zi was engrossed in savoring his rib soup, oblivious to the conversation. He simply continued to drink the soup. Yang Yi rushed over and grabbed Lin Qingxuan's left arm. Kuei-wen joined in, seizing his right arm. Lin Qingxuan struggled and said, "What are you doing holding me?" Yang Yi, speak properly. Something's off with you. You seem too strange. Kuei-wen, are you hiding something from us, your brothers? Yang Yi turned to Li Chong and shouted, Yang Yi, Chong, what are you still eating for? Hurry and help me catch him. Li Chong had just finished the last rib when he heard Yang Yi calling him. He quickly assessed the situation. Understood. It's time to take action. Subsequently, he swiftly wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue and immediately rose to join the gathering of men. Li Chong embraced him from behind Lin Qingxuan. Li Chong exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Yi responded, "What do you mean?" He secretly went to dine with a stunning beauty behind our backs. Let us confront him. Upon hearing the mention of a stunning beauty, Li Chong tightened his embrace. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan was adorned with large pendants, bound securely. He protested, "No. I truly did not have dinner with any stunning beauty." Kuei-wen interjected, "What is there to discuss? We've been waiting for you. And you're off dining with a beauty." Yang Yi added, "What nonsense are you talking about, Chong? Give him a princess carry." Li Chong asked, "Are you serious?" Yang Yi insisted, "Absolutely." Li Chong, a muscular man standing over 1.8 meters tall, effortlessly lifted Lin Qingxuan by the legs. The group intended to bring him back to the dormitory for further interrogation when a voice from behind interrupted. Bai Meng inquired, "What are you all doing? You seem quite close." The group froze and turned to Bai Meng. "Hello, senior. We're just having some fun," they stammered. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan resembled a bashful young girl, cradled in Li Chong's arms. Upon seeing Senior Bai Meng, his shyness intensified. He wrapped his arms around Li Chong's neck, burying his flushed face in his embrace. When Li emerged from behind Bai Meng, casting a glance at the held Lin Qingxuan, "Junior, I wondered why you weren't replying to my messages. Turns out you prefer this kind of interaction," she teased. Lin Qingxuan protested, "No, it's not what you think. We're just playing around. I swear I like women." Bai Meng replied, "No one is overthinking it. Why the rush to explain?" When Li added, "Exactly. I can understand." Lin Qingxuan, feeling utterly flustered, began to babble incoherently. The two girls found his adorable demeanor increasingly endearing. Bai Meng said, "All right, we won't tease you any longer. We're off now. Take care not to hurt him." When Li waved goodbye to the junior, Lin Qingxuan also waved back at the two girls. His 3 roommates had been in a daze since the beginning, watching Lin Qingxuan converse with the 2 beautiful women, seemingly in a close relationship. They cast resentful glances at Lin Qingxuan. Li Chong then set Lin Qingxuan down. Yang Yi remarked, "Translate this. What do you mean by not replying to her messages?" Kuei-wen added, "Translate this. When did you get in touch with such stunning beauties?" Li Chong pressed, "Translate this. When did you encounter these 2 beauties?" Lin Qingxuan chuckled and began to explain to the group. "Well, you see," he started, "if you can't articulate 1, 2, 3 today, you'll have to face a slam from Chong." Lin Qingxuan continued, "So, the counselor added me to the group. Is that all right?" Yang Yi retorted, "All right? That is nonsense." Quiven, "So, if you add someone, they agree with you?" Lin Qingxuan, "It seems that way." Quiven, Are you implying that you gained their approval simply by using this face of yours? Yang Yi, brother Chong. He is saying you're unattractive. Li Chong stood nearby, eagerly awaiting the next command. Lin Qingxuan. No, how could I say that? I merely wanted to inquire about the distribution of military training uniforms. Quiven. And what about the other charming lady? Lin Qingxuan. I'm not sure about that. She mentioned adding me through her cousin. Quiven. Fabrication. You're being dishonest. Lin Qingxuan. I swear, it's all rather perplexing. Yang Yi. Are you suggesting that with just a slight movement of your finger, two lovely ladies have taken a liking to you? Lin Qingxuan. I never said that. Yang Yi, brother Chong. He is not even in a romantic relationship, and he is being bullied. Li Chong. Why do you always have to bring me into this? Li Chong seized Yang Yi and executed a reverse hold again. Thus, the lunchtime farce continued. Bai Meng and her companion returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, they promptly removed their shoes and lay on their beds, contemplating how to capture the first-year student's attention. They needed to secure him quickly. Chapter 13. The driver, after much deliberation, they decided to sleep first. At that moment, when Li was also pondering how to approach the first-year student. Should she directly ask him to be her boyfriend? That felt a bit too forward. Yet, remaining silent only heightened her anticipation. After much thought, she resolved to lie down. The two girls, each with their own scheming thoughts, lay in their respective beds, plotting how to ensnare the first-year student. Meanwhile, several others were harassing Lin Qingxuan. Suddenly, their phones all rang simultaneously. Yang Yi paused his actions to take out his phone. Director Lei, all members, please gather in the small conference room on the first floor of the Howd building in 15 minutes to collect your military training uniforms. After reading the message, Yang Yi related to the others. Yang Yi, the director said we need to be at the Howd building's first floor conference room in 15 minutes to collect our uniforms. Quiven, what time is it now? Yang Yi, exactly 2 p.m. Li Chong, then we can play for a bit. We can grab the clothes and head back to the dormitory afterwards, right? The beleaguered Lin Qingxuan finally spoke up. Lin Qingxuan, how about we go play an escape room first? The three continued to glare at Lin Qingxuan with resentment. How dare you suggest playing? You are the bane of room 502. Lin Qingxuan, but that's just the way it is. I didn't intend for it to be this way. Yang Yi, are you trying to play the victim now? Quiven, clearly, the punishment isn't severe enough. Come on, Chong, hold him still and continue. Li Chong maneuvered behind Lin Qingxuan, his hands slipping under his arms to secure him in a bind. The group playfully tussled as they made their way toward the Howd building. Upon arriving, they found that the small conference room could not accommodate such a large number of people. Director Lei selected a few students to assist in distributing military training uniforms. Inside, he and his companions were busy organizing the clothes, while the new students from the software department formed an orderly queue outside. The scene resembled an assembly line, with garments being passed from the innermost point outward. Those at the entrance received the uniforms and relayed them back. The entire process did not take long. Although sorting the sizes of the clothing consumed a fair amount of time, Lin Qingxuan and the others, eagerly clutching their military attire, hurried back to their dormitory. As the time spent collecting the uniforms had already been considerable, they needed to stow their clothes quickly and prepare to head out. At this moment, Yang Yi was eager to showcase his urban warrior persona. He promptly climbed onto his bed, shedding his outer garments to don the military uniform. Everyone, look over here, he announced. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Yang Yi, now dressed in the military outfit, twirled around on the bed. Stylish, right? How do I look, guys? Do I not exude the aura of a special forces warrior? Lin Qingxuan replied candidly. Honestly, you resemble a lieutenant. Kuei-wen burst into laughter. You look like a fool. Li Chong added, you should change back quickly. Wearing that outfit is a shame. It would be better off destroyed. Yang Yi retorted, all right. I know you're all just envious of my handsomeness. What can I say? It's a gift. Lin Qingxuan urged, enough of that. Change your clothes and let us go. If we don't hurry, we want to have time to have fun before training tomorrow. Once they were ready, they made their way to the school gate, intending to hail a ride to a certain escape room in the city center. Kuei-wen suggested, let us find a four-seater, otherwise, we'll have to team up with strangers when we get there. Yang Yi agreed. Indeed, playing with random people lacks the real experience. Li Chong chimed in. I'm fine with anything. Lin Qingxuan added, we'll see what's available when we get in. Remember the license plate number. It's high 1223. He glanced at his phone, noting that the ride was approximately 4 kilometers away. However, The journey from the school to the city center was somewhat lengthy. Nearly half an hour. During their wait, Xiangzi went to a nearby stall to purchase some fried potatoes. The dish consisted of fish mint, spicy fried sausage, and a special seasoning, all drizzled with hot oil, creating an irresistible aroma. He returned with the fried potatoes to share with the group, noting that their ride was now only 2 kilometers away, prompting them to eat quickly to avoid unpleasant odors in the vehicle. Lin Qingxuan remarked, "These are quite tasty." Yang quipped, "I must have been a potato in my past life." Kuei-wen agreed, "Potatoes are great. We should definitely eat." Li Chong lamented, "I forgot to tell the vendor to leave out the fish mint. It's making me feel a bit nauseous." Yang teased, "Come on. A big shot from the capital can drink bean juice, but can't handle this?" He added, "I've never had bean juice. It's notoriously unpleasant, tasting somewhat like fermented sauerkraut. Kuei-wen, it's passable. The fish mint mixed with these seasonings is tolerable, but if you were to ask me to eat it raw, I would undoubtedly retch." Lin Qingxuan, "It's quite delectable. You all are just too picky. Just indulge a little. Fish mint can dispel heat and detoxify. Yet you still complain." Yang glanced at the opposite lane where a white sedan was parked. "What was the license plate number again?" "Hi 1223, right? It's right across. Hurry up and eat." The group devoured the fried potatoes voraciously and then tossed their meal boxes into the trash. They hurriedly dashed across the crosswalk to the sidewalk on the other side. They soon boarded the car, with Yang in the passenger seat and the other 3 in the back. "Driver, what is the last 4 digits of your phone number, handsome?" Lin Qingxuan, 0010. At this moment, after the driver entered the numbers, he scratched his head, seemingly forgetting to turn something off. Unable to recall, he decided to set it aside. Delivering the passengers was the priority. "Driver, passenger in the front, please fasten your seatbelt." Yang, "Hey, why do you call him handsome, but me little brother?" The driver was momentarily taken aback by Yang question. How should he respond? Should he admit that the handsome fellow behind truly looks better? The driver chuckled awkwardly. "No way. I called you handsome earlier. You must have misheard." The others in the back chimed in to support the driver against Yang. "Seriously, why are you giving the driver a hard time? You know what you look like, right? Him calling me handsome is fine, you? It's better to be called little brother." "Ha ha." Yang, "All right, so this is how we're playing it." The driver, observing the youthful exuberance of the group, felt a wave of nostalgia. Throughout the journey, they shared laughter and banter with the driver. They inquired if he was married and what life was like post-marriage. The driver seemed a bit moved by their questions, frequently lamenting about his tiger wife and nightmare mother to the delight of the passengers, who erupted in laughter. Suddenly, the driver's phone, resting on its holder, emitted a roar. "Oh, so you think I'm a tiger, do you? A reincarnation of a nightmare mother, perhaps? I'll talk to you about this when I get home." The driver hastily slowed down, activating his hazard lights as he pulled over. "No, dear, let me explain. I was just joking earlier. All right, you still have passengers in the car, so I'll leave it at that. We'll discuss this at home." "All right." The call ended with a beep. It appeared some ears would soon be ringing at home as well. Lin Qingxuan and the others stifled their laughter, their faces turning crimson. The driver switched off the hazard lights and continued on their journey, determined to restore his dignity by showcasing his familial side to the group. "Ah, laugh. Why hold it in? Women are like this, let me tell you. If you don't discipline them, they won't listen. Just observe how I manage at home." Yang, "Ha. My brother, will you have a good time when you get home?" Kuei-wen, "Ha. You really have a presence. Who knows who will end up managing whom at home, right?" Li Chong, Ha. Lin Qingxuan, "My brother, we shall remember this day." The driver understands that one cannot regain face. Thus, he remains silent and continues driving. Upon reaching their destination, the group disembarks, bidding a final farewell in the direction of their brother. When he turns to look at them, his gaze seems infused with both determination and a hint of sorrow. In the fleeting moment before the car window closes, a final sigh escapes his lips. Sigh. Chapter 14. The escape room. After bidding farewell to their brother, they follow the navigation to locate the escape room venue. Yang, where's this place? It should be quite conspicuous, one would think. Kuei-wen, indeed, it ought to be sizable. Why is there no sign in sight? Li Chong gazes blankly at the gym on the 3rd floor. Li Chong, alas, it's still too far away. If it were near the school, I could sign up for a membership. Yang, why are you so preoccupied with fitness? Let me mark this for you. When you grow old, I will sell you health supplements. Lin Qingxuan, too, is puzzled. Such establishments usually ensure their signs are quite prominent. How could they possibly be hard to find? After searching for quite some time without success, Lin Qingxuan prepares to call the store for the precise address. Just then, Yang Yi notices a bakery at the corner of the street, intending to buy some bread for breakfast the next day. As he approaches the corner, he spots a sign on the second floor of a nearby building. The sign displays nothing but a pair of blood-red eyes. Yang Yi turns back to call out to the others. Hey, come take a look. Is that the place? The group jogs over to gaze at the eerie blood eyes from a distance. Lin Qingxuan, having finished the call, confirms, yes, that's it. The store just told me. Kuei-wen, why is there no store name? Is this supposed to be quirky? Li Chong, no wonder it's cheap, only 50 per person. Yang Yi, you all go ahead. I'll grab some bread. Hurry up, it's on the second floor. Remember to get one for me too. Yang Yi gives Lin Qingxuan a playful gesture. As the three ascend the stairs, they discover that the entire second floor is largely dedicated to escape room activities, with an estimated count exceeding 100. Truly, it is an escape room. The decor from the entrance emanates a distinctly eerie atmosphere. The receptionist, dressed in a horror-themed costume and sporting a traditional ghostly makeup, stands there. Indeed, quite intimidating. As they enter the establishment, the receptionist approaches them with great enthusiasm. At the front desk, the young lady inquired, "How many of you are there?" The demeanor and makeup of the front desk attendant appeared somewhat unsettling to the others, prompting them to take a few steps back. "No, please don't be like that," she said. Lin Qingxuan remarked, "Sister, just stand there. To be honest, your makeup is a bit too realistic." Kuei-wen added, "Sister, there are 4 of us. And one more will arrive shortly." Li Chong seemed indifferent to the surroundings, showing no reaction whatsoever. The front desk lady responded, "Perfect timing. A few guests are finishing their script shortly. Please take a seat while I fetch the script for you to peruse." As she brought the script for selection, Yang Yi arrived just in time. "What on earth? What is going on with this entrance? Is the decor really that impressive?" Yang Yi pushed the door open and saw the 3 engaged in discussion. "Choosing a script?" he asked. Kuei-wen confirmed, "Yes. The front desk mentioned another group is finishing up inside, so we are picking out our script first." Yang Yi's face was a canvas of confusion. "Front desk? I only see the 3 of you. Where's the front desk?" Kuei-wen pointed towards the front desk. "Right there, sitting, didn't you see?" At that moment, the front desk lady crouched down to tie her shoelaces, missing the eye contact with Yang Yi. "Are you all trying to scare me?" he questioned, bewildered. As Yang Yi turned to converse with the others, the front desk lady approached quietly, her shoes making little sound. "Is everyone here?" she asked. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Yi's pupils dilated, yet he dared not turn around. "Oh no, I heard a female voice asking if everyone has arrived. What the heck? We're not even playing yet. And it feels like a ghost is already here." The front desk lady looked at the young man, equally puzzled by his comments. What was he on about? Lin Qingxuan, witnessing this scene, felt a mischievous impulse and exchanged knowing glances with Kuei-wen and Xiangzi. Kuei-wen instantly understood, while Xiangzi remained perplexed. "I didn't hear anything. Is your auditory hallucination that severe?" Lin Qingxuan discreetly gestured to the front desk lady. The group intended to play a harmless prank on Yang Yi. The front desk lady, initially oblivious, comprehended their intent upon hearing Kuei-wen speak and began to play along. "Ooh," she mimicked. Yang Yi, facing the group with a piece of bread in hand, felt the crinkling plastic bag due to his trembling hands from fear. "Did you hear that?" A female voice. "There's a woman behind me." Lin Qingxuan feigned ignorance. "Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling right, we can skip the game. Didn't you hear? I swear. Could it be that ghost from last night has latched onto me?" Yang Yi slowly turned around. Curious to discover the source of the sound, Yang Yi swiftly turned around, only to be met by the front desk attendant's sudden appearance. Startled by the ghostly visage before him, he promptly collapsed onto the floor. Clutching his head with trembling hands, his eyes tightly shut. Fearful of opening them, he stammered, I swear. Please don't scare me. I promise I won't watch any more shows." The front desk attendant and the others could hardly contain their laughter, hearing their amusement. Yang Yi hesitated to lift his gaze, but as their laughter grew louder, realization dawned upon him. He had been the victim of a prank. "You lot are unbelievable. I'm going to fetch you breakfast for tomorrow, and you all conspire to play tricks on your father." Their laughter erupted once more. "Aren't you the brave one? Who was it in the dormitory claiming to fear neither heaven nor earth?" Their mirth was infectious, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. The front desk attendant stifled her laughter, mindful of the unfamiliarity of their relationship. Rising to his feet, Yang Yi took turns playfully punching Lin Qingxuan and the others to vent his frustration. Suddenly, A piercing scream echoed from the other side. Ah, stop chasing me. Wah, I'm done playing. I want to leave. Bro, you chase her. Don't chase me. The group swallowed hard at the sound, questioning the terror of it all. Is it really that frightening? I'm starting to lose my enthusiasm for this. What is there to fear? It's just the four of us, and Chong is with us. The front desk attendant, hearing the commotion, sensed the end of their fun was near and approached to urge everyone to select a script promptly. On the script menu, only 3 options were available due to the establishment being new, with some areas yet to be developed. 1. The Eerie Corridor, duration, 3.5 hours. 2. Ghostly Marriage, duration, 2.5 hours. 3. Cyclic Dreamscape, duration, 4 hours. Lin Qingxuan remarked, the first option seems a bit too lengthy. I feel we could manage it directly. Kuei-wen replied, the third one seems to lack participants. It states a minimum of 6. Then we're left with the second option, which requires 4, though I noticed there's no task mentioned, Yang Yi observed. I'm fine with any, said Li Chong. Let us go with the second. Lin Qingxian concluded, taking the script menu to the front desk to confirm their choice. Chapter 15. We must finish, even while weepingly entertained the attendant, holding a walkie-talkie, communicated something before approaching the group. Please place your phones and personal belongings with me. You may retrieve them at the front desk once you finish. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. The group surrendered their phones and even their snacks to the front desk attendant for safekeeping. A mobile phone vibrated slightly, but the attendant paid it little mind. After securing the important items in a storage locker, she gestured for the group to follow her. Please, follow me. I will guide you to the entrance. As the crowd adjusted their emotions, they followed closely behind the receptionist. Before long, they arrived at the entrance, where the words Ming Hun were ominously displayed above. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible, save for a peculiar sound echoing within. The receptionist conveyed several regulations to the group, emphasizing the prohibition against damaging any items and the importance of refraining from violence, as injuries often occurred during escape room experiences. Please take hold of the candles. Once lit, you may enter. Remember, do not discard the candles, she instructed. Although they appeared to be candles, they were, in fact, merely the outer shell concealing a light source. The group received the candles from the receptionist's hands and waited outside to commence the ritual. Yang Yi expressed his apprehension. I must admit, I'm feeling quite scared. Is it possible for me to opt out? Lin Qingxian urged. Now that we're here, we must see it through, even if it means shedding tears. Kuei-wen reassured him. Do not fear. There shouldn't be any chase involved, right? Li Chong added. This is my first time at an escape room, and I doubt I can contribute much to the puzzles. No worries, Brother Chong. Merely standing there is already a significant help, they replied. As they conversed, the candles in their hands began to emit a gradual crimson glow. The sounds from within grew louder, accompanied by heart-wrenching dialogues echoing through the air. Why can't I find you? Where are you? Why did you abandon me? Where are you? Where? The receptionist bowed slightly, motioning for them to enter. It has begun. Please proceed inside. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. This experience also includes a chase. Yang Yi exclaimed. Why wasn't he that mentioned earlier? My pants are shifting. I don't want to play anymore. Lin Qingxian retorted. Crying will also consume time. Li Chong moved to grab Yang Yi, preparing to pull him inside. Brother Chong, don't drag me. I can walk in myself. Yang Yi was apprehensive that Li Chong would thrust him into the forefront as a sacrificial lamb. At that moment, Kuei-wen took the lead, followed closely by Lin Qingxian. Li Chong and Yang Yi entered side by side, and the group sequentially ventured into the realm of Ming Han. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Bai Ming awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Glancing at her phone, she noted that it was already afternoon. Stretching her arms, she sat up, staring blankly ahead as if in a state of transition. Pulling down the bed curtain, she peered below, only to find it empty. It dawned on her that her little golden retriever wouldn't return until later that evening. She also recalled that Xia Wenli had been lying there not long ago. After tidying her clothes, she climbed out of bed, intending to check on Wenli. Cautiously ascending the stairs, she peeked into the bed and found Xia Wenli still deep in slumber. Not wanting to disturb her, Bai Ming quietly settled at her desk, retrieving her phone to see if her junior had sent any messages. Upon unlocking her phone, she noticed bubbles rising from the earth displayed on the screen. Opening the globe, she saw a dialog box within. It was not a message from a junior, which left me feeling quite despondent. However, My spirits lifted almost immediately upon discovering that it was a message from my beloved grandmother back home. Blossoming prosperity, my dear. The National Day is approaching. Will you return to accompany this old woman? Upon reading my grandmother's message, my heart brimmed with affection for her. Seaweed rice ball. I should come back. I will inform you in advance. Blossoming prosperity. Well then, how long before you bring a boyfriend home for me to see? My grandmother's words made me think of the junior's appearance, causing me to shyly stomp my feet in embarrassment. Seaweed rice ball, Grandma. What boyfriend? I'm not in such a hurry. Blossoming prosperity. I am. I cannot always look after you. It would be better if you had a boyfriend at school to take care of you. Seaweed rice ball. Oh dear. Grandma. I can take care of myself. Blossoming prosperity. Oh my. My granddaughter has grown wings and is now bullying her elder. You do not heed my words. Seaweed rice ball. I would never bully you. But this matter is not so easily arranged. Blossoming prosperity. Very well. During the new year, you must bring a boy home. If you fail to do so, I shall be heartbroken. I smiled helplessly at my grandmother's insistence. Seaweed rice ball. All right. I will bring someone back for the new year. Blossoming prosperity. Good. I shall say no more. I must head downstairs to dance in the square. Seaweed rice ball. Be careful. The response from my grandmother was notably delayed. It was quite amusing that she, at her age, still engaged in square dancing. I then sent a message to the junior, arms akimbo, waiting for a response. After a few minutes without a reply, I surmised that he was likely busy. I opened my laptop, donned my headphones, and prepared to study. The scene shifted back to the group, who stealthily advanced into the venue. There was scarcely any light, save for the faint glow of red candles in their hands. Having taken but a few steps, they encountered the first figure, clad in a Zhongshan suit, grinning widely at them. Despite the cheerful demeanor, the makeup was rather ordinary, and the figure held a red candle. The Zhongshan-suited figure was about to issue a mission, prompting the group to halt and scan their surroundings, wary of an unexpected encounter. Zhongshan suit. You are the reporters invited to investigate, are you not? Lin Qingxuan? Yes, that is us. Kueiwen, do we also need to act? Yang Yichong. Don't run too fast. I'm afraid. Li Chong. Zhongshan suit. Please investigate the truth and restore the reality of the ghost marriage. After delivering this message, the Zhongshan-suited figure turned and walked into the darkness, leaving the group in stunned silence. What? Restore the ghost marriage? Is that all? No wonder the script murder outside did not mention the mission. Well, shall we continue forward? Yang Yi clung tightly to Li Chong, fearful that he would be abandoned. More concerned that Chong would catch him first. A few individuals continued their exploration, currently aware only of their mission to uncover the truth. However, the situation was shrouded in mystery, and the means to achieve their goal remained unclear. As they reached the corner, a dim light illuminated the corridor ahead. The passage housed 8 rooms, each labeled with a name. The group decided to first investigate the room on the left, marked as the lounge. Upon entering, they found only a decaying wooden table, atop which lay a yellowed note. Chapter 16. The Chase? The group picked up the note to read its contents. Man, if we do not marry her off to the young scion of a prominent family, how will our family rise again? Woman, what about that boy Xiao Kai? Man, he is merely a poor wretch. What does mutual affection matter? Can it sustain us? Woman, sigh. After perusing the note, the group began to scratch their heads in contemplation. Lin Qingxuan. It appears the woman wishes to marry her daughter to a man of noble standing. Yet she is in love with someone else. Kueiwen. I can surmise the plot. It seems the woman will defy her family's wishes, elope with the man, and ultimately meet a tragic end at the hands of the noble family. They may lose their lives, but they will achieve their desire, albeit in the shadows. Yang Yi. How did this secret chamber transform into a romantic drama? Li Chong. I feel there's more to this than meets the eye. It seems rather simplistic. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed from outside the door, intense enough to suggest an attempt to break it down. The group huddled together, with Li Chong positioned at the forefront to shield them. Yang Yi. Oh no, has the intensity already begun? Lin Qingxian. Let us assess the situation, with only this room. If they enter, there will be no escape. The knocking grew increasingly forceful, as if the door were on the verge of being breached. Then, the knocking abruptly ceased, replaced by a man's strange utterances from outside. Man, a ping, why will you not meet me? Do we not promise to be together? Kueiwen, wait. He is knocking on the door across from us. Lin Qingxian. That voice sounds strikingly similar to the man in the Zhongshan suit from earlier. Yang Yi indeed. It is the same voice. Li Chong. So he is a central character in this play? They cautiously approached the door, with Lin Qingxuan leaning against it to listen intently. Man, you scoundrel. How dare you come here? Get out. Man, do you, a pauper, dare to pursue the young lady? Sounds of a struggle erupted outside. Lin Qingxuan. I must admit, this feels quite immersive. Kuei-wen, what shall we do next? Yang-yi, can I simply wait here? Li Chong glanced helplessly at the item hanging from his waist, while Yang-yi clung tightly to him. Lin Qingxuan prepared to venture with Kuei-wen to the room across the hall, advising Yang-yi to remain in the lounge. Kuei-wen led the way, with Lin Qingxuan closely following. They opened the door of the lounge just enough to peek inside, discovering it was empty, and prepared to step out. Just as I was about to step outside, I heard a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from the end of the corridor. The sound echoed sharply. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Qingxuan quickly pulled Kuei-wen back and firmly shut the door. Outside, a conversation ensued. Woman, I refuse. I refuse to marry him. I absolutely do not want to. This is akin to sending me to my demise. Woman, what choice do we have? If you do not marry into a prominent family, our family will be doomed. Woman, but I am your daughter. I am your own flesh and blood. Woman, child, do not blame me. If you must assign blame, direct it at your father, that scoundrel, who has accrued a mountain of debt. The dialogue ceased, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Qingxuan remarked, the mother is marrying off her daughter to exchange for money? Kuei-wen replied, the family is in debt and seeks to sell their daughter to repay it. How malicious. Let us go, Lin Qingxuan said, pushing the door open and walking towards the adjacent room. The door on the right bore the name A Ping, Lin Qingxuan. According to what the man from Zhongshan just mentioned, this should be the heroine's room. Kuei-wen suggested, let us enter and take a look. This corridor is eerily quiet. The two lit red candles to illuminate their path. Upon entering, they observed a vivid red bed, a wooden wardrobe, a decaying wooden table, and an antiquated brass mirror. Let us search for clues, Lin Qingxuan urged. They secured the door and began rummaging through the room. Kuei-wen directed the candlelight towards the wardrobe and soon encountered a sticky substance. What on earth is this? It's so gooey. Hearing this, Lin Qingxuan approached Kuei-wen and touched it lightly. With the flickering candlelight, they examined the liquid. Blood? Is there blood inside the wardrobe? Let us not dwell on that for now. We should continue searching for more evidence. Lin Qingxuan's gaze fell upon the crimson bed, a sense of unease washing over him. He approached the bed and began to explore its surroundings. When he felt behind the pillow, the texture was distinctly unusual. There's something inside the pillow, Lin Qingxuan exclaimed. Kuei-wen hurried over, and together they opened the pillow to reveal it stuffed with numerous letters. Upon unfolding them one by one, both were taken aback. Each letter was inscribed with a vivid red liquid. A ping. Kai, why have you not come to find me? Did we not promise to be together for a lifetime? A ping. Kai, when will you come to take me away? My parents are forcing me into marriage. When I refuse, they beat and scold me. A ping. Kai, I am so frightened. I fear I may never see you again in this life. A ping. Kai, it seems I can no longer wait for you. Lin Qingxuan pondered. Why does this increasingly feel disconcerting? Did not the man from Zhongshan come to seek her earlier? Kuei-wen noted. However, only the man's dialogue is present. There are no responses from the heroine. Lin Qingxuan stroked his chin in contemplation, sensing a terrifying implication. Yet, he required evidence to substantiate his theory. Let us continue searching for any additional items. If we find nothing, we shall return. The two resumed their exploration of the room. At this moment, sounds began to emanate from outside the door. Man, we received a report stating that you have engaged in activities that should not be done. Are you not aware that this matter has been strictly prohibited? Ping's father. No, Sheriff, how could that be? Our family is well known and respectable. We would never resort to such actions. Sheriff, that is not my concern. I must enter and conduct a search. Ping's father. Sheriff, is that truly necessary? Following this, only the sounds of heated argument could be heard. The dialogue ceased. Lin Qingxuan. They must be referring to the matter of selling daughters, right? Was it the male lead who reported it? Kuei-wen, let us step outside first and return to the lounge to gather the information. Just as the two were about to open the door, they heard footsteps and unsettling laughter around the corner. Lin Qingxuan signaled for quiet to Kuei-wen. They then prepared to stealthily return to the lounge. As they were about to open the lounge door, the footsteps suddenly quickened, approaching their direction. Lin Qingxuan urged, quick, open the door and get inside. Kuei-wen dashed to the lounge door, forcefully pushing it open while turning to pull Lin Qingxuan in. Meanwhile, the two inside the lounge looked at Qingxuan in bewilderment. The footsteps were now almost upon them. Lin Qingxuan had no time to enter and could only run forward. Seeing Lin Qingxuan escape, Qingxuan had no choice but to close the door. Yang Yi questioned, "Why is someone chasing him?" Li Chang exclaimed, "What on earth just ran past?" Qingxuan realized the severity of the situation. Lin Qingxuan reached the end of the corridor and found his only option was to go left, but feared it might lead to a dead end. He hastily opened the adjacent door, entering and barricading it to prevent whatever was outside from entering. After a series of knocks on the door, silence ensued. Leaning against the door, Lin Qingxuan listened to the sounds outside. The footsteps had receded far away. Once he felt secure, he began to survey the room. On the table lay a wedding checklist. Wedding checklist, dowry of 10,000, 2 shops in a certain location, 1 villa in another. Lin Qingxuan mused, "This dowry is quite extravagant. It truly signifies a noble lineage." Chapter 17. Unveiling the Truth. Lin Qingxuan tucked the wedding checklist into his pocket and continued to explore the room's contents. As he approached the vanity, he sensed something peculiar about the mirror. He began to feel along its edges, searching for a hidden compartment. After a fruitless search, he decided to remove the mirror for a closer inspection. Upon taking it down, he discovered it was covered with paper. However, one area felt thicker than the rest. He peeled away the paper to reveal a letter affixed to a piece of paper. He opened the letter to read, "A ping. Let us leave together to a place where no one knows us, to live our simple lives. It may be a bit hard, but I will strive to ensure you live a happy life. Kai, I shall await you in the small grove behind this evening." Lin Qingxuan, is this a preparation for elopement? Come, let us return and gather the information. Lin Qingxuan pushed the door open and peered outside, only to find a silence so profound it was almost terrifying. He cautiously navigated his way back to the previous room. Meanwhile, Qingxuan was not idle either. He led 2 individuals to room 3 on the left, marked with the word steward. Inside the steward's chamber, they discovered a Zhongshan suit, stained with blood and mud. Just as they were about to return to the lounge, they encountered Lin Qingxuan rushing towards them. Seeing Lin Qingxuan sprinting towards him, Qingxuan exclaimed, "Where have you been? We haven't seen you for ages." Lin Qingxuan, without the luxury of time for pleasantries, shouted at them, "Run! It's chasing us." Yang Yi turned his head to glimpse behind Lin Qingxuan. A female ghost in red was pursuing him. "What the hell? Run!" The group hurried back to the lounge, following Lin Qingxuan. Lin Qingxuan said breathlessly, "Just as I was stepping out, I heard footsteps behind me." Yang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. "I can't keep this up. I'm exhausted from running." Qingxuan asked, "Did you gather any clues while you were out?" Lin Qingxuan replied, "Yes. I forgot to check what that room was, but there was just a letter. The male protagonist wishes to elope with the female protagonist, waiting for her in a grove somewhere. What about you all?" Qingxuan produced the Zhongshan suit he had found earlier. "We discovered this suit in the steward's room, stained with blood and dirt." Lin Qingxuan pondered. So, to summarize, the female lead is unwilling to heed her family's arrangements, does not wish to marry into a prestigious family, and desires to be with the male lead, who wishes to elope. However, the Zhongshan suit we found likely indicates that the male lead is already deceased. What of the female lead? Did she not write numerous letters to the male lead? It seems those letters never reached him. The last letter states she can no longer wait for him, suggesting she was unable to resist her parents' wishes and was forced to marry into the aristocracy. Yang Yi interjected, "What does this have to do with ghost marriages?" His remark brought everyone back to the initial inquiry. Li Chang chimed in, "Indeed. This information lacks the whereabouts of the female lead, yet fails to connect with the central theme." Lin Qingxuan sensed that there were still items yet to be discovered. "There are still a few rooms we have yet to explore. Let us split up," Qingxuan suggested. "We have not yet visited the left side at the end of the corridor. It is likely the final task point." Lin Qingxuan proposed thus. "Yang Yi and Xiangzi shall go check the left side at the end of the corridor to ascertain what lies there. I will venture to the left room 3, while Qingxuan goes to the right room 3. We shall regroup in right room 3 afterward." Yang Yi responded, "Chang, you must protect me. If someone catches up, do not abandon me." Li Chang retorted, "Rest assured, I will certainly toss you in front of the ghost." The two bantered as they exited the room. Heading towards the end of the corridor, Lin Qingxuan stated, "Let us depart as well." He and Qingxuan walked in tandem, side by side. As Lin Qingxuan entered the left room, he reminded Qingxuan to remember to close the door. After Qingxuan nodded, he proceeded into the right room. Lin Qingxuan surveyed the layout of the room, which was noticeably larger than the others. A double bed occupied the space, accompanied by a dressing table. He meticulously examined the details of the dressing table and, finding nothing of interest, advanced towards the bed. Crouching down, he felt around underneath and soon discovered a note. The note read, "Family, my son is merely unfortunate. Otherwise, how could he be attracted to a girl from your family? Family, moreover. This is also a blessing for your daughter." Ping's father. "Indeed, as long as the money is in place, anything can be arranged. Family, I will send you the money promptly, but you must also expedite the arrangements. Do not delay my son's auspicious day." Lin Qingxuan pondered. Could it be that the son of this family has passed away, and the head of the family sought a partner for a ghost marriage, favoring a Ping? But what of a Ping? At that moment, Li Chong and Yang Yi had returned from the left end, knocking on the door of the left room. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Qingxuan hesitated to respond, fearing the presence of something ominous. "Open the door. It's us," Yang Yi called out. Upon hearing Yang Yi's voice, Lin Qingxuan felt reassured and promptly opened the door. What is the situation on the left side? The left side houses a shrine containing 2 coffins, with a table displaying 3 questions and a task. What questions? First, where is a Kai buried? Second, where is a Ping's wedding attire? Third, to restore the truth of the matter as much as possible. And the task? The task is to find the Zhongshan suit and wedding attire and place them in their respective coffins. We already have the Zhongshan suit. We only need the wedding attire. Let us go to the right room to find Kuei-wen. The 3 ventured out, seeking the wandering entities outside, and dashed to the right room, knocking for Kuei-wen to let them in. When the door to the right room opened, they shared the current information with Kuei-wen. "So, it seems we are left with only the wedding attire and the truth," Kuei-wen remarked. Lin Qingxuan speculated. "I envision a tale of a penniless youth in love with a rich heiress, yet the disparity in their social standings poses a significant obstacle. Naturally, her family would oppose the union. Subsequently, Akai visited a Ping's home, contemplating elopement. However, her father had incurred a debt, the amount of which remains unclear, prompting the family to approach him with an offer to buy a bride. But how does that relate to the ghost marriage?" Kuei-wen questioned. "So it is Akai's ghost marriage with the heiress?" "No," Lin Qingxuan corrected. "It is the ghost marriage of the heiress and the son of the family." A chill ran down their spines as they shuddered at the revelation. "How do you know this?" Yang Yi inquired. "From the note in the left room, where the family stated not to delay their son's auspicious day. Such phrasing cannot refer to just one person. It pertains to a matter involving 2 individuals. Combining the previous letters and notes, it seems that the young master from a prominent family met with an untimely demise. The family likely sought out the gentleman to calculate the compatible birth dates, subsequently leading them to find Ah Ping." Kuei-wen inquired, "How did Akai die?" Lin Qingxuan replied, "Initially, there was a dialogue where Akai sought out Ah Ping, but there was no response from within the room. I suspect these words were not delivered in sequence, and we must arrange them ourselves. Furthermore, when I was pursued to the end, I entered a room, presumably the 4th on the left, where I discovered a letter indicating that the 2 were planning to elope. Akai was waiting for Ah Ping in a small grove. The letter must have been intercepted." Kuei-wen further questioned, "So, when Akai went to wait in the grove, the letter was discovered beforehand, and subsequently, the female protagonist's father arranged for the male protagonist to be killed?" Lin Qingxuan confirmed, "That appears to be the case. After all, her father still owed a considerable sum of money, awaiting the sale of his daughter for financial gain. Additionally, did you hear the conversation with the sheriff? Such matters are strictly prohibited, likely referring to ghost marriages." As the group pieced together the information, voices continued to echo from outside. "Are you ready?" asked Ping's father. "Yes, sir," replied a servant. "The young lady has already been placed in the coffin. Transport her immediately, and remember to seal the coffin tightly," commanded Ping's father. "Understood." The urgency in his tone was palpable. The group listening from within the room began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Kuei-wen suggested, "Let us find the wedding attire. We must ascertain its whereabouts." Lin Qingxuan was deep in thought. They had searched every room. Where else could it be? At that moment, Lin Qingxuan recalled Ah Ping's room, specifically the bright red bedsheet. "Let us return to Ah Ping's room," he declared. The others, bewildered yet compelled to follow, accompanied him to her chamber. Upon entering, Lin Qingxuan approached the bed. Initially, he perceived the red sheets as ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the peculiar dampness. What could this be? He pondered. Chapter 18. A Tragic Conclusion. Kuei stepped forward to touch it, confirming it was indeed soaked with some liquid. Lin Qingxuan lifted the quilt, eager to unveil its contents. The others moved closer to assist. Just as they prepared to unzip the sheets, another conversation erupted from outside. She is dead. What shall we do? If the prominent family learns of this, we will not escape, lamented Ping's mother. The money has been received. The body must be delivered, replied her husband. How will we send her? They require a living person, she protested. We shall place her in the coffin, seal it, and casually find someone to serve as a scapegoat. Claiming that the coffin was accidentally sealed shut, he resolved. Very well, she acquiesced. The dialogue ceased. Yang Yi exclaimed in frustration. How can they even call themselves parents? Li Chang reassured him. Calm down. It is merely a script. After absorbing the conversation, Lin Qingxuan resumed pulling apart the sheets. Inside lay a flimsy, poorly made bright red wedding gown, yet one small section of the right sleeve was pure white. Kuei promptly extracted the sheer wedding attire from the sheets. During the process of retrieving the wedding attire, a note fell from the pocket. To my dear Ping, it read. Lin Qingxuan remarked, let us depart. It is time to conclude. He led the way, holding the vibrant red wedding garment. Kuei turned back to the lounge to fetch a Zhongshan suit. Yang Yi and Li Chang followed closely behind. The previously restless elements outside had fallen silent. The group arrived at the ancestral hall, where Lin Qingxuan and Kuei each placed their garments into 2 coffins. Subsequently, they approached the table to fill out a questionnaire. Upon completion, the hall illuminated with normal lighting. Yet a somber atmosphere enveloped the space. The figure in the Zhongshan suit emerged from a concealed door at the back of the hall. Firstly, congratulations to all. This script has reached its conclusion, he announced. Lin Qingxuan inquired, are all the answers correct? The Zhongshan suit replied, not entirely. Some clues remain undiscovered, leaving portions of the truth unresolved. Kuei asked, could you elucidate for us? The Zhongshan suit simplified. Ping introduced Kai to her parents, but their disapproval was certain. Kai, left with no option, sought to earn money. You overlooked numerous clues, such as the fact that Kai was the one who murdered the aristocratic youth. Someone had referred Kai to a job that required him to eliminate the aristocrat, promising a substantial reward, an enticing offer for a destitute young man in urgent need of funds. Kai took the life of the aristocrat on his way home one night. After receiving his payment, he went to Ping's residence, yet her parents demanded an exorbitant sum, deeming his earnings insufficient. At this juncture, the aristocrats approached Ping's parents, attempting to purchase their daughter for a ghost marriage, as certain outdated customs still prevailed in that era. Ping's father, a gambling addict, had squandered nearly all their wealth and mortgaged their home, desperately needing money to recover. After receiving the payment, he planned to send Ping away, but she resolutely refused and intended to elope with Kai. Kai penned a letter to Ping, inviting her to meet in a small grove. However, the letter was intercepted by her parents. Ping's father then arranged for Kai's assassination, burying him in that very grove. Unbeknownst to her, Ping overheard her parents discussing Kai's demise and realized she was to be wed to a corpse. Consumed by resentment and despair, she donned the inexpensive wedding attire gifted by Kai and took her own life on the bed. Ultimately, it was revealed that Ping was sent for a ghost marriage. The story concludes in tragedy. Yang Yi remarked, so, there were so many clues left undiscovered? Kuei responded, it suffices. After all, it was our first attempt. Lin Qingxuan queried, so the heroine was unaware that Kai had killed the aristocrat? The Zhongshan suit affirmed this. Lin Qingxuan could only attribute the unfolding events to the butterfly effect, emphasizing Ping's innocence. Li Chang lamented, it feels as though we accomplished nothing, merely fleeing. The Zhongshan suit urged, let us depart. Everyone, I shall escort you out. Once outside, they gathered their personal belongings and exchanged farewells with the front desk and the attendant in the Zhongshan suit. Lin Qingxuan picked up his phone and noticed a message from his senior. However, 2 hours have already elapsed. Anxiously, I replied to my senior. Orange, what is up, senior? I was just playing an escape room game and didn't bring my phone. White Lemon was preparing to message the junior, contemplating whether he wished to dine. Seaweed rice ball. Oh, I see. Then you continue your game. Orange, is there something on your mind? Seaweed rice ball. No. I merely wanted to ask if you would join me for a meal, but since you're out, I shall let it be. Lin Qingxuan felt he had missed a further opportunity, his face filled with regret, for he had already made plans with his roommates. He would never prioritize romantic interests over friendships. In truth, he felt shy. Aside from his daily interactions with his mother, he had scarcely dared to engage with other women. Unsure of how to navigate such encounters, he could only respond with regret. Orange, how about next time? I'll treat you, senior. White lemon. Noticing the junior's proactive invitation, felt victory was already within reach. Seaweed rice ball, sounds good. Orange, then I'll head out to play with my roommates. Goodbye, senior. Seaweed rice ball, farewell. Kuewen, what are you up to? Why are you grinning at your phone, secretly chatting with a stunning beauty? Lin Qingxuan, nothing. I'm just replying to my mother's message. Yang Yi, just let him brag. It could very well be a conversation with a gorgeous girl. Li Chong, which one? Lin Qingxuan, hey, what do you mean which one? Why do I sound like a scoundrel? Yang Yi, is it not so? Just a few days into school. And you've already charmed 2 beautiful girls. Lin Qingxuan swiftly changed the subject. All right, let us find a place to eat. I'm famished. Kuewen recalled a particular Hunan restaurant that was quite good and decided to take everyone there. Kuewen, let us take a taxi. I know a great place. Lin Qingxuan, holding his phone, ordered a taxi while browsing nearby eateries, planning to bring his senior there next time. The group waited by the roadside for their ride. Before long, a car arrived and stopped beside them, and they all climbed in, heading to the restaurant. White Lemon, glancing at the time, realized it was nearly evening and prepared to awaken Xia Wenli for their culinary adventure. White Lemon called out towards Xia Wenli's direction. Xia Wenli, wake up. How long have I been asleep? How long? It's almost dark out. So long. Should we go eat? All right, I'll change my clothes. White Lemon sat beneath the table, awaiting Xia Wenli to finish dressing. Just then, the dormitory door swung open. He-Jin, ding ding ding. Guess who's back? He-Jin held a large bag filled with various snacks. White Lemon, why did you buy so much food? Are you opening a restaurant? He-Jin, what are you talking about? This is specially for you too. Xia Wenli, catching a whiff of the aroma, peeked her head out. Xia Wenli, it smells so good. He-Jin, of course. I brought back Peking duck from outside. Come down and eat. He-Jin placed the food on the table and, while waiting for Xiao Wenli to come down, cleared a space on the table. Bai Ming asked, shall we watch a movie? He-Jin replied, sure. Please bring over the notebook. Bai Ming set the notebook on He-Jin's desk and plugged it back in. The two began searching for an entertaining film. Wenli, having shed her outerwear and changed into pajamas, joined them by pulling her chair closer. He-Jin suggested, let's find a movie first. We can enjoy our meal slowly. Bai Ming inquired, a horror film or a romance? Wenli exclaimed, oh, I can't bear to watch horror. He-Jin reassured her, we're both here, don't be afraid. They eventually settled on a horror movie rated 95. As they opened the food, neatly arranging it on the table, Bai Ming was about to hit play when her phone vibrated. A junior sent her pictures of a feast. Citrus texted, senior, you should try this place next time. It's delicious. Seaweed rice ball replied, will you take me, or will you leave me to go alone? At that moment, Lin Qingxuan felt a warm flush from her phone. Seriously, this sister is too much. I can't handle it. Seaweed rice ball continued, why aren't you replying? Am I going alone? Fine then. Citrus insisted, no, we'll go together. Bai Ming chuckled at her phone. The junior was too easy to tease. He-Jin asked, what are you laughing at over there? Bai Ming responded, oh, I just came across a funny short video. Oh, really? He-Jin replied, all right, I'm starting the playback now. Unbeknownst to Wenli, the scales of victory had begun to tip in Bai Ming's favor. Chapter 19. Warmth is a norm sated and satisfied. But this cannot be spoken of. Saying it would lead to disapproval. The group finished their meal of Hunan cuisine and was about to hail a cab back to school. Yang Yi exclaimed, hey, I have an idea. Lin Qingxuan asked, what is it? Yang Yi continued, tomorrow is military training. And I remember seeing a short video suggesting that placing sanitary pads in military shoes makes them much more comfortable. Kuewen asked, is that effective? Li Chong expressed his skepticism. I don't find that very reliable. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan identified a crucial issue, regardless of its effectiveness. I have one question. Who is going to buy the sanitary pads? Upon hearing this critical question, the group fell silent. Yet, as if by a shared instinct, all three turned their gaze toward Yang Yi. Kuewen stated, whoever proposes it should buy it. I've said my piece. Who agrees, who disagrees? Yang Yi protested. Are you kidding me? Li Chong voiced his support. I agree. Lin Qingxuan declared, then it's settled. Yang Yi retorted, do you not consider me a person? Settled? Where's the joy in that? I'm not going, and whoever wants to can go. Then you go inside to buy it, and we'll wait for you outside. I'm not going. This is utterly mortifying. I would rather die than go. Upon witnessing this, Kuei-wen turned to Li Chong and shouted, Xiangzi, come. Increase the intensity for him. Li Chong formed a fist with both hands, the knuckles cracking audibly. I will accompany you. I would rather perish than go. One must have integrity. Kuei-wen suggested, how about this? Later, I will have Qingxian introduce you to a big sister. Lin Qingxuan frowned. A look of confusion crossing his face as if to say, where am I supposed to find him a big sister? Yang Yi interjected, lies, more lies. Where will he get one for me? Kuei-wen approached Lin Qingxian, pointing at his face. Take a good look at this face. Do you think he could manage it? Yang Yi cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingxian's enviable visage and suddenly felt that this could actually happen. For him, having a capable girlfriend would be quite delightful. All right, I'll go, but if there's no big sister at the end, I'll make you all pay. The three of them watched as the deceived Yang Yi quickly made his way toward the convenience store, bursting into laughter. Lin Qingxian remarked, but seriously, where will I find a big sister for him? I don't even have one myself. Kuei-wen replied, when the time comes. You could just feign some charm and ask for a planetary number to send to him. Lin Qingxian retorted, how can your 36-degree mouth utter such chilling words? Li Chong, also wanting a big sister's planetary number, looked at Lin Qingxian with a shy demeanor. Lin Qingxian, noticing Xiangzi's awkwardness, instinctively covered his backside. Changgu, don't play this way. I'm frightened. I truly like women. No, that's not what I meant. I was asking if you could help me get one as well. You should have said so earlier. I'm genuinely scared by your antics. Kuei-wen laughed heartily. Ha ha. A male on top of a male. Lin Qingxian exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Yang Yi was still searching for sanitary pads, having inspected several shelves without finding them. He considered asking the store attendant, but was inexplicably shy and hesitated. With a sigh, he contemplated trying another store. Just as he took a few steps toward the exit, he noticed an inconspicuous shelf displaying various brands of sanitary pads. However, Yang Yi was unsure which one to choose and stood there pondering for a moment before deciding to grab a random pack. He approached the checkout with his chosen item. Eagerly, he asked how much it cost, wanting to settle the bill and leave swiftly. After completing the transaction, the attendant inexplicably smiled at Yang Yi, causing his face to flush instantly. What was that smile about? Yang Yi, still blushing, hurried back to the others. Lin Qingxian exclaimed, what happened? Why is your face so red? Yang Yi replied, don't even mention it. Hurry up and call a taxi back to school. That attendant smiled at me when I bought this stuff. Kuei-wen burst into laughter. Ha! Li Chong added, do you think this size will fit? Yang Yi glanced at the sanitary napkin in his hand and suddenly realized, oh no, I forgot. However, this one seems rather large. It should suffice. Kuei-wen suggested, why not give it a try when we get back? While waiting for the bus to return to school, shrieks occasionally echoed from the girls' dormitory. Winley exclaimed, I can't bear to watch. I'm terrified. He-jin comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Seizing the moment, He-jin embraced little Winley. Wearing a triumphant grin, Winley turned to Bai Meng and asked, aren't you scared? Bai Meng replied, not at all. It's not frightening. He-jin turned her gaze to Bai Meng, saying, exactly, she's not afraid. She's covering her eyes, not even looking. Realizing she had been caught, Bai Meng quickly placed her hands on her knees, feigning bravery. I wasn't covering my eyes. I've been watching the whole time. It's someone else whose hands are wandering. He-jin hurriedly withdrew her hand from Bai Meng's thigh. Hee, I was just nervous. When I'm anxious, I tend to touch things. Bai Meng rolled her eyes at her. Thus, the three girls continued, one covering her eyes, another burying her head in her pajamas, while the last one took advantage of the situation to tease the two beside her. Buzzing, Bai Meng wondered who had messaged her. She pulled out her phone to check. A junior had sent a photo taken on the bus. Is this on your way back to school? Asked Zitsai Riceball. Yes, replied Ganju. Then send it to me. Are you notifying me of your itinerary? Lin Qingxian finally realized. Oh right, why did I send it to my senior? Having tasted the sweetness of their previous exchanges, he subconsciously regarded his senior as his girlfriend. Are you blushing again? Zitsai Riceball teased. Not at all, Ganju asserted. Or are you just missing me? Lin Qingxian was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling his face grow warm, the temperature rising like a kettle boiling. Ganju, Zitsai Riceball exclaimed. All right, I'm just teasing you. Remember, we have military training tomorrow. Be cautious with sun protection. Okay, Ganju responded. He-jin observed Bai Meng giggling at her phone once more, feeling that something was amiss. Something's definitely up. After Bai Meng set her phone aside, She resumed watching the horror film with her roommates. When Lin Qingxuan and the others returned to school, Xiangzi and Kuiwen went to the supermarket to buy water, while Lin Qingxuan and Yang Yi headed back to their dormitory. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, "Do you have feelings for the counselor?" Lin Qingxuan was taken aback by the unexpected question. "No, not at all." "Still pretending?" "During the last meeting. Your gaze never left her. Are you really not interested?" Lin Qingxuan admitted, "You caught me. I do quite like Senior Bai Meng." "Who asked you?" Yang Yi joked. "If you like her, go for it. I've got your back." Just then, the dormitory door creaked open as Xiangzi entered, carrying a case of mineral water, followed closely by Kuiwen. Chapter 20. Modeling well is being willful. Lin Qingxuan observed as the two carried a case of bottled water. "What? Is the world outside ending?" he exclaimed. "Why on earth did you buy a whole case?" Yang Yi exaggeratedly replied, "We could have just ordered a water dispenser for tomorrow. This is sheer waste of money." Kuiwen, having already made the purchase, remarked, "If we go out, we can just take a bottle with us, saving us another trip." Li Chang chimed in, "One must be prepared. If the day comes when water is scarce, this case could very well be a lifesaver." He placed the water in the corner of the dormitory before settling into his chair at the desk. "What were you two discussing just now?" Lin Qingxuan inquired. "Oh, nothing much," replied Yang Yi. "Just that Qingxuan has a fondness for Senior Bai Meng." Lin Qingxuan abruptly turned to Yang Yi. "Is that so?" Yang Yi confirmed, "Yes, indeed." Kuiwen, catching the scent of gossip, quickly joined the fray. "And what about the adorable senior?" Lin Qingxuan admitted, "She is quite charming. But my heart belongs to Senior Bai Meng." Li Chang interjected, "So, do you still have a chance with her?" Lin Qingxuan responded, "Didn't I mention before? I added that senior through my cousin." Kuiwen proposed, "Is there a possibility that the adorable senior harbors feelings for you?" Li Chang suddenly erupted, "What the hell?" The three turned their gazes toward him. "What's wrong? Did you lose your mind?" Li Chang retorted, "Why would any girl like you?" Kuiwen pointed at Lin Qingxuan's face and nodded at Li Chang. Though no words were exchanged, the silence spoke volumes. Li Chang scrutinized Lin Qingxuan's face, then glanced at his own reflection on his phone screen. "Ah, modeling well is indeed a privilege." Lin Qingxuan admonished, "Don't flatter too much." Yang Yi chimed in, "How dare you say that?" Unbeknownst to Lin Qingxuan, Senior Wenli harbored feelings for him. His thoughts were solely consumed by Senior Bai Meng. Meanwhile, the girls' dormitory had concluded its horror movie session, transitioning to nightly routines and lounging in bed with their phones. Bai Meng donned her adorable dog-themed pajamas. After washing up, she climbed into bed. Wenli remained absorbed in the earlier horror film, now somewhat reluctant to venture to the restroom. He-Jin wore a mischievous smile. "Afraid to enter the restroom? Would you like me to accompany you?" Wenli quickly replied, "No, but could you wait for me outside?" He sure. He-Jin approached and playfully patted Wenli on the backside. "You're all grown up, afraid of ghosts? Hurry along." Wenli hesitated, resembling a child caught in mischief. She pushed the door open, entered the restroom, and flicked on the light, scanning every corner, even the ceiling and behind the door. Once reassured, she locked the door in one swift motion. He-Jin teased, "Wenli, I can hear sounds." The restroom echoed Wenli's response. "Cover your ears. Don't listen." He-Jin replied, "No, I want to listen." In truth, He-Jin hadn't heard anything. She simply wished to tease Wenli. A moment later, the sound of flushing echoed from the restroom. Wenli exclaimed, "You little rascal." He-Jin gazed at Wenli's perky figure, unable to resist giving her a few playful pats. He-Jin remarked, "All right, I'm heading to bed now. I hardly heard anything." Wenli pouted, letting out a soft hum before turning to freshen up. Bai Meng lay on her bed, scrolling through short videos, but soon succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Meanwhile, a message arrived from her junior. "Ganju, sister, are you asleep?" Bai Meng heard her phone ring and groggily fumbled around for it on her pillow, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and she drifted off once more. Lin Qingxuan, noticing the lack of response from his senior, assumed she had already fallen asleep and chose not to disturb her, merely wishing to bid her good night. At that moment, Director Lei sent a message to the entire group. "Director Lei, starting tomorrow, military training will commence. You must arrive at the playground before 9 a.m. There will be a 2-hour break at noon, and training will resume at 2 p.m., continuing until 5 p.m. This schedule will remain for almost the next 2 weeks. Any changes will be communicated." Yang Yi's furious roar erupted from his bed. "Yang Yi, I can't take it. I don't want to do military training." Kuiwen responded, "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's as if someone is forcing you to train." Li Chang added, "It's just half a month, and the timing isn't too bad." 6 hours will pass swiftly. Lin Qingxuan sighed. Alas, I'll end up as dark as coal, resembling someone who smuggled in from Africa. Yang Yi exclaimed, what about sunscreen? Who even has that? What is sunscreen? It's too late to buy any now. Yang Yi suggested, how about you borrow some from the girls in class? Qingxuan. Lin Qingxuan shot back, why don't you ask? Do you really think I'm a heartthrob? Yang Yi pondered for a moment. Isn't that the case? Kuei-wen interjected, all right. Get him to say it later. Lin Qingxuan chuckled. Ha ha, I love hearing this. Li Chang declared, enough, guys, let's sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. Yang Yi called out, wait. Qingxuan, turn off the lights. Lin Qingxuan retorted, oh no, have I truly become the light switch administrator? Ha ha. Who told you to just sit there? It's a consensus. Reluctantly, he got out of bed to switch off the lights, then crawled back into bed in the dark. Lin Qingxuan stared at the pitch-black ceiling, his mind filled with thoughts of Senior Bai Ming. The night deepened, and the boy slipped into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself by the seaside, the gentle ocean breeze caressing him. A girl approached from afar, her hair dancing in the wind, her smile radiant. Upon locking eyes, the boy's heart raced with anxiety. The girl, however, playfully smiled and took his hand. They strolled along the beach, leaving footprints that belonged solely to them. With each step the girl took echoing joyfully in the boy's heart. The next morning, the scorching sun streamed into the dormitory. The indoor temperature gradually rose. Early riser Li Chang, after attending to his morning routine, prepared to awaken everyone. Today, Kuei-wen had risen particularly late. However, the other two remained steadfast in their efforts. Li Chang climbed onto each bed to rouse the slumbering souls. Come on, rise and shine, my young lads. He urged. Kuei-wen replied, just the thought of military training leaves me utterly drained. Lin Qingxuan, reluctant to disrupt his pleasant dreams, was jolted by the harsh realities of life. Yang Yi lamented. Can we not go? Wouldn't it be better to head straight to class without this military training nonsense? Kuei-wen retorted, why not call the director and explain? Just say you were struck by a truck on the highway yesterday and now you're paralyzed. Li Chang chimed in. That's the key to another world. Exactly, Kuei-wen agreed. Yang Yi, not amused, responded to the two. How foolish. If I could skip, I would have done so already. Kuei-wen urged, enough of that. Hurry down. We might still grab some breakfast. Noticing Lin Qingxuan's lack of movement, Li Chang ascended the bed again to shake him awake. Kuei-wen observed that Qingxuan lay motionless like a lifeless object. Qiangzi, get your pants off. Kuei-wen shouted. Li Chang quickly replied, all right. Lin Qingxuan, genuinely fearing Li Chang's approach, immediately sprang up. Chapter 21. Slacking off, Lin Qingxuan exclaimed, I'm awake. I'm awake. No need for that. I'm coming down now. Kuei-wen remarked, this method works every time. Next time, if I can't wake you, Qiangzi will just have to come up and give you a massage. Lin Qingxuan replied, let us skip that. Using sneaky tactics on a brother isn't right. Next time, aim that at Ai instead. Yang Yi, at the wash basin, grumbled, what the hell? Is that directed at me? The group concluded their morning routine amidst laughter and joviality. After donning their military training uniforms, they proceeded to the nearest cafeteria. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a sea of camouflage uniforms. Yang Yi exclaimed, wow, so many people? How am I supposed to eat? Kuei-wen lamented, how are we going to win the lunchtime scramble? Li Chang urged, let us head upstairs to take a look. It's 8 a.m. now. And we still have an hour. Lin Qingxuan, unfazed, pulled out his phone to greet a senior. Good morning, senior. Have you had breakfast yet? He texted. Seeing Qingxuan seated on a cafeteria bench, engrossed in conversation, Kuei-wen chided, what are you doing? Everyone else is rushing for supplies, and you're just chatting? Lin Qingxuan replied, no rush, I'm timing it. When there are only 20 minutes left, we'll charge towards that breakfast window. How do you know there will be fewer people then? I didn't say there would be fewer, but I suspect everyone will be anxious on the first day and rush straight there. Such a gambler, one remarked. Sitting around waiting. Even if they go upstairs, they might not get anything. Before he could finish, Qiangzi and Yang Yi came down the stairs looking defeated. Yang Yi said, the upstairs is packed too. Are we going to starve on the first day? Li Chang, there are far too many people. The breakfast window upstairs has 3 lines of patrons. Lin Qingxuan, see, I told you so. Kuei-wen, indeed. Yang Yi, what are you two discussing? Lin Qingxuan, nothing important. Just come over and sit. We can buy later. Li Chang, why aren't you too anxious? Kuei-wen, there's no use in fretting. Come, let us sit and wait. The group, seemingly unfazed, settled onto the benches, scrolling through short videos on their phones without a hint of urgency. As crowds continued to flow in through the cafeteria's entrance, they were met with the sight of it brimming with people, prompting them to promptly seek alternative dining options. Even the upperclassmen were no exception. Upon seeing the sea of camouflage uniforms occupying the cafeteria, they had no choice but to retreat. In the girls' dormitory, Bai Meng groggily rose from her bed. Checking her phone for the time, it was still early. Just as she was about to change out of her pajamas, a message from a junior caught her attention. "You're up so early. Seaweed rice ball. Good morning. I just woke up. Have you eaten yet?" Lin Qingxuan, upon observing the message from the senior, couldn't he help but let out a cold smirk. He then snapped a picture of the cafeteria overrun with students and sent it back. Bai Meng, upon seeing the dense crowd of camouflage uniforms, exclaimed, "There are so many people. Seaweed rice ball. So, no chance of getting anything? Citrus. How could we compete with that? We can only sit and wait now. Seaweed rice ball. Ha. I experienced that too in my freshman year. Sometimes I couldn't even get breakfast and would have to buy bread the night before to serve as my morning meal. Citrus. Oh right. How did I not think of that? Seaweed rice ball. You're silly. Citrus. Hee hee. Seaweed rice ball. Enough of that. Hurry and get in line. I'll come by after my class to check on you." Lin Qingxuan felt a surge of excitement upon reading the senior's intent to visit him, though Bai Meng clearly stated she would check on them. For Lin Qingxuan, the word "them" seemed to vanish from his mind. Citrus. All right. See you later, senior. Seaweed rice ball. Goodbye. Lin Qingxuan felt invigorated, thinking, what ridiculous military training. I will conquer it. Shortly after, as the crowd began to thin, they managed to queue and secure their breakfast. Upon reaching the sports field, they found a large patch of artificial turf designated for soccer, surrounded by a circular rubber track and a fenced-off basketball court. The standout feature was a spacious viewing platform equipped with large sunshades, boasting commendable facilities. Various instructors donned in suits and ties awaited their students on the circular track, and those in the know understood this was military training. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a matchmaking event. On the first day, the homeroom teachers were required to introduce the students to the military training instructors. Yang, contentedly savoring his delightful breakfast by the trash can, remarked, "Ah, having breakfast is such a joy. Lin Qingxuan, you seem as if you haven't had breakfast." Yang, wasn't it almost that I didn't get any? Lin Qingxuan, however, there's no need to eat next to the trash can. Come a bit closer. No wonder it smells so foul. Director Lei, not far away, noticed a few individuals and began waving at them. After all, there was a minor incident during the first meeting, and Director Lei still remembered them well. Kuei-wen spotted Director Lei waving in their direction. Kuei-wen, is that Director Lei? Is he signaling to us? Yang, what is he waving at us for? He could be gesturing to other teachers. Lin Qingxuan, I have a feeling he is indeed waving at us. Li Chong squinted into the distance, where Director Lei was already approaching. Li Chong, no need to speculate. Look, he is indeed coming over here. Yang, is he coming to reprimand me? Kuei-wen, surely not. Let us go and see. The group hurriedly made their way towards Director Lei. Director Lei, why do you all prefer to eat near the trash can? Lin Qingxuan, haha. It's convenient for throwing away garbage. Director Lei, yet you still complain about civility. Yang interjected. That is not true. We are the future of our country. The rising sun. Director Lei, enough of your banter. Come over and help me organize the equipment. Yang, Director Lei, we Haven T even started military training. And you want to put us through it already? Director Lei, you're unwilling to be lazy? Then I'll find other students. Lin Qingxuan, no. We're happy to do this. Lead the way. Upon hearing the word lazy, Yang immediately became eager to please. Yang, if only you'd mentioned it earlier. We're all eager to help. This task is ours. Director Lei shot Yang a glance before leading them to a room beneath the observation platform, filled with various sports equipment. Director Lei, you all should organize this equipment. I'll tell the instructor you're assisting. Before leaving, he added, by the way, don't take too long. Some students may feel discontented. Lin Qingxuan, rest assured. Yang, absolutely. Director Lei, we understand. We 1T overstay our welcome. It seems Director Lei is quite amiable. After Director Lei departed, they pulled a gymnastics mat from the disarray of equipment. Sitting down, they took out their phones and began organizing the gear. Chapter 22. Whose soldiers are we? The group was reveling in the equipment room. They sprawled across the gymnastics mat, engrossed in short videos while the sounds of military training echoed outside. with no sunlight piercing through the room. Life was blissful. Yang Yi, it's almost 10 o'clock, everyone. We should head out. Lin Qingxuan glanced at the time, stood up, and stretched. Lin Qingxuan, it's about time. The brothers are all up and ready to start working. The group began to divide tasks, with Xiangzi at the forefront transporting equipment. He passed it to those behind him until the last person commenced organizing and arranging. This arduous task was completed in a remarkably short time. Yang Yi, phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Qingxuan shot him an irritated glance. Lin Qingxuan, exhausted, you say? You were just passing things to Xiangzi at the back. Do you really have the nerve? Yang Yi, hey, just admit I did my part. Kuei-wen, enough of this bickering. Instead of wasting time, we might as well rest a bit longer. We'll head out in about 10 minutes. Li Chong suddenly pondered a question. Li Chong, by the way, I have a question. What question could your little mind possibly have? Li Chong, which instructor are we assigned to? The three of them experienced a simultaneous shock. Yang Yi, huh? I have no idea. Kuei-wen, I forgot to ask the director earlier. What now? Lin Qingxuan, what else can we do? Hurry and ask. Kuei-wen took out his phone, hastily locating Director Lei's number in the group chat and dialing it. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Oh, this is bad. Old Lei is on another call. Lin Qingxuan, try again. After hanging up, Kuei-wen repeatedly dialed a few times. Kuei-wen, still busy. Yang Yi, old dang. When I need something, you refuse to answer your phone. There was a small window in the equipment room, but it was higher than Li Chong. He tiptoed to peer outside. He noticed several dozen teams on the playground. Yang Yi, Changgu, what is going on out there? Li Chong, there are probably dozens of teams outside. How are we supposed to find ours? Lin Qingxuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Here's the plan. When they take a break outside, we'll go out and look for the chief instructor on the observation deck. Yang Yi, what do we need the chief instructor for? That would be mortifying. Lin Qingxuan, no, the chief instructor has a microphone. We can explain the situation and ask him to help us find our team. Kuei-wen, well, that could work. Li Chong, I have a strange feeling about this. Yang Yi, Changgu, don't say that. Every time you have a premonition, it always comes true. Thus, the group cautiously opened the door of the equipment room and peered outside. A certain instructor shouted at the teams before him. Stand straight. What are you moving for? If I see anyone moving, the entire team will be penalized with an additional 10 minutes. Yang Yi, look at that. If it falls into his hands, we might as well be done for. Li Chong, quick, look over there. There's a female instructor. Where? I don't see her. Wait, why does that female instructor seem taller than I am? The female instructor was inspecting her team, hoping to catch any soldiers who were restless. Just then, the group was able to catch a glimpse of the instructor's profile. Li Chong, so impressive. Yang Yi, my goodness, this is truly stunning. Kuei-wen, that face possesses a touch of the Ice Queen allure. Lin Qingxuan cast a glance, letting out a soft hum, pondering to herself that Senior Bai Meng is the epitome of beauty. Lin Qingxuan gathered the group. Lin Qingxuan, pay attention. Have we begun our break? If so, we should head out now. At that moment, a robust and hearty voice resonated from outside. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. Lin Qingxuan recognized that the moment had arrived. Quickly, let us go. Let us find the chief instructor on stage. The group stealthily opened the door and, upon reaching the steps, dashed up. The chief instructor had just given his orders and was seated when he noticed several figures in camouflage approaching him with a look of surprise. What brings you here? Lin Qingxuan. Hello, instructor. We were just called by our homeroom teacher to assist. Is there something you need now? Yang Yi, it's just that our homeroom teacher didn't inform us which team we belong to. The chief instructor chuckled at this. Li Chong discreetly whispered to Kuei-wen. I have a feeling something is about to go awry. Kuei-wen scratched his head, not quite grasping the meaning behind Chong's words. What could possibly go wrong? The subsequent actions of the chief instructor caused the group to feel utterly mortified. He picked up the microphone connected to the playground sound system, poised to speak. But first inquired of them, by the way, which class are you from? Lin Qingxuan, software engineering class. But instructor, what is this about? Isn't this to help you find your team? Ahem, software engineering class, please stand. The crowd below exchanged bewildered glances towards the viewing platform. Hadn't they just been told to rest? What was happening? Why were they suddenly called to stand? Although reluctant, the software engineering students complied with the command and rose. The chief instructor pointed at the group. You come forward. At that moment, the group wished they could find a corner to hide in. Hurry, what are you doing? Lin Qingxuan, instructor, this. It's fine, come here. Lin Qingxuan and the others lowered their military caps significantly, tilting their heads to the side, fearful of anyone below recognizing their faces. Thus, they stood on stage like children caught in wrongdoing. The chief instructor remarked, "These soldiers seem lost. Could the instructor of the software engineering class come up to claim them?" The crowd finally understood that they were, in fact, searching for their team, which prompted a ripple of laughter. Hearing the laughter, the group buried their heads even lower. Who came up with this ridiculous idea? Strong brother, did your mouth just open to invite trouble? Now, they had become the center of attention. I told you something was going to happen. At that moment, the ice-cold beauty of an instructor they had spied on earlier approached the viewing platform. Yang Yi, hey, isn't that the female instructor from earlier? Lin Qingxuan, is she our instructor? In the past half-month, Xiwen felt his eyes were indulged. Li Chong chuckled, while the other two cast disdainful glances his way. Brother Chong, you are rather lewd, one remarked. Don't behave like this, you'll have a girlfriend someday, another added. You must not tread the path of crime, a third cautioned. Li Chong, bewildered, responded, what on earth are you all talking about? At that moment, the female instructor approached them. You all have certainly brought me quite the reputation on your first day, she remarked, before speaking to the chief instructor and leading the group away. Instructor, how did you know we were your soldiers? Yang Yi inquired. What is your name, instructor? Xiwen asked. Li Chong remained silent, his gaze fixated on the instructor's alluring figure, accentuated by the military attire that highlighted her toned silhouette and long legs, exuding both elegance and sensuality. The instructor's silence seemed to forebode trouble, and Lin Qingxuan sensed they were in for a rough time. They followed the instructor to the front of the formation. Chapter 23, The Unmasked Ruse. The instructor pointed to a few individuals behind her. These are the missing soldiers. Let us get acquainted. One soldier in the formation could not contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Come here, she commanded. Get into a squat position. No way, instructor. I was wrong, came the protest. No more chatter, move quickly. Yang Yi whispered to Lin Qingxuan, I have a feeling we're in for it now. You don't say. Haven't you seen that poor soul squatting? The instructor turned to the group and introduced herself. My name is Wenxin, and I will be leading your military training for the next half-month. Yang Yi, still playful, responded, all right, sister one. The instructor frowned slightly, and Lin Qingxuan sensed impending doom. Now squat down. I said squat down. Li Chong was the first to comply, followed closely by Lin Qingxuan. Xiwen and Yang Yi hesitated until they saw the two in position. Why are we squatting, sister one? Yang Yi inquired. It's nothing, just squat for now. I didn't say you three, so why are you squatting? Oh right. The other three, except Yang Yi, chuckled quietly as they stood up. Sister one, this isn't fair. Why must I be the only one squatting? He protested. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Perhaps a few laps will satisfy you, she retorted, prompting Yang Yi to quickly close his mouth. You three, fall in line. The trio walked to the back of the formation, seeking the comfort of the last row. Once the farce of locating their place concluded, Instructor Wenxin announced that the task for the day was to stand at attention. After nearly 10 minutes in a squat, Yang Yi struggled to rise, allowing blood to circulate to his feet before joining the others at the back. The morning training concluded with half-hour intervals of standing at attention in two formations. During the period of standing at attention, Lin Qingxuan awaited the appearance of Bai Meng. Unfortunately, she did not show up until the morning military training concluded, leaving him with a sigh of disappointment. Yang Yi called out to Lin Qingxuan, who stood in a daze. What are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll miss your meal. Oh right, I'm coming. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its harsh rays pouring down. Bai Meng's hair, drenched in sweat, clung tightly to her forehead, with beads of perspiration cascading down like pearls. I wish I could go back and rest. Just then, her phone vibrated. Citrus, Senior, remember to eat. Bai Meng suddenly recalled their plan to visit them for lunch. I forgot. It's all the homeroom teacher's fault for dragging me into handling materials. I'll go see them this afternoon. Seaweed rice ball, okay. I'll come eat after I finish up. Citrus, you really are a busy person, Senior. Seaweed rice ball? There's nothing I can do. The homeroom teacher keeps asking me to do tasks all day. Citrus, it's hot. Remember to drink more water. How thoughtful of her. Upon sensing the concern from her senior, Lin Qingxuan's feelings of disappointment were instantly dispelled. However, he soon devised a plan. Citrus, can you bring me some water in the afternoon, Senior? The cafeteria is too crowded, and I can't buy any. Bai Meng immediately saw through his ruse. Such a small trick was hardly impressive. Yet, knowing it was a trap, she still felt compelled to step into it, as their hearts were mutually drawn to one another. Seaweed rice ball. Sure, I have no classes in the afternoon. Do you want mineral water or something else? Upon seeing Bai Meng fall for the scheme, Lin Qingxuan revealed a sly grin. Little did he know, Bai Meng had already seen through it. After all, he was still the same old Chu Nan. Citrus, really? Just mineral water will do. Seaweed rice ball. All right, I'll get busy now. Bye. Citrus. Bye, senior. After replying to the message, Lin Qingxuan immediately stood up from his chair, raising his right fist in triumph, signaling that he had emerged victorious this time. However, his actions attracted curious glances from those around him. Yang Yi, what are you doing? Sit down. Everyone is watching you. Kuei-wen, what is going on that you're so happy? Li Chang continued to eat his meal. Lin Qingxuan paid no mind to the gazes surrounding him, simply continuing to celebrate his small victory. You'll see this afternoon. What is so mysterious? Hey, you're keeping secrets now too? At this moment, Li Chang had already gotten up to get a second bowl of rice. Kuei-wen, Xiangzi has quite the appetite. It's so hot today, I really can't eat anymore. Lin Qingxuan, even if you can't eat, you must eat. Otherwise, how will you endure the afternoon? That female tyrant is too terrifying. Yang Yi, you guys keep talking. Damn it, I was the only one squatting in front for 10 minutes. Lin Qingxuan, you are quite the social butterfly. Everyone else is called Instructor 1. Yet you directly address her as Sister 1. Kuei-wen, that's just how it is. You can't keep your mouth shut for even a moment. Yang Yi, isn't this simply an attempt to foster better relations? After a hearty meal, the group hurried back to their dormitory, freshened up, and then reclined comfortably on their beds with the air conditioning on. Yang Yi, what makes this school great? Its dormitories are equipped with air conditioning. Kuei-wen, without air conditioning, it's unbearable. Lin Qingxuan, is there still time to chat? Who is setting an alarm? Otherwise, we want to wake up later. Li Chang, I've set 45 alarms. That should suffice. All right, I can't take it any longer. I'm off to sleep. After an intensive morning of military training, their energy was utterly depleted. The chatter among them gradually faded into silence as they succumbed to sleep. After finishing her chores, Bai Meng also ventured to the cafeteria to find something to eat. At that moment, He-jin sent a message to Bai Meng. Long-eared elf. Hey, bye-bye. Shall we go out this afternoon? Seaweed rice ball. What time are we going? Long-eared elf. We can discuss it when you return to the dorm. Seaweed rice ball. All right. Bai Meng envisioned a delightful afternoon nap upon returning to her dorm, after which she would meticulously prepare herself to captivate the younger students. On her way back, she passed by a supermarket and bought cooling patches for the younger students. She decided to buy water later when she met them. Holding the cooling patches in her hand, she felt quite considerate, envisioning herself as a devoted wife and mother, laughing at her own thoughts. Suddenly realizing the absurdity of her musings, she promptly slapped her cheek to regain her composure. With a joyful heart, she approached the dormitory building. Ding 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 ding. The group was jolted awake by the blaring alarm clock. Is this alarm clock really that piercing? My heart feels uneasy. Strong brother set the alarm himself, but didn't he wake up? How ridiculous. Lin Qingxuan got out of bed, donned his military training uniform, and headed to the wash basin to splash some water on his face to wake himself up. Yang Yi, ugh, I really don't want to go. That female tyrant is sure to nitpick, as she always does in the morning. Kuei-wen, well, who told you to have a loose tongue? Lin Qingxuan, quickly wake up Chang and get ready to head downstairs. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Meng was greeted by a refreshing breeze. Bai Meng, it's so much more comfortable in the dormitory. He-jin, hearing Bai Meng's voice, poked his head out. Hey Bai, shall we go for a special meal this afternoon? Where to? Let us head to the city center and do some shopping. What about Xiao Wenli? Xiao Wenli is still out. I've already messaged her. All right then, but I need to be back before 7 p.m. for the dorm inspection. Oh, is that so? Let us head out a bit earlier then. 15:16 should be fine. Bai Meng glanced at the time. It was barely 1 p.m., allowing her to squeeze in another hour of sleep. Bai Meng, I'll take a short nap. Wake me at 2 p.m. He-jin grinned mischievously. Would you like to join me in bed? My bed is quite spacious. No, I want tea. After Bai Meng changed into her slippers, she approached the wash basin and wiped her face with a towel. Subsequently, she climbed into bed, donned her pajamas, and lay down. Her eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and she gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 24. A brotherly embrace. As a few individuals descended the stairs, they casually purchased water while passing by the supermarket. for the afternoon sun was exceptionally scorching. After procuring the water, they suddenly remembered a forgotten case of mineral water tucked away in a corner of their dormitory. Oh, isn't there a case of water in the dorm? I completely forgot about it, remarked Kuewen. Ah, we've already bought it. Who could possibly remember? The only thing I recall is the alarm clock's jarring sound, which made my heart race, Yang Yi sighed. Never mind, we can retrieve it next time, Li Chong reassured. Yang Yi noticed that Qingxuan held nothing in his hands and inquisitively asked, Aren't you buying any water? Are you a camel? With a confident puffing of his chest, Lin Qingxuan replied, Someone will bring it to me. Who? Who will deliver it? Patience, he responded nonchalantly. The trio exchanged knowing glances, preparing to playfully tease Lin Qingxuan. Chong, let us get him. He has been a riddle master all day, Yang Yi declared. Kuewen tossed the water to Yang Yi and immediately rushed to seize Lin Qingxuan. Seeing the opportunity, Chong rushed forward to embrace him and then lifted him high into the air. Don't catch me. Fear not. I assure you, I won't catch you. Chong replied with a smirk. After several rounds of this playful tossing, Lin Qingxuan felt dizzy. Almost made me rip my military training shoes. He exclaimed, Do you enjoy being a riddle master? Not far away, Instructor Wen Xian stood at the front of the line, glancing at her watch as she prepared to organize the troops. The group hurriedly scrambled to the back of the line, awaiting the next command. The loudspeakers on the playground crackled with static. All right, military training begins now. As the orders were issued, the instructors began to arrange the formations. Look left. Stand straight. Don't slouch. Align to the left. Maintain a distance of 15 centimeters. The new recruits obediently complied, executing the required movements. This afternoon, they would practice military posture, warming up first for 2 sets of 15 minutes, followed by a break. At this moment, Yang Yi began to complain again. This female tyrant is going to work us to death. We've already stood for an entire morning, and now this. Just as Lin Qingxuan was about to speak, he heard, Come to the front to speak. No one in the ranks responded. If there's no answer, the entire team will be punished. Yang Yi thought to himself, Does she have such sharp hearing? At this moment, Lin Qingxuan and the others patted the side of their pant legs, as if to convey to Yang Yi, Don't worry, my friend, I shall not betray you. Yang Yi assumed that was the implication. Just then, Kuewen raised his hand and pointed directly at Yang Yi. Instructor, it's him. Yang Yi's pupils dilated as he witnessed his brother betray him. In that moment, he tasted the bitter flavor of treachery. Yang Yi cast a resentful glance at a few individuals before stepping forward. It was I who spoke, he said, lowering his head in anticipation of punishment. A voice emerged from the back of the line, prompting Yang Yi to turn his gaze toward the group. Lin Qingxuan and several others were also brought forth. They patted their chests in mock solidarity, while Yang Yi feigned wiping away tears, though they were all struggling to suppress laughter. Ah, what a display of brotherly affection. In that case, you need not squat. Yang Yi exclaimed, What? Is it really that good? Li Chong interjected, Not quite. Kuewen remarked, This is bad. Lin Qingxuan instructed, All right. Go run a few laps to warm up, 3 laps and return. The 4 of them turned pale at once. The heat of the day made squatting seem preferable. The circular track measured 800 meters per lap. Kuewen said, Yang Yi, you owe us a meal this afternoon. Li Chong commented, 1,600 meters isn't too bad. Yang Yi retorted, Brother Chong, it's 2,400 meters. How did you learn your math? 2,400 meters? I can't handle that. Yang Yi exclaimed, If Brother Chong can't endure it, I surely will perish on the track. Lin Qingxuan lamented, Had I known, I wouldn't have accompanied you. This is pure torment. Yang Yi urged, Brothers, embrace me. Let your tears flow freely. Why are we still chatting? Off you go. The 4, resigned to their fate, began to run laps around the track. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jean playfully poked Bai Meng's cheek. Hey, stop fooling around. It's time to get up. Bai Meng rolled over. I'll get up shortly. Jean inquired. What do you plan to do at 2 o'clock? It's nearly 2:30. Upon hearing the time, Bai Meng sprang up, unfortunately colliding her head with Jean's face. Ouch! That hurt. Why did you get up so abruptly? Jean exclaimed. Bai Meng replied, Oh no, it hurts. I need to step outside for a moment. I'll be right back. Bai Meng swiftly pushed Jean off the bed and drew the curtain to change into her pre-prepared outfit, a short-sleeved white top paired with a slit light blue denim skirt. As she raised her arms, her shirt slightly lifted, revealing a glimpse of her delicate abs. The skirt accentuated her long and fair legs perfectly. After dressing, she sat at the table to apply light makeup. Observing this, He-jin eagerly approached with curiosity. Where are you off to? You look stunning. Oh, those legs. As He-jin spoke, she reached out to touch, but before she could, Bai Ming playfully swatted her hand away. You're so stingy. He-jin pouted. Bai Ming replied. I'm going out to meet someone. I'll return shortly. Just wait for me in the dorm. Let me just touch them once. He-jin pleaded, unable to resist. Bai Ming focused on her makeup. After Bai Ming finished preparing, she grabbed a sun umbrella and cooling patches she had bought for her junior, hurrying towards the playground. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan gasped, I can't go on. How many laps have we run? I really can't do this. Yang Yi had already collapsed on the ground. While Kuei-wen attempted to help him up, Yang Yi rolled on the ground, adamant in his refusal. Li Chong had completed 1.5 laps, exhaling heavily. Eager for it to conclude, was Lin Qingxuan truly going to finish the run? Such strictness. My waist aches terribly. With every breath, I feel pain. Kuei-wen helped Yang Yi to his feet, and the two began to walk slowly. At that moment, not far away, the female commander waved at them. Lin Qingxuan, look. Is she calling us? Li Chong squinted towards the female commander. It seems so. Don't run anymore, just stop. The group was already drenched in sweat. Lin Qingxuan wiped his brow with his sleeve, his back soaked and sticky, quite uncomfortable. Yang Yi, are you trying to kill us with this? Kuei-wen chided. You should really learn to control that mouth of yours. The group supported each other as they made their way back to their team. When Xin is giving you a 15-minute break, soon, we'll stand in formation, Yang Yi murmured. Damn it. What's that? When Xin replied. Haven't run enough? Lin Qingxuan interjected. That's enough, instructor. I truly can't run anymore. When Xin took a seat to rest. What is so funny back there? Do you want to run too? The ones in the back immediately fell silent. Who would want to run, especially with a daunting 2,400 meters ahead? Bai Ming walked to the convenience store and bought a bottle of chilled mineral water. Ah, so cold. She opened her sunshade and headed towards the playground. Chapter 25. Why should it be so? Upon arriving at the playground, dozens of teams were engaged in military training. How do I find them? Bai Ming sat on the observation platform, scanning the area for the younger students. At that moment, the chief instructor announced a 10-minute break. Bai Ming opened her sunshade and stepped off the playground, preparing to walk a lap around it when she spotted Wen Xin. Wen Xin, a junior and former female soldier, had come to Linhai University after her military service. The two had met outside of school. Upon seeing Wen Xin, Bai Ming realized where the younger students were. Previously, Director Lei had informed Bai Ming that Wen Xin was leading the software engineering class in military training. Bai Ming approached Wen Xin to greet her. At that moment, chatter arose from the surrounding teams. Hey, look at that girl. Wow, she's stunning. My wife. What do you mean your wife? She's mine. Enough of the bickering. I can't believe she came to the playground just to irritate me. Who's got yellow urine? Get him. Lin Qingxuan also noticed Bai Ming. And suddenly, all his fatigue vanished. Wow, she's truly beautiful. After chatting with Wen Xin for a bit, Bai Ming headed towards Lin Qingxuan. Look. She's coming towards me. It's me. Lin Qingxuan heard the commotion but chose to ignore it, knowing that Bai Ming had come for him. As Bai Ming approached, Lin Qingxuan immediately rose from the grass. After exchanging glances, both individuals felt their cheeks flush. Their embarrassment perhaps due to the sweltering heat or other factors. Bai Ming retrieved a cooling patch from her pocket and handed it, along with a chilled bottle of mineral water, to Lin Qingxuan. Here, take this and remember to apply it, she instructed. Lin Qingxuan, flustered, stammered his gratitude. Ah, thank you. Senior. Bai Ming smiled at him and made a gesture of encouragement. I'll take my leave now, good luck. All right, bye. Once Bai Ming had bid farewell to Wen Xin and departed, she hurried away from the playground, acutely aware of the multitude of stares fixated upon her, feeling quite uncomfortable. Lin Qingxuan stood frozen, clutching the cooling patch and the water gifted by his senior, gazing longingly in the direction she had gone. Already submerged in the sweet sea of love, he remained oblivious to the crowd around him, including Yang Yi and others, who were utterly astonished. Yang Yi, is this the secret you mentioned? Is this how you play it? Kuei-wen exclaimed. Why isn't he just a buddy? Why? Huh? Say something. At that moment, Li Chong could only fidget with the grass beneath his feet, speechless. Lin Qingxuan was jolted back to reality by his friends. Huh? What's wrong? What is going on? Look around. They're practically ready to end you right here. Lin Qingxuan glanced about and noticed that everyone staring at him was gritting their teeth. Oh, it's not that serious. Yang Yi, you're quite something. I'm already exhausted. And now I have to endure this love drama? Kuei-wen chimed in. Let us go eat. It's on you. I thought you were still in the crush phase, but it seems you've already moved on. Lin Qingxuan. Now you're officially my brother. Can you teach me? Li Chang implored. Lin Qingxuan replied, unwavering. Not yet. I haven't confessed, but it's coming soon. When Xian witnessed this exchange, noting that she had rarely seen him interact with girls. Just then, the chief instructor began issuing training commands, prompting everyone to rise and continue with their military drills. Bai Meng, covering her face, left the playground, exclaiming, what have I just done? So many people, how embarrassing. However, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the younger student in a hat. Bai Meng took out her phone, contemplating whether to ask He-Jin if they should go out now. Little golden retriever, should we head out now? No, you finish your business first? Yes. That's why I'm checking if you want to go out now. Come back first. Let us wait for Xiao Wenli. She'll be back soon. We can go out together then. Let us return and enjoy some air conditioning. All right. Bai Meng set her phone down, adjusted her sunshade slightly, and gazed at the sky. Indeed, it's too hot at this time. We should head back. Lin Qingxuan, feeling invigorated by the power of love, found the upcoming training trivial, as if he were imbued with boundless energy. Yang Yi and the others observed Lin Qingxuan's earnest dedication. Is this the power of love? I wish to experience it too. It is essential to treat him to a meal. It is quite inconsiderate otherwise. Indeed, we must indulge him with something splendid. At this moment, Bai Meng had returned to the dormitory, where He-Jin was meticulously applying her makeup. Has Xiao Wenli come back? He-Jin replied without turning her head. She is waiting for us at the school gate. I will be ready shortly. You take your time. I need to freshen up. It is truly sweltering outside. Upon hearing the mention of freshening up, He-Jin immediately halted her movements. I will assist you. I am quite adept at this. Bai Meng was rendered speechless. You still claim I am the one with tendencies. Who is it really? He-Jin straightened her posture. Let us be straightforward. I find you quite enticing. You are quite bold. Focus on your makeup. Oh, Bai Meng took a towel and entered the restroom. After a brief refreshing session, she emerged, neatly attired. Did you miss any spots on your back? Hee, I can help you with that. No, thank you. Let us hurry. Oh, such a miser. He-Jin, clad in a black, draped, sleeveless dress, complemented by her golden locks, appeared as a captivating blend of night and light. The two descended from the dormitory and made their way towards the school gate, attracting numerous glances along the way. Wow, dude, look. What is it? Two beauties. Goodness. What figures? One of the boys, while fixated on them, collided with a flower bed. Bai Meng and He-Jin stifled their laughter and hastily exited the campus. At that moment, Xiao Wenli was engaged in conversation with the security guard at the entrance. He-Jin caught sight of Xiao Wenli through the window, pulled it open, and leaned in. Hello, Uncle Security, it's you on duty again today. The security guard, upon seeing He-Jin, retrieved some candy from his pocket and offered it to the two girls outside. Thank you, Uncle, Bai Meng exclaimed. Oh, no need for thanks. You girls must visit me more often to chat. I should be the one thanking you, replied the guard. Dressed so nicely, are you going out to play? Indeed, He-Jin affirmed. Just be careful, especially with things offered by strangers. Do not eat anything from them. Uncle Wenli, we are university students, not children. They all burst into laughter. Yes, university students must also be careful. Off you go, off you go. After bidding farewell to the security guard, the trio hailed a ride, setting their destination to the city center of Linhai. Chapter 26. The female rogue. It is so hot. How far are we? He-Jin inquired as Bai Meng checked her phone. We are just 2 kilometers away from Linhai University. We'll be there soon. Recently, Wenli had not messaged the younger students because, one night, she had taken He-Jin's advice and decided to take the initiative. Upon receiving a message from Senior Wenli, Lin Qingxuan's first reaction was to think that her account had been hacked. Has Guiju been hacked? Wenli found herself both amused and infuriated. Grilled meat mixed rice is truly delightful. What a combination. Rest assured, I have not been hacked. Please pay attention. Citrus, perhaps? Lin Qingxuan's gaze returned to the essay. He was taken aback that Senior Wenli would confess to him. Although he felt a surge of joy, his heart was already occupied by Senior Bai Meng. He promptly replied to Wenli, stating, I already have someone I admire. Apologies emoji. When Wenli saw the rejection from the junior, sorrow surged within her, bringing tears to her eyes. Indeed, it was merely my one-sided affection. Emotions cannot be forced. And I should have realized long ago that the junior was intentionally keeping his distance from me. Wenli subsequently replied, understood. Hands on hips emoji. Sorry. Bear apologizing emoji. After being rejected, little Wenli sought comfort from Heejin. Heejin earnestly consoled her throughout the night. Eventually, Wenli's spirits lifted, prompting her to decide to go out and have some fun today. However, Bai Ming remained unaware, only knowing that night she was startled by the sound of soft sobbing, retreating under the covers in fear. As the vehicle approached the three girls, the driver gazed at the beautiful ladies outside through the window. Wow, what stunning beauties. What beauties? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yes, indeed, it's the same driver from last time. For those who don't recall, please refer to chapter 13. Ah, no. My dear, you know you are my one and only. How cheesy. I'm hanging up. Get home early and drive safely. All right, my dear moi. Beep, beep, beep. The fierce tiger hung up so quickly. The girls felt reassured once they confirmed the license plate number before getting into the car. Ladies, please provide the last digits of your phone numbers. Bai Ming, 3609. All right, the beauty in the front passenger seat. Please fasten your seatbelt. Heejin, okay. The driver once again felt the vibrancy of youth. How wonderful. Throughout the journey, the driver chatted casually with the ladies, reminiscing about a previous encounter with some boys from Linhai University, which had left a lasting impression on him. Engaging in conversation always quickens the passage of time. It felt as if they had barely settled in when, in the next moment, they arrived at the city center. The driver warmly opened the door for the ladies. All right, ladies, may we meet again by fate. The three girls bid farewell to the courteous driver. Heejin, ha, that guy is so amusing. Wenli is hilarious. All the way calling her husband a fierce tiger. Bai Ming, if your wife finds out, you'll definitely be in for a rough time. Heejin, let us go. Let us check out some clothes at the mall. Heejin led the way, with Wenli holding on to Bai Ming closely behind. Upon entering the mall, the trio glanced at the directory on the first floor, which clearly indicated the layout of the shops on each level. Heejin, let us start our shopping on the second floor. Bai Ming, I want some milk tea. Wenli raised her small hand. I want a drink too. All right, let's go buy some milk tea. There was a milk tea shop not far on the first floor, but it only offered takeout, no dine-in. The three entered the shop, and upon seeing customers, the staff immediately began to promote new products. Hello, what would you like to drink? We recently launched a strawberry bubble tea, and the second cup is half price. Is the third cup half price too? Asked Heejin. Oh, that is not included, the staff replied. After buying the first cup, is the second cup half price? And what about the second cup of the second cup? Does it remain half price or is it full price? The staff was momentarily confused by their questions. All right, let's just buy 2 cups normally, one at half price, Wenli suggested. Oh, okay, the staff replied, wiping the cold sweat from their forehead. Oh no, I've been played. While waiting for their milk tea, Bai Ming's gaze was drawn to a low-waisted bodycon skirt displayed on a mannequin in the nearby clothing store, exuding a sultry charm. Hey, that bodycon skirt over there looks amazing, Bai Ming exclaimed. Heejin and Wenli followed her gaze. It really does look good, Heejin acknowledged. Too bad I can't wear it, Wenli lamented. With your petite figure, Heejin teased. In frustration, Wenli playfully punched Heejin in the waist. However, the punch was soft, akin to cotton gently falling upon her. Ouch, that hurts. Heejin feigned pain. Wenli, convinced, looked at her tiny fist in bewilderment. Am I really that fierce? Haha. I was just kidding, Heejin replied. You little rascal, Wenli retorted, circling around the milk tea shop with Heejin in playful banter. Bai Ming, uninterested in their antics, declared, you two can keep circling. I'm going to try on that skirt. As Bai Ming entered the clothing store, her gaze remained fixated on the bodycon skirt. A staff member approached her. Hello, is there anything you would like to try on? Hi, may I try on this bodycon skirt? Of course. The staff member took the skirt from the mannequin and handed it to Bai Ming. The fitting room is at the back. Be careful as you slide. Thank you. By this time, Heejin and Wenli had stopped their playful circling and had collected their milk tea. They headed towards the clothing store where Bai Ming had just entered. Bai Ming was preparing to admire her figure in the full-length mirror of the fitting room when the door creaked open. Heejin pushed the door open, and Bai Ming suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to lock it. Hey, are you done changing? Let me see how it looks. Bai Ming retorted. Thank goodness you're a girl. If you were a guy, I would have already called the police. Oh, let me have a look. Heejin exclaimed as she gazed at Bai Ming in the newly donned bodycon skirt, which, compared to the previously worn split denim skirt, left little to the imagination. beautifully accentuating her legs and highlighting her curves in an utterly alluring manner. Wipe your drool, you shameless girl. Bai Meng chided. Slurp, He-jin replied. What can I say? With a figure like yours, it's hard not to drool. Bai Meng glanced at her reflection in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. She then ushered He-jin out, deftly locking the door behind her, and changed back into her denim skirt. He-jin was indeed petty. Wen Li was a veritable seductress. He-jin made a gesture towards Wen Li as if to grasp a bond. You agree, don't you? Just watch me squeeze. He-jin dashed towards Wen Li, who hurriedly fled towards the door. Chapter 27. Afternoon tea. Bai Meng emerged just in time to witness this spectacle, pressing her forehead in exasperation. She then approached the counter, holding a half-length skirt, ready to settle the bill. Hello, how much is this? The clerk took the body-hugging skirt from Bai Meng, locating the price tag within. 190 yuan. Could you possibly reduce the price? Miss, it's already clearly marked. There is hardly any profit margin left. Just a little discount. And I promise to bring more friends next time. The clerk had been observing Bai Meng since she entered the store. Her beauty was simply captivating, deserving of a slight concession. All right, how about 165? That is truly minimal. Bai Meng, noticing the clerk's troubled expression, decided against further bargaining. Okay, 165 it is. Thank you. She pulled out her phone to scan and pay the 165 yuan. The clerk proceeded to wrap the skirt in an exquisite box and place it into a shopping bag. Bai Meng took the bag and began searching for the two children. The two sat panting on a mall bench. I'm exhausted. Why did you run? You were the one to talk. If you hadn't chased me, I wouldn't have had to. Is Xiaobai not out yet? Wenli glanced around, while Bai Meng had already circled back and arrived behind them. Hey! The two were startled by Bai Meng's sudden appearance. He-jin exclaimed, What's the matter? You scared me to death. I was already tired. Wenli added, Xiaobai? Why do you always frighten people? Bai Meng responded, You two certainly have energy to spare. If you had just let me pinch you, we could have avoided all this fuss. Don't you have any of your own to pinch? How could a garden flower compare to a wildflower? Wenli shot He-jin a look. He-jin asked, Did you buy that skirt, Xiaobai? Yes, I did. It's right here. Bai Meng lifted the shopping bag. Why haven't you changed into it? I feel this short-sleeve top doesn't quite match. I'll find something better to wear when I get home. Wenli chimed in. It looks lovely. I think you'd look good in anything. Upon hearing Wenli's compliment, Bai Meng's face brightened, and she approached Wenli, playfully pinching her cheek. You have such sweet words. Unlike some people who only think of nonsense. He-jin immediately pouted, feeling displeased. Who are you talking about? Is this aimed at me? Aside from you two, who else would I crave? It's you two who are rare treasures. Should we thank you then? He-jin nodded. Indeed, no need for thanks. Simply treat me to some dessert, He-jin suggested, pointing towards a nearby dessert shop, its sign proudly proclaiming the availability of hand-ground coffee. Bai Meng inquired, So? You have been waiting for me all this time? He-jin chuckled, You're the best. I'll just have a small cake, just one. Bai Meng turned to Wenli. How about you? Would you like some dessert? Wenli replied, but I feel so bloated. Perhaps I should pass and just watch you all enjoy. In truth, Wenli harbored a strong desire to sample the sweets. Who could resist the allure of a delectable little cake? He-jin insisted, Oh, you're not bloated at all. Your figure is absolutely perfect. Come on, let us go. With that, He-jin stood up and pulled Wenli along, determined to usher her inside the shop. Bai Meng followed closely behind. Upon entering the dessert shop, the decor exuded a delightful ambience, characterized by a charming rustic European style, with wooden tables and chairs, and the bar adorned with an array of movie posters. The attendant, noticing the trio's arrival, promptly approached with menus in hand. Hello, please have a seat here. The attendant guided them to a table by the window. Here is the menu. Take your time, and when you are ready, just call me. With that, the attendant turned to the bar and poured 3 glasses of lemonade for Bai Meng and her companions. Bai Meng perused the menu, which featured vivid images of an abundance of desserts, including cherry blossom cheesecake, classic tiramisu, and mango cake, among others. What are you all inclined to try? She asked. He-jin stared in awe at the myriad of sweet confections listed. Children make choices. I want them all. Bai Meng teased. Do you think you can finish them? Wenli responded. Well, I'm open to anything. Bai Meng proposed. How about we each choose a different one, so we can all sample a bit? That's settled then. They agreed. Bai Meng continued. Shall we order something to drink? The two raised their cups of milk tea. Have you not finished your drinks? Bai Meng questioned. Indeed. We were too busy chasing after little Wenli to drink, they replied. Bai Meng turned to call the attendant over. Excuse me. The attendant. who had been cleaning coffee cups, promptly set them down and approached. "Hello, have you made your selections? We would like a slice of mango cake, a mousse cake, and the cherry blossom cheesecake, please." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." The attendant memorized their order and returned to the bar. From a glass display that had never been opened, he retrieved the selected cakes, cut them into portions, and placed them on circular ceramic plates, garnishing each with chocolate sauce or pieces of fruit. In a playful moment, Jean snatched the milk tea from Wen Li's hands, taking a large gulp before returning it. "Oh no, it's almost gone." Quickly, Jean offered her nearly full cup of milk tea. "Here, take mine." Wen Li's irritation dissipated instantly. Bai Meng felt that the two were acting like children. Moments later, the staff brought over the elegantly plated cake. The trio wasted no time and immediately took out their phones, preparing to capture the moment. "Jean, Xiaobai, come over here so we can all take a picture together." Wen Li adjusted her position, and Bai Meng stood up to sit down. Once the three were posed, they set a countdown for the photo. Being the tallest among them, Bai Meng tilted her head onto Wen Li's shoulder to fit into the frame. Observing this, Jean mimicked her. "Copycat, what are you doing? Is that allowed? All right, let's just take the picture." Click. With the sound of the camera shutter, a beautiful moment was immortalized. After the group photo, Jean rearranged the small cakes on the table, seemingly in search of the perfect angle. She then picked up her phone and began the ritual of photographing the delightful treats. Being girls, they had to carefully arrange their food for the perfect shot before indulging in it. Bai Meng also took out her phone to snap a few pictures of the cake to send to her junior. "Doesn't this seaweed rice ball look absolutely delicious?" It was only then that she remembered. "Oh, I forgot, they are still in military training." Wen Li, overhearing Bai Meng's mutterings, asked, "Who is still in military training?" Bai Meng chuckled, "No one, come on, try it." On a lazy, pleasant afternoon, the three sat by the window of the dessert shop, leisurely savoring the exquisite little cakes, letting the sweetness bloom on their tongues. Chapter 28. Oh dear, Lin Qingxuan has scored. All present. Take a 15-minute break. When Xian announced as she turned to the team. All present. Move your ankles a bit before sitting down again. Lin Qingxuan finally had a moment to rest. "Yang Yi, what time is it?" Li Chong rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. "It's 16:45. We only have one last session of military posture before freedom." Kuei Wen immediately chimed in. "But days like this will continue for another 14 days. Yang Yi, how can you utter such cold words with a mouth at 37 degrees? Lin Qingxuan teased. "Have you inherited Yang Yi's icy demeanor?" When Kuei merely stated the facts. "What shall we have for lunch, Li Chong?" Upon hearing the keyword, Yang Yi and Kuei Wen immediately formed a united front against the outside. "That's a question for Qingxian. He's treating us to a meal." "Yes. We'll follow the host's lead." "When did I say I would treat everyone?" "Oh, no treat." "So, discussing a relationship behind your friends' backs is acceptable? Implying that they were enjoying free dog food?" Lin Qingxian sighed. "But I haven't even succeeded yet." "Not succeeded yet? Your senior came to the playground in this sweltering heat to bring you water and cooling patches, and you say you haven't succeeded?" Kuei Wen challenged. "What does it take to succeed? Answer me." Yang Yi promptly interjected. "Li Chong, oh dear, Lin Qingxian has scored. We three are single dogs. Is that how it is?" Lin Qingxian could not withstand the barrage from the three individuals and ultimately conceded. "Eat. You can eat anything. It's on me." Kuei Wen chimed in. "Yes. That is more like it. Yang Yi, this is what you suggested, right?" "Li Chong, no one is forcing you, you know." The break was always fleeting. And soon the chief instructor began issuing the final set of military posture commands. "All present. Stand up. Sigh." Wen Xin, for the last round, refrained from sighing. "Endure for 15 minutes, and today will come to an end." The group, having endured a torturous morning, had learned their lesson. Upon the command, they remained silent, ignoring any attempts from Wen Xin to engage them. Engaging with the instructor could lead to the daunting prospect of running 2,400 meters and holding a squat for 15 minutes, which was certainly no pleasant experience. "Wen Xin, have you finally learned to be wise?" Not responding anymore, they stood like wooden figures, deliberately avoiding Wen Xin's gaze, fearing that even a glance might draw her attention. It was no empty title for Wen Xin, who had earned the moniker of female tyrant by the very first day. She was determined to find a way to extract some form of torment from them. At that moment, Yang Yi felt an unexpected itch in his nose, but dared not scratch it. When Kuei, noticing Yang Yi's fidgeting, remarked softly, "Do you have ADHD? My nose itches." "But I don't dare to scratch," Yang Yi replied. "What are you afraid of? Just scratch it," he thought, considering that he was in the last row. Surely. The female tyrant couldn't he have such keen eyesight. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to lightly scratch, he heard a voice. What are you doing? Yang Yi quickly dropped his hand, pressing it tightly against the outer side of his thigh. Wenxin had circled around to the back of the last row. Come out. Lin Qingxuan and the others were already preparing to revel in his misfortune. Yang Yi feigned ignorance, standing still with an expression of indifference. Do you want me to drag you out? Wenxin pressed. Yang Yi stood firm, thinking, no way, I'm not moving. The female tyrant must be bluffing. He decided to close his eyes, thinking at least that would be permissible. Yet, before he could even shut his eyes, Wenxin approached from behind and sharply nudged his hamstring with her knee. Caught off guard, Yang Yi leaned forward unexpectedly. Ouch! Wenxin swiftly seized the back of his collar and pulled him out. What is going on, instructor? He protested. What were you moving for? I wasn't moving at all. He feigned innocence, attempting to mislead her. If you don't cooperate, you'll face 5 minutes of squats. Continue this charade. And you'll be running 2 laps for warm-up tomorrow morning. Will I yield? If I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Yang Yi declared defiantly. But in an instant, he found himself squatting down. Just 5 minutes, not a second more. Wenxin was amused by Yang Yi's comically indignant demeanor. I have changed my mind. 5 minutes is insufficient. With only 10 minutes remaining, let us endure until the end. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately rose to confront Wen Xian. What? Just a moment ago, we agreed on 5 minutes. How can you lack integrity? He added, if you utter another word, I shall run a lap right now. Reluctantly, Yang Yi squatted back down, a look of discontent etched on his face. Lin Qingxuan and a few others nearby suppressed their laughter. Wen Xian enjoys laughing so much. Why not accompany her? Lin Qingxuan quickly stifled his smile. We are not laughing, Kuei-Wen insisted. Li Chong simply turned his head away from Yang Yi, believing this would prevent any laughter. Meanwhile, on Bai Meng's side, the trio finished the cake on the table and began utilizing the exquisite tableware and charming decorations from the dessert shop for a photo shoot. As soon as they wrapped up, they eagerly commenced editing the photos, for who wouldn't desire to appear more perfect? Why does Bai Meng look like a snake spirit? Her face is all twisted. He Jean remarked. Who told you to look so photogenic? No, we must make you look less attractive, Wei Li replied, remaining focused on editing. Bai Meng leaned back against the wooden chair and glanced at her phone. It's nearly 5 o'clock. We should head back. He Jean exclaimed, so soon? I just saw a boutique at the mall entrance. Let's explore it a bit before we return. Bai Meng patted Wei Li's shoulder. Let us go? Just a moment. I'm almost done with this edit, Wei Li replied. Bai Meng stood up, tugging at Wei Li. You keep editing. I'll pull you along. What about me? He Jean interjected, a hint of displeasure in her voice. What is wrong with you? Bai Meng asked. He Jean extended her arm, fingers splayed. Why aren't you pulling me along? Bai Meng teased. Why do you resemble a kindergarten child? I don't care. Pull me. He Jean insisted. All right. I'll pull you, little He Jean, Bai Meng joked, mimicking a mother leading her children. After leaving the mall, they entered the boutique. Wei Li was still engrossed in her editing, while He Jean had already released Bai Meng's hand and dashed inside. There was something inexplicably alluring about boutiques. Regardless of the crowd, anyone who spotted one felt compelled to browse. The trio approached the keychain shelf, adorned with Shiba Inu, various kittens, capybara keychains, and more. Shall we each pick the same one, a parent-child keychain? Bai Meng proposed. I'm fine with that, they agreed, carefully selecting the most appealing one. Ultimately, they chose the Shiba Inu keychain, as it was crafted adorably and suited for girls. I'll buy them for you, He Jean offered. Really? That is so kind of you. Bai Meng responded. Of course. Wei Li chimed in with a kiss sound. He Jean retrieved 3 little Shiba Inus from the shelf, and the trio moved on to the hat display, trying on various styles. During the time when He Jean and Li were trying on hats, Bai Meng turned back to the keychain shelf and took down 2 capybara keychains. You asked Bai Meng for whom they were intended. Naturally, they were for the younger student. Stealthily, she rushed to the front to settle the payment before returning to He Jean's side. Wenli, where did you go? Asked Li. I just want to see if there was anything interesting up front. But there wasn't much, so I came back, Bai Meng replied. I see. Do you want to try on this hat? Wen Li suggested, holding a blue duckbill cap, which she thought would complement Bai Meng's outfit splendidly. However, with Bai Meng's modeling, it seemed that anything she wore would look good. All right. Bai Meng adjusted her hairstyle and donned the blue cap, resembling a refreshing breeze of summer, radiating vitality. It truly suits you, remarked Wen Li, Bai Ming stepped over to the full-length mirror to inspect her reflection. Really? I think it's just okay, she replied modestly. He Jean, standing nearby, chimed in sarcastically, is that so? I think it's just okay, little golden retriever. Is your skin itchy again? Bai Ming playfully rolled up her sleeves toward He Jean. Oh come on, I was just joking. He Jean exclaimed. Humph, are we done shopping? Should we head back soon? Let us go. I'll settle the bill, and then we can grab a taxi by the roadside, He Jean replied. While He Jean took the keychains to the front to check out, Bai Ming had already summoned a Didi car in advance. The three of them awaited their ride back to the school by the roadside. Meanwhile, on the sports field, various instructors were organizing their teams to exit in an orderly manner. This signaled the end of today's military training. Let us follow the group out in a moment. When Xian instructed. All right, everyone responded. Lin Qingxuan and a few others at the back of the line were discussing what to eat afterward. What should we eat? Qingxuan. Yang Yi inquired. Yeah, what is the plan? Kuei-Wen echoed. I'm not picky, as long as Qingxuan is paying, Li Chong added. I'm not sure what's good to eat. How about we check the cafeteria? Lin Qingxuan suggested. Wait a minute, Yang Yi interjected, causing the others to look at him in confusion. With so many people now, how can we even get food? True, and we're not the first ones out either. Kuei-Wen agreed. Why don't we do this? After we exit, let us head straight back to the dormitory. Change our clothes first, Lin Qingxuan proposed. I'm thinking of washing my military training uniform, Li Chong remarked. But what will you wear tomorrow if you wash it? Go naked? Yang Yi joked. In this heat. Honestly, if we wash it now, it should dry by tomorrow morning, Lin Qingxuan reasoned. For the group, today's military training had been relatively bearable, as they hadn't participated much in the morning. During the afternoon session, their positioning in the line was fortunate, allowing them to avoid much sun exposure. In contrast, members of the other teams were not so lucky. On the very first day, their faces bore no unblemished patches and were practically sunburned. The most troublesome aspect of sunburn was that even the slightest touch would cause sharp pain, let alone washing one's face. Once Lin Qingxuan's team exited the sports field, the members of Room 502 headed straight for their dormitory, their intentions clear. At present, venturing to the cafeteria is akin to hitting a wall. Securing a meal seems an impossibility. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Qingxuan eagerly rushed towards the air conditioning remote. Yang Yi exclaimed, let us turn the tide. Activate. As a refreshing breeze caressed their faces, the oppressive heat dissipated instantaneously. The warmth on their skin vanished, and it felt as though each pore was greedily inhaling the coolness. Lin Qingxuan remarked, Ah, the dormitory is indeed comfortable. Kuei-Wen interjected, I must remind you, there are still 14 days left. Yang Yi retorted, Come on, let's not dwell on that, shall we? It's insensitive to bring up old wounds. Li Chong suggested, Let us focus on today. We can discuss tomorrow when it comes. The group reclined in their chairs, tilting their heads back, visibly relaxed. A thought struck Li Chong. By the way, is Director Lei visiting today, or is it the senior sister checking in? The other two turned their gaze toward Lin Qingxuan. Why are you looking at me? Yang Yi teased. You're not planning to go on a date tonight, are you? Kuei-Wen added, No way. Are you abandoning your friends for a lovely evening alone? Lin Qingxuan responded, What are you talking about? I've already said we're not together yet. The others replied with an O. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan felt a surge of happiness, as he would soon see the senior sister again. He had yet to use the cooling patch she had given him that afternoon, and the chocolates from before were still nestled in his drawer. Lin Qingxuan said, Let us rest for a bit before heading to dinner. Li Chong announced, I'll go change out of my military training uniform and wash it. Kuei-Wen suggested, Why not wash it every 2 days? What if it doesn't dry? Yang Yi countered, That's unreasonable. How can you have 8 uniforms for one set of military training clothes? There's nothing to change into. Lin Qingxuan proposed, Let us wash it tomorrow. We can do it together. Yang Yi turned to Lin Qingxuan. So when will you be together with the senior sister? Lin Qingxuan was caught off guard by the sudden question, unsure how to respond, yet he felt it would be soon. Very soon. Oh, quite soon indeed, he mused. You're quite the talker. Why don't you hit me then? Chong. Someone called, urging him to retaliate. Li Chong stood up, flexing his muscles. Yang Yi remarked, You're so biased. When I ask for your support, you pretend not to hear, but the moment Qingxuan calls you, your execution is flawless. Kuei-Wen added, What are you comparing yourself to Qingxuan for? He has only been here a few days and is about to win over the senior sister, while you. Yang Yi was struck speechless by this direct hit. All right, so that is how we're playing it, is it? Targeting my heart. Yang Yi kicked off his shoes and leapt onto the bed. One fool and one muscle-bound dimwit. I wish you both a lifetime of never holding a girl's hand. Kuei-wen exclaimed. Oh, come on. Chong. Li Chong had already removed his shoes, ready for action. One attacked from below the bed while the other maneuvered on top, forcing a retreat. Observing the scene, Lin Qingxuan thought, is there going to be a ruckus? I must intervene. The current tableau was one of male camaraderie, with men surrounding men and a formidable presence securing the space. It can be likened to a comedic version of the legendary duel between the three heroes and El Bu. On the other hand, Bai Meng and her companions were nearing the school. Glancing at her phone, Bai Meng noted that military training had long concluded. Yet she had not received any message from the junior. Citrus, has it ended? I was busy and forgot to check my phone. After several minutes of silence, she still received no reply. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan and the others were engaged in a playful pillow fight on Yang Yi's bed, their boisterous laughter drowning out the faint sounds of her phone. Bai Meng thought to herself, how ungrateful. I even brought him water, and he doesn't reach out afterward. Growing increasingly irritated, she resolved to tease him during the evening dormitory check. Chapter 30. Is this truly a joke? Once Bai Meng and her friends disembarked the vehicle, they greeted the security guard before returning to their dormitory. They planned to change into comfortable clothes before heading out for food, as the day's activities had certainly caused them to perspire. Just as she was about to enter the dorm building, her phone vibrated. Citrus, it's over. Senior, I got caught up in something and forgot to check my phone. Citrus, the little cake looks quite delicious. Seaweed rice ball. Is that so? How dismissive. Lin Qingxuan mused that it was not dismissive at all. The little cake indeed looked appetizing. Citrus, I wasn't being dismissive. Senior, have you returned to school? Seaweed rice ball. Just arrived, about to reach the dorm. Citrus, remember to take a break, as it's quite hot today. Seaweed rice ball. Sure. Let us leave it at that. Bye. Citrus, bye. Lin Qingxuan sensed that the senior was somewhat upset, yet he could not fathom the reason behind her discontent. In truth, the photo of the cake featured Bai Meng alongside it, but the junior only praised the cake's allure, neglecting to compliment Bai Meng's beauty. Who could be pleased by such neglect? Bai Meng exclaimed, you never compliment anyone. As she sulked in the armchair of the dormitory, He-jin observed her and said, oh dear, who has offended Miss Bai? Tell me, and I shall confront them. How can one focus solely on a cake and disregard the person? Who? The cake? I sent it to my utterly oblivious boyfriend. Wenli immediately turned to Bai Meng, while He-jin was taken aback by this revelation. Wenli gasped, a boyfriend? He-jin inquired, no way? What did you say? Bai Meng replied, I was joking. I don't actually have a boyfriend. Wenli prodded, come on, Bai. You wouldn't really have a boyfriend, would you? He-jin exclaimed, a miracle indeed. Bai Meng retorted, what a ridiculous metaphor. I'm just teasing you all. I'm still single. You gave me quite a scare there. That was indeed a shocking jest. It was understandable, given that Bai Meng had not interacted with boys in the past 2 years, and suddenly declaring she had a boyfriend was akin to witnessing a rare bloom on an iron tree. What shall Bai Meng have for dinner? Wenli inquired with enthusiasm. Grilled meat rice bowl. Grilled meat rice bowl. He-jin interjected, stop. No more forbidden words. Why not? Bai Meng replied, you're becoming a little grilled meat fanatic. Wenli. But it is truly delicious. He-jin, deliciousness must come with moderation. How could one indulge daily? Bai Meng, let us go for hot pot. There's a Sichuan Yu hot pot outside the school. He-jin immediately stood up. This one. However, Wenli appeared regretful. All right then. After the three changed their clothes, they proceeded outside. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan and the others had long ceased their pillow fight. Yang Yi, I'm exhausted. What kind of hero takes on 3 foes? Kuei-wen, spare us your words. Ponder what to eat instead. Lin Qingxuan was also scrolling through his phone, contemplating potential takeout. McDonald's, shall we? Yang Yi, that sounds splendid. Let us go with that. Kuei-wen, I'm fine with anything. What about Chong? Li Chong, I'm not picky. Lin Qingxuan, aren't those who exercise supposed to avoid fried foods? Not at all. It's not as if we indulge every day. Having it once or twice is perfectly acceptable. Very well then. Lin Qingxuan handed his phone to Yang Yi. You all order. Be mindful. Don't rack up a bill in the hundreds, or I might not survive the aftermath. Yang Yi, fear not. How could we possibly overcharge you? Kuei-wen and Li Chong shifted their chairs, gathering around to see what delectable options were available. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan gazed out the balcony, wondering when the senior would arrive. He found himself missing her. As Bai Meng and her companions reached outside, she suddenly sneezed. Achu. He-jin. Who is thinking of you? Wenli. A boyfriend, perhaps? Bai Meng. Nonsense. It's nearly dark. The temperature must be dropping. He-jin. Hurry along, or we'll miss our seats. By the time they arrived at the Sichuan Yu hot pot restaurant, most diners had finished their meals, leaving many tables available. They casually selected a seat by the window. As the aroma of hot pot was quite potent, and a bit of fresh air was quite welcome, Bai Meng raised her hand to signal the waiter. Bai Meng, hello? There are 3 of us. The waiter, having just finished serving another table, promptly approached. Waiter, hello? Our restaurant operates on a QR code ordering system. The code is at the bottom left of the table. Once you've made your selections, simply place your order. Bai Meng glanced at the QR code on the table. Oh, understood. Waiter, I will bring you some tea. He-jin. Great, thank you. After introducing the system, the waiter went to the kitchen and returned with a pot of tea, pouring 3 cups before them. The tea was fragrant, likely buckwheat tea. Most hot pot restaurants serve buckwheat tea, and it's uncertain who first paired it with hot pot. It not only dispels humidity, but also alleviates spiciness and greasiness, making it a perfect match. After scanning the QR code, Bai Meng handed her phone to the other 2, eager for them to select their favorite dishes. You both order first. He-jin took the phone and immediately began scrolling through the options. Certainly, a portion of beef tripe is essential. And let us also have a serving of layered tripe, along with chicken feet. And don't forget the beef. That will suffice for now. Bai Meng, where's Xiao Wenli? Take a look. Wenli received the phone from He-jin. Let me see sweet potato noodles, duck intestines, and, oh, shrimp paste. That should do it. Wenli handed the phone back to Bai Meng. After glancing at the selections made by the 2, Bai Meng felt it was quite ample and proceeded to place the order. Let us stick with these for now. We can always order more if it's insufficient. I believe this will be enough. Bai Meng, oh, we haven't chosen the broth base yet. Should it be pure spicy or a dual flavor pot? He-jin, I'm fine with either. What about you, Xiao Wenli? Wenli, spicy. Of course. Hot pot must be enjoyed with heat. All right. Once the order was placed, the kitchen received the notification and proceeded to prepare the ingredients in an orderly manner. Before long, the servers began to bring out the dishes one after another. The broth will be ready shortly. Please hold on. The server returned from the kitchen, carrying the pot. The pot was nearly filled with chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and several chunks of beef tallow. The server then turned to fetch a few bottles of mineral water, pouring them into the pot with a satisfying gurgle. Shortly after, the flame was ignited, awaiting the moment of boiling. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory, Yang Yi and the others completed their order and handed the phone to Lin Qingxuan. Upon seeing the total, Lin Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. This meager fare costs me 200? Yang Yi, you stated it yourself. Golden Arches is inherently pricey, and this does not even include discounts. Kuei-wen, I was worried that Brother Chong wouldn't have enough to eat. Lin Qingxuan glanced at Li Chong. Li Chong, rubbing his stomach, was already eager for the meal to commence. Very well, 200 it is. Yang Yi, the boss is quite generous. Kuei-wen, wishing the boss great prosperity. Li Chong, I feel the same way. Lin Qingxuan. So, I place the order, but who will go and collect it? The 3 turned their gaze towards Yang Yi, who inwardly lamented. Chapter 31. Stubborn as a dead duck, Yang Yi quickly spoke up. No way, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser goes first. Kuei-wen, sounds good. Li Chong, let us do it. The 3 exchanged looks, each placing a hand behind their back, poised and ready. Rock, paper, scissors. Li Chong chose paper, Kuei-wen chose paper, and Yang Yi chose rock. What the heck? You 2 must be in cahoots. Kuei-wen, is someone playing unfairly? Li Chong, who is in cahoots? We haven't even spoken. Yang Yi, I don't care, let us do it again. Kuei-wen, all right, you can't handle losing, can you? Yang Yi, you 2 are definitely colluding. I don't care, this is the final round. Li Chong, fine, let us see if you'll lose convincingly. After another round of intense hand gestures, Kuei-wen chose paper, defeating both of their rocks. It was now the ultimate showdown between Li Chong and Yang Yi. The 2 moved like quick-draw gunslingers of the West, their words and movements accelerating in tempo. Kuei-wen took on the role of referee. Now, for the final confrontation, competitors, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Scissors, paper, stone. Ultimately, Li Chong triumphed over Yang Yi with his stone against Yang's scissors. Yang Yi, his face contorted in agony, clutched his disheveled hair with both hands. Goodness, why am I so unfortunate? Lin Qingxuan urged. Hurry, hurry. The takeout is about to arrive at the school gate. Kuei-wen remarked. There's nothing more to say. It's simply a case of bad luck. Li Chong remained on the armchair, performing a celebratory gesture. Woohoo! Yang Yi gritted his teeth, vowing, next time, I shall surely defeat you. He then stormed out, heading to the school gate to collect the relief provisions. Yang Yi felt an inexplicable unease. A strange sensation he could not articulate. In truth, Lin Qingxuan had stood behind Yang Yi moments ago, as Yang had a habit of positioning his hands before unleashing a punch. Lin Qingxuan mimicked the corresponding gesture behind Yang, and Li Chong intuitively understood the implication. Lin Qingxuan burst into laughter. Ha, I can't breathe. Kuei-wen added, you really don't treat him like a person. Li Chong retorted. Who told him to have such a sharp tongue? Yang Yi dashed to the school gate to collect the relief provisions at lightning speed, then sprinted back to the dormitory. 10 minutes later, panting, he exclaimed, Goodness, this dormitory is on the 5th floor. Why? Lin Qingxuan inquired. So fast? Did you run there? Kuei-wen remarked. There's no rush. Why the haste? Li Chong quipped. If this were ancient times, you would make an excellent messenger eunuch. Yang Yi shot back. Hey you. I worry about you being hungry. And now you're calling me father? All right. Brother E is the best. Indeed, Brother E is so caring. You ought to be a duke. Yang Yi, receiving this insincere praise, raised his head and touched his nose, feeling quite proud. Humph. He then placed the takeout on the table, and the others stood to bring over the armchairs, ready to show off at Lin Qingxuan's table. Hey, don't snatch it, you glutton. Brother Chong, with you devouring those chicken legs, who can keep up? Oh no, Qingxuan, that burger is mine. The group was famished, having endured intense military training, and after dispersing, they were unable to secure any food. Thus, they were determined to indulge. Buzzing, Lin Qingxuan checked his phone. It was a message from senior sister Baiming. A picture of a hot pot. Citrus, senior sister is having hot pot? Seaweed rice ball. Yes, have you eaten? Lin Qingxuan glanced at the remnants on his table, deliberating but ultimately deciding against sending a photo. Citrus, I ate, had McDonald's with my roommates. Seaweed rice ball. Oh. Lin Qingxuan noted the time. It was nearly 7 p.m. Citrus, is senior sister coming to check the dorm tonight? Seaweed rice ball, of course. Why? Do you miss me? Lin Qingxuan's face flushed. She certainly knew how to flirt. Citrus, not really, just wanted to ask. Baiming observed his stubborn demeanor akin to a dead duck refusing to yield. Zitsai rice ball remarked, oh, then I shall not come. Lin Qingxuan grew anxious. Citrus interjected, don't. Oh, what about Zitsai rice ball inquired. What about what? Lin Qingxuan, feeling quite embarrassed, opted for an emoticon in lieu of words. Baiming noted that the junior had chosen to send an emoticon instead of typing, thinking to herself that he was once again shy, thus deciding to press on. Zitsai rice ball exclaimed, I can't see the image. What did you send? Lin Qingxuan, puzzled, clicked on the emoticon repeatedly. I can see it perfectly well. How could that be? He sent another one, feeling hopeful. Baiming, seeing the junior was convinced, continued her charade. Zitsai rice ball retorted, I truly cannot see it. Oh dear, what did you send? I said I wouldn't he come. Lin Qingxuan felt another wave of urgency. How is that possible? It's just a few words, I sent it. Citrus chimed in, I said, I want it spicy. Baiming noticed that the junior had surrendered, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Zitsai rice ball laughed. Oh, actually I could see it just now, ha. Lin Qingxuan, realizing he had been deceived, felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Citrus asked, you tricked me? Zitsai rice ball replied, don't you like it? If you don't like it, I'll tell someone else. Lin Qingxuan, feeling powerless against the senior's teasing, could only watch helplessly. Citrus insisted, no, I do like it. You should eat first, senior. Zitsai rice ball teased, bye-bye. Citrus sent an emoticon of a deceiver. Baiming found the naive junior irresistibly adorable, his innocence and simplicity endearing. However, it was her first time as well. Being a girl, she was naturally a bit more mature than boys, and employing a few tactics was only to be expected. She then set her phone aside and continued to enjoy the hot pot. Jean and Wen Li were engrossed in the meat simmering in the pot, completely unaware of the smile that had graced Baiming's face moments before. Glancing at the time, Baiming noted it was nearly 7 p.m. She had to meet the junior at 8 p.m., and it would be quite unseemly to carry the scent of hot pot with her. Thus, she hastened her eating. Jean inquired, shall Bai? Why are you eating so quickly? Wen Li added, are you that hungry? Baiming replied, it's almost 7 p.m. I have to check the dorms at 8 p.m. Both male and female. Her plan was to check the male dormitory first, feeling no concern for the female one, as the girls' dormitory was in the same building. Hence, completing the male dormitory inspection would suffice for her task. He-jin suggested, "Oh, then let us drop the remaining chicken feet and sweet potato noodles in." Wenli stood up, bringing plate after plate to the pot. He-jin had initially considered visiting the male dormitory, but upon remembering that Wenli had been turned down by that junior, he lost interest. It must be said that girls do eat quite swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the battle was concluded. Bai Ming used her phone once more to scan and settle the bill. He-jin and Wenli glanced at the bill and made a decision. He-jin remarked, "It's rather expensive, over 200. Wenli replied, "With all this meat, what do you expect?" Bai Ming added, "After all, there are 3 of us, so it averages out to around 60 or 70 per person." After settling the bill, they tidied their makeup, applying lipstick and powder. They didn't bother to question why, as even though they were about to return to their dormitory to remove their makeup, it was essential to maintain their best appearance. Bai Ming, however, did not need to retouch, for her natural beauty was exceptional even without makeup. Yet, she would have to return to her dorm to change clothes, as the scent of the hot pot clung to her. Bai Ming suggested, "Shall we go?" He-jin replied, "Let us." Wenli simply nodded. The 3 of them headed towards the dormitory. Chapter 32. Amusing everyone burp. "Yang, you don't look like you've drunk cola. You look like you've devoured a person. Who burps like a dinosaur?" Kuai-wen chimed in, "Show us how to eat a person." Li Chong stood up and flexed his facial muscles. Then, he opened his mouth wide enough to swallow an entire watermelon and pointed at the gaping void. "Come on. Put your head in here. Are you a cannibal, Yang? A reincarnation of Hannibal? This is just a demonstration." "Oh, come on. Old Beijing folks love to do imitations, don't they?" Li Chong prepared to unleash a wild buffalo charge. Yang crossed his arms defensively. "Let us see if I, as a hero from another world, can triumph over the evil muscle dragon." "What a ridiculous description. I'm coming." Li Chong leaned forward, his arms forming a claw-like shape, and with a powerful thrust of his back foot, he charged towards Yang Yi. Just as Yang Yi intended to leap back to create distance, Chong directly anticipated his movement and caught him in a bear hug. "White teeth. White teeth. What nonsense." After embracing Yang Yi, Li Chong exerted a slight force, slamming him to the ground. Yang Yi attempted to struggle free, but Li Chong, with overwhelming strength, restrained him firmly on the floor. Seeing this, Kuai-wen immediately dove towards the ground beside them and began to clap. Countdown. 10, 3, 2, 1. He then raised Li Chong's left hand high. "Congratulations to the evil muscle dragon for winning this round." Lin Qingxuan joined in the performance, cheering like a cheerleader. "Woohoo! Muscle dragon! Muscle dragon!" Li Chong, buoyed by the crowd's cheers, picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table as if it were a microphone. "I thank my parents, my fans, and all of you watching." Kuai-wen and Lin Qingxuan wiped away tears of laughter. "Oh, how touching. This journey must have been fraught with hardship. Your perseverance is astounding." Yang Yi lay on the ground with a face ashen as he gazed at the jubilant crowd, feeling somewhat out of place in the current scene. Slowly he rose, brushed off the dust from his pants, his face void of expression. Seated in his armchair, he buried his head on the desk, making not a sound. Was Li Chong truly angry? Was Kuei-wen on the verge of tears? Lin Qingxuan blamed them all, curiosity piqued. He leaned down, peering beneath Yang Yi's desk. Were tears indeed falling? Yang Yi was doing his utmost to conceal his face with his arm. Unable to see, Lin Qingxuan withdrew his head. Suddenly, a soft sound of sobbing reached their ears. The others rushed to comfort Yang Yi. Kuei-wen exclaimed, "Goodness, he is really crying?" Li Chong chimed in. "Shall I call you father then?" Lin Qingxuan remarked, "Those two are utterly ridiculous. Get up. I shall help you reclaim your dignity." Yang Yi quipped, "Can I expect you all to call me father then?" The trio suspected Yang Yi was merely acting, yet dared not take the risk. "Father, please don't cry," they pleaded. "Father, we were wrong," they continued. Father." Yang Yi rose from the desk, feigning the act of wiping his eyes, then turned his back to the others and approached the dormitory door. "Where are you going?" Lin Qingxuan asked. "Don't lose hope, Kuei-wen urged. "Are we becoming bullies?" Li Chong added. Yang Yi grasped the doorknob and slowly turned it, then suddenly pivoted, laughing uproariously. "Ha ha ha. You boys can't catch your father." The trio momentarily stood in stunned silence. "Are you still dazed, Lin Qingxuan? Chase after him," Kuei-wen exclaimed. "Goodness. He has learned to play the role of a father." Li Chong said. "Oh, let us go?" they burst through the door, racing down the 5th floor in pursuit of Yang Yi. Chong, check the restroom. Kuei-1, search the other staircase. I'll head down the main stairs, Lin Qingxuan instructed. Let us meet back here after. Just don't let me catch you, Li Chong warned. You want to enjoy the consequences. At that moment, Yang Yi had already reached the 1st floor. Haha, can you catch your father? If you can, then chase me. As Lin Qingxuan prepared to descend, he suddenly realized there was no need to search and promptly turned back to call out to the others. What is up? Why look for him? Let us just wait in the dormitory. He can't possibly spend the night away, can he? Lin Qingxuan reasoned. True, Kuei-1 agreed. We almost wasted our effort. Right. Let us just wait here, Li Chong concurred. The three returned to the dormitory, leisurely playing on their phones as they awaited their quarry's return. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sat on a bench at the entrance of the dormitory, anticipating their arrival while already plotting his escape route in his mind. What a clever mind I possess. I even envy myself, he thought. Little did he know, the others had not taken any action, remaining in the dormitory, lying in wait. On another note, Bai Ming had changed into a newly purchased low-rise bodycon skirt, paired with combat boots and a cropped shirt, showcasing an alluring blend of charm and seduction, destined to captivate the younger students. The journey from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory, where the younger students reside, takes approximately 10 minutes. Arriving at the boys' dormitory around 8 in the evening, it is indeed a relatively short distance. Why is Jean dressed so beautifully? Who is she trying to captivate? Could Wenli genuinely be meeting her boyfriend? Bai Ming remained silent, offering the two a meaningful smile before setting off. Wenli, could it truly be the case? Jean is blossoming like a rare flower. At that moment, Yang Yi was downstairs, waiting for a while without seeing anyone's figure. He decided to contact Lin Qingxuan, who was known for being easy to talk to. Yang Yi messaged, "Where are you guys?" Lin Qingxuan, noticing the notification, replied, "What's up? Where are you? Why haven't you come to find your old man? Can't you just wait in the dormitory and confess?" Yang Yi's smile vanished abruptly. "Damn it, pure white has run away." He quickly responded, "Bro, Qingxuan, please help me out. I truly know I was wrong." Lin Qingxuan chuckled at the message. "You should ask your brother Chong. He is currently sharpening his knife." Yang Yi swallowed hard. "Please, Qingxuan, you're the best. What is good about me? I'm just a big kid. You're the real one." Yang Yi realized that he was doomed tonight. Restlessly pacing downstairs, he used his walnut-sized brain to contemplate a solution. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. As the figure drew closer, Yang Yi recognized it was Senior Bai Ming. "Ah, this is a stroke of luck." Bai Ming was engrossed in her phone, completely oblivious to Yang Yi's presence. From a distance, he began calling out to her, "Sister, sister." Hearing someone call out, Bai Ming looked up and noticed she was the only female around. Yang Yi continued to shout "sister" in her direction. Bai Ming, feeling the embarrassment of being called out, quickly walked over to him. "Stop. Who are you calling sister?" "You, sister." "What? Who is your sister?" "Qingxuan is my brother." "You are my sister, right? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I know all about your relationship with Qingxuan. I was the first to support it." "What relationship?" Yang Yi stammered. "It's just that matter of love, you know." Bai Ming was utterly bewildered by his words, as if he had committed a crime. Chapter 33. The tag-along. Deciding to change the subject, Bai Ming asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi replied, "Sister, you have to help me. Lin Qingxuan and a few others upstairs want to beat me up. I can't handle them, so I came downstairs to hide. I'm too scared to go back up." Bai Ming said, "Stop calling me sister for now." Yang Yi put on a pitiful expression. "Oh, sister." Bai Ming rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "Why is he bullying you?" Yang Yi felt a surge of confidence and immediately became flamboyant. "I told him that if he liked Senior Bai Ming, he must take the initiative to pursue her and not shrink back like a coward." "And what happened next?" "He hesitated, and I bluntly called him a weakling. If Senior Bai Ming ends up with someone else, it would be too late for regrets." "Oh." He got anxious with me, but I told him that his urgency was futile. He should be worried when Senior Bai Ming flies away. Just look at her. She is stunning, a celestial beauty gracing this school. Can you find another like her?" Bai Ming was somewhat charmed by this exaggerated performance. After all, who wouldn't enjoy hearing others praise them? "You are being overly dramatic." Yang Yi immediately grew anxious. "Hey, isn't it true? With your beauty, Senior, you are simply unmatched. No one can compare to you." Bai Ming couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her smile, Yang Yi realized he had gained some ground. "Right? I was correct, wasn't I? Well, Senior, you must look out for me. If anyone tries to hit me, I have nowhere to go. All right, let us head upstairs. Bai Meng walked ahead, with Yang Yi trailing behind like a sycophant, occasionally showering compliments on the esteemed figure before him. Humph, you still want to mess with me? I have backing. As they reached the 5th floor, Yang Yi led the way. This way, our dormitory is over here. As Bai Meng ascended, many boys glanced at her in surprise. After all, they were in a male dormitory, and a girl's sudden appearance was as rare as a panda. With the confidence of having a strong ally behind him, Yang Yi strutted with bravado and pushed open the door to room 502. Humph, your father has arrived. Lin Qingxuan and his friends immediately stood up, ready to apprehend the jester Yang. Just as they approached him, Yang Yi gestured for them to stop. Look behind you. He stepped aside to reveal Bai Meng, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Her outfit was alluring and captivating, combined with her natural beauty. Lin Qingxuan was already wide-eyed in astonishment. Bai Meng waved at the immobile figures. Good evening? The others snapped back to reality. Lin Qingxuan exclaimed, Ah, what brings you here, senior? Kuei-wen chimed in, Hello, senior. Li Chong added, hello, senior. Their reactions were utterly amusing, and Bai Meng couldn't contain her laughter. I'm here to check the dorm tonight. All right. I forgot about that, Kuei-wen whispered to Li Chong. Just look at Qingxuan. He's already smitten, and this could lead to something in the future. Li Chong gazed at him with eyes full of envy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood by, feeling pleased with himself. Humph, you still want to mess with me? Dream on. Yet. He seemed to forget one crucial detail. Senior Bai Meng was only of significance to Lin Qingxuan and not to the other two. Bai Meng, I merely came to take a look. Since Director Lei is unavailable, as long as everyone is present, that suffices. Remember to apply sunscreen and take care to avoid heat stroke in this sweltering weather. Lin Qingxuan agreed. Kuei-wen acknowledged. Li Chong, thank you, senior. Yang Yi reclined in a chair, crossing his legs. Bai Meng, well, I shall proceed to check on other dormitories. Kuei-wen, take care, senior. Li Chong, farewell, senior. Lin Qingxuan gathered his courage and approached Bai Meng, whispering softly, his breath brushing against her ear. Would you like me to accompany you for the dorm inspection? After all, this is a male dormitory. Bai Meng leaned closer to Lin Qingxuan. Oh, are you being a gentleman, or is it just for me? Lin Qingxuan's face turned crimson, and he momentarily lost his words. Bai Meng pressed on. It seems you exhibit such gallantry towards everyone. I suppose I shall go alone then. Just as Bai Meng prepared to step forward, Lin Qingxuan, in a moment of urgency, grasped her hand. Surprised by the sudden hold, Bai Meng turned to look at Lin Qingxuan, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. I will accompany you, she shyly murmured. Very well. The three individuals in the dormitory immediately erupted into teasing laughter upon witnessing the scene. What's going on? There are still people here. Cough, cough, I'll follow you. Lin Qingxuan, noticing the commotion, promptly released her hand and addressed the dormitory. I'll be back shortly. Kuei-wen, hurry along, hurry along. Li Chong, and be sure to close the door. Yang Yi and Lin Qingxuan exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Qingxuan, why close the door? Yang Yi, Li Chong, we have some matters to discuss with Ego. Sensing the awkwardness, Yang Yi stood up, ready to flee the dormitory. However, Kuei-wen swiftly blocked the door with his body. Turning to Lin Qingxuan, you can attend to your meeting. He then kicked the door shut. With no escape route left, Yang Yi resigned, leaning back in the chair, arms spread wide. Come on. If anyone calls out, I'm no man. After a moment, only the sound of a tenor voice, seemingly tenderly tormented, emanated from within the room. Bai Meng, you all seem quite close. Lin Qingxuan, they just enjoy this sort of banter. As Bai Meng walked forward, she prepared to check the occupancy of each dormitory, ensuring everyone was mindful of the heat. Lin Qingxuan closely followed her, resembling a jealous boyfriend. The male classmates in the same class were quite excited to see the counselor checking the dormitories, eagerly rising to engage with Bai Meng. Unfortunately, a devoted protector stood by her side. After Bai Meng completed her rounds in the last dormitory, she turned to return to the female dormitory, having fulfilled her task for the day. Bai Meng, why do you look so fierce? Are you going to devour someone? Lin Qingxuan, not at all, I'm not fierce. He immediately adjusted his expression, forcing a rather unappealing smile. Do not laugh, your laughter is rather unseemly. Oh. Bai Meng approached the stairway, preparing to bid farewell to Lin Qingxuan. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan spoke up. Shall I escort you home? I can drop you off downstairs. Bai Meng, momentarily taken aback, struggled to maintain her composure, yet inside, her heart blossomed with joy, thinking that the junior had finally come to his senses. But it would be tiring for you to make such a trip. No, it's not tiring at all. All right. Bai Ming initially intended to decline out of politeness, but quickly acquiesced. The two maintained a delicate distance as they descended the stairs. In the tranquil campus night, the dim streetlights cast a soft glow, elongating their shadows. Bai Ming, feeling the gift she had prepared for him in her pocket, walked with a light step, occasionally turning to converse with Lin Qingxuan beside her. Lin Qingxuan slightly bowed his head, attentively listening, responding occasionally with a deep and gentle voice. A faint smile graced Bai Ming's lips as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Their proximity gradually lessened as they meandered leisurely toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 34, The Grand Bathhouse? By the way, senior, where are you from? I hail from Qianqing. Why do you ask? Lin Qingxian took out his phone to check the navigation. Jiangcheng was not too far from Qianqing. By car, it would take over 2 hours. Bai Ming, curious about his navigation, asked, "What are you checking?" Lin Qingxian quickly adjusted his phone. "Oh, just seeing how far it is." "Well, it doesn't take much time to get from the boys' dorm to the girls' dorm." It seemed as if they were reluctant to part with this beautiful moment, stretching a 10-minute journey into half an hour. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxuan's escorting duty came to an end. Just as Bai Ming was about to say goodbye to the junior, Lin Qingxian inquired, "Senior, do you usually wear perfume?" Bai Ming, taken aback, lowered her head to sniff herself. "Not really, why do you ask?" Lin Qingxian replied earnestly, "It's strange. When I was close to you earlier, there was a delightful fragrance." Bai Ming, seeing his serious demeanor, bent down again to confirm. She truly detected no scent and casually remarked, "Perhaps it's the smell of laundry detergent?" Lin Qingxian, rather oblivious, leaned closer to Bai Ming and took a deep sniff. "It's quite pleasant." Bai Ming made a face of disdain. "EW, you creep." Lin Qingxian then realized his actions were a bit excessive and quickly stepped back to create distance. Bai Ming found his reaction amusing. "What's wrong? Am I some kind of monster?" Lin Qingxian scratched his head. "No, senior, I should be going now. You should head up. Bye." With that, he dashed away, leaving Bai Ming wanting to give him the gift. She watched as he ran away swiftly. "Bai Ming, you fool. Why the haste? Let's postpone until next time." The dormitory of Bai Ming is located on the 3rd floor, yet the dormitory that requires inspection is on the 4th. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she greeted the girls from the engineering class and advised them to take precautions against the heat before preparing to descend back to her own dormitory. Unfortunately, the girls were overly enthusiastic. "Oh dear sister, don't leave just yet. Stay and chat with us a little longer." "Sister, why are you so cool?" "Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" "Sister, what do you think of me?" Bai Ming found herself overwhelmed by a throng of young female admirers. "Oh my, you all have me quite flustered. I'm utterly exhausted today." "Sister, my bed is quite spacious. Why not come and rest on it?" "Sister Bai Ming, come lie down in my dorm for a while." Bai Ming longed to escape, but alas, she was ensnared by the eager young fans who refused to let her leave. "My dorm is on the 3rd floor. I can visit you anytime. Please, let me go back to rest, all right?" The girls were thrilled by Bai Ming's unexpected display of affection. The normally aloof and graceful demeanor had taken a delightful turn. Who could resist such charm? "Ah, sister, do you think I can manage? Don't be too rigid about gender." "All right, my darlings, I must take my leave now. Goodbye, goodbye." Seizing the moment while the crowd was still savoring her earlier playfulness, Bai Ming dashed to the staircase and hurried down. Phew, that was too much enthusiasm. I can hardly bear it. Upon entering her dorm, she settled into a chair. Jean was playfully slapping her own cheeks like a seal. "Slap, slap, slap." "Oh, you returned quite late," Jean remarked. When Li approached Bai Ming, "Did you have a date with your boyfriend?" Bai Ming wore an expression of sheer fatigue. "No, I just went up to check the dorms after leaving the boys' dormitory. The younger girls were too enthusiastic, and they kept pulling me into conversation." Jean paused her playful slapping. "Well, who told you to be so beautiful and captivating?" "Oh, be gentle. Are you not afraid of puffing up your face?" Bai Ming shot her a glance. She removed her shoes, climbed into bed, and drew the curtains. After changing into her pajamas, she prepared to wash up. "By the way, the school is planning a carnival," Jean said. "When is it?" Bai Ming inquired. "Is it during the National Day holiday?" "I believe so," Jean replied. Little Wenli sprang to her feet in excitement. "Then I can make little cookies again." Bai Ming recalled the last carnival when Wenli had produced a vast array of burnt cookies that no one dared to eat. "You still mention your cookies. which turned out charred. He teased. When Li pouted, that was my first attempt. I lacked experience. The carnival is an event organized by the school for all students, primarily to welcome newcomers. The school funds the event, allowing students from the student council and the youth league to set up stalls in the school square. The school provides venues such as baking rooms, handmade accessory workshops, weaving rooms, woodworking shops, and more. Any materials not available at school must be purchased independently, either online or offline, with expenses covered by the school. The food prepared will be offered complimentary for students to sample. However, some handcrafted accessories will incur a nominal fee, albeit at a very reasonable price. There will also be various games and a singing competition with abundant prizes or monetary rewards following the contests. By Ming. Your cookies are truly a culinary disaster. When Li, not at all. I have been experimenting at home, and my skills have greatly improved. They are exceptionally delicious now. He, is that true? You might end up producing a heap of burnt remnants again. Truly. You will see then. By Ming, there is still time. In the previous garden fair, when Li was the head chef, while He and Bai Ming assisted. He, you should take the role of head chef this time, and we will handle the tasting. When Li confidently patted her chest. Rest assured. After Bai Ming finished her hygiene routine, she lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone. She opened an online shopping site, eager to browse winter clothing, as it would soon become chilly after the National Day holiday. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Qingxuan found Yang Yi sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath as if he had just endured a torment. Upon seeing Lin Qingxuan return, the others began to tease him. Kuei-1, isn't that the school flower's protector? Li Chang, isn't that the school flower killer? Yang Yi exclaimed, damn it. I brought the trouble and still got beaten. What a waste. Lin Qingxuan asked, what school flower? Isn't Bai Ming the senior school flower? Li Chang and the others chimed in unison. What are you pretending for? Lin Qingxuan said, there's not even a hint of romance yet. Not a hint. Yang Yi retorted, they've already held hands, yet still act coy. The thought of the senior kissing you in the future makes me uneasy, Li Chang lamented. What are you uneasy about? Kuei-1 asked. I want a girlfriend too. Li Chang replied. How many of you have one? We have military training tomorrow and are still chatting here. Lin Qingxuan said. What time is it? Kuei-1 inquired. Lin Qingxuan checked his phone. It's almost 10. Let us go. Time for a shower. Li Chang exclaimed. A shower? In that large communal bath downstairs? Everyone will see everything? Yang Yi questioned. This school has many merits, but the male dormitory lacks private bathrooms. Each male dormitory has a large communal bathing area, which, although free, lacks privacy. Lin Qingxuan also found it quite awkward, given the communal nature of it. Chapter 35, Tie Him Up. Kuei-1 admitted, I really fear that place. Li Chang, being from Beijing, was already accustomed to such situations. His parents had taken him to bathhouses since childhood. What is the big deal? Just go? Besides, at this hour, there shouldn't be many people. After a day of military training, how can you sleep without a hot shower? The three grappled internally with their hesitations. While Li Chang had already begun gathering his bathing essentials, body wash, shampoo, and a scrubbing cloth. Chang, you're way too prepared, Lin Qingxuan remarked. Of course. You can't feel comfortable without a good scrub, so let us go. Several individuals were persuaded by Li Chang, and as it was already quite late, there were presumably few left. Lin Qingxuan suggested to leave, asserting that since they were all men, there was nothing to fear. Kuei-1 chimed in, and with a hint of jest, remarked that if someone's endowment resembled that of a golden needle mushroom, he wouldn't find it amusing. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Yang Yi. What do you mean by that? Yang Yi retorted. Lin Qingxuan burst into laughter. Are you flustered? Yang Yi replied with a playful tone. We'll see who is what when we descend. Li Chang urged them to hurry. Let us go, let us go. They donned short pajamas, cradled basins in their arms, draped towels over their shoulders, and slipped into sandals, resembling patrons of a bathing center. The group descended to the end of the corridor on the first floor, where a thick mist enveloped the corner, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial palace. Lin Qingxuan likened the mist to the scene when the Monkey King entered the peach garden. How many firearms could be concealed within? He pondered. Let us go take a look, Kuei-1 suggested. Li Chang led the charge, with the others closely trailing behind. Upon entry, visibility was almost non-existent due to the fog that filled the changing room. They groped around until they found lockers to place their bathing items, and amidst the haze, they began to shed their clothing. I'm going in first, Li Chang declared. Wait for me, Yang Yi exclaimed. hastily tossing his clothes into a locker before following Li Chong inside. Lin Qingxuan and Kuei-wen were still leisurely disrobing. I genuinely haven't bathed here before, Lin Qingxuan admitted. Who has? Only Chong has, Kuei-wen replied. The two, completely undraped, carried their basins as they ventured further in. Lin Qingxuan squinted and noticed there weren't many patrons inside. They searched through the mist for Li Chong and Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi insisted on heading to the far corner of the shower area. Let us go, Brother Chong. That corner is perfect, he urged. Li Chong responded nonchalantly. We're all men. What is there to be shy about? I'm just not accustomed to it, Yang Yi replied. Lin Qingxuan and Kuei-wen reached the corner only to discover Li Chong and Yang Yi were indeed hiding there. They quickly found an unoccupied spot beside them and commenced their washing. Brother Chong, can you give me a proper scrub like in the north? Yang Yi requested. Li Chong grabbed a scrubbing cloth, preparing to apply it to Yang Yi. Not just a rough scrub, right? I mean, aren't we using some special stuff? Yang Yi queried. I don't have any of those things here, just body wash, Li Chong answered. Body wash will suffice. You haven't done anything yet. Aren't you going to scrape off a layer of skin? Yang Yi retorted. Li Chong provided each of them with a vigorous scrub. Although their skin wasn't as smooth as anticipated, they managed to wash off a considerable amount of grime. After their cleansing, they emerged from the communal bath, invigorated. Scrubbing is simply different. It feels much better, Lin Qingxuan remarked. Yang Yi joked. Bro, after this wash, I feel a few notches handsomer. Li Chong, full of himself, quipped. Little Rooster? The mention of Little Rooster irked Yang Yi. Hey, I'm just not on my game today, he protested. Kuei-wen, always avoiding the hard work. Certainly wasn't he in top form either. Spare me your nonsense, Yang Yi shot back. Lin Qingxuan added, a man with weak kidneys. Yang Yi, feeling deeply provoked, defiantly raised his middle finger at the group. You lot, he exclaimed as he sprinted after Li Chong, who was in hot pursuit, making escape seem impossible. Before they even reached the second floor, Yang Yi was apprehended. Kuei-wen, what were you thinking, provoking Brother Chong like that? Li Chong remarked, wrapping his strong arm around Yang Yi's neck. Hey, Brother Chong, take it easy, Lin Qingxuan playfully interjected. Thus, Li Chong dragged Yang Yi back to their dormitory. Brother Yang, stop messing with me. As Li Chong loosened his grip, Yang Yi immediately retaliated with a raised middle finger. The more inexperienced one became, the more they enjoyed such antics. With a swift kick, Yang Yi flipped onto his bed. Kuei-wen found the scene quite amusing. Hey, that's none of your business, Yang Yi retorted. Once on the bed, Lin Qingxuan prepared to chat with senior sister. Is Sister Ganju asleep? Bai Meng was just about to get up to use the restroom. What's up with the seaweed rice ball? Is senior sister Ganju free tomorrow afternoon? Bai Meng pondered for a moment, realizing she had no plans. The seaweed rice ball is available. Are you asking me out on a date? Lin Qingxuan teased. By the way, weren't we supposed to go eat something delicious last time? Come on, tell me, said the seaweed rice ball. Lin Qingxuan scratched his head. Can senior sister go on a date with me tomorrow afternoon? What do you mean, Just say it. If you don't say anything, I want to talk to you. Lin Qingxuan felt a bit bewildered, sensing the senior's assertiveness, which he found quite appealing. Can senior sister go on a date with me tomorrow afternoon? All right, I'll find you after military training tomorrow. Lin Qingxuan felt like a shy girl. While the senior exuded the charm of a domineering CEO, but it will be quite hot in the afternoon. Perhaps I should tidy up after military training before coming to find you? Bai Meng was taken aback, sensing the junior suddenly maturing. At this rate, he wouldn't remain so timid for long. All right, just message me once you're ready. Okay, then, senior sister, rest well. Bye-bye. Goodbye, senior sister. Once their conversation ended, Lin Qingxuan leaped out of bed, ecstatic about his first date with the senior. How could he not be thrilled? In his excitement, he bumped his head against the ceiling, but fortunately, he hadn't jumped too hard. The other three, hearing the commotion, turned their attention to Lin Qingxuan's bed. What are you doing? Kuei-wen asked. Did you see a ghost? Yang Yi remarked. Surprisingly, Li Chong was still awake. What is going on? Are you performing some ritual? Lin Qingxuan vigorously rubbed his head. Ouch, I wasn't paying attention. Then what were you jumping for? Kuei-wen inquired. I'm just excited. I'm going out with the senior tomorrow. The three responded in unison. Yang Yi, who gave you the permission to go on a date? Who? Li Chong, Kuei-wen, didn't you say there wasn't even a hint of it yet? How did you end up on a date? Yang Yi, I am so frustrated. Come here and let me pinch you, hurry. Li Chong, promise me you'll be back tomorrow night, all right? The outside world is complicated, but the dormitory will always be your home. Kuei-wen, you two just can't stand seeing your brother happy, unlike me. Lin Qingxuan, how is that different? Kuei-wen said to Yang Yi, tomorrow, let's buy some rope to tie him up. Even my radical faction thinks you are too extreme. Lin Qingxuan, this is going to ruin the happiness of brotherhood. Yang Yi, what about my older sister? She doesn't even have a social media account now. Answer me. Lin Qingxuan, there's definitely something. Just wait. She will have it later. Li Chong, so where are you two planning to go? Kuei-wen, quickly check for some good places. Pick a romantic one. Lin Qingxuan, I'm not even local. Aren't you two from the coastal area? Recommend something to me. At this moment, Yang Yi and Kuei-wen found themselves in a dilemma. While they were indeed locals, they were just homebodies. Besides, neither of them had a girlfriend. So how could they choose a good place? Well, I don't really know. You should search online. Lin Qingxuan, you two locals don't know? Yang Yi, I'm just a complete homebody. Where would I know? Kuei-wen, I also don't go out much. It's much better to play games at home. Lin Qingxuan realized the two were unreliable and decided to rely on himself. Chapter 36. The breakfast battle. The next morning, the familiar piercing alarm clock rang, and the three of them got out of bed and began lining up to wash up. While washing, they noticed someone was missing. Yang Yi shouted towards Lin Qingxuan's bed at the washstand. Pretty boy, wake up. After shouting several times, there was still no response. Li Chong spat out mouthwash, walked to the bed, climbed up, and tried to wake Lin Qingxuan. What time is it? Hurry up, or else there will be no breakfast. All right. Did you stay up late last night? Yeah. I was looking for a date spot, and couldn't find an interesting place all night. Then why didn't you ask Senior Bai Ming? Lin Qingxuan suddenly realized. All right. Wait, but I'm going on a date with a girl. Should I really ask her for the date location? That feels a bit inappropriate. Li Chong didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it was a matter for both of them, not just one. What if she has a place in mind? Just ask. Discussing together is better than making a decision on your own. That is true. I'll ask around at noon. Yang Yi was also surprised by Li Chong's words. Wow, Brother Chong, such wisdom. It's so rare to hear something like this from you. Kuei-wen interjected. Do you think everyone is like you? Yang Yi, damn. You just love to provoke. Kuei-wen, your brain is nothing but a walnut, lacking in capacity. Yang Yi immediately set aside his toiletries, adopting a mock boxing stance. Come on, let us see if I'll let you fly. Kuei-wen said nothing, striding ahead only to suddenly pivot and deliver a jab that struck Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi grimaced in pain, rubbing the impacted area. Oh, come on, are you serious? Kuei-wen retorted. Look who's making who take flight. The two locked eyes with fierce determination, both prepared for a showdown. At that moment, Li Chong intervened. What is going on here? Hurry up and change for breakfast. Kuei-wen replied with a simple, oh. Yang Yi warned. You little brat, don't let me catch you in Linghai. Each time I see you, you'll get a beating. Kuei-wen abruptly turned and feigned a move, startling Yang Yi into raising his hands defensively. Enough of that. Hurry up, or we'll miss breakfast. Lin Qingxuan had already donned his military training uniform and was waiting at the door with Li Chong for the bickering duo. As they prepared to head downstairs, Lin Qingxuan routinely greeted the senior. Bai Ming, having no classes that morning, woke up early to grab breakfast before returning to catch some more sleep. Good morning, senior, said Ganju. Next time, just don't say anything, replied Zitsai Riceball. Lin Qingxuan scratched his head, wondering if he had disturbed the senior. Does the senior have a grumpy morning mood? Ganju inquired. Oh, I'm sorry if I bothered you, senior. Bai Ming chuckled at the junior's sudden bow. No. What I meant was, next time say something I'd like to hear. Lin Qingxuan looked confused. Huh? Ganju asked. What does the senior want to hear? I don't quite understand. Zitsai Riceball retorted. Just think for yourself. Bye? Ganju replied. Oh, bye, senior. Bai Ming remarked. What a blockhead. I'm being so proactive, and still he doesn't get it. Bai Ming got off the bed, sat on a chair, and casually threw on a jacket. Seeing that Jean and Wen Li were still asleep, she decided not to disturb them, thinking she'd bring breakfast back for them later. Just as she was about to put on her shoes, she checked her phone and noted the time. At this hour, the camouflaged army had likely already taken over the cafeteria. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a bit. Bored, she opened her laptop, plugged in her headphones, and prepared to watch a movie to pass the time. What a hassle, with so many people and only 15 minutes left. How could I possibly make it in time? Yang Yi observed the same scene as yesterday and realized that luck would be his only ally for breakfast once again. Lin Qingxuan and Xiangzi went upstairs to check, while Kuei-wen dashed into the supermarket. I'll line up on the left, you take the right, and let us see who brings back the good news first. Yang Yi declared before sprinting to join the line on the right. Before long, Xiangzi came flying down the stairs, a throng of camouflaged uniforms in tow. Li Chong found Lin Qingxuan among the crowd and leaned closer. It's absurd, Li Chong exclaimed. The upstairs has sold out. The owner said it might take more than 10 minutes. Sold out. Lin Qingxuan pondered. Does that mean the same fate awaits downstairs? I have no idea. What about Yang Yi? Lin Qingxuan gestured towards a line on the right. He's in line. That's fine. You stay here. I'll check on Kueiwen. Go ahead. As Li Chong navigated through the throng, making his way from the cafeteria to the neighboring supermarket, he noticed someone at the entrance holding a plastic bag high above their head, filled with the hopes of 4 individuals. Qingxian, come out quickly. The hunger terminator Kueiwen has arrived. Upon hearing Lin Qingxuan's name, Yang Yi and Li Chong immediately understood. It was the clarion call of victory. Lin Qingxian promptly emerged from the queue, heading towards the beacon of hope. Kueiwen, lead the way. Let's eat on the playground. There's no time to waste. Yang Yi, Kueiwen. Save the world. As Kueiwen dashed ahead, the trio followed closely, their eyes gleaming with longing for sustenance. Being late? It was of no consequence. As long as they could eat, nothing else mattered. Meanwhile, Bai Meng paused her movie, casually donned her jacket, and stepped out of her dormitory. At this hour, everyone must be at military training, she mused. Last night, while browsing online shopping, her cart had mysteriously accumulated 2 winter outfits for couples, which she planned to purchase upon her return after the National Day holiday. With her head bowed, engrossed in her phone, she soon arrived at the cafeteria and approached her usual breakfast window. Uncle, the usual, please. The uncle, recognizing his regular customer, promptly retrieved a steamed bun and a meat bun from the steamer, along with a cup of soy milk. You're late today, aren't you? I'm already on my second batch. Bai Meng chuckled. Well, there are new students. I couldn't compete with them. The uncle laughed heartily. Those young lads act as if they've been starving for days, buying anything they can as long as it's edible. Absolutely. Bai Meng agreed. Having something to eat is already a blessing. After a brief chat with the uncle, Bai Meng found a vacant seat, enjoying her buns while scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Hey, Eugene, where are you? I'm in the cafeteria. What do you all want? I can bring something back. Hurry to the classroom. The homeroom teacher announced a schedule change. Bai Meng was puzzled. A schedule change? For whom? Art class. Tomorrow's session has been moved to today. What? Bai Meng initially thought Eugene was teasing her and quickly checked the group chat, only to discover the notification had indeed been sent. However, she had set her group chat to do not disturb and hadn't even glanced at her phone. Chapter 37. Taking advantage. I'm in my pajamas right now. I won't have time to change, Bai Meng replied. Oh, it's fine. As long as you're dressed, that's all that matters, Eugene reassured her. What? Bai Meng, clutching her unfinished soy milk, began to jog towards the teaching building. Upon reaching the classroom, everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Bai Meng, who was clad in an adorable pair of pajamas. It was unexpected. How could such a poised beauty look so charming in sleepwear? Why is it that you look so stunning even in pajamas? Indeed, one can do as they please when their modeling is impeccable. Bai Meng, feeling a tad embarrassed, rested her hand on her forehead, presenting a striking contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Eugene waved at Bai Meng, and they made space for her by taking seats on either side, leaving a spot in the middle. Bai Meng squeezed in front of Eugene. Ha ha. You really are wearing pajamas. What did you expect? Didn't I tell you? Wenli chuckled. It's all good. We only have 2 classes. Once seated, Bai Meng placed her legs atop Eugene's lap, who instinctively began to shake his leg. During this playful shaking, the back strap of Bai Meng's holy shoes slipped off, and Eugene's movements dislodged the shoe entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene mischievously began to caress her ankle, inching his hand upwards. What are you doing? Where's my shoe? Bai Meng exclaimed. I'll pick it up later. It's right beneath us. Wen Li, observing the delight on Eugene's face, urged. You better retract your leg. Don't let her enjoy it too much. Well, let me have a feel, Eugene replied. You should just touch little Bai instead. Wen Li suggested. Noticing Bai Meng lost in thought, Eugene's right hand continued its ascent, venturing into the realm of her pajama bottoms. Bai Meng quickly grasped Eugene's hand. You're getting too bold. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan and his companions had already arrived late. They dashed onto the playground, scanning for their team, only to find it was no longer where it had been the day before. Deciding to eat first, They hadn't taken more than a few bites before the voice of the chief instructor echoed across the field. All instructors, organized training. Reluctantly, they hesitated between their bread and the fear of hunger. Lin Qingxuan bit down hard on his bread, declaring, "Eat. Better to be a well-fed person than a starving ghost." "Let us eat," Li Chong added. "We're already late. We'll deal with it later. If someone is assembling a group, count me in," Yang Yi exclaimed. "What's the worst that could happen? We just run," Kuei-wen remarked. The group huddled near a trash bin, distanced from the military training area, enjoying their breakfast. Among them, Li Chong had the keenest eyesight, rarely indulging in games, focusing solely on training. He was searching for the formidable female instructor. As there were only 2 female instructors among dozens of teams, making them relatively easy to spot. "Did you find her?" Yang Yi inquired. "We'll go tell her we were called to help." "Is that even necessary?" Kuei-wen responded. "Aren't you afraid she might call Director Lei?" Lin Qingxuan added. "Which would be easier, running or facing a scolding from old Lei?" Yang Yi retorted. "What if old Lei is even tougher?" Lin Qingxuan warned. "You're such a pessimist." Yang Yi replied. Finally, Li Chong spotted their team. "Found them. Let us go." The group, resembling misbehaving children, pushed each other forward towards the front to face their punishment. Before they even reached their own team, the formidable female leader had already begun waving at a few individuals. As they timidly approached Wenxin, Yang Yi was about to speak. But Wenxin anticipated his words. "Let me guess, you were summoned by the homeroom teacher to assist?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxuan realized they were in trouble. However, Yang Yi felt rather pleased, completely missing the underlying implication. Indeed, you guessed it correctly. The 3 of them held their foreheads in dismay, pondering how Yang Yi's intellect could ever triumph in any competition. Wenxin forced a smile. "I just called Director Lei." Yang Yi immediately ceased his laughter. "Oh, really? Ha ha. Is it amusing? Off you go. Where to? Run along, go on. Don't." Wenxin's demeanor turned serious. "Hurry." Before Yang Yi could turn around, Lin Qingxuan and the others had already begun to sprint away. "Wait for me." Under the blazing sun, they dashed across the scorching ground. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their faces flushed from the heat. They squinted against the sun, furrowing their brows, gasping for breath as clouds of dust rose beneath their feet. Wenxin did not call for them to stop this time. Even if they walked slowly, they were not permitted to halt. Thus, their morning military training concluded with a spirited run. Bai Meng had enjoyed a couple of classes off, her legs nearly polished from the constant motion. "What shall we eat later, He-jin?" "I can't eat. Can you outcompete the freshmen?" He-jin replied with a chuckle. "Wenli, it has been ages since I last had grilled meat with rice." "He-jin, you are not allowed to eat." "Then what shall I have?" He-jin fidgeted. Feeling shy. "Eat me? You wicked girl." "All right, Bai Meng, let us head back to the dormitory. We have no classes this afternoon. We'll go to the cafeteria later. I want some yogurt. Let us swing by the supermarket for a bag." "There will probably be many people at the supermarket," Wenli remarked. "Let us go take a look," Bai Meng suggested. Lin Qingxuan and the others, drenched in sweat, could hardly stomach any food, despite the female leader allowing them to leave early. After running nearly 2 laps, totaling 1,600 meters, they had been exerting themselves all morning, nearly losing their breakfast. Yang Yi and the others simply could not eat and decided to return to the dormitory to rest. Lin Qingxuan contemplated purchasing some snacks at the supermarket before heading back. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he spotted a familiar figure. Why is Senior Bai Meng out in her pajamas? The exposed parts of her pajamas revealed skin as pristine as freshly peeled water chestnuts, her complexion as pure as newly set goat's milk. Bai Meng was selecting her favorite snacks from the shelves when Wenli happened to walk by, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Lin Qingxuan caught sight of Bai Meng from the left, while Wenli stood on the right, conveniently obscured by a shelf. He pondered whether to approach Senior Bai Meng to greet her. At that moment, however, Wenli noticed the junior first, having previously faced rejection from him. She felt a bit awkward and contemplated whether to say hello. Lin Qingxuan decided to stealthily frighten Senior Bai Meng. Upon noticing the junior approaching, Wenli wished she could find a hole to hide in. She thought to herself, "Please don't come over." Suddenly, Lin Qingxuan discovered a perfect spot to execute his plan. "Senior, what are you buying?" Bai Meng vaguely heard the voice of the junior, but could not locate him, prompting her to look around. Seeing that Senior Bai Meng had not noticed him, Lin Qingxuan continued, "Senior?" The voice seemed to emanate from the opposite shelf, leaving Bai Meng puzzled until she focused her gaze and spotted Lin Qingxuan peeking out to greet her. The shelf before Lin Qingxuan had 4 tiers, and coincidentally, the third tier had a blank space just large enough to accommodate his head. Bai Ming stood directly opposite this empty space. Bai Ming, what are you doing? Trying to scare someone? Lin Qingxuan chuckled. Well, it just happens to be a good spot for my head. Due to his limited visibility, he failed to notice Wenli standing beside Bai Ming. As Bai Ming caught sight of Wenli, she intended to caution Lin Qingxuan against speaking carelessly, but it was too late. Chapter 38. Discovery Senior. Is there anywhere you wish to go? Lin Qingxuan inquired. Bai Ming rubbed her forehead, realizing it was too late to stop him. Wenli, perplexed, wondered what these two were discussing. Bai Ming suggested, how about I message you later? Lin Qingxuan, bewildered, was curious as to why she wouldn't say it now. Oh, all right, then what is Senior buying? With Wenli nearby, Bai Ming stammered, I'm just buying some. Food. Yes, food. Lin Qingxuan found Bai Ming's behavior today rather odd and decided to circle the shelf to ask if she felt unwell. As he rounded the shelf, his attention was solely on her, causing him to overlook Wenli. Senior, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Ming thought, this is it. I'm going to be discovered. No, I'm fine. It was at this moment that Lin Qingxuan noticed Wenli. Oh, Wenli, you're here too? Recalling a previous joke Bai Ming made in their dormitory, Wenli's instincts told her that something was amiss with the two of them. There must be an issue. Could it be that the junior has feelings for Bai Ming? Wenli's gaze toward Bai Ming sharpened. Determined to extract information from the Navi junior, Wenli remarked, haha, are you two going out to have fun? Bai Ming, standing behind Wenli, vigorously shook her head at Lin Qingxuan, who, oblivious, replied without a second thought, yes. I promised Bai Ming we would go out for a stroll this afternoon. Bai Ming face-bombed, thinking, oh no, so foolish. Wenli's lips curled into a smirk as she turned to raise an eyebrow at Bai Ming. Oh, I see, is this a date? Lin Qingxuan looked at Bai Ming, seeking an answer in her eyes. Bai Ming turned her head, casting a sideways glare at Lin Qingxuan. Huh, well, it could be considered a date, or perhaps not. Oh, I shall not disturb you any longer, Xiaobai. I shall wait for you at the entrance. After Wenli spoke to Bai Ming, she cast a meaningful glance and exited. He-Jin, having procured yogurt early on, sat on a bench beneath an umbrella at the supermarket entrance, sipping her drink as she awaited the two to emerge. Once Wenli departed, Bai Ming approached Lin Qingxuan, playfully delivering a seemingly forceful punch to his shoulder, though it lacked any real strength. Lin Qingxuan inquired, why did you hit me, Senior? Bai Ming replied, why do you say everything out loud? Huh, what do you mean by that? Did I not just shake my head at you? What do you mean? Come here. Lin Qingxuan, unsure of her intentions, obediently leaned closer. Bai Ming glared at him, then pinched his cheek with surprising vigor. Upon releasing him, Lin Qingxuan rubbed the area, wincing. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. Senior. Good, as long as you recognize the pain. Why are you so compliant? When someone asks you something, you should answer. It wouldn't be polite not to. Are you concerned about others now? No, not at all. Next time, keep your focus on me, understood? Okay. Fool. Wenli promptly dashed to He-Jin's side. He-Jin asked, where's Bai Ming? Wenli replied, humph, inside, being all lovey-dovey. What? I mean, she's inside, romancing her little boyfriend. Immediately, He-Jin rose and tiptoed to the supermarket entrance, peering inside just in time to witness Bai Ming pinching Lin Qingxuan's cheek. In disbelief, she returned to Wenli. Who is that? Lin Qingxuan. He-Jin was flabbergasted. Huh, the one who rejected your confession? Yes, unless there's another Lin Qingxuan. But how did he end up with Xiaobai? How would I know? Now we know exactly who he is fond of. Wenli, pouting, gazed vacantly at the concrete ground. He-Jin, mistaking her silence for sorrow, sat beside her and gently patted her back. Are you upset? Oh dear, next time I'll introduce you to someone. No, I'm just angry at Xiaobai. She hit it so well. She acted as if she didn't care at all. Ha, Xiaobai beat you to it. You still dare to say that? No. I must insist that Xiaobai treats me to a meal. He-Jin pointed to herself. And what about me? What about you? You weren't even involved. Well, now I am. Actually, I fell deeply in love with him long before I ever met him. He-Jin pressed her hands to her heart, closing her eyes dramatically. Wenli delivered a playful punch to her. Still acting, are we? I could just hit you. Would you dare? If you break me, you shall be responsible for my care. Wenli, undeterred, fiercely pinched He-Jin's waist. Ouch! Stop! I won't say another word. Humph. At this moment, the young couple was still inside selecting snacks. Yet their attention was far from the treats. Bai Ming was preoccupied with thoughts of the severe repercussions she would face upon returning. While Lin Qingxian pondered whether he and Bai Meng, his senior, could be considered a couple, despite their relationship still lacking formal acknowledgement. Bai Meng inquired, "Do you have any places in mind that you would like to visit?" Lin Qingxian replied, "I have only been here for a few days and am not very familiar with the area, but I did some online research, and many people recommend the zoo and the aquarium in Linhai City." Bai Meng reflected on her time in Linhai City since starting school. Aside from shopping in the city center with her roommates, she had never visited places like the zoo or the aquarium. Which would you prefer, the zoo or the aquarium? Lin Qingxian scratched his head and, after careful consideration, responded, "I'll go wherever you wish to go, senior." "Why are you so indecisive?" she chided. "I'm afraid my choice might not appeal to you," he admitted. Bai Meng felt a mixture of irritation and delight. She was annoyed by his lack of assertiveness in choosing a location, yet pleased that he cared so much about her preferences. She understood that he harbored feelings for her, albeit he was not yet aware of them himself. "Let us go to the aquarium, then. How about we save the zoo for another time?" "Sounds good. I wholeheartedly support wherever you decide to go, senior." "You silly boy," she teased, as Lin Qingxian blushed. "All right, we have military training this afternoon, so let us hurry and buy our things and rest for a bit, or we won't have any energy later." Lin Qingxian understood that Bai Meng's heart was gradually forming a space to accommodate him. After a silly grin, he grabbed a loaf of bread and rushed to the checkout, bidding farewell to her. "I'm heading back now, senior. Goodbye." "Go ahead." Upon exiting, he spotted Wen Li and He Jin together. He recognized Wen Li but was unfamiliar with the blonde girl beside her. He greeted Wen Li, mentioning he was returning to the dormitory to rest. As he prepared to leave, both women waved at him simultaneously. Lin Qingxian paused for a moment, then smiled in response. He Jin exclaimed, "Ha ha, so adorable." Wen Li added, "Now you understand. No wonder both of you are fond of the same person." After Lin Qingxian left, Bai Meng emerged from the supermarket, feeling awkward as she looked at the two girls. Chapter 39. An unexplainable sense of calm, He Jin remarked. "Weren't you indifferent towards him?" Wen Li teased, "You've hidden it well. Who would have thought your rival was right beside you?" Bai Meng pouted, feigning innocence as she looked at them. He Jin asked, "Are you feeling wrong now?" "What do you mean? Was it you who took the initiative, or was it him?" Wen Li probed further. "You've completely captivated that younger student." Bai Meng sighed. "Oh, I'm suddenly feeling tired and want to go back." He Jin urged, "Let us go? We can talk more in my room." Wen Li insisted, "Quick, spill the beans." Bai Meng knew there was no way to evade the topic, so she decided to speak honestly. "We can discuss it back at the dorm. You two are so relentless." He Jin retorted, "Relentless? We are your best friends and confidants. How could you hide your romantic affairs from us?" "Wen Li, you have stolen my chance at love. You owe me a meal." Bai Meng covered her ears, closed her eyes, and lowered her head. "I can't hear you. I want to listen." He Jin and Wen Li exchanged glances, then each grasped one of Bai Meng's arms. "Come on. Let's return and discuss this leisurely." "Humph. I'm quite fatigued. Perhaps I should take a nap when we get back and we can talk afterward?" He Jin, "Sounds good. I'll keep you company while you sleep." Wen Li, "I'll squeeze in the middle." Bai Meng, feeling helpless, allowed the two to drag her along. They escorted her toward the dormitory. Lin Qingxian overlooked a crucial detail. The military training concluded around 5 p.m., while the aquarium typically ceased operations in the afternoon. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Qingxian found his roommates already taking their afternoon rest. The sound of engines roaring erupted from several beds. After setting an alarm, he quietly climbed into bed to rest. Meanwhile, on Bai Meng's side, after being forcibly returned to the dormitory, the two pressed her shoulders and forced her into a chair. He Jin, "How long have you been keeping this from us?" Bai Meng, "Oh, come on, let me take a nap first." Wen Li, "Sleep? Speak up. How long have you two been together?" Bai Meng, "It hasn't been long at all." He Jin, "How long is not long?" Wen Li mockingly imitated Bai Meng's previous words. "Why did you drag me into your affair?" Bai Meng, at a loss for words, covered her face and chuckled softly. He Jin, "Still laughing, are we?" Wen Li, "You have a date this afternoon." He Jin looked at Bai Meng with the intensity of an eagle. "So soon? Who took the initiative?" Bai Meng feigned ignorance. "Me? Him? I'm not sure." He Jin pinched Bai Meng's cheeks. "Still pretending, are we? If you don't clarify, you certainly won't be able to sleep tonight." With no other choice, Bai Meng reluctantly recounted the entire story. The more they listened, the more their brows furrowed. He Jin, "Isn't this just enticing? You're quite mischievous." Wen Li realized where her approach had faltered. Perhaps her words lacked the necessary sweetness. Or perhaps the juniors simply adored Bai Meng's type. The specific reason remained a mystery. Heejin, so, where are you two going this afternoon? Can I join? Bai Meng, we're heading to the aquarium. Why would you want to tag along? Wenli, are you trying to ruin their romantic escapade? Heejin pouted, feigning discontent. All right. I merely wish to sneak a peek at your sweet date. Bai Meng, seriously. Wenli, the Ice Queen is transforming into a devoted wife. Heejin, nonsense. Bai Meng, what are you babbling about? He hasn't even confessed to me yet. Heejin, confession? You've already thrown yourself at him, Sister Bai? Wenli, this could make for a novel. The aloof senior girl pursues me. Heejin, ha 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 ha. Bai Meng reached out and tugged at Xiao Wenli's face, exclaiming, what do you mean I'm being overly accommodating? Ouch. All right, I won't say anything more. Heejin suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. Xiao Bai, it seems you won't be able to visit the aquarium. Bai Meng's expression turned to one of confusion. Why not? The aquarium typically ceases operations by the afternoon. They only finish their training then, so the aquarium is likely already closed. At this, Bai Meng remembered. All right, I guess we'll have to go another time. Wenli interjected, I recall there's an indoor aquarium that opens in the evening. You could visit that one. Her words provided Bai Meng with a sense of reassurance. Where is it? Heejin asked, intrigued. It's over in the city center. Just look it up. Bai Meng opened her phone's map to search for indoor aquariums in Linghai City. There were 2 large aquariums listed, and she clicked on each to check the details and their operating hours. Wow, they really do stay open in the evening. Heejin exclaimed. Looks like we can go on a date after all. Bai Meng shot Heejin a disapproving glance. She captured screenshots of both aquariums, highlighting their hours in red circles. After sending the one that closed in the afternoon to her junior, she slipped off her shoes and laid down in bed, preparing for a refreshing afternoon nap. Yes, she was teasing him again. Heejin and Wenli suddenly lost interest, each engrossed in their own tasks. Lin Qingxuan emerged from his midday slumber. The cicadas outside eagerly proclaiming the reign of summer. The incessant chirping collided against the window frame, infiltrating every corner of the room through the air's crevices. Lin Qingxuan fumbled for his phone beside the pillow, intending to check the time. But his first instinct was to open the messaging app. Curious if his senior had sent him anything, he noticed a picture from her. What's this? Lin Qingxuan clicked to open it, abruptly sitting up in bed. What? Only open until 4 p.m.? My training ends at 5 p.m. I'll need to shower afterward. I can't let any unpleasant odors reach my senior. He quickly thought that the zoo probably closed in the afternoon too, but to confirm, he opened the map for a quick search. Indeed, as he had suspected, the zoo closed at 4:30 p.m. He scratched his head in frustration, pondering his options. What to do? Should we go to the amusement park? Are there any that open in the evening? Or maybe just stroll around the city center? Would that be too dull? After much contemplation, Lin Qingxuan remained uncertain about where to go and decided to seek Bai Meng's advice. I'm sorry, senior. I didn't pay attention to the operating hours. Should we consider shopping in the city center, or perhaps around the school? Or should we just wait for another time? When Lin Qingxuan uttered the words next time, a sense of reluctance enveloped him. After much effort, his senior had consented to accompany him on an outing, yet his own inattentiveness threatened to derail their plans. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Meng did not harbor a particular desire to visit the aquarium. Her sole wish was to be in the company of her junior. Each encounter with him inexplicably brought her a profound sense of tranquility. Perhaps this sensation was the physiological response elicited by affection? Chapter 40. Anxieties of the overly cautious. The gentle melodies of the afternoon awakened the slumbering crowd. Li Chong groggily descended from his bed, only to discover Lin Qingxuan seated in a chair, a frown etched upon his face. What troubles you? Li Chong inquired. Lin Qingxuan turned, his expression heavy with concern. Oh, my senior mentioned the aquarium, but I failed to ascertain its operating hours beforehand. She sent me this. Lin Qingxuan presented a screenshot from his senior to Li Chong. Upon seeing that the establishment closed at 4 p.m., Li Chong comprehended the source of his friend's distress. What about the zoo or amusement park? He asked. I've considered those, but by the time my military training concludes, they will likely be closed. Li Chong felt an acute sense of empathy as he recalled the anticipation of a date that had been undermined by his own negligence, leaving him at a loss for a solution. You're making me feel quite immersed in this situation, but perhaps she truly doesn't mind where you go? Lin Qingxuan was perplexed. What do you mean, doesn't mind where? Li Chong struggled to articulate his thoughts. Well, I think that on a date, the location might not hold as much significance. What truly matters is the person you are with. Is the location unimportant? But I fear that if it is too dull, my senior may not enjoy it. Have you inquired with her? I sent her a message, but she hasn't replied. I don't know if she is upset. Li Chong couldn't fathom why she would be angry. After all, it was merely a matter of location. As long as he was with the person he cherished, any place would suffice. Surely, she wouldn't be upset over something so trivial. She doesn't strike me as someone prone to outbursts. Perhaps she is simply busy. Then what are you fretting about? Besides, it's currently nap time. She might just be resting. Don't overthink it. Lin Qingxuan was enlightened by Li Chong's words. Indeed, I have been overly sensitive. Li Chong patted Lin Qingxuan's shoulder. Go wash your face. I'll wake them up. I'm starving. Let us see what the cafeteria has to offer. Li Chong climbed onto the beds to rouse the two others. Yang Yi was jolted awake by Li Chong's nudge. What time is it? Are we late again? Kuei-1, poised to get out of bed, was startled by Yang Yi's exclamation. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you have a condition? Yang Yi ignored him and pressed on with his inquiry about the time. What time is it? Li Chong replied. There is still half an hour left. We're not late. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I truly cannot bear the thought of being late again. As a devoted homebody, Yang Yi, coupled with his habitual self-rewards, undoubtedly possessed a physique weaker than the average individual. After a few of them washed their faces and regained some vigor, they jogged towards the canteen. At this hour, the crowd was manageable. They casually purchased some snacks and headed towards the playground. Once military training commenced, they assumed the standard military stance, followed by training in the squatting position, which proved quite uncomfortable, as prolonged squatting could impede blood circulation in the feet. Today, they dared not utter a word. Refraining from speech might alleviate some of their suffering. During breaks, while others indulged in short videos for relaxation, Lin Qingxuan sat in a daze, staring at the chat window with his senior. He was genuinely reluctant to squander this opportunity. Who knew when his senior would next be available? Would his significance in her eyes diminish over time? Bai Meng slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil plaguing the junior. In her dreams, the junior was the dominant force, rendering her utterly subdued, a mysterious smile gracing her slumbering visage. Perhaps she preferred the junior's assertiveness, yet when it truly became overwhelming, her happiness waned. During the afternoon training, at each break, Lin Qingxuan would take out his phone to message his senior and then lapse into contemplation. After military training concluded, her lack of response left him utterly dispirited. Kuei-1 inquired, "What's the matter? Pensive?" Li Chong added, "The senior's ignoring him. He in quite a tizzy." Yang Yi teased, "Oh, have you had a quarrel?" Lin Qingxuan sighed in resignation. "No, it's just that I feel our date might be in jeopardy." Li Chong retorted, "You have a penchant for overthinking." Kuei-1 suggested, "Let us go grab a bite. Perhaps she'll respond shortly." Yang Yi approached and patted him on the shoulder. "You're just too anxious. Come on." Though it is often said that one should not wish for their friend's happiness, such sentiments are merely expressions. Who wouldn't desire their comrades to lead fulfilling lives? Lin Qingxuan had little appetite, his mood entirely devoid of the desire to eat, as he followed the others toward the canteen. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. He hurriedly checked. "Bai Meng, did you just finish military training?" Lin Qingxuan, Yes. It just ended. I thought you were ignoring me." Upon seeing the junior's reply, Bai Meng beamed with an amused smile. "Are you a little puppy?" Lin Qingxuan, "I am not." Bai Meng, "Oh." Lin Qingxuan, "Is the senior going out?" Bai Meng, "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Lin Qingxuan, "But the aquarium is already closed." Bai Meng then sent him another screenshot. Lin Qingxuan opened it and realized he had been tricked once again. Lin Qingxuan, "Senior, are you teasing me?" Bai Meng, "Oh no, you caught me. Ha." Lin Qingxuan gritted his teeth, feeling helpless yet exasperated. "Why do you always play with me?" Bai Meng, "Your reaction is quite adorable. All right, you should quickly tidy up. I will wait for you downstairs at your dormitory." Lin Qingxuan, "Sure." Instantly, my earlier gloom dissipated like mist. I hurried over to Yang Yi and the others, eager to share the good news. "Kuei-1, what are you still waiting for? Hurry back and get ready. Li Chong, you must return tonight. Do not spend the night outside. Yang Yi, just let me pinch you first, quickly, just once." As Yang Yi reached out to pinch her, Lin Qingxuan instead seized his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Yang Yi rubbed the area where he had been struck, exclaiming, "Oh, that hurt like the devil." Lin Qingxuan, "Father has departed. Son, do not dwell on him." Yang Yi, "You, go away." Lin Qingxuan glanced at the time. "Phew, I still need to take a shower." I must hurry, for every second lost is a significant loss. He quickly left the cafeteria and dashed toward the dormitory. He climbed 5 flights of stairs in one breath, picked out some matching clothes, and laid them on the armchair. After catching his breath, he headed to the restroom to grab his bathing essentials. Time for a shower. Upon reaching the large bathing area, Lin Qingxuan was surprised to find it empty. How could it be deserted at this hour? No matter, he thought. Singing while showering was a must. It simply felt wrong without it. Every boy had his own rhythm while bathing. Meanwhile, Bai Ming glanced under the bed. The two were not at their desks and were likely still asleep. She got down from the bed, dragged her suitcase from beneath the desk, and opened it. The suitcase was nearly overflowing with clothes. What should I wear? Chapter 41, Fairy. Hey. Bai Ming emptied the suitcase, tossing all the clothes, including undergarments, onto the bed, creating a vibrant display in the air. He-Jin was awakened by the noise. Peeking out from behind the bed curtain, she looked down. What are you doing, little Bai? Bai Ming, without turning her head, continued her search for an outfit that would capture the heart of her junior. Did I wake you? I'm looking for clothes. But I can't find anything suitable. Oh, are you going on a date? Yes, but I still can't find the right outfit. I have a lovely white floral dress. Would you like to try it on? It's quite enchanting. A dress? Most of Bai Ming's outfits were sophisticated and mature. She had never attempted a casual style. Sure. Let us give it a try. From a cold and aloof goddess to an innocent young girl. How intriguing. He-Jin's interest was piqued, and she immediately got off the bed to search for the dress. Quick, try it on. Bai Ming took the dress but hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. I've never worn anything like this before. He-Jin gently touched Bai Ming's waist. Bai Ming instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Oh, that tickles. Hurry up." Still feeling strange, Bai Ming turned back to glance at He-Jin multiple times. He-Jin simply gestured for her to proceed. Upon entering the restroom, this time, Bai Ming had learned to be clever and locked the door. He-Jin had indeed planned to sneakily open the door to catch a glimpse of the scene inside. He approached the restroom quietly and gently pushed the door. Believing his effort was insufficient, he pushed once more with greater force. Little Bai, who are you guarding against? Even a gentleman must be cautious. Bai Ming remained obediently inside. After his failure, He-Jin could only return to his chair and wait for Bai Ming to change her clothes. The moment the lock clicked, Bai Ming emerged from the makeshift changing room. She donned a white dress, its hem fluttering lightly, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Her pure and beautiful visage intertwined with a hint of allure, embodying both an innocent girl and a captivating charm. He-Jin sat mesmerized in the chair. Wow, you look absolutely stunning. How about we go on a date? Bai Ming approached the full-length mirror, contemplating her appearance, feeling uncertain about her self-assessment. Really, is it that beautiful? He-Jin nodded fervently. Yes, truly. Then let me wear it first. Sure, but you must agree to go on a date with me next time. You call me a lesbian, but you're the real one. He who knows. Bai Ming walked to the table and selected a bag that complemented her outfit. I'm heading out now. Will you be back tonight? What are you talking about? Hurry along. Someone is probably waiting anxiously. Bai Ming pushed the door open, her heart filled with a blend of anticipation and shyness. Although she usually exuded confidence, the prospect of a date softened her demeanor considerably. Coupled with her outfit today, it was hard not to appear a bit more ladylike. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan had already cleaned himself up and returned to the dormitory, searching for a stylish ensemble. Unfortunately, the selection for boys was rather limited. He might only buy new clothes once every 6 months. Which outfit should I wear? He rummaged through his closet, which contained only 2 or 3 sets of clothing. This one will do. Lin Qingxuan casually grabbed an outfit, and with no one in the dorm, he changed directly. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from a senior. Bai Ming, are you ready? I'm downstairs at your dorm. Lin Qingxuan felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. I'll be right down. Senior, please find a shady spot to avoid the sun. Bai Ming, I'm not foolish. Ha. I just don't want you to get sunburned. All right, you go ahead, and make it quick. Okay. Lin Qingxuan hurried to the washstand, using a small mirror to fix his hairstyle. Perfect. He rushed downstairs, anxious not to keep the senior waiting for too long. Upon exiting the dormitory, Lin Qingxuan glanced around, puzzled by the absence of the senior. Where could she be? He prepared to send a message inquiring about her whereabouts. Just as he was about to type, a pair of hands stealthily appeared from behind him, instantly covering his eyes. Who is it? The person behind remained silent. Lin Qingxuan presumed it was Yang Yi and his friends playing tricks on him. Who could it be? Lin Qingxuan thought, It must be Yang Yi from that day. Suddenly, he made a swift move reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches. The individual behind him noticed Lin Qingxuan's hand descending and promptly released their grip, leaping back. What are you doing? You rogue. Upon recognizing the voice belonged to his senior, Lin Qingxian understood he was in trouble. I thought it was my roommate. I'm sorry. Bai Ming's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. You. Come here. Instead of advancing, Lin Qingxian retreated, aware that his senior was about to reprimand him. Bai Ming, are you planning to run? 3, 2. Before she could finish counting, Lin Qingxian dashed in front of her, lowering his head in preparation for punishment. Bai Ming seized Lin Qingxuan's ear, twisting it sharply. Ouch, that hurts. I want to do it again. You still want it next time? No, there won't be a next time. After Bai Ming released her grip, Lin Qingxian thought he was in the clear, only to have her hand firmly grasp his face. Hey, senior, my face is going to get distorted. Distortion would be for the best. I was wrong. Please stop squeezing. With a huff, Bai Ming finally let go and transformed back into her gentle self. Shall we go? Lin Qingxian rubbed the places that had been affectionately pinched. All right. The two maintained a delicate distance as they exited the school gates. Senior, have you eaten yet? Bai Ming replied, Not yet. Should we go eat? Lin Qingxian took out his phone to check for group deals. Is there anything you'd like to eat, senior? Bai Ming pouted in thought. How about some crayfish? Crayfish? Let me check. Lin Qingxian searched for nearby crayfish restaurants. Unfortunately, there were none close to the school. Several highly rated places were located downtown, with one relatively near the aquarium they planned to visit. Senior, there's nothing nearby. How about we head to downtown? There's one conveniently located near the aquarium. Sounds good. Then I'll treat you to the aquarium, and you treat me to crayfish. Deal. I'll buy the tickets first. Then I'll grab a taxi. All right. During the taxi ride, Bai Ming leaned closer and quietly asked, Do I look good today? Lin Qingxian had long wanted to express that his senior looked different today. However, no matter how her style changed, she remained the most beautiful in his eyes. He hesitated. So beautiful. What? I said you look good. Bai Ming pouted. That sounds dismissive. No, you genuinely look great. So, does that mean I only look good today? No. Senior, you look good no matter what. Bai Ming's cheeks reddened as she turned her head away, falling silent. In truth, she had merely retreated shyly to one side. Whenever Lin Qingxian approached Bai Ming, he was invariably captivated by a delightful fragrance that enveloped her. He could not discern whether it emanated from her laundry detergent or was simply her natural scent. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that when one harbors affection for another, they instinctively remember the unique aroma that belongs solely to that person. Chapter 42. The shelling expert. Once they boarded the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped them. Neither party knew what to say, both merely hoping the driver would hasten to their destination. As dusk gradually descended, Bai Ming gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder and turned to find the younger student asleep, leaning against her. Just then, the vehicle traversed a bumpy stretch of road, causing Lin Qingxuan's head to lose its balance and nearly slide off her shoulder. Bai Ming instinctively adjusted his head back into place. How could one sleep amidst such jolting? She scrutinized Lin Qingxuan's face, noting that his eyelashes were longer than hers. With a playful poke at his cheek, she was surprised by its elasticity, finding it quite amusing. Lin Qingxian stirred suddenly, startling Bai Ming, who quickly withdrew her hand and sat up straight, relieved to discover he had merely been tickled by her touch. Bai Ming then observed Lin Qingxuan's lips. How could a boy possess such beautifully shaped lips? They seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing her ever closer. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, Lin Qingxian abruptly awakened. Bai Ming instantly turned her head to look out the window. Realizing he was resting against his senior's shoulder, Lin Qingxian quickly lifted his head. I'm sorry, senior. It's fine. Go ahead and continue sleeping. We'll be there shortly. Lin Qingxian rubbed his eyes, attempting to shake off the remnants of slumber. No more sleep. I've had enough rest. The driver in the front seat had witnessed the entire scene through the rearview mirror, internally lamenting, Oh dear, why didn't you just kiss? What a pity. Moments later, the vehicle came to a gradual stop. Hello, we have arrived at your destination. Please gather your belongings before disembarking. Got it, Lin Qingxian replied. They exited the vehicle in succession, and as Bai Ming prepared to alight, the driver made an encouraging gesture towards her. She appeared utterly bewildered. Only after the driver had departed did she recall that he had seen everything quite clearly. Bai Ming covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. What's wrong, senior? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Qingxuan inquired. No, let us go, she replied. Following the navigation, they arrived at a restaurant named Big Shrimp Gate. The staff were outside welcoming guests. As they ascended the steps, a server immediately rushed down to greet them. Hello, how many in your party? Just 2, Lin Qingxuan responded. Excellent, I will show you to your seats. The attendant guided 2 individuals to a relatively pleasant spot by the window, where they could behold the towering skyscrapers outside. The lights of these edifices were the most captivating elements of the night, their outlines illuminated as if traced by a fluorescent pen, showcasing the unique forms and elegant lines of the architecture. Lin Qingxuan was busy verifying the group purchase with the attendant, while Bai Ming snapped a large portrait of the moon in the sky. After confirming the order, he turned to see his senior sister capturing something. Senior sister, what are you photographing? I'm taking a picture of you. Stay still, sit up straight, and tilt your face slightly to the left. Lin Qingxuan promptly fell into position, following her directions. No, the left side, not the right. Oh, right. Click. Bai Ming opened the freshly taken photo. Wow, you look great on camera. Let me see. Senior sister. She lifted her phone towards Lin Qingxuan. Gazing at his close-up, he noticed it featured only his face. Indeed, just his face, devoid of anything else. He couldn't discern what was so photogenic about it, but if one insisted, it certainly was a shot. Senior sister, how is this photogenic? It looks awful. Ha ha. Such a big face. At that moment, Bai Ming's phone rang. I'll step outside to take this call. Okay, watch your step. As she exited, Lin Qingxuan received the earlier close-up photo. Turning back, he caught his senior sister glancing at him. He placed his hands over his heart. Oh no, oh no. It's so flattering. A few minutes later, the attendant brought a large platter of crayfish to their table. Hello, the gloves are over here. Be careful, it's hot. The attendant pulled out the rightmost drawer of the table, filled with utensils and disposable gloves. Lin Qingxuan replied, thank you. The attendant nodded and departed. The platter of crayfish, priced at 88, was quite generous, claiming to weigh around 7 pounds according to the group purchase. However, it was uncertain if that weight was accurate. One couldn't very well carry an electronic scale while going out. Lin Qingxuan noticed his senior sister was still on the phone. So he donned the gloves and set a small goal for himself, to peel a bowl full of crayfish for her. Hee, this will earn me some praise. Having never eaten crayfish before, he assumed the meat at the tail would be similar to that of ordinary shrimp. Upon peeling the first one, he quickly realized the meat was pitifully scant. No wonder it's so cheap. After Bai Ming finished her call and re-entered, she saw the junior diligently at work and thought he must be starving, so she decided to dig in first. What have they done to the poor child? As she approached, she discovered Lin Qingxuan was peeling shrimp, tossing the meat into a bowl. She initially thought it was for him to eat, feeling a tad disappointed. Humph. Quietly, she crept up behind Lin Qingxuan, preparing to give him a fright. When one is deeply engrossed in a task, it is exceedingly easy to be startled. Just as Lin Qingxuan sensed a presence behind her, she swiftly turned her head. Ah, senior, have you finished your call? This sudden movement startled Bai Ming, causing her to shudder slightly. Oh yes, I've just finished. Here, eat this quickly. Lin Qingxuan placed a bowl brimming with shrimp meat on the seat beside Bai Ming. What? Is this for me to peel? Indeed. Hurry and eat. It will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Bai Ming felt a surge of delight within her. After sitting down, Lin Qingxuan handed her a pair of gloves. In that moment, her joy was indescribable. Bai Ming took a bite. Wow, it's so spicy. She fanned her tongue with her hand, as if that would alleviate the heat. Lin Qingxuan hurriedly poured her a glass of tea. Drink this. It seems to help with spiciness. Bai Ming accepted the tea and took a sip. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan's phone rang. Oh. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a video call from her mother. Without a second thought, she answered. However, by a twist of fate, the back camera was activated. Lin Yin immediately noticed the girl in the frame. Who are you having dinner with? Why is it a girl? Lin Qingxuan then noticed the small screen in the upper right corner of her phone. Oh no. She quickly switched to the front camera. Bai Ming also heard Lin Yan's inquiry. Looking up at Lin Qingxuan, she softly asked, Who is it? Lin Qingxuan moved the phone to the side, mimicking her senior's gentle tone. It's my mom, senior. Oh. Meanwhile, the voice from the phone continued to press. Who are you having dinner with? Why are you so quiet? Lin Qingxuan turned the phone towards herself. Haha, I'm with a classmate, mom. Upon hearing the word classmate, Bai Ming's mood soured instantly. She then stood and approached Lin Qingxuan. Hello, auntie. Chapter 43, Daughter-in-Law? Lin Yin furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Bai Meng on the screen. Upon closer inspection, her eyes sparkled. This girl was undoubtedly a beauty. Yet, she found it peculiar. Could her son, with such limited intellect, attract a girl's affection? She then decided to play the role of a supportive mother. "Oh, hello? Are you two having dinner? Am I interrupting?" Bai Meng replied, "No, Auntie, we were just about to eat." Lin Qingxuan was surprised that her senior took the initiative to greet her mother. Bai Meng nudged Lin Qingxuan, signaling for him to make space. Lin Qingxuan was oblivious to her cue. "Huh." Bai Meng's expression turned cold. "Aren't you going to let me sit down? Am I to stand here?" Lin Yin, witnessing this interaction, facepalmed in disbelief, realizing her son was utterly clueless. Anxiously, Lin Yin exclaimed from the phone, "Are you foolish? Let her sit." Lin Qingxuan was immediately prompted to shift his position after being scolded by his mother. Lin Yin observed the two seated together, a smile gracing her lips, sensing an inexplicable resemblance between them as if they were a couple. "Are they on a date?" she mused. No, it's merely a casual meal," Lin Qingxuan replied. But Bai Meng interjected, "Yes, Auntie, we are indeed on a date." Startled, Lin Qingxuan turned his head sharply, his eyes widening as he gazed at his senior. Realizing the situation, Lin Yin understood that her son was likely under her senior's charm. Nonetheless, she thought, if he were to bring home a stunning daughter-in-law, it wouldn't be so bad after all. She then turned her attention to her son. "Aren't you going to introduce me to this beautiful lady beside you?" "Oh, this is my senior from sophomore year, Bai Meng," Lin Qingxuan replied. "Bai Meng? What a lovely name. And she's quite beautiful too," Lin Yin remarked, while Bai Meng shyly covered her face. "Oh no, Auntie," she exclaimed. Lin Qingxuan interjected, "What do you need to video call me for, Mom?" Lin Yin shot him a glance. "What are you rambling about? Can't you see I'm speaking with Bai Meng?" "Oh." Lin Qingxuan turned his head, propping his phone against a cup. "How about I call you Meng Meng?" Lin Yin suggested. "Sure, Auntie, you can call me whatever you like," Bai Meng replied playfully. With a mischievous glint, Lin Yin added, "What about daughter-in-law?" Bai Meng was taken aback, feeling as though Annie was more eager than she was. Yet, internally, she reveled in the notion of being recognized by her future mother-in-law. Lin Yin was indeed eager, knowing her son was utterly inept in matters of the heart. "Haha, I'm just teasing," she continued, aware that Bai Meng could not readily agree, as their relationship was still in its infancy. Shifting the topic, Bai Meng remarked, "Auntie, your skin is so lovely. If you hadn't been called Mom, I would have thought you were my sister." "Oh dear, you flatter me. I'm already 42, Lin Yin responded, her smile widening. Bai Meng feigned surprise. "What, 42? I thought you were around 35 or 36. Lin Yin beamed at the compliment, fully aware it was flattery. Yet it still brought her joy. She then turned to her son. "Ha ha ha, take a lesson from her. Her words are so sweet, unlike you, who never has anything nice to say." Lin Qingxuan fell silent, merely peeling shrimp shells in the background. "Ah, Meng Meng, I'll be in Linhai City tomorrow. Do you have time to have a meal with me?" Lin Yin asked. Bai Meng was taken aback by the sudden invitation to meet the parents. "Sure, Auntie. If you're coming, I'll definitely make time. Let me add you on WeChat. Then I'll come to your school to pick you up," Lin Yin said. Lin Qingxuan leaned into the camera, pointing at himself. "What about me, Mom?" Lin Yin replied casually. "Oh, you can come too." Lin Qingxuan felt as though he were an afterthought. "I must have been picked up. I nearly devoured half a bowl of shrimp meat, indulging in a few myself, while pushing the remainder towards my senior." Bai Meng was engrossed in delightful conversation with my future mother-in-law, while Lin Qingxuan seemed to fade into the background, akin to an automatic peeling machine. Lin Yin remarked, "I shall not disturb you two any longer. Farewell." Bai Meng waved goodbye through the video. "Goodbye, Auntie." The call ended. Lin Qingxuan mused, "Senior, I feel as though I am not my mother's child. You must be hers." Bai Meng chuckled, "Hey, could you send me your mother's Earth number? Are you really adding me? What's the matter? Am I not allowed to?" No. Lin Qingxuan felt as if the path to his future had been entirely mapped out. He subsequently shared his mother's Earth number with his senior. Bai Meng promptly input Lin Yin's details into her phone, naturally changing the label to future mother-in-law. Hardly a moment passed before Lin Yin accepted the request. "Meng Meng, may I ask you something?" Bai Meng tilted her phone aside. "What is it, Annie? Are you and my Qingxuan dating?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Meng concluded that it no longer mattered whether to confess. However, it was essential to maintain some semblance of formality. After all, girls do cherish a sense of ritual. "Not yet. Auntie, he hasn't confessed to me," Lin Yin surmised that her son had yet to reach that stage. He simply struggles to articulate his feelings. He is the same at home. If he ever bullies you, just let me know, and I shall see to it. All right, Auntie. Still calling me Auntie. Ah, well. Just teasing you. Carry on with your fun, and do take care. Bai Ming wiped the sweat from her brow. Uncertain if it was due to the spiciness or the amusement provoked by Qingxian's mother. Lin Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at his senior conversing with his mother, unable to discern the content. Senior, what are you discussing with my mother? Bai Ming, savoring the peeled shrimp meat, replied, Hiss, Auntie said that if you bully me, I'll tell her, and we shall see how she deals with you. Huh. We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes. And you're already this close? Bai Ming proudly lifted her chin. Humph. Lin Qingxian felt as though his senior, akin to a siren, had him utterly entranced. And even his mother had succumbed. Observing Lin Qingxian laboriously peeling shells, Bai Ming, having barely eaten herself, decided to transfer all the meat from her bowl to him. You eat. You eat. I can't manage any more. As Lin Qingxian watched her pile the meat into his bowl, he pondered whether this could be construed as an indirect kiss. Isn't it too spicy? A bit, but I've had plenty. You should eat. It's all right. I'll peel for you. Take your time. You haven't eaten much. Please, indulge. I truly can't eat anymore. Eventually, Lin Qingxian succumbed to his senior's insistence and began to eat. Bai Ming tilted her head to the side, observing her junior as he consumed his meal. You eat so delicately, she remarked. Delicately? You mean like a girl? Lin Qingxian coughed, immediately feeling the urge to prove himself. He began to devour his food voraciously, having only maintained his composure before his senior. When it came to eating, aside from Li Chong, none of the other two in the dormitory could rival Lin Qingxian. Seeing her junior suddenly eat so rapidly, Bai Ming chuckled. Why are you eating so fast? Slow down. No one is competing with you. Heeding her advice, Lin Qingxian immediately slowed his pace. Oh, Bai Ming found Lin Qingxian increasingly endearing, resembling a large puppy. Particularly his face, though not particularly plump, evoked a desire to pinch it. She then glanced at Lin Qingxuan's abdomen, biting her lip. Does he have abs? Chapter 44. The night aquarium. After they finished their crayfish, Lin Qingxian glanced at the time. It was nearly 8:30. By the way, senior, don't you have dorm checks today? Bai Ming replied, Huh? I arranged for another counselor to do it today. I see. They maintained a subtle distance, though Lin Qingxian yearned to hold Bai Ming's hand, fearing she might disapprove. Noticing him shyly eyeing her hand, Bai Ming halted abruptly. Lin Qingxian took a couple of steps forward before realizing she had stopped. What's wrong, senior? Bai Ming remained silent, simply extending her hand toward him. Lin Qingxian, confused, approached her, studying her arm intently. Is your hand hurt? Are you allergic to crayfish? Bai Ming continued to remain silent, giving him an exasperated look. Then she turned her palm upwards and waved it a few times. Seeing Lin Qingxian still bewildered, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You fool. Hold my hand. Lin Qingxian stammered, Huh? What? Hurry up. He reached out to grasp her hand, but hesitated, retracting it several times, which made Bai Ming laugh despite her irritation. If you're not going to hold it, then don't ever try again. She pretended to be angry and quickened her pace. It is well known that girls tend to walk faster when they are upset. Lin Qingxian had never held a girl's hand before, and this sudden request made him quite nervous. He saw Bai Ming increasing her speed and jogged to catch up. Seizing the moment, he grasped her hand firmly. Holding Bai Ming's hand felt extraordinary. His heart raced, and his palms grew sweaty. Yet he was unsure whether to hold it tighter or looser. Holding it too tightly might hurt her, but letting go was not an option he relished. Bai Ming found his blushing face quite amusing. You said you wouldn't hold it. Lin Qingxuan's face was as red as a monkey's rear. Of course, he had to hold her hand. Bai Ming could feel the perspiration in Lin Qingxuan's palm. What are you so nervous about? I'm not nervous, Lin Qingxian replied. Is this your first time holding a girl's hand? This question left Lin Qingxian momentarily perplexed. Indeed, it was his first time. He imagined his senior would surely laugh at him, but if he said it wasn't, he would have to admit he had never held hands with anyone other than his mother. No, I've held my mom's hand before. Bai Ming found his response amusing. Silly boy. Unconsciously, Lin Qingxian lifted his senior's hand to caress it. Hey, senior, your hands are so small. Bai Ming forcefully interlaced her fingers with his, then squeezed tightly. Ouch. Be gentle. All right. The street before them was bustling with activity, filled with various food stalls and a continuous flow of people. Senior, if we cross this street, we'll reach the aquarium. Okay. Lin Qingxian held by Meng's hand, leading slightly ahead to clear a path for her. This street was popular, so it was no surprise that so many people were around. Bai Meng felt Lin Qingxian gripping her hand tighter, as if afraid she might get lost. As the sounds of vendors grew louder, the crowd thickened. The people around them pressed in, and Bai Meng had to stay close behind Lin Qingxian. He sensed something soft pressing against his back and turned to see that Bai Meng was almost right behind him. He then turned his head to continue paving the way. Bai Meng spoke up. "When will you confess your feelings to me?" The cacophony of noise enveloped her words, but Lin Qingxian caught a glimpse of her lips moving. He paused and turned to ask, "Senior, what did you say?" Bai Meng shook her head. Lin Qingxian assumed it was nothing and continued walking ahead. Moments later, they finally navigated through the sea of people. Lin Qingxian sighed. There are so many people. Noticing that his senior's smile had faded, he inquired with concern, "What's wrong, senior?" Bai Meng forced a smile. "Nothing, let's keep going." Okay. They arrived at the entrance of the aquarium, thankfully without having to queue. "There aren't many people here," Lin Qingxian observed. Bai Meng released his hand and took out her phone to show the ticket collector the electronic ticket. Lin Qingxian felt a sudden pang of disappointment at her release, but he understood it was necessary for her to check the ticket. He obediently followed behind her. Once the ticket collector verified their tickets, he advised them accordingly. "Please remember not to tap on the glass, as it may easily frighten the fish. Additionally, if you wish to take photographs, kindly turn off the flash, for it can cause stress to the aquatic creatures." Bai Meng and Lin Qingxian echoed in unison, "Understood." They exchanged glances, and then Bai Meng proceeded ahead. The ticket inspector observed Lin Qingxian, who remained frozen in place, and silently mused. Is he not aware that his girlfriend is upset? He then cleared his throat several times to draw Lin Qingxuan's attention. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qingxian followed closely behind his senior. Upon entering the aquarium, it felt as though they had stepped into a fantastical azure realm. The circular, transparent, acrylic underwater tunnel dominated their view, teeming with vibrant schools of fish that glided gracefully. The brilliantly colored tropical fish resembled exquisite sprites, fluttering their delicate fins as they frolicked among the coral reefs and seagrass. Bai Meng continued to follow the directional signs, pausing to read the information about the fish before her. Just then, a pod of dolphins swam over from a distance, coming to a precise halt in front of her. Bai Meng quickly retrieved her phone, turning off the flash to capture a few images of the dolphins. However, before she could snap a shot, the dolphins darted away in a flash, leaving her with a sense of regret. After the failed photo opportunity, she moved forward again. To her surprise, one of the dolphins from the earlier pod returned, stopping right before her on the other side of the glass. It curiously gazed at the girl, particularly at the black rectangle she held aloft. As if aware of her intentions, it remained still, gently swaying its body, waiting for her to take a picture. Bai Meng felt a sense of wonder at the dolphin's intelligence. "How clever!" she exclaimed, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Qingxian behind her, subtly implying, "Smarter than someone." While she was photographing the dolphin, Lin Qingxian quietly edged closer to his senior. Noticing his approach from the corner of her eye, Bai Meng promptly stepped aside, deliberately distancing herself from him. Lin Qingxian, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, inquired, "Senior, are you upset?" Bai Meng chose to ignore him, her gaze fixed on the fish before her. Seeing that she was unresponsive, Lin Qingxian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had never quite understood how to navigate their relationship, always interacting with her as he would with a friend. Yet Bai Meng yearned for more. She thought she had been sufficiently proactive. Didn't he comprehend her feelings? Lin Qingxian hung his head, looking as though he had done something wrong, his expression one of innocence and sorrow. Observing him in this state, Bai Meng felt a mix of exasperation and pity, silently reassuring herself, "He is my chosen boyfriend. I mustn't be angry." Bai Meng gazed at the glass before her, which reflected their silhouettes. Through the glass, she studied Lin Qingxuan's face and, with a soft sigh, posed a question. "If one day we were to argue, and I decided to leave, running far, far away, would you come looking for me?" Lin Qingxian felt a surge of joy when he heard his senior speaking to him, turning to gaze at Bai Meng. "Why run away? Shouldn't you be giving me a good beating instead?" Bai Meng pouted, resembling an irate pufferfish. "Oh, don't change the subject. Answer me seriously." Lin Qingxian repressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to observe the school of fish swimming by. "I won't." Chapter 45. I do not wish for regrets. Upon hearing his response, Bai Meng looked incredulously at Lin Qingxuan's profile, a pang of anguish gripping her heart. She silently mocked herself, realizing that no matter how proactive she was, she could not penetrate the heart of this blockhead. With a stoic expression, Bai Ming coldly replied, "I see. Let's go, on to the next." Just as she was about to turn away, Lin Qingxuan grasped her hand firmly. Bai Ming was perplexed, but simply watched him in silence. "Because I will reach the ends of the earth before you, and wait for you there." Bai Ming's heart was a tumult of emotions, feeling both disheartened and immensely reassured. The roller coaster of feelings left her elated, yet infuriated. She moved closer to Lin Qingxuan, playfully striking his chest. Ouch! Lin Qingxuan, however, was oblivious to the redness around her eyes. "What are you doing? Are you filming a drama?" "Ha ha." Lin Qingxuan gazed at her with delight as she waved her fists. After a few playful hits, Bai Ming paused. "Why the ends of the earth? Moreover, how do you know I intend to go there?" Lin Qingxuan scratched his head, responding in a dazed manner. "Isn't that what movie lines usually say? I will chase you to the ends of the earth. That must be the farthest place, right?" Bai Ming found his explanation amusing and was about to speak when Lin Qingxuan interjected. "Senior, the moment I saw you, I was already captivated. But I'm rather foolish and didn't know how to express it, merely watching you as a bystander while you conveyed your affection towards me. I have never been in a relationship before. I don't know how to interact, and I fear that my clumsiness might complicate things later. I also dread that your expectations of me might turn into disappointment." At that moment, Lin Qingxuan, emboldened, pulled Bai Ming into his embrace. "Yet, what I fear most is regret, and I do not wish for that." As Bai Ming listened to his heartfelt words, her emotions surged anew, bringing tears to her eyes. She heard what she longed to hear, and the blockhead was no longer a blockhead. Bai Ming remained silent, leaning in closer, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist, gazing deeply into his eyes. Lin Qingxuan, seeing the glimmer in her eyes, was momentarily at a loss. "Senior, please don't cry." "Oh no, did I say something wrong?" He hurriedly wiped away the unshed tears from her eyes, lowering his head. "Huh." Lin Qingxuan, perplexed, lowered his head. Bai Ming leaned in for a kiss. The surrounding fish paused their fin movements, gathering to witness this captivating spectacle. The heartbeats of the two soared continuously. Lin Qingxuan felt a rush of excitement that left him slightly weak in the knees. Subsequently, Bai Ming playfully nipped at him. "Why did you bite me, senior?" he exclaimed. "Fool, love is not solely yours to cherish. I shall also devote myself to nurturing this bond," Bai Ming replied before continuing on her way. Lin Qingxuan stood there, savoring the lingering taste of her lip balm at the corner of his mouth. He chuckled to himself. When Bai Ming turned around to find him frozen in place, she reached out her hand towards him. "What's wrong? Can't you move?" "Oh, I'm coming." Lin Qingxuan jogged over and took her hand. The two of them strolled along, admiring the vibrant array of fish until they reached the final viewing area. To their surprise, there was a polar bear observation zone. "Are there polar bears even at night?" Bai Ming inquired. Lin Qingxuan gazed at the polar bear lounging on the tiled shore, its body as robust as a small mountain, covered in thick white fur. Unfortunately, it was merely lying there. As Bai Ming prepared to capture a photograph of the sprawled bear, to her delight, it rose to survey its surroundings, though only Lin Qingxuan and Bai Ming were present in the observation area. The polar bear looked at them, and they gazed back. The great white bear approached the edge of the pool, seemingly testing the water temperature, then suddenly leaped into the pool. "Wow, it's so big!" exclaimed Bai Ming. Lin Qingxuan remarked, "How is its fur not wet at all? It must be too thick. I really want to touch it." Lin Qingxuan turned his head to Bai Ming. "Aren't you afraid it might eat you?" Then it can eat you first, and I'll be safe," Lin Qingxuan said, placing his hand on his forehead. "Goodness, are you plotting to murder your husband?" Bai Ming was taken aback by the rapid evolution of the younger student's expressions from his earlier confession to his current choice of words. "What are you saying? Husband? Let us talk about that after we get a certificate." "Oh." The large white bear walked playfully in the pool, its size making the water appear shallow. Thus, one could see its head still breathing the air above. However, from the glass reflection, it looked somewhat unsettling. The bear's head and body were not aligned. "Wow, senior, look. That's a bit eerie," Lin Qingxuan remarked. "It's fine. I think it's adorable," Bai Ming said, pressing against the glass, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the polar bear. "Look over here, look over here." Lin Qingxuan watched as his utterly charming senior waved at the polar bear. "Senior, doesn't he understand English?" "Well, you're such a buzzkill." At that moment, the polar bear approached them as if it had developed a sense of humanity. "Bai Ming, bubbling with childlike excitement, turned to Lin Qingxuan and exclaimed, "Look, it's coming over." Lin Qingxuan did not fix his gaze upon the polar bear, but instead looked affectionately at his senior. She was simply too adorable. Her usual demeanor was rather aloof. Yet in this moment, she resembled a cherished daughter. Perhaps this is a sentiment common among young men. After falling in love, they tend to care for their girlfriends as one would for a beloved daughter. She interacted playfully with the polar bear while he held her hand. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, as if time itself had paused to savor this beautiful moment. The polar bear's presence appeared to serve as a picturesque backdrop to their romance. Not far away, a middle-aged man, who had just passed through the area, witnessed the sweet exchange between the young couple. This scene was undoubtedly a splendid capture. He swiftly raised his camera, adjusting the angle and focus with a professional touch, patiently awaiting the perfect moment. At the instant their eyes met, he decisively pressed the shutter. That moment, brimming with sweetness and warmth, was immortalized in a photograph filled with affection. The middle-aged man admired the image, thoroughly satisfied, yet felt compelled to inform the couple about his impromptu photography. After all, it would be inappropriate to capture their moment without their consent, and he hoped they would agree to keep the photograph. Approaching the couple, he felt a twinge of hesitation at the prospect of interrupting their intimate moment. Lin Qingxuan sensed a chill behind him and turned to find the middle-aged man smiling at him. Alarmed, he swiftly imagined all the unfavorable outcomes, his mind racing through scenarios. He instinctively shielded Bai Meng behind him, eyeing the stranger warily. Confused, Bai Meng followed Lin Qingxuan's gaze. The middle-aged man quickly realized he had been misinterpreted. "Oh dear, I seem to have been mistaken for a villain," he chuckled, hastily clarifying, "I'm a photographer, and I couldn't resist capturing the scene of your romance." He displayed the recently taken photo to the couple. They gazed at the image of themselves, feeling a rush of shyness. "I just wanted to ask if it would be all right to keep this photograph. It's simply too beautiful," the man inquired. Lin Qingxuan looked towards his senior, who merely nodded in silence. "That's fine, but could you send it to us?" The middle-aged man was thrilled. Losing such a nearly perfect shot would indeed be a pity. Of course, after exchanging contact information, the middle-aged man sent the photograph to Lin Qingxuan. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the couple. Thank you. I won't disturb you any longer," he said, waving goodbye. Lin Qingxuan looked at the first photo of himself and his senior, a smile inadvertently spreading across his face. "Shall we use this as wallpaper?" Bai Meng suggested. Lin Qingxuan wholeheartedly agreed, even contemplating printing it out to hang at home. "Great, I'll send it to you." After bidding farewell to the polar bear, the two departed from the aquarium. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and in just an hour and a half, the dormitory would close its doors. Lin Qingxuan was almost incessantly holding on to Bai Meng's hand, to the point where her palm felt as though it might wear thin from his grip. "Do you enjoy holding my hand so much? Does your senior not like it?" she queried. "I do, but there must be limits. It's so hot. And my hands are all sweaty," he replied hastily, releasing her hand to rummage for a tissue in his pocket. Subsequently, he awkwardly wiped the palm of her hand. Bai Meng gazed at him with confusion. "Why are you wiping my hand? It's not like I'm the one sweating." "Oh, right," he said, and not long after, he took her hand once more. With a resigned sigh, Bai Meng allowed him to hold her hand again. The two lingered affectionately by the roadside, waiting for the DD car. Meanwhile, in the 502 dormitory, Yang Yi glanced at the time. Is he not planning to come back? Kuei-wen glanced up from his phone at Yang Yi. Is the emperor anxious while the eunuch remains calm? Hey, we are indeed the emperors here. Li Chang returned from the shower, drying his sparse hair with a towel. Why not send a message and ask where he is? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Perhaps Qingxian could bring back some food. Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Yang Yi instinctively touched his stomach. Indeed, that small portion of lunch was hardly sufficient. I'll inquire. Yang Yi messaged, Son, why haven't you returned? Have you forgotten your father now that you have a girlfriend? Lin Qingxuan did hear the notification sound, but at that moment, he was entirely preoccupied with Bai Meng, who was adjusting his head into her lap. Senior, perhaps I should sit up. This feels rather strange, he suggested. Don't move. Bai Meng insisted. He dared not shift, fearing that a careless move might provoke a reprimand from her. Bai Meng gently caressed his face, somewhat fulfilling her desire to touch the polar bear. Lin Qingxuan slowly turned his head toward the front seat, but Bai Meng promptly twisted it back. What are you doing? I told you not to move. Oh, he replied. The driver, exhausted from a long night of driving, grumbled inwardly about the young couple's display of affection. Oh, good heavens. I truly wish to kick that young man with my size 42 shoes. He then cleared his throat, reminding the two in the back seat. Upon hearing the driver's gentle admonition, they quickly straightened up, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had clearly forgotten that the vehicle was not their private space. Lin Qingxuan suddenly recalled the earlier notification on his phone. "What's the matter, my son? Your father is on his way back." Yang Yi responded, "What? I thought he wasn't returning. What is the situation?" "What situation?" Lin Qingxuan asked. "Given your tone, it seems you're quite pleased," Yang Yi remarked. Lin Qingxuan turned his phone to landscape mode, holding Bai Meng's hand with his right while pressing the camera button with his left. Who are you taking a picture for?" Bai Meng inquired. "I'm sending it to my roommates." Bai Meng found herself in a state of confusion, tinged with embarrassment. Why should she show it to her roommate? Lin Qingxuan turned to her, his face adorned with an innocent expression. "Because I want to drive them mad," Bai Meng thought silently. Was this the competitive spirit inherent in men? Upon receiving the photograph, Yang Yi could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. He suddenly leapt from the chair in the dormitory. What the hell? Huan and Li Chong had long grown accustomed to his eccentricities and chose to ignore him. "You too. Look, that little rascal is actually dating." Hearing the key phrase, Huan and Chong rushed over to Yang Yi. He magnified the photo for them. "This must be a guy's hand, right?" Huan asserted. "Is he taking a selfie with himself?" Li Chong queried. "Isn't the driver a person?" "I refuse to believe it's a girl." The three were acutely aware that Lin Qingxuan had gone out with Bai Meng today, and they simply could not accept that their good friend had truly found a romantic partner. While one could endure hardship, they believed, one could not genuinely find happiness. "Video call? Hurry, video call," Huan urged. "What do we need a video call for?" Li Chong replied. Yang Yi, in a frenzy, struggled to locate the video call option. Huan snatched the phone and initiated the call. Lin Qingxuan was engaged in a conversation with Bai Meng about the attractions of Linhai City. Suddenly, the familiar ringtone of Earth's classic call echoed through the air. "Didn't you just send a message?" Bai Meng inquired. "Who is it?" "My roommate." "Aren't you afraid I might be kidnapped?" "Ha ha, certainly not." Lin Qingxuan answered the call, and the scene unfolded with wide eyes staring at each other. Bai Meng, leaning against Lin Qingxuan's shoulder, appeared in the video frame. The three boys were momentarily stunned upon recognizing Bai Meng, erupting in excitement. "No way," Yang Yi exclaimed. "You really are dating." Huan added. "You're truly incorrigible," Li Chong remarked. "What is wrong with me?" Lin Qingxuan questioned, bewildered. Meanwhile, Bai Meng was stifling her laughter at the unfolding spectacle. "Sister, he doesn't wash his feet, and they smell." Yang Yi teased. "Sister, please don't date him. He has countless bad habits." Huan warned. "Didn't you both agree to be each other's wings? How did you suddenly become someone else's groom?" Lin Qingxuan set the phone aside, whispering to Bai Meng. "Aren't you all trying to ruin my blissful life?" Bai Meng, fully aware of her boyfriend's character, found their teasing amusing. It was a battle of wits among three, each targeting the other's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, Lin Qingxuan conceded. 13. That is still pushing it a bit, he admitted. "All right. Enough of this. We'll be at school shortly. By the way, look outside. There's food. Bring us something." Yang Yi called out. Lin Qingxuan, "What can we possibly eat at this late hour?" Yang Yi, speechless, thought to himself, can he not comprehend such an obvious hint? Silly boy. Yang Yi's implication was clear. He should indulge in a bit more affectionate banter with his senior. Lin Qingxuan. Yang Yi, call ended. Beep, beep, beep. Bai Meng, noticing the call had been disconnected, decided to tease him a bit. "Aren't you going to wash your feet? You have many bad habits? Are you and Li Chong still in that kind of relationship?" Lin Qingxuan was bewildered. Surely, his senior could not have taken it seriously? No, they were just joking. "I maintain a proper hygiene routine every day, truly." Bai Meng feigned an exaggerated expression of disdain. "Is that the nature of your relationship with your roommate?" Huh. Chapter 47. Little Meng, Little Meng. Lin Qingxuan leaned closer to his senior and whispered, No. I like you. I'm not that kind of person." "Oh." Bai Meng observed his flustered expression. "Really? Indeed. How could I possibly be that kind of person?" Bai Meng slowly leaned in closer to his ear. "So, how long do you plan to like me?" Lin Qingxuan found himself unable to withstand it. Even before he could finish his words, his ears turned crimson. He felt a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through his body, strangely delightful, yet unsettling. He scratched at his ear. Bai Meng's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Just as Lin Qingxuan was about to speak, Bai Meng placed her finger in front of his lips. No need to say anything. As long as you hold me in your heart, that suffices. I don't fancy spoken declarations of affection. She then playfully flicked his forehead. Why are you flicking me? I just wanted to. Oh, when it comes to my girlfriend, I must endure whatever she wishes. Moments later, the gates of Linhai University came into view. The driver, hello, please take care of your belongings. Lin Qingxuan, all right. The two exited the vehicle. The driver received a call from his wife. Hello? Haven't you returned yet? Do you want me to heat up dinner? Initially, the driver had been rather hungry, but after picking up the couple, he felt less inclined to eat. I want to be eating, dear. I'm full. Huh, did you eat out? Yes, I had my fill of dog food. His wife felt certain he must be out of his mind. No matter how hungry he was, he couldn't possibly have eaten dog food. The things he mentioned were not what she had in mind. No worries, I'm on my way back now. As they entered the campus, Lin Qingxuan remembered he needed to buy something to eat for his roommate. Senior, how about I take you back first? I can return later to see what there is to eat. No need, there's still time. I'll accompany you to buy something. Good. By the way, don't call me senior anymore. Then should I call you by your name? Bai Meng. Bai Meng felt it was rather strange. It was fine when others called her by her name, but it felt peculiar when Lin Qingxuan did so. No, that's odd. You can use another term. But calling me by my name feels strange. Lin Qingxuan scratched his head in confusion. Strange? Not strange at all. Not possible. It simply cannot be. Think for yourself. Oh. The two of them strolled hand in hand towards the cafeteria. Jean swung her legs on the bed. Where is Xiao Bai? Is she really sleeping outside? Wenli. She should be on her way, I suppose. Jean dialed Bai Meng's number. After several seconds, it connected. Hello? Aren't you coming back? The doors are about to close. No, I'm at the cafeteria. Would you like me to bring something? Oh, I thought you were truly sleeping outside. What are you thinking? Where's your little boyfriend? Bai Meng glanced at Lin Qingxuan beside her, dazed, likely still pondering what to call her. He's right here. Oh. Let me ask Wenli if she wants something. Jean. Xiao Wenli. Xiao Bai is at the cafeteria. Do you want anything? Wenli poked her head out from behind the bed curtain. I want grilled meat over rice. Jean was speechless. What a ridiculous request. She turned back to Bai Meng. No need to bring anything. Just hurry back. Oh, okay, Bai. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Qingxuan was also unsure about what to bring and was too lazy to call. He casually grabbed some snacks and prepared to pay. Bai Meng stopped him. What's wrong, senior? Buy some bread and milk. We have military training tomorrow. Lin Qingxuan slapped his forehead. Right? It's still senior to the rescue. Am I clever or what? He gave a thumbs up to the senior. Clever and beautiful. Such a tease. After wandering around, Lin Qingxuan finally found the bread shelf. Unsure which one was tasty, he randomly picked 4 flavors, then stood there in a daze. Should he buy milk? But he doesn't drink milk. After some contemplation, he decided to buy it anyway, just for the 3 of them. Lin Qingxuan, laden with a plethora of items, carefully walked to the checkout. The senior, mindful of her figure, preferred not to eat at night, especially since it was rather late. After paying, Lin Qingxuan held Bai Meng with his left hand while carrying a large bag of items in his right. They made their way to the girls' dormitory where the senior was. Bai Meng, have you decided what to call me? Lin Qingxuan, baby? Bai Meng scrunched her lips in disdain. No, that sounds awful. How about calling me Meng Meng, like my mom does? After a moment of thought, Bai Meng felt that wouldn't work either. How about this? You call me Sister Meng. I'll call you Brother Xian. Lin Qingxuan was taken aback. It felt akin to swearing brotherhood. Sister Meng? Hey, Brother Xian. The name felt odd when it escaped his lips. Then he thought of another and blurted it out. What about Xiao Meng? It feels like I'm your little sister. No way, Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng. Lin Qingxuan was quite pleased with this. So I'll call you that from now on, senior. Bai Meng contemplated for a moment, feeling that calling her that in front of others would be. How shameful it must be. No, if there is someone present, one should address them by name. Lin Qingxuan initially did not comprehend this, but soon grasped the meaning. Indeed, calling someone sweetie in front of a roommate would surely lead to endless teasing upon returning. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Xiaoming, Xiaoming? Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing and hurry back. As Lin Qingxuan was about to turn away, Bai Meng suddenly recalled the couple keychain nestled in her bag. She had purchased it during their last outing, but had forgotten to present it. Wait, Lin Qingxuan had barely taken a few steps when he turned around. What is it? She extracted the keychain from her bag, a capybara design, adorably quirky. She promptly handed it to Lin Qingxuan. Here you go. Lin Qingxuan accepted the keychain, playfully squeezing it for a moment. It was made of a material that could bounce back, providing delightful stress relief. Does that senior have one as well? Bai Meng revealed her own version. Of course. Did you think I only bought one for you? Oh, thank you, Xiaoming. Bai Meng felt that this term of endearment was somewhat unfair. You mustn't call me that. Just use my full name. Lin Qingxuan sensed that another utterance of her name might provoke her ire. All right, Meng Meng. Bai Meng, rolling up her sleeves, prepared to give him a proper scolding. Observing her demeanor, Lin Qingxuan took off running. Goodbye? Humph, you may run fast. After watching Lin Qingxuan disappear into the distance, Bai Meng finally ascended the stairs. During her ascent, she sent him a message. I've reached the dorm. Let me know when you do. He did not reply, likely hurrying back. Indeed, Lin Qingxuan was sprinting, having glanced at the time earlier. Only 3 minutes remained before the doors would close. Oh no. He hurriedly quickened his pace. As the entrance to the boys' dormitory came into view, it was unfortunate that the dormitory matron had just locked the door. Lin Qingxuan dashed forward, calling out, Auntie, Auntie, I'm not inside yet. Please wait for me. The matron, having aged, had a bit of difficulty hearing, and from afar, she could not discern his voice. Why does it sound like my ears are buzzing? She chose to ignore him and locked the door. When Lin Qingxuan reached the entrance, he discovered it was securely fastened. Oh no. He knocked on the door, repeatedly pleading, Auntie, please open the door for me. Auntie, I'm still outside. Auntie. His final exclamation effectively drew the matron out. Why are you still outside? Lin Qingxuan wished to inquire as well. Auntie, I was out buying something and lost track of time. Please let me in. The matron squinted at him. You young people have no sense of time whatsoever. If you return late again, I shall not open the door. The matron spoke in such a manner, yet she still proceeded to open the door for Lin Qingxuan. Thank you, Auntie. Would you care for some candy? Lin Qingxuan inquired, opening the bag in his hand. I do not wish to indulge. Hurry back to your dormitory to rest, and make sure to return earlier next time. All right. Thank you, Auntie. After bidding farewell to the dormitory matron, Lin Qingxuan scampered up to the 5th floor. Creak. Chapter 48. You gave him what? Lin Qingxuan pushed open the door to the dormitory. The 3 individuals within heard the commotion and rose to glance towards the entrance. Look who's here, the father has arrived. Lin Qingxuan announced, placing a large bag of snacks on the table and sinking into a chair to rest. Climbing 5 flights of stairs in one go proved to be quite taxing. Yang Yi exclaimed, Oh, isn't that someone we know? The little pauper. Kuei-wen asked, How did your date go today? Lin Qingxuan ignored Yang Yi, fully aware that his words would not be anything worthwhile. Li Chang added, Do we even need to ask? Just look at that radiant expression. Lin Qingxuan glanced at his reflection on his phone screen. Indeed, his complexion appeared significantly improved. Could this be the enchantment of love? Yang Yi remarked, So? You really have found a partner, and it's one of the top beauties in school. I am envious. Kuei-wen inquired. So, Qingxuan, where shall we celebrate with a meal? Li Chang chimed in. Now that you have a girlfriend, we ought to commemorate this occasion, right? Lin Qingxuan understood that these 3 were not harboring any noble intentions. A grand feast? Had they even contemplated what they would eat the following morning? Yang Yi suggested, The cafeteria, I suppose. What else? Has love addled your brain? Kuei-wen noted. Whatever we can get our hands on. Li Chang added. If we don't seize it, how will we have anything to eat? Lin Qingxuan retrieved bread and milk from the bag, raising them high as tomorrow's breakfast, swaying them towards his companions. Ahem, as a devoted father, one must always consider the needs of his sons. The 3 looked at the bread in his hands. Yang Yi lamented, Woe is me, even while dating. You still think of us old fathers. It brings tears to my eyes. Kuei-wen exclaimed, Finally, we 1T have to scavenge. Li Chang asked, Wait, does this mean we can sleep in tomorrow? Lin Qingxuan retorted, Oh, so you wish to take advantage, do you? I shall consume it all myself. As he spoke, he prepared to tear open the packaging. Wait, leave one for me. No, you should save one for the 2 of us. Each of us shall have 2. You are the father. I am the son. Lin Qingxuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Not hearing his sons call him father daily left him somewhat unfulfilled. He took out his phone, intending to browse short videos before heading off to freshen up. Ding dong. Lin Qingxuan unlocked his phone. Bai Meng messaged, Are you not back yet? Are you locked out? Upon seeing the time, Lin Qingxuan realized, when was this sent? He had indeed lost track of time. I have arrived. I almost got locked out just now. Oh, did it take too long to escort me back to the dormitory? Well, next time, there is no need to see me off. Lin Qingxuan found himself puzzled, uncertain of the nature of this exchange. What was this all about? Not at all. Lemon, I never said that. Oh, so if you didn't say it, does that imply you thought it? Lin Qingxuan was even more perplexed. I truly didn't. Every day I look forward to sending you back. How could I think it a waste of time? Oh, so does that mean if you send me back to my dorm, you won't have to see me again? Lin Qingxuan felt increasingly off-kilter. That was clearly not the intended meaning. His grip on the phone tightened with rising agitation. I yearn to see you every single day? Ha ha ha, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Quickly, go wash up and get some sleep. Lin Qingxuan immediately sulked. Great, I've been toyed with again. Always teasing me. After a dramatic skirmish with the water at the sink, Lin Qingxuan hurriedly climbed into bed, eager to engage in a lengthy conversation with Bai Meng on his phone. It's me. At that moment, Bai Meng was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. He-Jin rushed to embrace Bai Meng as soon as she returned. Incessantly inquiring about how the date had gone, Bai Meng offered a brief, evasive response. It was all right. What does all right mean? What about the details? Details? Bai Meng feigned deep contemplation. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. Oh dear, you're killing me. Did you hold hands? Who confessed? Were there any kisses? Upon hearing this, Bai Meng felt overwhelmed. Lin Qingxuan's roller coaster-style confession had nearly brought her to tears. He-Jin, noticing her vague response, wore a puzzled expression. Just, what does that mean? Did you do it or not? Still, are you playing with me? He-Jin playfully dug his fingers into Bai Meng's waist, tickling her. Ha ha. Stop it. What's the verdict? Did you or didn't you? Bai Meng ultimately succumbed to the tickling assault. Ha ha, we did. We did. He-Jin halted, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Bai Meng. Did you really kiss? Huh. Winley, catching wind of the keywords, popped her head up like a gopher. Huh. Bai Meng felt a rush of shyness. He-Jin exclaimed. If he wants you, then give in. Winley chimed in. Did you really give in? He-Jin retorted. But this was only the first date. How could things progress so swiftly? Winley inquired. Who took the initiative? He-Jin shot Winley a knowing glance. Of course it was the younger student. Could it possibly have been Bai Meng? After He-Jin spoke, he confidently turned to Bai Meng, who shyly responded. I took the initiative. The two listened intently, though they seemed somewhat confused. Are you speaking in Chinese? He-Jin asked. Were you channeling a sci-fi movie? Winley added. Bai Meng fell silent. He-Jin grasped her shoulders and vigorously shook her. Who are you? Get back to being Bai Meng. Winley quipped, she's giving in. He-Jin exclaimed. Where has my aloof Bai Meng gone? Bai Meng, thoroughly flustered, shook her head. Oh dear, does it really matter who initiated? He-Jin ceased his actions. What a stark contrast you present. Usually, you are too lethargic to engage in conversation with others. Yet now you seem so generous. This is quite different. I may not have affection for others, but I certainly do for him. The two of them currently lack interest in this matter, and are particularly eager to learn about today's agenda and details. He-Jin, pray, share the specifics. I am curious to glimpse the sweetness of others. Winley, I wish to hear as well. The two turned away, dragging chairs to encircle Bai Meng. Bai Meng, what is there to hear? Do tell. However, this is indeed quite intriguing. Bai Meng was left speechless and exasperated, ultimately recounting a series of stories from their departure from school to the aquarium. The two listened quietly, only to feel disheartened. He-Jin, how dull. Winley, your patience is remarkable. Had he not finished with those two words, I would have fled long ago. Bai Meng spread her hands in resignation. What else could be done? It was a choice made by oneself. Meanwhile, the girls' dormitory buzzed with gossip, while the boys' dorm had fallen silent. Lin Qingxuan, awaiting a reply from Bai Meng, scrolled through short videos. Before the screen had even dimmed, he had already succumbed to slumber. Ding dong. The most beautiful woman in the world has transferred you 1,500 yuan. Lin Yan often treats her son to fine meals and small gifts, you know? During these few days at school, he has certainly plagued his mother with requests. He subtly hinted at her that the remaining 1,500 yuan has yet to be delivered. Goodness. It seems this remaining sum was granted solely out of consideration for Bai Meng. Yet Lin Qingxuan had already drifted into dreams, leaving one to wonder whether he would feel joy or resignation upon discovering this transfer in the morning. Chapter 49. I must have been found. With the girls' gossip concluded, Bai Meng finished her evening routine and lay in bed. Unlocking her phone, she noticed a message from Lin Qingxuan. Are you asleep? After waiting a while without a response, she assumed he had indeed fallen asleep. After all, military training combined with an evening date is quite taxing. Bai Meng pondered whether she ought to prepare something to boost his energy. After all, If they were to engage in more intimate moments in the future, endurance would be essential. He should engage in more physical activities henceforth. With a sense of embarrassment, she began searching for methods to enhance male vitality. A phrase from a short video caught her attention. If a man lacks stamina, he holds no authority at home. Want your wife to be obedient? Go hard for an hour. Bai Meng found the advice increasingly unsettling. Was this truly a method for enhancing vitality? It sounded more like a pitch for some dubious product. She hastily turned off her phone and began to close her eyes. As sleepiness washed over her, Bai Meng felt an unsettling sense that something remained undone. What could it be? Oh, she had forgotten to set the photo taken by the photographer today as her wallpaper. After all, it was their first group photo, and held significant meaning. Naturally, there were other thoughts lingering in her mind. If he doesn't set this photo as his phone wallpaper tomorrow, he's doomed. Bai Meng swiftly opened her album and changed it without hesitation. Oh, I nearly forgot. She picked up her phone again to message Lin Qingxuan. Good night. Now she could sleep soundly. The night enveloped the dormitory like gentle water, while moonlight painted hazy silhouettes at the window, lulling Bai Meng into a serene slumber. The next day, Lin Qingxuan awoke not to the blaring of an alarm, but to the gentle embrace of natural sleep. His first action was to check his phone, as he had not received a message from Bai Meng the previous day. Unlocking his phone, he was puzzled to see a message from his mother. What? Has my mother suddenly decided to show kindness? Without further ado, he accepted the substantial sum she had sent. However, upon reading her message, he could no longer contain himself. Lin Qingxuan. Wait a minute. Mom, I've been pestering you for days without a response. Lin Qingxuan. Are you just doing this to appease Bai Meng? I am your son, your own flesh and blood. After venting his frustration, he waited for a response, but his mother remained silent. Haha. Perhaps I was just a promotional gift with the trash can. Glancing at the others, he noticed they were still asleep. He had risen first today. Breakfast was a priority. Oh, and he almost forgot to reply to his senior. Lin Qingxuan, good morning. You didn't reply yesterday, so I ended up sleeping while waiting. Just as he sent the message, he quickly received a reply from Bai Meng. Bai Meng, you woke me up. Lin Qingxuan's heart sank. Does she really have morning grumpiness? Just as he was about to type an apology, he decided against it. Sending that would only wake her up again, and he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Meng indeed had been roused from her slumber. Her sleep was always light, and her phone couldn't be silenced. She held her phone with sleepy eyes. Why can't I just sleep? Lin Qingxuan was busy enjoying the breakfast he had bought the day before, indifferent to others. It was more important to fill his own stomach first. He glanced at the message from his senior. What on earth is this? Is this even Chinese? Lin Qingxuan, what have you sent? Bai Meng, unable to resist the pull of sleep, drifted off once more. She had no classes today, a full day free. Noticing her silence, Lin Qingxuan assumed she had fallen asleep again. Truly, she could sleep like a reincarnation of the heavenly marshal. While finishing his breakfast and scrolling through short videos, he finally decided to wake the others once he had nearly finished his meal. Hey, wake up, wake up. You're late. The three of them immediately sprang up, their faces reflecting sheer panic. What? Late? Oh no. Yang Yi quickly glanced at the time. What the heck? It's only 7:30. There's still an hour and a half left. Kuei-wen, wait. Why did you wake up so early? Li Chong, I will sleep for another half an hour. Please wake me up later. After he spoke, he lay down, seemingly lost in thought. Despite being someone who often rises early, Yang Yi and Kuei-wen promptly got out of bed, preparing to freshen up. Lin Qingxuan addressed the two of them. Come and eat first before you wash up. Yang Yi inquired why. Lin Qingxuan responded, if you wash up first, and then come to eat. Wouldn't that make your efforts in vain? Yang Yi, though perplexed, felt an inexplicable sense of logic in his words. Meanwhile, Kuei-wen, seizing the opportunity while Yang Yi was still contemplating, had already approached to select his preferred flavors. Yang Yi remarked, hold on, let me see what options there are. He spotted meat floss, cream, and some black glutinous rice flavor. This bread is rather ordinary. After all, it's not handmade. Lin Qingxuan cautioned. Make sure you both leave a portion for Chong. Don't finish it all, or you'll have trouble with him. After saying this, he rose to freshen up. As fate would have it, his mother responded to his message. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Lin Qingxuan muttered, Lin Yan texted, this money is for your date expenses and for buying a gift for Meng Meng. Lin Qingxuan replied, so my living expenses have turned into public funds? Lin Yan shot back. If you fail to keep my daughter-in-law, you'll be in for it. Lin Qingxuan retorted, you've only met Bai Meng a few times. Have you truly become like mother and daughter? Lin Yin insisted. Enough of your chatter. If I hear Ming Ming say you've upset her, you'll have a hard time. Lin Qingxuan was at a loss for words. He had merely made a video call, and they hadn't even spoken for half an hour. How had his status as a son become so precarious? He eventually replied, all right, rest assured, as long as she doesn't hit me, that's good enough. Lin Yin quipped, if she does hit you, you'll just have to endure it. Besides, she looks so gentle. How could she possibly hit you? Lin Qingxuan reflected for a moment. Gentle? Perhaps a little, but not excessively so. Lin Qingxuan asked, oh, when are you coming over? Lin Yin responded, in the afternoon. That's all, I'm quite busy. Lin Qingxuan chose not to reply further. Whenever his mother mentioned being busy, she wouldn't even take calls. Lin Yin was the manager of the procurement department at a certain group in Jiangxing, often traveling for business. Her monthly salary was sufficient to support both of them. Lin Qingxuan's father had divorced Lin Yin due to family discord in their early years. Fortunately, custody of Lin Qingxuan was granted to Lin Yin. It was only as he grew up that he learned from his mother that his father had not treated her well in the past, and had even shown signs of infidelity. However, the specifics remained unknown to him. Regardless, he was content and happy living with his mother. After finishing up, Lin Qingxuan woke Li Chong. Li Chong joined the two in the washroom. He was not accustomed to this routine, preferring to freshen up before eating. The three of them donned their sweat-scented military training uniforms. Lin Qingxuan tugged at his collar and took a whiff. It was truly foul. He would need to wash it this afternoon. There was no need for further discussion. After all, everyone was present every time they went running. Yang Yi, this afternoon. Just take it to the laundry. It's hot, so it should dry by evening. Kueiwen, I feel uncomfortable wearing this. Li Chong, there's nothing we can do. After all, we only have one outfit. We still have plenty of time, and today we don't have to rush to the cafeteria for breakfast with the others. The group strolled leisurely towards the playground. Chapter 50. A relaxing day after half an hour of military training. Bai Ming was awakened by the sounds of washing. Groggily, she fumbled for her phone beside her pillow. She glanced at the message she had sent earlier while still half asleep, finding it amusing. What is this, haha? Jean was washing her face when she heard laughter coming from Bai Ming's bed. What is so funny? Why are you so cheerful this early? Wenli was applying skincare. Oh, I know you have a boyfriend. Bai Ming peeked out. What are you talking about? Jean set down her towel. Isn't it great to have a little boyfriend? But your reaction is a bit delayed, isn't it? Bai Ming stepped down onto the stairs. No way. I was laughing about something else. With a series of slaps, Wenli's vigorous skincare routine echoed, clearly having learned from Jean. Seeing Bai Ming's beautiful legs, Jean immediately rushed over, seizing her calf before she was fully out of bed. Bai Ming frowned. Why are you holding me? I need to get down. Jean was undeterred. I'll carry you down. Come on. Do you think you can? Given that their heights and weights were similar, it should be feasible, right? Bai Ming leaned forward hesitantly, still gripping the stairs. Wenli sensed impending disaster. You two should stop. You might fall and hurt yourselves. Jean wrapped her arms around Bai Ming's legs and hoisted her up. Wow, you're heavy. Nonsense. I'm not heavy at all. As Jean gradually relaxed her grip, Bai Ming began to slide down. Her hand accidentally brushed against Bai Ming's rear. Jean took the opportunity to squeeze. Oh, the sensation is still delightful. Bai Ming tapped Jean's shoulder. Hurry and carry me to the chair. Oh, Wenli observed the sweet interaction between the two. A domineering empress and her little wife? I like it. Quick sketch. Ha ha, just wait. Bai Ming shot them a look before slipping on her slippers to wash up. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan was enduring the hellish military training, yet his spirits were exceptionally high. After all, he was thinking about his girlfriend. What is Ming Ming doing? Yang Yi chimed in. Hey buddy, don't say it out loud. Just keep it in your heart. Kueiwen remarked, we all know you have a gorgeous girlfriend. So don't tease the brothers like this. Li Chong silently recited the great compassion mantra, believing that as long as Buddha resided in his heart, sorrow would not prevail. Yet, why did he feel increasingly distressed with each repetition? I too yearn for a sweet romance. Wenxin was perplexed, her gaze fixed on the habitual offenders. They hadn't even taken a break, and now, were they thinking of running again? The four immediately fell silent. At that moment, Bai Ming began to experiment with her outfits. This afternoon, she would meet her future mother-in-law and needed to present herself splendidly. Too extravagant. No, that won't do. This one is too revealing, even less acceptable. Jean looked at her in confusion. What are you doing? Are you going on a date today? Wenli teased. Are you nurturing feelings again? No, not at all. He scratched his head in inquiry. Then why the elaborate dressing? Bai Meng, casually selecting her attire, replied, this afternoon. Lin Qingxuan's mother is coming to school. He, momentarily unclear, replied offhandedly. Oh, is that so? All right then. Suddenly, he exclaimed, what? Lin Qingxuan's mother? Wenli's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Bai, you're meeting the parents already? So soon? He asked, didn't you just confirm your relationship yesterday? Now you're meeting the family? The two grew more excited with their banter. Wenli, are you two rushing into marriage? But he's only a freshman. Isn't he too young? He exclaimed, are you getting married? Wenli mused, isn't this akin to an old bull eating tender grass? Bai Meng, increasingly bewildered, interjected. What are you all talking about? Marriage? Old bull? Who is eating tender grass? He, aren't you going to meet the parents? Wenli chimed in. So does this mean we'll be celebrating your wedding after graduation? Bai Meng protested, no. Lin Qingxuan's mother is just on a business trip to Linhai and said she would take us out to dinner. He responded, well, that counts as meeting the parents too. Wenli agreed. Yes, it's perfectly fine. Bai Meng retorted, what wedding celebration after graduation? Isn't that too soon? Wenli frowned. However, I feel it's about the right time, He concurred. Indeed, with your demeanor, it's only a matter of time. Bai Meng felt a bit shy at the remark. She had indeed been pursuing actively. Perhaps one day she attempted to shake off the embarrassing thoughts. Nonsense. Who is pursuing anyone? Bai Meng confronted the two, ready to retaliate. They laughed, attempting to evade her grasp. All right, enough of this. I'm off to enjoy some grilled meat rice. Bai Meng guarded the only exit. No one is allowed to escape. Wenli, ever clever, swiftly removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and pulled the curtains. Just as the curtains nearly reached the top, she left a parting remark for He. You'll just have to endure it for me. With that, she ruthlessly closed the safety curtain. He exclaimed, what am I supposed to do now? Bai Meng dashed over to He. He chose not to resist, but aimed to flee, turning to dash into the restroom. All she needed was to lock the door behind her, and Bai Meng would be unable to enter. Unexpectedly, before she could make her escape, Bai Meng wrapped her arms around He-jin's waist. He awkwardly turned back. Hey, take it easy. After a moment of playful affection, the two panted for breath. Do not inquire. All one needs to know is that He was thrashing about like a wild boar. Bai Meng exerted considerable effort to subdue this unruly beast. Wenli, sprawled on the bed, was engrossed in watching a dramatic clash of women, thoroughly entertained. He-jin's hand grazed the bed staircase. Phew, let us grab something to eat. I'm exhausted. Bai Meng settled into a nearby chair. Let us rest a bit before heading out. Wenli, descending from the bed, cast a mischievous glance toward He. Still laughing, are you? I may not be able to handle little Bai, but I can certainly manage you. Thus, she had unwittingly walked into a trap. Once the commotion subsided, the trio was relentlessly summoned by Wenli to partake in a barbecue rice meal. There are only so many flavors. Why not suggest to Andy to develop some new ones? He proposed. I've mentioned it before. Perhaps we will see new flavors next time? Wenli replied. What new flavors could there possibly be? Fruit flavors? Mango, banana, cantaloupe? Bai Meng pondered, immediately feeling a wave of nausea at the thought. Don't even say that. Just hearing it makes me lose my appetite. He chuckled. How could that be? Fruit mixed rice? Ha. Bai Meng, while eating, scrolled through short videos, suddenly pausing her spoon and gazing out the window at the sky. He, chewing her food, noticed her daze and inquired, what are you thinking about? Bai Meng, still fixated on the sky, replied, I was contemplating whether to send him some water. He wished she could sew her mouth shut to inquire properly. Now, the rice before her had transformed into dog food. Chapter 51. Dog food in my mouth. Wenli halted her actions, adopting an air of a yin-yang master. Our little Bai is too sweet, even while eating. She's thinking of her boyfriend. Bai Meng immediately turned to her. Didn't I just scold you? Why are you teasing me? Wenli remained silent, merely sticking out her tongue. He interjected, if you don't eat soon, I'll take your food. Wenli, like a fierce lion, fixed a piercing gaze on He. I'm eating. She seized her spoon and devoured her meal voraciously. Are you trying to steal the food of a foodie? Sorry, but all you'll get is an empty bowl. Slow down. I'm not truly trying to steal from you. Eating too fast could choke you, He cautioned. Just as she finished speaking, Wenli began to choke. She looked up, her face flushed, unable to suppress her coughing. See, I told you to slow down, He remarked. Bai Meng opened a newly purchased bottle of water and handed it over. Take a sip to help. Wenli poured the water into her mouth. You jinx. Jean exclaimed, raising her hands in exasperation. It's my fault, I assented. After the three finished their meal, Jean and Wenli decided to head back first. Bai Meng, however, resolved to purchase a bottle of water to visit Lin Qingxuan at the playground. It wasn't out of concern for his thirst, but rather due to a burgeoning sense of longing for him. After seeing him, she intended to return and change into a more suitable outfit. Leaving the cafeteria, Bai Meng strolled to the supermarket and bought a bottle of mineral water. Just as she was about to pay, she remembered Lin Qingxuan's several roommates. Well, she thought, might as well buy more. Turning around, she grabbed 3 additional bottles. Unknown to her, these bottles would prove to be a lifesaver for Lin Qingxuan and his companions. At the playground, Lin Qingxuan and his friends felt as parched as dried jerky. Their lips were cracked and dry, yet they continued to lick them in vain. Yang Yi exclaimed, finally. A break. But why didn't anyone buy water? I'm dying of thirst. Kuei-wen replied, you're the one to talk. There's a case of mineral water right under your bed. Li Chang added, are you really going to run out to buy some now? Lin Qingxuan lamented. I'm boiling here. Who is going to fetch water? I'll cover the fare. Upon hearing about the fare, Yang Yi immediately perked up and turned to Lin Qingxuan. How much? Lin Qingxuan held up one finger. 10 yuan. What a generous boss. Lin Qingxuan shook his head and raised his finger again. Yang Yi was flabbergasted. 100 yuan? Seriously? Are you splurging on a bottle of water? Lin Qingxuan wore a look of exasperation. Why can't it just be 1 yuan? At the mention of 1 yuan, Yang Yi felt a rush of relief and promptly sat back down to rest. 1 yuan? Forget it, I'm not going. Li Chang suggested, how about rock, paper, scissors? Kuei-wen chimed in, let us settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Yang Yi reclined on the grass, resting his hands beneath his head. Not me. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not budging. Let me die of thirst. Li Chang was taken aback, recalling that he and Kuei-wen had indeed planned to team up against Yang Yi. Yang Yi eyed the two, mimicking the classic expression of a cunning dragon. Humph. Don't think I didn't see that exchange of glances. You really believe your brother is easy to deceive? Kuei-wen teased. Oh, learning to be clever, are we? Yang Yi retorted, of course. Your father's brain is worth 300. Lin Qingxuan, uninterested in Yang Yi's banter, prepared to rise and fetch water. He truly would die of thirst if he delayed further. As he stood, he intended to report to Instructor Wenxin that he was going to buy water. After all, the break lasted 15 minutes, and the nearest supermarket was only a round trip of 7 to 8 minutes at most. He could make it in time. As he headed toward the front of the line, he inadvertently glanced toward the viewing platform. There stood Bai Meng, one hand shielding her forehead from the sun's rays, squinting as she searched for Lin Qingxuan. However, the playground was filled with individuals clad in identical camouflage uniforms, making it difficult for her to spot him. Lin Qingxuan remarked, oh, it wasn't he that Lin Qingxuan had extraordinary vision. Rather, the aura of beauty emanating from Bai Meng was simply too powerful. He quickly submitted his report and dashed toward her direction. Bai Meng sighed, oh no, I forgot to bring an umbrella. It's so sunny. Having just expressed her grievances, she noticed a figure in camouflage rushing towards her. Initially, she paid no mind, assuming it was merely someone heading to the restroom. Lin Qingxuan sprinted up to Bai Meng. His military cap pulled low, causing her to momentarily fail to recognize him. It was only when he halted before her that she tilted her head for a better look. I was just looking for you. What brings you here? It's so hot out, quite sunny indeed. Bai Meng lifted the bag in her hand. I'm here to bring you water, he replied, a grin spreading across his face. I was just thinking of buying some myself. It seems we share a connection. Bai Meng shot him a playful glare. What connection? Can't you just admit that I'm nice? Lin Qingxuan nodded vigorously. Yes, you are indeed wonderful. Bai Meng pinched his cheek and then handed him the plastic bag. All right, take it quickly, and make sure you don't suffer from heat stroke. Lin Qingxuan straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as he saluted her. I promise to complete the mission. Bai Meng couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Private Lin, I'll be heading back now. Be careful on your way, she replied, furrowing her brow in confusion. What do you mean, be careful? Are there landmines on the path? Silly, just hurry back. I'm off to the dormitory. All right, bye. Bai Meng turned towards the dormitory, glancing back every few steps to see Lin Qingxuan still waving at her. She waved back, signaling him to return. Only when she vanished from sight did Lin Qingxuan turn to jog back to his squad. On his way, he peeked into the bag, discovering it contained precisely 4 bottles of water. How thoughtful of Meng Meng. As he returned to the dorm, his 3 companions were watching him, hands clasped behind their backs, as if concealing something. If one listened closely, the sound of the plastic bag rustling could be heard. Yang Yi inquired, "Where have you been?" Kuei, when teased, "He went to get a trendy hairstyle." Li Chong burst into laughter. Lin Qingxuan proudly lifted the plastic bag before him. "Ahem. I went to fetch water for you guys." The 3 of them stood up. "Wait, you actually went to buy water? I thought you were in a rush for the restroom. You're quite the good Samaritan." Lin Qingxuan looked down at them with disdain. "This was brought to you by my girlfriend, Humph. Now you see just how fortunate I am. Of course, anyone who claims to be happy will get some water." The smiles of the 3 abruptly faded. They lamented their inability to find a girlfriend, feeling as though they were choking on dog food, forced to consume what they could not enjoy. Yang Yi was the first to flatter him. "Sister is beautiful and kind-hearted. And you, brother Qingxian, are exceptionally handsome. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Ah, I envy you. Very well. For that, I shall reward you with a bottle." Kuei Wen and Li Chong were just about to join in the flattery when Lin Qingxian handed them the water instead. Yang Yi, feeling slighted, protested, "Hey, no, why should I? This water was procured through my flattery. Why should they not use it?" Lin Qingxian, "I simply wish to hear your compliments." Yang Yi, you? Chapter 52. Meeting the parents. It was midday, the sun at its zenith, and the air felt as though it had been heated to an unbearable degree. The breeze that blew seemed to stifle one's breath. Bai Meng's short-sleeved shirt was dampened by sweat. Although girls are often said to be made of water, even water cannot withstand such high temperatures. The originally loose short sleeves now clung tightly to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. The damp fabric hung slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of skin as white as jade. Bai Meng decided to return and take a shower, leisurely select her outfit, and then indulge in a delightful midday nap. She planned to wait until Lin Qingxuan's military training concluded before going out to dine with her future mother-in-law. A perfect plan. Upon returning to her dormitory, Bai Meng found it eerily empty. "Where is everyone? I thought someone would help me choose an outfit." She tugged at her shirt, feeling uncomfortable in the sticky fabric. "I should shower first." Bai Meng decided against changing clothes on the bed, considering there was no one around. She closed the balcony door and drew the curtains, ensuring no one could see her. Just as she lifted her shirt to her chest, she hesitated and lowered it again, cautiously glancing at the 2 beds. The bed curtains were half drawn. Bai Meng resolved to check the beds. What if they were both asleep? She first climbed onto He Jin's bed, peering through the curtain. There was no one there, and Xia Wenli's bed was right beside it, concluding it unnecessary to check further, especially since Xia Wenli was not inclined that way. She climbed down and retrieved a folded set of short pajamas from the wardrobe, casually placing it on the armchair. She then shed her clothes and donned the pajamas. Pushing open the balcony door, she collected her bathing supplies from the washstand and entered the bathroom. Moments later, steam began to escape from the window as Bai Meng hummed a tune within. Ah, so it is not only the boys who enjoy singing in the shower. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from Wenli's bed. Yes, she was asleep and could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. Sleepily, she sat up and peeked out from behind the curtain. Is that you, Xiaobai?" She knew He Jin had gone to the music club and would not return for a while. However, no one answered, and the sound of running water abruptly ceased. Perhaps she had not fully awakened, and soon she returned to her slumber. A short while later, Bai Meng emerged from the bathroom, wrapping her hair in a towel. She approached the table to rummage for a small hairdryer. The noise of her searching stirred Wenli awake once more. Rubbing her eyes, she groggily leaned her head out from behind the curtain without fully opening her eyes. "Who is it?" Bai Meng was startled. "Ah." Wenli was startled by the piercing scream of Bai Meng. "Ah." Bai Meng abruptly turned, leaning against the table, one hand clutching her chest to calm her racing heart. The other hand swiftly searched for something to defend herself with. However, upon realizing who it was, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared me to death. You frightened me first. I thought I was alone in the dormitory since He Jin had gone out, and I was just napping." Bai Meng regretted not checking Wenli's bed earlier. When one subconsciously believes the dormitory is empty, a sudden appearance can be quite alarming. Now, sleep eluded Wenli entirely. Her drowsiness vanished. "Are you taking a shower?" Bai Meng positioned her chair directly facing Wenli's bed. "Yes, I just finished. Do you have any clothes to wash? I can take them to the laundry with mine." Wenli scratched her head, recalling there were indeed a couple of items. However, they were not intimate garments. as such items were typically hand-washed by girls. Wenli climbed down from her bed and retrieved the clothes she needed to wash from the storage box beneath the table, placing them into the communal laundry box designated for shared use. I only have these 2 pieces, so I'll trouble you with them. Bai Ming pouted and pinched her cheek. You're still treating me like a stranger. Hee. Wait until I finish drying my hair before I take them. All right. Wenli, now unable to sleep, plopped down in the chair. She opened her notebook, preparing to find something to watch. Meanwhile, Bai Ming continued her search for the hairdryer, but could not locate it. Oh, right. The hairdryer is in He Jin's drawer. No wonder I couldn't find it. Bai Ming walked over to He Jin's desk, pulled open the drawer, and retrieved the hairdryer. She then headed to the washstand to plug it in and dry her hair. After placing her clothes in the laundry downstairs, she planned to apply a face mask before heading to bed since she would be meeting her future mother-in-law the next afternoon and wanted to present herself in the best possible state. Once her hair was dried to a damp state, she put away the hairdryer and took out the clothes she intended to wash, making her way to the laundry room downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan had just finished the morning military training and was preparing to join his roommates in the cafeteria to grab a meal. Yang Yi, hurry up. Slow hands miss out. Kuewen, where was your enthusiasm during training? Are you speaking human language? Who is enthusiastic about military training? Li Chong observed Lin Qingxuan's distracted demeanor. What are you thinking about? If you keep daydreaming, you'll miss your meal. Lin Qingxuan pondered whether to skip a meal, as he planned to give his mother a good scolding later. My mom is coming to Linhai this afternoon. I'm contemplating whether to give her a good talking to. Li Chong expressed some envy. How nice. My parents are always busy. I rarely see them at home. Lin Qingxuan patted Li Chong's back. Every family has its own challenges. If you are to confront your mother, one must be prepared for the consequences. Consider the military training this afternoon. Should one faint, it could lead to dire circumstances. In an instant, both individuals shared the same thought and exclaimed in unison, to the infirmary. Lin Qingxuan laughed heartily, declaring them both geniuses. Li Chong, however, cautioned that with an empty stomach and training in the sweltering heat, one might easily succumb to heat stroke. Lin Qingxuan concurred, acknowledging the discomfort that accompanies such an ailment. Let us go. Enough of this worrying. We must nourish ourselves properly. As the afternoon unfolded, Bai Ming awoke from her slumber, sensing something peculiar on her face. Upon touching it, she realized she had forgotten to discard her facial mask. She crumpled it into a ball, grasping it in her hand, and noticed the time on her phone. It was only around 3 o'clock. Still early. She was unaware of when Lin Qingxuan's mother might arrive, only aware that her future mother-in-law had mentioned an afternoon visit. Bai Ming rose from her bed, tossed the mask into the trash, and proceeded to the washstand to cleanse her face. Ding dong. She heard the notification sound, but currently, she had no time to attend to it. Washing her face took precedence. The message was from Lin Yan, who was driving and unable to text, thus resorting to voice commands. Xiao Ming, I'll be arriving at Linhai University in half an hour. Are you free? Lin Yan had efficiently completed her work, eager to see her future daughter-in-law. Rather, to see her son. After drying her hands, Bai Ming hurriedly ran to grab her phone, initially believing it was a message from Lin Qingxuan. To her surprise, it was from her future mother-in-law. Oh, Auntie is arriving so soon? She thought, responding promptly, I'm free, Auntie. Due to her driving, Lin Yan could only reply via voice control, suggesting, it's still early. Why not accompany me for a bit of shopping? It has been ages since I last indulged in retail therapy. Bai Ming reflected, admiring how youthful Lin Qingxuan's mother appeared. She continued, that sounds great. Let me tidy up first. Please message me when you arrive. Once Bai Ming finished her reply, urgency struck her. Her future mother-in-law would be at the school in just half an hour, leaving her little time for makeup and preparation. She immediately rummaged through her wardrobe, eager to find the perfect outfit. After trying on an ensemble and scrutinizing her reflection in the full-length mirror, she deemed it unsuitable and tossed it onto the nearby chair, continuing her search for another option. Seeing Bai Ming in a flurry, Wen Li inquired, what's wrong? Why the sudden rush? Bai Ming, pressed for time, barely glanced at Wen Li, simply stating, Lin Qingxuan's mother will arrive in half an hour. I'm in a hurry to find an appropriate outfit. His mother? Isn't she coming to see him? Wen Li asked, puzzled. Why the urgency? Because she wants to take me out. Bai Ming replied, her excitement palpable. Wen Li gasped. Wait, are you meeting the parents already? Bai Ming was too occupied to respond to her astonishment. Wen Li, unable to contain her curiosity, promptly messaged He Jin. Bai Ming is about to meet Lin Qingxuan's mother. He, Jean, in a state of boredom, was scrolling through short videos. Upon seeing the message from Wenli, she first rubbed her eyes and then repeatedly examined the text. What? Has it only been a short while, and she's already meeting the parents? So soon? I don't know either. She's currently in distress. Distress over what? Distress over what to wear to meet the parents. Jean placed her hand on her forehead. You say she is not chasing after him, yet here she is meeting the parents. Wenli burst into laughter. After a flurry of preparation, Bai Ming ultimately chose a short-sleeved, slit denim skirt, paired with a plaid shirt tied around her waist. She decided against an overly elaborate makeup look, reasoning that heavy makeup for a parental meeting would feel inappropriate. Bai Ming sat at the table, carefully applying an exquisite eyeliner. Then, she evenly coated her lips with a pumpkin-colored lipstick. Rising, she approached the full-length mirror. Wenli scrutinized Bai Ming. Honestly, you look good in whatever you wear. Bai Ming paused momentarily, but I fear his mother might not like it. Wenli furrowed her brows in contemplation. You're not even officially together yet, and you're already acting like a daughter-in-law. That shouldn't be the case. Someone like you would be a daughter-in-law she'd adore, Wenli remarked. Bai Ming blushed. What daughter-in-law? Oh dear. Wenli was speechless. You've gone through all this effort to impress the parents. Becoming a daughter-in-law is just around the corner. At that moment, Bai Ming realized how swiftly things were progressing. It had only been a few days, and she was already meeting the parents. What was most surprising was that Lin Qingxuan's mother seemed more eager than she was. Oh, what daughter-in-law? Not yet, Bai Ming protested. Wenli caught the underlying meaning. Oh, so you do wish to become a daughter-in-law, huh? Ha ha. Bai Ming chose not to respond, her cheeks flushing. She had inadvertently revealed her inner thoughts. Wenli's silence was an implicit acceptance, and she grinned. You're quite the chatterbox. By the way, when is his mother arriving? I'm not sure. She mentioned half an hour ago. Where are you headed? Bai Ming shrugged her hands. I'm not certain. She said something about shopping. I see. Bai Ming glanced at the time. It had been nearly 40 minutes since she last replied to her future mother-in-law's message. She felt increasingly anxious. She couldn't fathom how she had mustered the courage to initiate a conversation during their previous video call with her prospective mother-in-law. Reflecting back, the memory felt somewhat awkward. Will she think I was too forward? Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Lin Yin appreciated such forthrightness. Carefree? No, it was vivacious. With her son's stubbornness. One wonders when he would finally bring home a daughter-in-law. It is entirely up to the mother to take action. The current situation is that Lin Yin fears being too aggressive and scaring Bai Ming, while Bai Ming is concerned that being overly reserved might lead Lin Yin to form a negative opinion of her. Thus, their thoughts align. Bai Ming intends to win over Lin Qingxuan, while Lin Yin wishes for Bai Ming to become her daughter-in-law. Bai Ming is undeniably a stunning beauty, and it would be a great pity if she were to slip away. Ding dong. Bai Ming picked up her phone. It was a message from her future mother-in-law. Xiao Ming, I will arrive at your school in 5 minutes. Bai Ming immediately stood up and retrieved a sunshade from her drawer. All right, I will wait for you at the door. She then turned to Wenli and said, I'm heading out. Wenli remarked, look at how happy you are. Go on, we your future mother-in-law. Bai Ming lightly snorted and descended the stairs, making her way toward the school gate. Throughout the journey, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Unsure of how to engage in conversation with her future mother-in-law. One might wonder, Bai Ming, how could you be so bold during a video call? Oh, this is not just an online encounter. This is the daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law, and nerves are expected. After a moment, as Bai Ming reached the school gate, numerous vehicles were parked along the roadside. She had no idea which one belonged to her future mother-in-law. Holding her sunshade, she scanned the street. Just as she was about to send a message to her aunt, a black car caught her eye. The right window rolled down, and Lin Yin, wearing sunglasses, turned her head to wave at Bai Ming. Xiao Ming, hurry up, it's hot outside. At that moment, Bai Ming's heart raced to its peak. Ah, so good. Lin Yin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Once Bai Ming entered the car, her restless hands fidgeted nervously on her lap. Lin Yin reassured her, don't be anxious. You weren't like this during our video call. Bai Ming, blushing, turned her head toward the window, stammering, I'm not nervous. Oh, is it just the heat? Why are you sweating so much? Bai Ming, too tense to notice the beads of sweat trickling down her temples, tentatively checked and realized she was indeed sweating profusely. She rummaged through her bag for a tissue. Lin Yin pulled a tissue from the central console and handed it to her. Here, wipe your face. Bai Ming, avoiding eye contact, accepted the tissue and began to dab at her perspiration. Lin Yin encouraged her. "Oh dear, relax, I'm not going to bite. There's no need to be so tense." Bai Meng replied. Lin Yin continued. "I simply wish to get to know you better. After all, one cannot judge a person's character solely by their appearance, right?" Although Bai Meng is indeed a beauty, Lin Yin understood that her son, even if somewhat simple-minded, would never choose a girl of poor character. However, it was still necessary to glean some understanding. At this moment, Bai Meng's mind felt utterly blank. Thinking? What is thinking? Can it be consumed? Chapter 54. The conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Lin Yin warmed up the vehicle and then retrieved a bottle of water from the storage compartment on the left side, handing it to Bai Meng. "Can you drink it cold?" "Yes, thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome." Bai Meng accepted the chilled water, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip. She wasn't particularly thirsty. It was merely a way to mask her slight awkwardness. Lin Yin said, "Buckle up. Let us take a stroll around the city center." After fastening her seatbelt, Bai Meng clutched it tightly with both hands. Lin Yin, observing her demeanor, found it both amusing and perplexing. She decided to engage in casual conversation to get to know Bai Meng better. "Is my son rather foolish?" Bai Meng replied, "No. He is quite intelligent. You needn't defend him. As his mother, I know him well enough." Bai Meng tightened her grip on the seatbelt, her mind racing with thoughts. Lin Yin continued, "If we were to call him smart, it's true, but when it comes to matters of the heart, he can be rather dense. I can guess that you must have guided him to confess, right?" Bai Meng was taken aback, realizing how well Lin Yin understood her son. "Well, I suppose it's a bit of a burden for you." Bai Meng, feeling flattered, replied, "No, not at all. I genuinely like him." "Oh really? What do you like about him?" Bai Meng found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her feelings. However, recalling Lin Qingxuan's endearing yet oblivious expression, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha." Lin Yin glanced at Bai Meng out of the corner of her eye, beginning to understand why Bai Meng had fallen for her son. Isn't love often sparked by appearances? Yet, as one spends time together, it becomes clear that the essence lies in the soul. Disparity in values doesn't merely imply differing preferences, like wanting to climb a mountain while the other wishes to see the sea. That is simply a matter of opinion. For instance, if I want to hike, and you insist on telling me how dangerous and dull it is, vehemently opposing my desire, that is what we call a clash in values. At this moment, Bai Meng felt relaxed, as the conversation had shifted to a topic she found intriguing. "He may be a bit foolish and not very eloquent, but he sees me. Perhaps he is somewhat oblivious when it comes to emotions, yet he often performs small, unintentional gestures that bring me joy." Lin Yin listened attentively as she drove. "However, you must accompany him on his journey of growth. In a relationship with someone who struggles to express themselves, various challenges may arise along the way. He may not know how to articulate his feelings, and you may not fully grasp his intent. Such interactions can be quite exhausting." Bai Meng was puzzled as to why Annie would share such thoughts with her. The sentiments expressed by Lin Yin led Bai Meng to believe that she was being encouraged to relinquish her affection for Lin Qingxuan. Yet, Bai Meng felt none of these concerns were insurmountable. "Auntie, Lin Qingxuan may be slow, but I possess the patience to teach him. If there are things he doesn't understand, we can simply discuss them once, twice, or even 3 times. Relationships require a process of adjustment. No one is born as a perfect partner for another." Is the aunt suggesting that I should give up on him? Bai Meng felt a twinge of injustice as these thoughts crossed her mind. Does the aunt believe I am lacking in some way? In truth, Lin Yin did not mean to imply that. She merely wished for Bai Meng to comprehend that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. She understood her son's nature all too well and wanted to ensure that Bai Meng was prepared, offering a kind of preemptive caution. Furthermore, she was eager to hear Bai Meng's perspective on these matters. Lin Yin gently pressed the brakes, activated the hazard lights, and gradually came to a halt by the roadside. The aunt did not intend to convey negativity. She simply sought to understand Bai Meng's thoughts regarding their interactions. 4. She knew her son intimately. He would never express his love with simple words, yet she was aware of the profound affection he harbored for her. However, the dynamics with you are quite different. I only wish to advise you to afford him a bit more time, for he is capable of improvement. Relationships are a mutual endeavor, not a one-sided affair. Patience in communication is key. Endeavor to consider issues from each other's perspectives and to think of one another. The aunt sincerely hoped for the growth of their relationship. Naturally, I would also communicate these sentiments to him, and should he cause you any distress, Do not hesitate to approach me for assistance. I will gladly intervene on your behalf. Bai Meng listened patiently to Lin Yan's words, her internal burdens finally lightening. However, she did not respond extensively, merely offering a simple affirmation. Lin Yan's sentiments also subtly suggested that she regarded Bai Meng quite favorably, which brought a sense of delight to Bai Meng's heart. Admittedly, their relationship had not undergone extensive refinement, having only spanned a few days. Yet, can a bond forged in mere days not be considered genuine? Even if it begins in a single day, half a day, or even an hour, it still qualifies as a relationship. Lin Yin resumed driving, acknowledging that the previous topic had grown rather weighty. I apologize for the solemnity of my earlier remarks. No need to apologize, Auntie. I understand that your intentions are for our well-being, although you have only known each other for a few days. Romance is not a trivial matter. I merely hope you both approach this connection with sincerity and do not treat it as a game. That will not happen, Auntie. Perhaps it is premature to express such confidence, but I firmly believe we will go far together. The shyness of youth surpasses all words. Lin Yin smiled warmly. Very well. Let us set aside these discussions. The challenges you face are yours to navigate. Bai Meng nodded in agreement. By the way, what do you enjoy eating? I'll make reservations shortly. Anything is fine, Auntie. I'm open to whatever you choose. Lin Yin teased. Do you fancy an insect feast as well? Bai Meng felt an immediate shiver run down her spine. Auntie, can we skip that? Lin Yin chuckled. Haha, don't worry, I won't eat them. I was just joking. Bai Meng sighed in relief, thinking her future mother-in-law genuinely intended to take her to eat insects. All right, Lin Yin said as she halted before the traffic light. We're almost there. Let me find a place to park, and then we can go for a stroll. Bai Meng abruptly turned her gaze towards the window, only to discover that they had already arrived in the city center. So fast, Lin Yin responded. What do you mean, so fast? Oh, I just meant it's surprising how quickly we reached the city center. Indeed, as the green light illuminated, Lin Yin followed the navigation to enter the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. A flawless parallel parking maneuver showcased Lin Yan's driving prowess. Bai Meng praised her. Auntie, your driving skills are impressive. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow proudly, right? In reality, the vehicle was not parked perfectly, with half of the front protruding from the parking space. Yet, her driving skills were indeed commendable. Once they exited the car, the two walked to the elevator and ascended to the first floor of the mall. An array of dazzling products greeted their eyes. Although Lin Yin had entered middle age, she still retained the spirit of a young girl. Let us go. It's time for some girl time. Okay. Bai Meng found herself increasingly fond of her youthful future mother-in-law. Chapter 55. Shopping time. The two women leisurely wandered through the mall, exploring clothing stores and boutiques alike. Xiao Meng, come try on this outfit, Lin Yin said, handing Bai Meng a gray hooded sweatshirt. Go try it on. Oh, okay. Without a second thought, Bai Meng took the garment and entered the fitting room. Moments later, she stepped out, and one had to admit that the hooded sweatshirt paired with a split denim skirt created a unique charm. Bai Meng twirled in place, showing it off to Lin Yin. That looks quite nice, Lin Yin remarked. Really? Bai Meng replied, her eyes wide with surprise. Does it fit well? Yes, it fits quite well. Lin Yin then turned to the sales clerk, saying, Hello, please package this outfit for her. And could you also bring me a men's version to see? Bai Meng was taken aback. She thought they were merely trying it on, not purchasing it. She quickly jogged over and tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve. No. That is too extravagant, Auntie. Don't worry, consider it a gift. I'll buy a matching outfit for Qingxuan as well. How about a couple's outfit? Bai Meng still tried to decline, feeling embarrassed to accept such a gift so soon after meeting. Lin Yin feigned anger. If you keep this up, Annie will be upset. Then I suppose I will accept it. Seeing Bai Meng finally agree, Lin Yin's faux anger dissipated. The sales clerk first retrieved another women's version from the stockroom to package it at the front desk, then began checking the records on the computer. I'm sorry. We currently don't have the men's version in the store. Would you like me to have someone bring it over from another location? Lin Yin furrowed her brow. How long will that take? It won't take long, just about 10 minutes. All right, let us settle the payment for the wrapped items first, and we shall return shortly. As the salesperson was calculating the discounted price, Lin Yin urged Bai Meng to change out of her clothes. Xiao Meng, hurry and change. Why are you still wearing them? Oh, okay. Bai Meng entered the fitting room and, after removing her sweatshirt, prepared to step out. Just as she was about to open the door, she glanced at the price tag. For 1,450. She had assumed the cost would be around 1 to 200, and she was taken aback by the actual price. Bai Meng dashed out and sprinted to Lin Yin, ready to express her desire to forego the purchase. Unfortunately, it was too late. A notification of 400 yuan arrived on WeChat. Lin Yin tilted her head to look at her. What's the matter? Bai Meng hesitated, feeling uncomfortable about admitting the price was too high while still inside the store. Oh, it's nothing, Auntie. Lin Yin handed the shopping bag to Bai Meng. Take this. We'll look at other places. Noticing Bai Meng's reluctance, Lin Yin understood her unspoken concern. Once they exited the store, Lin Yin slowed her pace to walk alongside Bai Meng and then asked, Do you think it's too expensive? Bai Meng nodded vigorously. Yes, it's really too pricey. Can we return it? Lin Yin simply chuckled, thinking to herself, Ah, this is indeed a thrifty daughter-in-law. Bai Meng furrowed her brow in confusion, not understanding why Annie suddenly laughed. Lin Yin gently patted Bai Meng's head. Didn't I just tell you? This is a gift from Annie, and besides, we don't buy things like this every day. Don't you like the gift Annie gave you? Bai Meng shook her head vigorously. I like everything Annie gives me. But, before she could finish, Lin Yin pouted and mimicked a young girl's sulking expression. But, I didn't thank Auntie. After continuing to browse for another 10 minutes, they returned to the previous clothing store. Lin Yin picked up a men's sweatshirt and checked the size, believing her son would fit it. Afterward, they proceeded to the checkout. For the rest of the time, the two of them explored nearly the entire mall. Lin Yin glanced at the time and realized it was close to mealtime. She then sent a location to Lin Qingxuan. You can take a taxi over. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan had just finished military training and was preparing to rush to the cafeteria with his roommates. Halfway there, he suddenly recalled that his mother would be coming to Lin Hai in the afternoon. After exchanging greetings with Yang Yi and the others, he decided to return home for a quick shower, thinking about how Bai Meng might complain about his odor. Lin Qingxuan pulled out his phone, initially neglecting to check Lin Yan's message, and instead inquired about Bai Meng's whereabouts. Where are you, Ming? My mother should be arriving in Lehigh City soon. I am with Annie. Bai Meng sent a photo of herself resting on a bench in the mall with Lin Yan. Lin Qingxuan took a closer look and indeed recognized her mother. Subsequently, he opened the chat with Lin Yan. No, Mom, why are you with Bai Meng? I arrived in Lehigh a long time ago. I am shopping with Xiaoming. What do you mean? I sent you my location. Just take a taxi here. Why didn't you come to pick me up? Lin Yan replied with annoyance. Pick you up? Hurry over yourself, if you don't come soon. Xiaoming and I will go eat. Lin Qingxuan had thought that Bai Meng might feel nervous in such a situation, but it turned out he was the one worrying. They were almost like mother and daughter by now. He replied, Oh, I'll come after taking a shower. After Lin Qingxuan showered and changed into fresh clothes, he hailed a taxi by the roadside after leaving school. Lin Yin and Bai Meng walked into a cake shop and found an empty table to sit down. Lin Yin waved to the staff. Hello, could you take a look at the menu? Lin Yin handed the menu to Bai Meng. Xiaoming, you order something you like. Bai Meng took the menu and carefully flipped through each page. The variety here was even more extensive than the last time she visited with He Jin and the others. She was at a loss about what to choose, wanting to try a bit of everything. However, she couldn't. Not only would it be wasteful, but she also needed to maintain her image with Lin Yin present. Lin Yin observed her timid demeanor. Xiaoming. Bai Meng looked up at Lin Yin. What's wrong, Andy? Relax. Why are you so tense? I'm not a wicked stepmother. Bai Meng was taken aback and then blushed. Auntie, isn't it a bit early to talk about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Lin Yin smiled at her. It's inevitable. Even if we can't be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future, being my daughter would be quite nice. Bai Meng raised the menu to shield her face. Lin Yin decided not to tease her any longer. All right, hurry up and decide what you want to order. Bai Meng ordered a mango cheesecake. Auntie, what about you? Lin Yin shook her head. You eat. At my age, I don't crave sweets as much. Not at all. Auntie, you're still young. Is that so? You have a sweet tongue. Hee. Lin Yin then remembered she hadn't inquired about Bai Meng's family situation. By the way, Xiaoming. Do your parents work in Qianxing? Chapter 56, Old Memories. Bai Meng's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt constricted. Lin Yin sensed something was amiss upon seeing Bai Meng's reaction. She got up and sat beside her. I'm sorry, Auntie shouldn't have asked about that. Bai Meng inhaled deeply and exhaled. No, Auntie. She had anticipated this moment long ago, yet she had never summoned the courage to confront it. She had not confided in anyone about her past experiences, not her roommates, nor her friends. My parents passed away long ago. Lin Yan's pupils trembled at this revelation. This. Lin Yan gently caressed her back, attempting to soothe her emotions. It's all right, Auntie. My mother left this world after giving birth to me. Lin Yan tightly shut her eyes and exhaled slowly. Although the chances of complications during childbirth are minimal, when they do occur, they often lead to fatal outcomes. Bai Meng steadied her emotions and continued, My father could not bear the weight of my mother's death. He isolated himself in his room, and overwhelmed by various pressures, he entrusted my upbringing to my grandmother before succumbing to depression. With reddened eyes, Lin Yan dared not imagine the sorrowful childhood Bai Meng must have endured. After sharing these burdensome memories, the tension that had been taut for so long finally snapped under the strain. Lin Yan embraced her tightly, much like a mother comforting her child. Bai Meng wept silently in Lin Yan's arms, holding back the sobs. After a considerable time, she gradually calmed down. Her eyes were already swollen, yet the tears continued to flow. She sat up from Lin Yan's embrace. Lin Yan retrieved a few tissues from her bag, gently wiping Bai Meng's eyes. You've cried so much, you look like a little raccoon. All right, no more tears. These events are beyond our control, natural disasters, man-made calamities. Life and death, who can predict them? So, do you live with your grandmother now? How is your grandmother's health? She is quite well. She insists on going out to dance in the square every day. Really? She sounds quite spirited. Memories of her grandmother flooded Bai Meng's heart with warmth. Since she was just 1 or 2 years old, her grandparents had raised her. Her grandfather often took her to the river to catch little shrimp and fish, and he would let her ride on his shoulders. During her elementary school years, she was quite the playful child. One day, while playing outside with other children, she lost track of time. As darkness fell, the other kids headed home, but she stubbornly remained at the small amusement park in the park. Her grandparents, noticing it was dark and she had not returned, frantically searched for her. Meanwhile, she had tired herself out and fallen asleep. They split up to search, showing her picture to anyone they encountered. It was her grandfather who, after inquiring at the home of one of the children she had been playing with, learned that Bai Meng was at the nearby park. He called her grandmother to inform her of the situation. Hey, her grandmother said, picking up a twig from a nearby tree. Don't ask, just know that I'm going to give Bai Meng a good talking to when I find her. When Grandma arrived at the park, she searched high and low but could not find little Bai Meng. Anxiety overwhelmed her, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She contemplated calling Grandpa, but decided to report the matter to the authorities first. It felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. When would she ever find her? Just as she was about to dial 110, she heard a voice. Grandma, I'm over here. To her relief, little Bai Meng emerged from the spiral slide. Grandma's heart eased, but soon anger took over. Clutching a slender twig, she marched towards little Bai Meng with a fierce demeanor. Upon noticing this, little Bai Meng panicked, realizing Grandma was about to scold her. Unable to flee, she stood her ground, grinning sheepishly and rubbing her small hands together. Grandma, I was wrong. Seeing her act of contrition, Grandma's heart softened. Everyone knows to go home when it gets dark. Why didn't you? Little Bai Meng, feeling wronged, replied. I just wanted to play a little longer, but I knew you would come to get me. Grandma, recalling her departed daughter and son-in-law, sighed. Come on, let us head home. I made your favorite seaweed rice balls. Upon hearing this, little Bai Meng's face lit up with joy. Great. Grandma's version of seaweed rice balls consisted of ordinary rice as the outer layer, with fillings like shredded potatoes and meat, which varied according to little Bai Meng's preferences. Shaped into balls and wrapped in seaweed, they were a delightful treat. Little Bai Meng trotted to Grandma, holding her frail, rough hand with her tender one. Together, they made their way home. On the journey, Grandma called Grandpa. I found Bai Meng. An urgent voice responded from the other end. Good, I'm coming back now. When Grandpa returned home, he saw little Bai Meng swinging her legs on the sofa. Grandpa, where did you go? You can't do that again. I was just playing in the park, Grandpa. The slide is so much fun. Is that so? But you can't play all the time. When it gets dark, you must come home. There are bad people outside. Little Bai Meng jumped off the sofa, hands on her hips. Bad people want to catch me. Grandpa was taken aback. Oh, why not? Her eyes sparkled with innocence. Because Mom and Dad are protecting me from places I can't see. Grandpa was momentarily speechless, a lump forming in his throat. Even Grandma, who was cooking in the kitchen, felt tears welling in her eyes upon hearing this. Grandpa knelt before little Bai Meng, gently stroking her little head. Yes, your mommy and daddy are always watching over you. Little Bai Meng looked up and noticed Grandpa's eyes were red. Grandpa, what's wrong with your eyes? Grandpa wiped the corners of his eyes. Alas, a foreign object has entered my eye. Grandfather crouched down, and I blew gently, and that sufficed. Since the arrival of the little white cat at grandmother's home, it has infused the once tranquil household with a touch of vitality. The elderly couple, with little to anchor them, chiefly ponder the future of the white cat. Life inevitably brings forth aging, illness, and death. They yearn to witness you wed and establish a family, to see you bask in happiness and joy. It was only when the white cat began to form memories that she understood the whereabouts of her parents, subsequently harboring resentment towards her father for leaving her behind. As she matured, her early experiences gradually rendered her more introspective, to the point where she became reluctant to express her innermost thoughts. It wasn't until she entered university that a transformation began. Lin Yin enveloped her once more in an embrace. One must look forward. One cannot remain tethered to the past forever. Though they may not share in her experiences, those far away do not wish to see her in sorrow. Chapter 57. An illegitimate child? Very well. Buzz, buzz. Upon hearing Lin Yan's phone ring, the white cat sat up from her embrace. Lin Yan retrieved the phone from the table. It was a call from Lin Qingxuan. What is it, Mom? Which floor are you on? Take the elevator to the 5th floor. Oh, coming now? The white cat, sitting nearby, could faintly hear snippets of the conversation. Is Qingxuan already there? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, such familiarity. After enduring the day's events, the white cat had developed a certain resilience. She would no longer blush. Oh dear. Auntie, please don't tease me. Lin Yan playfully pinched her nose. All right, go tidy yourself up in the restroom. I'll wait here for you, my little flower cat. Lin Yan took out a small mirror from her bag to show the white cat. Having cried copiously earlier, her eyeliner was a smudged mess, with faint gray tear stains under her eyes. If he sees you like this, he'll claim that I've bullied you. Hurry along now. All right. The white cat left the cake shop and headed towards the restroom in the mall. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan arrived at the 5th floor via the mall's observation elevator. Upon exiting, he glanced around. The 5th floor was primarily a dining area, featuring establishments like hot pot and Korean barbecue. However, Lin Qingxuan was puzzled. He could not spot his mother or the white cat. He called his mother again. Hello, Mom. You're not on the 5th floor. Where are you? What's the rush? My daughter-in-law is freshening up. Lin Qingxuan was bemused. Daughter-in-law? Mom, do you have an illegitimate child? Lin Yin was quite concerned about her son's intelligence. Oh, so the little cat isn't in a relationship with you after all. Lin Qingxuan was even more baffled. Huh, I am dating the white cat. So, who did you mean by daughter-in-law? He slapped his forehead. Oh, right. Oh, I cannot fathom why anyone would find you appealing. What is it? With your rather dull demeanor. How could someone like Xiaoming possibly be interested in you? Truly, it must be the result of your mother's good deeds in a past life. Lin Qingxuan was indignant. Hey, do refrain from embellishing your own image. Enough with the chatter. Why don't you take a stroll upstairs? I shall bring Xiaoming up shortly. Lin Qingxuan meandered about, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Bai Meng stood at the sink, wiping her face with a wet tissue while gazing into the mirror. However, she had not brought any cosmetics with her, save for a single lipstick, which she could only touch up. After Bai Meng emerged from the restroom, she returned to the cake shop. Lin Yan, upon seeing Bai Meng's bare face, couldn't help but marvel at her natural beauty, which was remarkably resilient. She possessed at least half of the allure Lin Yan had in her youth. Don't ask, confidence is the answer. Lin Yan then retrieved a compact makeup bag from her purse and, shaking it gently, inquired, Would you care for some makeup? You always carry a makeup bag? Bai Meng replied, What can I say? It's a necessity for work. Bai Meng merely wished to apply some eyeliner. Anything beyond that seemed unnecessary. Ah, such innate beauty. She exclaimed, May I borrow your eyeliner? Or perhaps I could assist you. In truth, Lin Yin had longed for a daughter. How delightful it would be to have a sweet girl to braid her hair and adorn her with care. After all, nurturing is a joy that few can resist. Lin Yin adjusted her seat, allowing Bai Meng to sit across from her. The two faced one another as Lin Yin expertly retrieved the eyeliner from her makeup bag, deftly outlining Bai Meng's eyes. There, all done, perfect. Bai Meng picked up a small mirror from the table to scrutinize her reflection. One must admit, her future mother-in-law's makeup skills were exceptional. Auntie, you are quite skilled. She complimented. Haha, practice makes perfect, Lin Yin replied, rising to settle the bill. I'll take care of this. You wait outside for me. Bai Meng hurriedly approached Lin Yin. No, I insist. You've already bought me clothes. I cannot allow you to pay for the cake as well. It feels wrong. Lin Yan, however, would not refuse her daughter-in-law's desire to treat her. After all, it could be seen as an early gesture of filial piety. Very well, I shall wait for you outside, she concluded. Returning to her seat, Lin Yan picked up the 2 shopping bags and exited. Bai Meng approached the cashier, gesturing towards their previous table. Hello, I would like to settle the bill. How much is it? The cashier calculated the total. Once Bai Meng completed the transaction and stepped outside, she found Lin Qingxuan engaged in playful banter with Lin Yan. Oh, sneaking off to indulge in little cakes behind my back? Quite audacious, mother. What can I say? Military training has its sacrifices. I refuse to accept that. You must buy me a portion. Buy you? Go upstairs and see what else you can eat. If you don't buy it, I won't leave. Lin Qingxuan clung to Lin Yan's waist, playfully begging for attention. Do you have any idea what your son is eating at school? If the food is unappetizing, that's one thing. But having to fight for a meal is quite another. How is it that you haven't lost weight, but instead have gained some? Lin Qingxuan released his grip, pointing to his own face. Where have I gained weight? Just look at how sun-kissed I am. And then, what next? If you don't want the cake, perhaps you could give me a bit more pocket money instead. Lin Yan anticipated this turn of events. She certainly knew her son well. Cake. Every time Lin Yan returned home from work, she would buy some desserts, yet Lin Qingxuan would hardly spare them a glance. Bai Meng, observing Lin Qingxuan's playful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps her laughter was too loud, for Lin Qingxuan found that sound oddly familiar. Turning his head slightly, he realized that she had witnessed this embarrassing scene. My glorious masculine image. Bai Meng approached the two. What are you up to? Lin Qingxuan immediately straightened his back. Ahem. Me? I was just, feeling a bit hungry. Let's go eat. Bai Meng leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I saw you being all playful just now. Lin Qingxuan's smile faded, replaced by a blush, feeling as awkward as if a familiar face had caught him writing a novel. Lin Yan looked at the young couple. You two seem to have such a good rapport. Bai Meng momentarily forgot her future mother-in-law's presence, quickly reverting to a more demure demeanor. Well, auntie, shall we go eat? Ha ha, certainly. Lin Yan linked arms with Bai Meng, and the two ascended the escalator side by side, leaving Lin Qingxuan awkwardly standing behind. Hey, wait for me. Lin Yan had no intention of discussing Bai Meng's family situation with Lin Qingxuan. That was a matter for the two of them. If Bai Meng wished to share, she could. If not, no one would force her. Who doesn't have their own troubles? Moreover, this shouldn't impact their relationship. If the two truly loved each other, they would surely break through any obstacles. In any case, Lin Yan had set a task for Lin Qingxuan. If his future daughter-in-law were to leave, well, his living expenses would certainly be reduced by at least 70%. Once the family arrived on the 5th floor, they were greeted by a plethora of culinary delights. What should we eat? Chapter 58. Still wetting the bed in elementary school? Lin Qingxuan, hot pot. Let's have some tripe. Lin Yan, I didn't ask you. She turned to Bai Meng. What would you like to eat, Xiaoming? Bai Meng pondered for a moment, finding it difficult to decide. And you, auntie? What do you want to eat? Oh, I'm fine with anything. Lin Qingxuan stood by, feeling increasingly invisible as he watched the two. It was amusing yet infuriating. If he truly brought Bai Meng home one day, his status in the family would undoubtedly plummet. With Lin Yan, Bai Meng, and Lin Qingxuan, and perhaps even a cat or dog added to the mix, he would be relegated to the position of a mere pet servant. Well then, let us indulge in hot pot. I have a strong desire for it, Bai Meng suggested. Lin Yan playfully brushed her nose, questioning whether she was beginning to side with him. Bai Meng quickly clarified, of course not. I simply happen to crave hot pot as well. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Yan agreed. In truth, Bai Meng was not particularly keen on the idea. She had recently dined on hot pot with her roommates and found herself somewhat weary of it. However, since Lin Qingxuan was eager, she decided to acquiesce to his wishes. Lin Qingxuan was elated, having endured several days of the school cafeteria's fare, which he found rather unpalatable. How could they prepare food in such an unappetizing manner? He pondered. Lacking culinary skills himself, he naively believed that cooking merely required the use of one's hands. Such is the mindset of many who are new to the kitchen. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they were escorted to their table and served tea. We order via scanning a QR code. Once we select our dishes, we simply place the order, Lin Yan explained. All right, Lin Qingxuan replied, already brimming with anticipation. Mom, quickly hand me your phone. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you need it for? To place the order, of course. You promised to treat us, he remarked with a cheeky grin. Oh, how cunning you are. Here. Take it. She relented, handing him her phone before standing up. I'll wash my hands. You two decide what to eat. As soon as Lin Yan left, Lin Qingxuan eagerly took her seat. With Mom around, who would dare to act so recklessly? He thought, feeling a sense of mischief. Bai Meng inquired, what is the matter? What do you wish to eat? You choose. Oh, I'm fine with anything, she replied. How about some tripe? What about the layered tripe? And we must have duck blood. No hot pot is complete without it. Thus, Lin Qingxuan nearly ordered every meat dish available. Bai Meng rested her chin on her hand. Observing him, will you be able to finish all that? She asked. He pondered for a moment before responding, not to worry. I'll just take the leftovers back for my roommates. Haha. Bai Meng was momentarily taken aback. Well, all right then. Just as Lin Qingxuan was about to finalize the order, he spotted fried rice. Ah, I must have a portion of that. Lin Yin returned from the restroom and walked toward their table, noticing the couple closely huddled together. Meng, where will you go for National Day? Back home. What is the matter? She asked. Oh, just curious, Lin Yin answered, eavesdropping on their conversation. Suddenly, she playfully tapped Lin Qingxuan on the head. Ouch! Who is it? He exclaimed. It's your mother. Return to your seat, she commanded, with a sheepish demeanor. Lin Qingxuan hurried back to his chair. Lin Yin then remembered she had yet to inquire about Bai Meng's origins. By the way, where are you from, Meng? I'm from Qiancheng, Annie, she replied. Qiancheng. Qiancheng is truly delightful. I had the pleasure of visiting during a business trip, and the scenery was quite charming. Auntie, have you ever been? Have you tried rafting? Is there even a place for rafting in your area? I am unaware. Indeed, it is exhilarating, though it carries a hint of danger. What a pity, my trip occurred in winter. Ah, Auntie, you should come again when you have time, and I shall take you. Lin Qingxuan, eager to interject, chimed in. And what about me? Lin Yin responded, you? First, step away from your computer desk. Subsequently, Lin Yin recounted tales of Lin Qingxuan's childhood mishaps to Bai Meng. As a child, Lin Qingxuan had a notorious habit of wetting the bed. Not a single teacher in kindergarten failed to mention his predicament. Time and again, Lin Yin would receive calls from the kindergarten. Ms. Lin, your son has wet the bed again today. Lin Yin felt quite helpless. What could she do but resort to diapers? While other children wore regular pants, he was still donning open-crotch pants with a diaper tucked inside. Bai Meng laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. Ha ha ha, did you wear diapers in elementary school too? Just as Lin Yin was about to confirm that he indeed wore them for a while, she added that they often caused rashes, so she eventually stopped using them. Lin Qingxuan immediately interjected, No, Mom, please, stop. You're ruining my image. You still have an image? Lin Yin retorted, genuinely unable to see it. Lin Qingxuan observed Bai Meng stifling her laughter, feeling utterly powerless to change the situation, except to prevent his mother from continuing. Lin Yin, undeterred, carried on with the embarrassing stories, for what son would dare to silence his mother? After a while, Lin Yin declared herself tired, and Bai Meng was exhausted from laughing as well. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan felt he was dying of embarrassment. Soon after, the staff began to serve the dishes, one after another. The table, already small, was completely filled with the food Lin Qingxuan had ordered. Lin Yin looked at the overflowing spread, exasperated. Can you possibly finish all this? If I can't, I shall take it home, he replied. But we shouldn't have ordered so much. There are only 3 of us. We should be able to manage it slowly, right? At this, his confidence wavered. Once the hot pot began to bubble, Lin Qingxuan picked up the tripe and placed it into the pot. What was that saying again? Lin Yin and Bai Meng were puzzled by his words. Oh, right. When cooking tripe, it's about 7 up, 8 down. Lin Qingxuan counted seriously, and after reaching a certain number, he promptly placed the tripe into Bai Meng's bowl. Bai Meng was taken aback, feeling as if he were testing her for poison. Hurry, eat up, it will taste terrible if it gets cold. Bai Meng picked up her chopsticks and grabbed the freshly cooked tripe, savoring it in her mouth. To her surprise, it was quite delicious, crisp and flavorful. Lin Qingxuan watched as Bai Meng enjoyed the tripe he had prepared. Is it good? Yes, it's delicious. Lin Yin observed the scene unfolding beside her. You too. Make sure to eat properly. At my age, do I still have to play the third wheel? After receiving a reprimand, the two resumed focusing on grilling the other ingredients. However, Lin Qingxuan made it a point to serve the first portion of every dish to Lin Yin. Sensing something amiss, Lin Yin inquired, Are you unable to eat? Lin Qingxuan, caught off guard, stammered, No, I'm merely taking a moment to recharge my energy. Lin Yin glanced at the table, noting 2 plates of beef tripe, a plate of duck intestines, and 2 plates of shrimp paste remaining. Heh, if you don't finish these. Lin Yan's words trailed off as Lin Qingxuan quickly interrupted. What if I don't finish? If you don't finish, your allowance next month will be halved. No, please. All right. How about this? I'll directly transfer next month's allowance to Xiao Meng for her to manage. Bai Meng, who was just about to enjoy a piece of beef tripe, dropped it back into the bowl upon hearing Auntie's words. Me? Manage that. Chapter 59. Mastering Financial Authority. Isn't that a bit inappropriate, Auntie? What's inappropriate about it? Mastering the finances will solidify your position. Bai Meng pondered this, as if it indeed held some truth. Yet, entrusting her son's allowance to a girl he had only just begun dating, was that truly wise? Of course, Bai Meng was not the type to abscond with money. Then it's settled, starting next month. Sounds good. Lin Qingxuan stared blankly at their conversation. How was it that they were discussing his financial authority? Yet he felt utterly excluded? Mom, are you serious? He contemplated the implications of his allowance actually being managed by Bai Meng. How would he enjoy himself with his friends in the future? Spending lavishly and letting someone like Xiao Meng manage it sounds perfect. What? Are you not confident in her? If you have doubts, then let it go. Lin Yan began to stoke the flames further. Bai Meng, noticing his indecisiveness, felt a surge of irritation. Either refuse or agree, but don't hesitate. Doubt is simply a reflection of your mistrust in my character. She fixed him with a piercing gaze that seemed ready to devour him. Lin Qingxuan sensed an overwhelming wave of danger approaching him. Gradually, he averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. No, managing is fine, really. Oh, so this is your voluntary decision. No one is forcing you. Lin Qingxuan nodded vigorously. Bai Meng, now unburdened by concern, felt fortified with the support of her future mother-in-law, coupled with the authority over finances. Her position was indeed as solid as a rock. Lin Qingxuan felt as if he were hallucinating, envisioning his future allowance soaring into Bai Meng's pocket. Gazing at the remaining plates of meat, he resolved to transform his sorrow into strength. Cuckoo is indeed dazzling. During Lin Qingxuan's disc action, Lin Yan rose to retouch her makeup. Bai Meng, ever considerate, poured him tea, fearing he might tire of the meal. I'm eating so much. Slow down. No one is competing with you, she chided. By the way, will I have pocket money in the future? Upon hearing this topic, Bai Meng instantly transitioned from girlfriend to wife. Pocket money is permissible, but private savings are not. Private savings? Lin Qingxuan, at his age, had never anticipated entering the realm of clandestine finances. What if I want to go to an internet CAF with my roommates? Can I have some money for that? An internet CAF? Are games really that enjoyable? Bai Meng, not much of a gamer, struggled to comprehend the allure of such pastimes. Lin Qingxuan's enthusiasm surged. Of course, games are exhilarating, especially the intense, thrilling types. Bai Meng furrowed her brow. What kind? First-person shooter games. Lin Qingxuan, oblivious to her discomfort, continued to extol the virtues of gaming. Bai Meng stood and pointed to the empty seat beside him. Understanding her intent, he shifted to make room. She settled closer. And Lin Qingxuan, unsure of her motives, persisted in his explanation. Suddenly, he felt a soft curve pressing against his arm. Bai Meng leaned in, whispering, "Is it more fun than me?" Instantly, Lin Qingxuan blushed, warmth flooding not just his cheeks, but other areas as well. How could a young man in his prime withstand such proximity? He hastily covered a certain part with his hands and squeezed further into his seat, intentionally distancing himself from Bai Meng. The more he reacted, the more she seemed to enjoy teasing him. What's wrong? Why so far away? And no reason, he stammered. Bai Meng flashed a mischievous grin and shifted closer once again. As Lin Qingxuan felt the wall closing in behind him, he called out, "Meng Meng, stop teasing me." Bai Meng pouted, then returned to her original seat, her alluring gaze still fixed on him. He turned his head to avoid her eyes. When Lin Yan returned from the restroom, she noticed Lin Qingxuan's face was as red as a monkey's backside. "Why is your face so flushed? If it's too spicy, don't eat it." Haha, it's too spicy." Bai Meng's lips curled into a smile as she handed him a cup of tea. "This will help with the spice." Lin Qingxuan accepted the cup, his hand trembling slightly. Yes, thank you." Lin Yan observed the two, sensing something was amiss, as if she had missed a crucial moment. She then took her phone to scan and settle the bill, while Bai Meng continued to flirt with her eyes. Lin Qingxuan, determined not to engage, turned his head toward Lin Yan. "Mother, how much does it cost?" Over 400. Is it really that much? Have you considered how many dishes you ordered? This is merely to enhance our dining experience. After this meal, we won't have such luxuries at school. Lin Yin was somewhat perplexed. Is the quality of meals at university truly that dismal? The three of them exited the hot pot restaurant. Lin Qingxuan was curious about the contents of the tote bag his mother was carrying. Mother, what did you buy? Lin Yin paused, opening the tote to reveal some clothing. Look, I bought you some clothes. You can try them on when we get home. Lin Qingxuan eagerly accepted the garments. Not simply due to the thrill of receiving new clothes from his mother, but because it meant saving on expenses. You are so wonderful. You are the best mother in the world. What about the other item? Is it pants? Those are for Xiaoming. Oh, Lin Yin produced another piece of clothing. Lin Qingxuan was taken aback. Couple outfits? Indeed. One must wonder, which mother is generous enough to purchase couple outfits for her children? Lin Yin was truly one of a kind. Lin Qingxuan felt a blend of excitement and joy. He had long wished to wear coordinating outfits with Bai Ming. Now, his wish was fulfilled. Truly, he is the pride of the Lin family. Lin Qingxuan placed the clothes back into the tote and then took the bag from Lin Yan's hands, eager to assist. I'll carry it. This little task should not trouble you. Lin Yan shot him a bemused glance. Why have I never seen you act this way at home? Lin Qingxuan retorted, Hey, nonsense. I even clean the house. How dare you say that? You only clean your own room, and I had to remind you to do it. Just admit whether I did or not. Bai Ming, witnessing the playful banter between mother and son, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Noticing Bai Ming's amusement, Lin Qingxuan interjected, Stop, stop. Mother, no more. You've revealed all my embarrassing moments. Lin Yin ignored him, turning to Bai Ming. Your aunt will drive back shortly. You two can play a bit longer, but do let her know you are safe when you return to school. All right. Upon hearing that his mother was leaving, Lin Qingxuan couldn't help but interject. What? If you go, who will take us back? The two of them exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his remark. In unison, they both rubbed their foreheads, their movements strikingly synchronized, much like a mother and daughter. Lin Yin remarked, Sai, you never had a fever as a child. When did you damage your brain? Lin Qingxuan scratched his head in confusion. Why are you scolding me? Scolding you? Think it over. I'm leaving now, Xiaoming. Take care driving, Andy. After bidding farewell to Bai Ming, Lin Yin headed towards the elevator. As she entered, Lin Yin tilted her head, waving through the glass at Bai Ming, who reciprocated the gesture. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Bai Ming wore a look of exasperation as she approached him and pinched his cheek with vigor. You are so foolish. What is wrong with me? He replied. Andy has set aside time for our date, hasn't he? Why are you in such a hurry to return to school? Is there another girl waiting for you outside? Lin Qingxuan shook his head frantically. No, really. I only have you. Then why the rush to get back to school? Haha. I just thought I could catch a free ride. Bai Ming pinched the flesh at his waist. Ouch, he exclaimed, and then she extended her hand towards him. Lin Qingxuan immediately took hold of her delicate hand. Where are we going? Bai Ming pondered for a moment. They had nearly explored the entire mall together, and there was little left to see. Let us head out of the mall and see what's outside. All right. Lin Qingxuan held Bai Ming's hand with his left while carrying the shopping bag in his right. However, he found himself grasping her hand, not merely holding it with 5 fingers. Bai Ming wriggled free from his grasp, leaving Lin Qingxuan puzzled. Weren't we going to hold hands? Bai Ming pried his fingers apart, intertwining them with her own. There, now we can go. Every finger of Lin Qingxuan could feel the softness of her touch. Okay. The two descended the escalator. Layer by layer, Bai Ming glanced around and spotted the cake shop they had visited earlier. With a firm squeeze of her left hand, Lin Qingxuan felt a sudden sting. Hey, what's wrong? Bai Ming pointed towards the cake shop. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat cake? Shouldn't we buy some? Lin Qingxuan shook his head. No, I've changed my mind. I was only trying to impress my mom for a bit more allowance. Bai Ming was at a loss for words, internally lamenting. Why can't this cleverness be applied to romance? All right then, she conceded. He replied. As they reached the 3rd floor, Lin Qingxuan heard a commotion not far away. How about we go take a look? What is there to see? There must be something entertaining, right? Let us check it out. Oh, Bai Ming was puzzled, eager to join the excitement without knowing what it entailed. Perhaps this is just the nature of people here? Whenever there is a commotion, they must see it. Lin Qingxuan tugged at Bai Ming, leading her toward the corner. It was then that Bai Ming realized they hadn't explored this area at all. Lin Qingxuan's eyes immediately landed on the arcade. Ming, shall we play a game? It seemed that once Lin Qingxuan spotted a game, he was unable to resist. Bai Ming rolled her eyes. Let us go take a look. Great. He pulled her along with excitement. Why are you so obsessed with games? Well, because they're fun. Fun is secondary. After all, games are a means of escaping reality. When I'm feeling down, playing games helps relieve the stress. Lin Qingxuan paused, and the two stood outside, peering in. This arcade exudes a nostalgic essence reminiscent of the 80s and 90s. At the entrance, there stands a dance machine. Upon spotting the claw machine, Bai Meng's interest was immediately piqued. Oh, look over there. A claw machine. Where? Bai Meng tugged at his ears, maneuvering his head like a pilot operating a mecha. Right over there. I see it. Bai Meng released his hands and ambled toward the claw machine. Hey! Lin Qingxuan was about to say that they hadn't purchased any tokens yet. He approached the vending machine for tokens, scanning the packages with his phone. 50 yuan for 80 tokens, 100 yuan for 150 tokens, 150 yuan for 180 tokens. Quite a ripoff, he mused. He decided to purchase the 50 yuan package. Grabbing a small basket, he prepared to catch the tokens. Clink, clink, clink. Why do these 80 tokens seem so few? Are there really 80? Lin Qingxuan counted them as he walked, convinced of their number. Meanwhile, Bai Meng placed both hands on the claw machine, gazing through the glass at the plush toys inside. Wow, there are so many beautiful ones in there. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Qingxuan had not followed. Where did he go? Lin Qingxuan, hiding behind another claw machine, was secretly watching her. Bai Meng glanced around but failed to spot him, then headed toward the exit. Just a few steps later, Lin Qingxuan stealthily trailed her, intending to surprise her. After all, she often teased him. Bai Meng walked slowly, allowing Lin Qingxuan to easily close the distance, even while tiptoeing. Bai Meng was startled, covering her ears with her hands and dashing forward. After sprinting a few paces, she turned back. You. I'll get you. Lin Qingxuan took off running. Hey, you can't catch me. The two circled around a row of arcade machines. Bai Meng eventually halted the pursuit, breathless, staring at him. Are you coming over or not? Although he initially hesitated, Bai Meng's face was etched with fury, compelling him to approach and face the consequences. Bai Meng's teeth were clenched, her fists tightly balled. Could you go easy on me? Absolutely not. Bai Meng delivered a punch to his chest, causing an immediate constriction in his breath. He rubbed the struck area vigorously. The pain was intense. He had underestimated Bai Meng's strength. The impact reminded him of his great-grandmother's formidable force. In the next moment, Bai Meng seized his collar, pulling him close. Lin Qingxuan had not yet comprehended the situation when Bai Meng bit down on his shoulder. Ouch, he began. But the words were barely out before they were silenced. With a firm hand, Bai Meng covered Lin Qingxuan's mouth. After a brief moment, she released her grip, leaving a trail of saliva. Lin Qingxuan could no longer cry out. Were you frightened? No, not at all. Lin Qingxuan raised his head and groaned. Ouch. Observing his discomfort, Bai Meng felt a flicker of sympathy. Does it hurt a lot? You're pressing too hard. Well, you scared me. Oh dear, it's killing me. Bai Meng leaned in closer, massaging his shoulders. No need to massage. It only hurts more. Bai Meng snatched the small basket of coins from Lin Qingxuan's hands and began selecting toys for herself. Fortunately, the claw machine was fairly reasonable, 2 coins for 1 attempt. Bai Meng desperately wanted the adorable gray cat plush. She inserted 2 coins and, closing one eye, maneuvered the joystick to ensure the claw was aligned with the toy. Perfect. She pressed the button. The claw descended, perfectly targeting the cat plush. Then, she pressed the button again, and the claw tightened. Did I get it? Indeed. The claw had a firm grip, yet just as it neared the prize chute, it abruptly released. The plush fell freely, landing in an alluring pose. As if to taunt Bai Meng, come on, catch me if you can. Hey, Bai Meng's frustration soared. She continued to feed the machine with dozens of coins. Today, no matter what, she would retrieve the plush. Chapter 61. I am a master. Lin Qingxuan watched her from the sidelines. Wow, is this Bai Meng in battle mode? She had already attempted to grab the toy no less than 5 times. How infuriating. With each try, her frustration mounted. Almost all the coins she had just inserted were spent, yet she remained undeterred, shoving more coins into the machine. Lin Qingxuan observed quietly, pondering the simplicity of the task. Perhaps I should give it a try? Bai Meng slowly turned her head, her eyes brimming with disappointment, tears nearly spilling over. Her voice, tinged with a slight whimper, spoke. I can't grab it. The plaintive tone struck Lin Qingxuan's heart. Oh my, how adorable. He puffed out his chest. Let me give it a go. Seeing his confidence, Bai Meng assumed he was an expert and stepped aside to let him take over. Lin Qingxuan deftly retrieved a coin from the small basket and inserted it into the machine with ease. He then grasped the joystick, carefully aligning his aim. With a swift motion, he pressed the button. The claw descended, flawlessly capturing the pesky cat plush. Bai Meng stared in awe. Have you played before? Lin Qingxuan felt a surge of pride. I've never played this before. It's my first time. Impressive, right? Wow. Before Bai Meng could fully process the shock, the claw machine once again slipped from her grasp. Lin Qingxuan was swiftly met with a dose of reality, scratching his head awkwardly. Huh, what a ridiculous machine. Bai Meng pouted, looking quite forlorn. Then perhaps I shouldn't try anymore. No way. Lin Qingxuan could not bear to see her disheartened. Just one word, grab. The subsequent moments were pure torment. Lin Qingxuan managed to seize the prize each time, yet the claw machine would inevitably release its hold. Was this not a jest at their expense? Even the staff nearby could no longer bear to watch, preparing to adjust the machine's difficulty. Approaching the two, one staff member offered, "Let me take a look at the machine." They immediately stepped aside. Lin Qingxuan seized the opportunity, leaning close to Bai Meng's ear. "See, I told you there was a problem. It's clearly not your fault." "How could that be? I am an expert at this." "But you just said it was your first time." "That was then, this is now." While the staff adjusted the machine, they conveniently repositioned the cat toy closer to the prize chute. All set. The staff member departed. Bai Meng noticed the toy had been shifted and assumed the difficulty had been lowered. Glancing down at the dwindling game tokens in her basket, she felt a pang of regret. Though she desired the prize, she could not justify wasting money. "Let me go first." Bai Meng grabbed 4 tokens. "I'll only play twice. If I can't win, I'm done for good." The familiar routine ensued, yet once again, she failed to capture the prize. Why is this happening? Lin Qingxuan finally understood her technique. As the claw descended, she pressed the button too many times, causing the claw to release its grip. Lin Qingxuan stepped behind her, pressing his chest against her back, placing his hands over hers. He guided her meticulously on how to operate the machine. Bai Meng was taken aback, yet secretly thrilled. Huh, is this really the same reserved guy? She glanced back at him, then asked, "When did you become so bold?" Lin Qingxuan realized he had been so engrossed in teaching her that he hadn't noticed his own instinctive actions. The position they maintained felt rather intimate. Just as he prepared to create some distance, Bai Meng teased, "You just claimed to be daring, and now you hesitate?" Lin Qingxuan sensed that perhaps Bai Meng enjoyed this assertive dynamic. Encouraged by her words, he thought, "Well, if I'm bold, then I shall be bold. After all, she is my girlfriend, so what is there to fear? I will continue to guide her step by step. First, you should aim. And when you feel the position is right, just take the shot. However, only one shot is necessary, yet you always take more." Bai Meng believed that an extra shot would secure a tighter grip. The two of them gazed intently as the plush toy was caught midair. Yet, the initial thrill of capturing the toy had faded. After all, there had been many reversals. Who could tell if it would fall again? But this time, they truly managed to retrieve it. The moment the toy tumbled into the prize slot, Bai Meng immediately spun around and leaped into Lin Qingxuan's arms. "Wow, we really got it. You're amazing." Lin Qingxuan proudly lifted his chin. "I told you so earlier." Bai Meng was uncertain whether it was the staff who had lowered the difficulty or if Lin Qingxuan truly possessed remarkable skill. Regardless, they had succeeded. And that was what mattered. Bai Meng released her grip and squatted down, reaching into the prize slot to retrieve the cat plushie. "Huh, I thought I wouldn't catch you today." Next came the time for the plushie's playful torment. The cat plushie? The two of them stuffed the remaining game tokens into another claw machine. They didn't have any particular desire, merely wanting to try their luck. What if they struck gold again? However, luck was not on their side this time. "Let us go," Lin Qingxuan said. Bai Meng, holding the plushie, took his hand as they descended the escalator to the first floor and exited the mall. Lin Qingxuan glanced at the time. It was nearly time to head back. The two of them hopped into the DD car they had booked in advance, making their way to school. Half an hour later, they arrived. "All right," Bai Meng said. Feeling drowsy, after accompanying her aunt for a whole afternoon of shopping, she was utterly exhausted. Sleepiness had already begun to creep in as they got into the car. Lin Qingxuan held her hand as they walked through the school gate. The security guard, upon seeing their familiar faces, poked his head out. "Oh, you're back so late?" "Yes, Uncle, why are you still here?" "I'm on the night shift today." "That's tough." "It's just work," the guard replied, glancing at the boy beside her. Then grinning, "Oh, you've got a boyfriend now?" Bai Meng lifted their joined hands for the guard to see. Yes. Ha ha ha. The young man is quite fortunate. Lin Qingxuan chimed in with a chuckle. Hee hee. The security guard, noticing the late hour, refrained from further conversation. You should head back now. It's quite late. They both responded in unison. All right, goodbye, uncle. The two strolled leisurely toward the girls' dormitory. Bai Meng yawned. Are you tired? Yes, today was exhausting. Then let us hasten our pace. However, my feet are quite sore, Lin Qingxuan remarked without a moment's hesitation. How about we take a break? Bai Meng tapped his head lightly. You fool, carry me back. Oh, okay. Lin Qingxuan crouched down, assuming the proper stance. In a swift motion, Bai Meng leaped onto his back. The sudden jolt nearly caused them both to tumble. He placed his hands on her thighs. I'm getting up now, hold on tight. I am holding on. Bai Meng wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Qingxuan exerted himself to rise. Am I heavy? A little, Bai Meng teased, tugging at his ear. Am I heavy? No, not heavy at all. It's just that I lack strength. Oh, chapter 62. Has the wooden figure advanced? They had just passed by a supermarket. Bai Meng patted his shoulder, signaling him to halt. What is the matter? Do you want to buy some bread? Lin Qingxuan felt there was still ample time. After all, they were nearing the girls' dormitory, and he could return later to purchase it. I'll first escort you back to rest, and then I'll come back to shop. All right. Suddenly, he realized that Bai Meng usually teased him. This time, however, the roles were about to reverse. Lin Qingxuan tightened his grip around her thighs. Bai Meng sensed something was amiss. Why are you holding so tightly? Hold on. Lin Qingxuan began to sprint towards the girls' dormitory. Bai Meng felt a twinge of fear while perched on his back, worried she might fall. Slow down. But Lin Qingxuan paid no heed, continuing his dash. After a few minutes, he finally came to a stop. Their hair was tousled by the wind. I'm utterly exhausted. Why run so fast? If I fall, you will be in for it. In for what? How do you eat a good fruit? I see you're asking for a beating. Bai Meng slid off him, preparing to deliver a solid punch. But Lin Qingxuan was quicker, intercepting her fist and pulling her closer. Just as Bai Meng was about to resist, he drew her in, their faces mere inches apart, each able to hear the other's breath. Lin Qingxuan leaned in for a kiss. Bai Meng's pupils widened in shock. He had become increasingly audacious. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated. After a moment, they parted, both gasping for air. The kiss had lingered longer than anticipated, leaving them breathless. Bai Meng felt a touch of shyness. She could hardly comprehend how he had grown so swiftly, even taking the initiative to kiss her. Lin Qingxuan remained silent, savoring the memory of that kiss. He felt as confident as he had been charming just moments ago, yet now anxiety gripped him, causing his hands to tremble. It was his first time seizing the initiative. All right, you should head back now. Lin Qingxuan speculated whether Bai Meng was startled by the earlier incident. Are you angry? Bai Meng frowned. Why should I be angry? I suddenly kissed you. Oh, so I should be angry then. I'm angry. I won't see you tomorrow. Lin Qingxuan took her words seriously. I apologize. Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, Bai Meng approached him. I'm not angry, and by the way, don't say sorry next time. I dislike hearing it. All right, now hurry back and remember to buy bread. Goodbye. Bai Meng waved farewell to him. Just as Lin Qingxuan turned away, she called out, Wait. He turned back. What is it? Your clothes. You forgot your clothes. All right. After handing her the bag, he departed. On the balcony of a dormitory on the 4th floor, a girl witnessed this scene. Lin Qingxuan hurried to the supermarket, opting for the familiar old combo, milk paired with bread, still enough for 4. After all, he bore the responsibility of a father figure. Bai Meng returned to her dormitory, where Jean was seated in her chair. The beautiful lady has returned. What is up? Just now, I was on the balcony and saw you two. Bai Meng looked puzzled. Saw what? Jean approached her. I saw you two kissing. Bai Meng immediately covered her mouth. Shoo. When Li, hearing the commotion, peeked out from behind the curtain. What are you two up to? Nothing. She kissed. When Li didn't catch it clearly. What did you say? Jean struggled free. Xiaobai just kissed a junior. This time, Wen Li understood perfectly. What? Really kissed? I saw it. What did he taste like? What are you talking about? Yes. What flavor? Bai Meng also found it strange. Your focus is a bit off. Oh, is it? After pondering, Bai Meng realized there was no flavor at all. How was meeting your future mother-in-law today? Wen Li inquired. Right. Bai Meng placed the bag on the table. Did you buy clothes? Jean asked. I didn't buy them. His mother got them for me. Oh, a meeting gift. Good daughter-in-law of the Lin family. The two teased her, followed by another round of thrilling gossip among the girls. On the other side, Lin Qingxuan kicked open the dormitory door. "Hey boys, Dad is back." Yang Yi, hearing this, was immediately displeased. He turned to point and scold him. Lin Qingxuan tilted his head, making a particularly mischievous expression, and then shook the plastic bag in his hand. "Father has brought you breakfast." Yang Yi's expression changed immediately. "Oh, who is this handsome fellow? Not only handsome, but also kind-hearted." "Humph." Kuei-wen emerged from the balcony. At first glance, he spotted the breakfast in Lin Qingxuan's hands. "Oh, you're back? I thought you had forgotten your buddies after a grand feast outside." "Hey, do I seem like that kind of person?" Kuei-wen frowned. "Not really." Speaking of Senior Bai Ming, who is the one that runs away at the slightest hint. This is called rushing for love. You wouldn't understand. Lin Qingxuan glanced at the bed and noticed Li Chong was absent. "Where's Qiangzi?" Kuei-wen replied. "He just went for a run at the playground. He should be back soon." "Impressive. Can't go a day without exercise." Yang Yi paused his anime and posed a question to Lin Qingxuan. "By the way, have you and the senior, done anything?" Lin Qingxuan looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Yang Yi hesitated. "Just, what? Please be clearer. Have you kissed?" Without a moment's thought, Lin Qingxuan replied. "Yes, we have, he." Kuei-wen and Yang Yi were astonished. Kuei-wen, "No way, buddy." Yang Yi, "Are you a charm demon?" Kuei-wen, "It's only been a few days." Yang Yi, "Such rapid progress?" Kuei-wen, "How long ago was that?" Yang Yi, "Was it you or her who took the initiative?" They bombarded Lin Qingxuan with questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Why are you asking so much? Go away." The two, sensing the need for restraint, ceased their probing but still felt the urge to scold him a little, or else it wouldn't sit well with them. After Bai Ming and He Jin finished, one lay on the bed while the other just started washing up. Bai Ming sent a message to Lin Qingxuan. "Have you arrived?" "Yes, I have." "Great. I'll wash up first." "All right then." Bai Ming frowned, pondering. Why do the words seem so different now? Are you really that happy? If you're talking about happiness, then indeed, it's quite joyful. Some individuals are already humming a tune while rinsing their mouths. While washing her face, Bai Ming recalled her aunt. She quickly sent a message to reassure her. "We are back at school, Auntie." "Good, rest early." "You too, Auntie." After finishing her routine, Bai Ming lay on the bed scrolling through videos. She casually messaged Lin Qingxuan. "I'm all set and lying down now." Lin Qingxuan was still trying on the couple outfit his mother had bought. He had to admit, his mother had an excellent eye for fashion. He was already looking forward to wearing matching outfits with Bai Ming while strolling down the street. Chapter 63. The Idea King. After trying on the clothes, Lin Qingxuan neatly folded them and placed them in the wardrobe. He climbed onto the bed and then took his phone to reply to Bai Ming. "I'm all set too." However, he waited for a long time without receiving a response. "Ming, are you asleep?" At this moment, Bai Ming was in the restroom, her phone vibrating incessantly. "What is it?" "I'm in the restroom," she exclaimed. "Oh, I thought you had fallen asleep." "No, let us talk later." "Oh, all right." Lin Qingxuan, feeling bored, began to scroll through short videos. As he did, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not visit Qianqing during the National Day holiday and secretly meet Ming? He had already devised a series of plans in his mind. He would call her, pretending to have ordered takeout for her, and then wait for her downstairs. I am truly a genius. However, he needed to ascertain Bai Ming's home address first. Lin Qingxuan pondered, how can I extract that information? Perhaps I could say I am buying something? But what should I buy? I have no idea what Ming might need. He shook his head in frustration. No, I simply can't think of anything. He decided to seek assistance from outside. After all, 3 minds can generate a brilliant idea. And if there are 4, wouldn't that be invincible? Lin Qingxuan suddenly stood up. Brothers, all eyes on me. The 3 companions looked up at him. What is up? What is going on? Lin Qingxuan cleared his throat. I'm facing a dilemma. Yang Yi replied. Is there anything more challenging than my inability to find anime resources right now? Kuei-wen asked. What is the dilemma? Li Chong remained silent, waiting. Lin Qingxuan continued. Well, I want to visit Bai Ming during the National Day holiday. Yang Yi tilted his head, frowning at him. You? Is this what you call a dilemma? Kuei-wen added. What does going out to play have to do with a dilemma? No, I haven't finished. The thing is, I don't know where she lives. Li Chong interjected. Why not just ask her? Yang Yi chimed in. Exactly. Just ask her, and we'll know. Kuei-wen felt concerned about the intelligence of his companions. Clearly, Lin Qingxuan wanted to make a surprise visit. Kuei-wen raised an eyebrow at Lin Qingxuan, indicating he was correct. Yes, I want to surprise her, but I don't know how to find out where she lives. The other two suddenly understood. Yang Yi exclaimed, "Wow, how did you know?" Kuei-wen replied, "You must be a fool." Li Chong suggested, "Then just tell her you're buying something and ask for her address." Yang Yi smacked his forehead. "Come on. It's during the National Day holiday. Why would you send it to the school?" Li Chong stared blankly at the ceiling. "Oh right," Lin Qingxuan lamented. "I've been thinking for ages and still can't come up with anything. I will have to rely on all of you." In the dormitory, not a single head was raised. Everyone was brainstorming. Lin Qingxuan was pondering along with them while also replying to Bai Meng's messages. "Ming Ming, is there anything you need?" Bai Meng responded with confusion. "Why do you ask?" Lin Qingxuan tugged at his hair in frustration. "How do I even say this?" He casually concocted an excuse. "Well, my mother provided me with a sum for romantic endeavors, stating it was for purchasing gifts for you." Bai Meng was left speechless. Who in their right mind would inquire like that? I have no need. Moreover, who asks others whether they intend to buy something? Such foolishness. Oh. Bai Meng had thought he had matured. Matured, my foot. As foolish as ever. At that moment, Kuei-wen devised a plan. "I've got it." Lin Qingxuan looked at him with eager anticipation. "What is it?" "My dear one, do share." Kuei-wen made a face of disdain. "Please don't be like that. It's quite repulsive." Lin Qingxuan adjusted his expression. "Ahem, so what have you thought of? Don't you have that charming Senior S Earth account?" "Oh my." Kuei-wen's words enlightened Lin Qingxuan. He immediately began searching for Senior Wenli's Earth account. Yet, he suddenly recalled the last time she confessed to him. And he had outright rejected her. A wave of awkwardness washed over him. The words in the chat box were typed and deleted repeatedly. He pinched his thigh. Oh well. No matter. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message to Wenli. "Is the Senior available?" Wenli was lying in bed, engrossed in a film. A message notification popped up. She opened it to find it was from Lin Qingxuan. Wenli peeked out from behind the curtain, glancing over at Bai Meng's bed. At that moment, she felt a tinge of mischief. She then replied, "What's up? Sorry to disturb, but I wanted to ask if you know where Bai Meng lives." Wenli was curious. Why not ask the protagonist directly instead of her? Why don't you just ask Xiaobai? Well, that seems a bit inappropriate. She sensed something odd about Lin Qingxuan. A bit inappropriate? Lin Qingxuan gritted his teeth, deciding it was better to be honest. "Actually, I plan to visit Bai Meng secretly during the National Day holiday." Wenli pouted, feeling as though she had received a mouthful of dog food. "Oh, you wish to surprise her?" Yes. Well, I think I might remember, but then again, I might not." Lin Qingxuan was perplexed. What game was Wenli playing? Then please think carefully, Senior. Oh, if there were a cup of milk tea involved. I might just recall. Lin Qingxuan understood immediately. "I have some." He transferred 20 yuan over. After receiving the money, Wenli's eyes lit up with joy. Ha. Her home is in the Happiness Community on North Street, Qiancheng, but I can't say which building it is. 3. Senior, remember not to tell her, okay? Understood. Wenli felt a pang of envy. Although the junior was a bit foolish, he still thought to take action to demonstrate his feelings. Wenli flopped onto her pillow, letting out a sigh. How wonderful it would be if you were my boyfriend. Alas, it remains but a fleeting thought. Meanwhile, Bai Meng has nearly succumbed to slumber. Having waited several minutes without receiving a response from Lin Qingxuan, "I shall retire for the night." I was preoccupied earlier and forgot to reply. Bai Meng, perplexed, pondered what could possibly demand attention at such a late hour. What could you possibly be busy with at this hour? Lin Qingxuan desperately sought an excuse. Earlier, Yang Yi had needed paper in the restroom, so I delivered some to him. Bai Meng scoffed in disdain, sensing an odd undertone in his words. "Oh well, I'm feeling a bit drowsy, so I shall sleep now. All right, good night." Bai Meng sensed something amiss. Typically, Lin Qingxuan would be eager to converse with her. Why was he behaving so unusually today, seemingly wishing for her to fall asleep quickly? Have you been up to no good? Lin Qingxuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing around as if he suspected Bai Meng had installed a camera in his dormitory. "I have not. What is the matter?" "Nothing. I shall sleep now. You should rest early. Tomorrow is military training." "All right. Hey, who taught you that?" Lin Qingxuan scratched his head. Is self-study acceptable?" "Oh, don't mention it next time." He did not understand why this statement seemed peculiar. "Why?" Bai Meng began to tease him again. "Because I genuinely want a kiss." "Wow." Lin Qingxuan felt himself turning crimson. Chapter 64. A childhood rhyme. He was astonished. Aren't girls supposed to be modest? Why was Bai Meng speaking so openly? Yet, he found it appealing. He replied to Bai Meng, "I shall satisfy you." Bai Meng smirked coldly from across the screen. "Just don't blush." Lin Qingxuan seemed to be hit in a sensitive spot. I am not. All right. All right. I'm not. I truly shall sleep now. Good night. Good night. The next morning, the familiar military training resumed. The playground echoed with deafening shouts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 123, 4. The newcomers were drenched in sweat upon the track. Strong brother. I can't run anymore. Yang Yi halted on the track, tugging at Li Chang's shirt, attempting to persuade him to accompany him. Punished? Fine. But I must drag someone down with me. Otherwise, it feels unjust. Li Chang, don't pull me, or we'll be in trouble if seen. The instructor lounged under the shade, observing them as they resembled wilted cabbages. Hurry up and run. Don't stop. Yang Yi glanced sideways at the shade. Damn it. You only know how to say that. Why don't you run? Lin Qingxuan followed behind the two. If she truly arrives, you won't be pleased. Yang Yi smirked. Well, that's a different matter altogether. Quiven slowed his pace, aligning himself alongside Yang Yi. Stop talking, or we'll get caught, he warned. Yang Yi, undeterred, scoffed. How could that be? With so many people running, speaking a word could lead to capture? If I were to be caught, I'd simply eat it. The group passed beneath a sunshade, where instructor Lin Qingxuan squinted, scrutinizing the assembly. Noticing Yang Yi conversing merrily within the ranks, she commanded, Stop. Everyone halt. Lin Qingxuan, without hesitation, understood the reason for the sudden stop. He whispered to Yang Yi, What are you eating? Yang Yi's expression soured. Haha, it might not even be me. Instructor Lin Qingxuan pointed directly at him. You, step forward. Yang Yi, glancing at the instructor's finger directed at him, thought he was truly caught. He pointed at himself, me? Lin Qingxuan shook her head, then pointed to the boy beside him. The boy, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, Huh? Me? Yes, step out. Yang Yi exhaled in relief and turned to Lin Qingxuan. You scared me. Ha ha ha. I thought it was you. Lin Qingxuan replied, You wouldn't mind if I got into trouble. I wasn't caught, after all, Yang Yi retorted, giving him the finger. Lin Qingxuan mirrored the gesture. After the boy was taken aside for individual training, the group resumed their run, grateful for the brief respite. Meanwhile, Bai Meng was in the computer lab attending a class. A middle-aged male teacher stood at the front. Oddly, every time he finished a segment, his left hand would rest on a thermos filled with swollen goji berries, evidently soaked for quite some time. This was a hallmark of middle age, it seemed. The elderly teacher announced, Today's class assignments are as follows. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He then wrote the design requirements on the multimedia board, but Bai Meng hardly paid attention. Instead, she sketched a large headshot of Lin Qingxuan on her computer. Upon completion, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, how ugly. Hearing her laughter, He-jin leaned over to see what she was up to. Who are you drawing? Lin Qingxuan. The abstract nature of the headshot momentarily left He-jin puzzled. Are you doing your homework, sister? Bai Meng finally glanced at the board, where several design requirements were listed, causing her anxiety to spike. So many? He-jin remarked. For classes worth, that should keep you busy. Sighing, Bai Meng snapped a picture of the headshot before deleting it and began working on her assignments, though her mind was far from focused. I have been reminiscing about the moment yesterday when Lin Qingxuan took the initiative to kiss her. Humph. Achio. Lin Qingxuan, who was resting, suddenly sneezed. Who on earth is cursing me? Kuei-wen asked. How many sneezes did you have? Just one. Why? People say that sneezing once means someone misses you, and sneezing twice means someone is cursing you. Noticing that he didn't mention a third interpretation, Lin Qingxuan curiously inquired, And what does 3 sneezes signify? 3 sneezes? I have no idea. Lin Qingxuan rolled his eyes. Where did you hear that? Kuei-wen replied earnestly, My mother told me. Ever since I was little, whenever I sneezed, I would ask her why, and she would explain this to me. Yang Yi couldn't help but interject, Your mother must be pulling your leg. Isn't it just a cold? Li Chang, who was lying on the grass, sat up. No, my mother told me the same thing. Yang Yi quipped, Are you two sharing the same mother? Lin Qingxuan was particularly perplexed. Is this saying widely accepted? I've always been curious about how the card games we played as children and the nonsensical rhymes we recited spread in the first place. Yang Yi asked, What nonsensical rhymes? Lin Qingxuan cleared his throat. You know, that one. Your mother's head is like a ball, kicked into the department store. Yang Yi first frowned at Lin Qingxuan, then turned to the other two. Is he insulting me? The two erupted into laughter. Kuei-wen said, Of course he is. How silly. Li Chang laughed heartily. But I have indeed heard that phrase before. Lin Qingxuan clarified. But if Chang has heard it, how could you not? Yang Yi scratched his head. I don't know. I heard a different version. At the beginning of humanity, Nature is inherently good. Not doing homework makes one a hero. The three looked at him in confusion. Lin Qingxuan remarked, "That sounds like something you thought up to avoid doing your homework. I've never heard of it." Kuei-wen laughed uproariously. "Ridiculous. Is there a version update for these sayings?" Li Chang added, "I'm also curious about how these rhymes were disseminated. We didn't have mobile phones when we were kids, let alone short videos." Lin Qingxuan pondered. Could it be that everyone shared the same thoughts from childhood? Kuei-wen explained, "What are you saying? The more you talk, the more absurd it sounds. It must be from relatives visiting each other. Children always say things when they're playing during family gatherings." Lin Qingxuan considered this. "That makes the most sense." Li Chang asked, "So, do you believe in aliens?" Yang Yi perked up. "There must be. Who knows, there might even be cultivators. One day, the skies could be filled with sword-wielding immortals flying about. How magnificent that would be." Kuei-wen chimed in. "So according to your theory, everything in the classic of mountains and seas must be real?" The four continued to chat, engaging in a light-hearted exchange. Lin Qingxuan could no longer tolerate the nonsensical chatter. He took out his phone, intending to inquire what Bai Meng was up to. To his surprise, he noticed that Bai Meng had sent him a photograph. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. What on earth is this? Who is this person? He quickly messaged Bai Meng, Meng, what is this? The person looks neither human nor ghostly." Unbeknownst to him, the ghostly thing he referred to was, in fact, himself. Chapter 65. Shall we go on a date? Bai Meng was troubled by the overwhelming amount of homework before her. The workload was simply too burdensome, causing her considerable distress. The vibration of her phone in her pocket only added to her irritation. Upon seeing it was Lin Qingxuan, she felt an inexplicable annoyance. Who could it be? Lin Qingxuan had a vague sense it might be him, but it seemed rather abstract. Surely, it couldn't be me, could it? He was dumbfounded. This was nothing short of a monster. Haha, you drew this so well. Really? I think so too. Are you on break? Yes. Which is why I wanted to ask if you would like to join me for lunch later, or if you have other plans. Recently, the various cafeterias at school had been reprimanded by the higher-ups. Many new and returning students were struggling to find meals due to the inadequate supply, which left them resorting to scrambling for food. Consequently, numerous students had reported the issue to the school administration, prompting the cafeterias to make adjustments by increasing the quantity of food provided. If the situation continued as it had, even without military training, the supply would be insufficient. After pondering for a moment, Bai Meng realized she had no other commitments. She had no classes in the afternoon. "No, I have nothing on. So where shall I meet you? Where are you having class?" "In the Howd building, in the computer lab on your side." "All right, let us meet at the second cafeteria. It's closer." Lin Qingxuan then asked a rather foolish question. "What are you doing?" Bai Meng found herself at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting. "Didn't I just tell him I'm in the computer lab?" She replied somewhat impatiently. "Didn't I just tell you where I am?" Lin Qingxuan scrolled through the chat history. "In the computer lab, what's wrong? Do you think there is something odd about that?" Lin Qingxuan flipped through the records again. "I don't see anything unusual. What is strange about it?" Bai Meng felt exasperated, sensing that her boyfriend's intelligence was lacking. "What do you think I could be doing in the computer lab?" "Attending class." "You're driving me crazy." "Ah, don't be upset. Perhaps the heat is getting to me, and my brain isn't functioning well." Bai Meng chuckled in both exasperation and amusement upon reading his message. "All right. You continue with your military training. I must get busy." After concluding their conversation, Bai Meng returned to her homework, while beside her, He-Jin suddenly slumped against her shoulder like a rag doll. "Alas, I no longer wish to continue. It is simply too much." Bai Meng shares this sentiment. When Li observes the two of them wriggling like caterpillars. "What are you two doing?" They respond in unison, "We're exhausted." "Hurry up, or we truly want to finish." Bai Meng and He-Jin struggle to sit up properly. They both exhale deeply and return to their assignments. The morning light has yet to dissipate, but the sun tilts toward the western window. In the blink of an eye, the morning hours draw to a close. A crisp chime resonates from the speakers in the computer lab, signaling the end of the morning classes. Bai Meng gazes sorrowfully at the speaker. "Oh no, I haven't finished yet." She leans closer to He-Jin, hoping to gauge her progress. He-Jin is desperately tugging at her hair. "What if I don't finish?" Seeing that He-Jin is in a similar predicament, Bai Meng feels a sense of balance within herself. The elderly teacher conducts a brief inspection and notices that many students have not completed their work. Returning to the podium, the teacher sighs. "All right, class dismissed. We shall continue next time. Remember to save your work and don't lose it." Bai Meng and He-Jin breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Meng pretends to wipe the sweat from her brow. Thank goodness we weren't asked to submit it right now. He asks, are we going to eat now or head back to the dormitory? I'm going to eat with Xiao Xuanzi. Oh, you've invited Xiao Xuanzi? Are you the Empress Dowager? He stands up and half squats, mimicking the gestures of concubines greeting the Empress Dowager in a television drama. Bai Meng stands and performs a gesture of respect. Your servant thanks the Empress Dowager. The two of them can hardly contain their laughter. Wen Li watches their antics from the side. Enough of that. Have you saved your files? It suddenly dawns on Bai Meng and He. They had been preoccupied with fun and nearly forgot to save their work. Typically, during computer lab sessions, students bring their own disks for storing files. After saving their documents onto their respective disks, they exit the teaching building together. He pulls Wen Li aside. Let us head back for now. It's a bit crowded. We can come back to eat later. All right, I'm off to eat. After exchanging farewells, Bai Meng lowers her head, persistently messaging Lin Qingxuan. Where are you? I'm done with school. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan is on his way to the second cafeteria, his phone in hand. As he runs, he replies, I'm on my way. Wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. Bai Meng is not anxious. Given the distance, the teaching building is certainly closer to the cafeteria. No rush, take your time. She then leisurely makes her way toward the cafeteria. Before long, Lin Qingxuan arrives, panting heavily at the first floor of the second cafeteria. The hall is filled with the bustling sounds of conversation. I'm exhausted. He scans the room, but does not spot Bai Meng. He found an empty seat and prepared to send a message inquiring about her whereabouts. A hand silently appeared behind Lin Qingxuan. Hey, Bai Meng exclaimed as she playfully slapped his back. However, Lin Qingxuan remained unfazed, calmly turning his head. Bai Meng looked puzzled. Why weren't you startled? He scratched his head in confusion. It seems I don't react much to such things. Not amusing. Why would I be frightened by you? Lin Qingxuan pondered for a few seconds. He turned back to face Bai Meng, who tilted her head in curiosity. What are you doing? He then exaggeratedly feigned shock, exclaiming, you nearly scared me to death. Bai Meng lightly tapped his forehead with her finger. That was overly dramatic. So what shall we eat? Lin Qingxuan gazed at the myriad of options at the cafeteria window, momentarily indecisive. Bai Meng glanced around and quickly fixed her eyes on a stall named Hot Pot Rice Noodles. She nudged Lin Qingxuan and pointed towards the stall. How about that? Lin Qingxuan followed her gaze. That works. Have you tried it? Is it good? Bai Meng reflected for a moment. It's all right, though quite hot. He observed the man at the stall stirring the noodles in a clay pot. It looks rather appealing. You stay here and wait for me. I'll go place the order. Lin Qingxuan said. All right, do you want water? Yes, just mineral water. Bai Meng gestured accordingly and playfully winked at him. Her charming gesture struck a chord with him. The little couple has clear roles. One orders, the other fetches water. Moments later, Bai Meng sat at the table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at Lin Qingxuan. He approached her with a steaming bowl of rice noodles. Noticing her unwavering attention, he asked, What's up? Bai Meng grinned mischievously. I just find you handsome. Shouldn't it be good looking? How self-absorbed. You eat first. There's still one bowl yet to be prepared. Lin Qingxuan pushed the bowl towards her, thoughtfully wiping the chopsticks with a napkin before handing them over. As Bai Meng accepted the chopsticks, their fingers briefly intertwined. Lin Qingxuan felt a slight flush on his cheeks, especially in the bustling cafeteria where many eyes were upon them. Bai Meng toyed with his fingers. Would you like to take a walk with me tonight? Chapter 66. Are you really that affectionate? The surrounding diners began to take notice of the young couple, and Lin Qingxuan felt more and more gazes converging upon them. Bending towards Bai Meng, he said, Many people are watching. Let go for now. Instead of loosening her grip, Bai Meng tightened it further. So, are you going or not? At that moment, a man in the distance called out, Handsome. The rice noodles are ready. Bai Meng tilted her head, gazing through him towards the noodle window. She then returned her gaze to Lin Qingxuan, looking at him with an exceptionally alluring expression. I'm calling you handsome. Lin Qingxuan's heart raced uncontrollably. He could hardly withstand it. She released his hand. Lin Qingxuan was momentarily stunned before sheepishly making his way to the window. So adorable. Once Lin Qingxuan brought his portion over, they began to eat properly. So, you're not planning to go for a walk with me tonight? Bai Meng asked while blowing on her noodles. Lin Qingxuan set down his soup spoon. Where are we walking to? Bai Meng pondered for a moment. Right outside the school. Lin Qingxuan expressed concern, but I still need to shower after military training. That's fine. Just message me when you're done, she replied. He slurped a mouthful of noodles, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. Bai Ming watched him, resembling a hamster, cheeks puffed out, as if guarding his food. Instinctively, she reached out to poke his cheek. The poke nearly made Lin Qingxuan spit out his food. Hey, if you poke me again, I might just throw up. Bai Ming made a face of disdain. Hey, we're eating. Don't say that word. Lin Qingxuan was puzzled. Wasn't it you who poked me? Oh. Bai Ming rummaged through her bowl for cabbage, continuously serving it to Lin Qingxuan. This is delicious. You should eat more. In truth, she did not like it at all. Of course, as a boyfriend. He was like a large recycling bin. Anything she disliked or found unappetizing could be handed over to him. He would always manage it. Lin Qingxuan stared at the bowl overflowing with cabbage, sensing something was amiss. Is it truly delicious? Why are you giving me so much? Is it because you don't like it? Bai Ming, realizing she was about to be found out, set down her chopsticks and turned her head away. Then she shifted her demeanor. Oh, I kindly served it to you, and you say such things. How unfair. Seeing her reaction, Lin Qingxuan thought he might have overthought it. Perhaps she genuinely found it tasty? However, looking at the super thick slice of cabbage, it did not appear appetizing at all. No, I misspoke. I apologize. Bai Ming placed her hands on her chest, continuing to feign anger. Next time, I won't serve you anything. Lin Qingxuan panicked. Please. I won't say anything more. It's futile. Lin Qingxuan rose and took a seat beside Bai Ming, grasping the hem of her garment. I truly regret it, Ming. Bai Ming swatted his hand away dismissively. It's useless. Lin Qingxuan shifted closer, employing a rather straightforward method of apology. What would make it worthwhile then? I genuinely acknowledge my mistake. Bai Ming tilted her head toward him. Come a little closer. Lin Qingxuan complied, inching nearer until their bodies almost touched. Bai Ming leaned close to his ear and whispered, If you kiss me now, I shall forgive you. Lin Qingxuan widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing around at the bustling crowd. What? We're still in the cafeteria, Ming. Bai Ming pouted. Oh, if you want to kiss me, then forget it. Have you forgiven me? Not at all. Lin Qingxuan's expression faltered. There were far too many people around. He felt too timid to lean in for a kiss. Internally, he wrestled with himself. Meanwhile, Bai Ming continued to slurp her rice noodles, occasionally stealing glances at his reaction, simply wishing to tease him, never intending for him to actually kiss her. However, Lin Qingxuan took her words seriously. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, a kiss it is. What do I have to fear? He surveyed the surroundings once more. Everyone was preoccupied with their phones and meals, utterly oblivious to their exchange. He retrieved a tissue from his pocket, wiping the corners of his mouth. As Bai Ming blew on her soup, he suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Bai Ming was taken aback, her eyes wide in shock. What? You really kissed me? Well, didn't you ask me to? I was joking. A few boys nearby witnessed the scene and set down their chopsticks, casting envious glances at the couple. Seriously? It's just a meal, and now we're being fed dog food? Are we merely a part of their romantic escapade? Upon noticing the attention, Bai Ming's face flushed crimson as she shielded her face with her hands. So embarrassing. Lin Qingxuan mirrored her actions. This is truly mortifying. You told me to kiss you. But why did you actually do it? So many people around. But if I didn't, you would have been upset. You great big fool. The boys lost their appetite, gathering their bowls and utensils to discard them in the trash, all the while casting lingering glances at Lin Qingxuan, accompanied by disapproving clicks of their tongues. Fortunately, only a few had witnessed the moment. Once the onlookers departed, the couple finally lowered their hands. Bai Ming glanced at the time. You have an hour until your military training. Hurry up and eat, or you won't have time to rest. Lin Qingxuan nodded in response. He began to ravenously devour the hot pot rice noodles, while Bai Ming slowly savored her noodles, occasionally picking vegetables from her bowl to offer him. Lin Qingxuan, of course, did not refuse, for this was Bai Ming's affection toward him. What thick cabbage? Nonsense. This was a lovingly prepared cabbage. After Lin Qingxuan finished his noodles, Bai Ming had long since reached her limit. There was simply too much food. He mused that next time, they should not order this dish, as it was far too abundant. Lin Qingxuan covered his mouth and let out a satisfied belch. I can't take any more. I'm so stuffed. Bai Ming poked at his round belly, and he quickly grasped her hand. No, don't. I might actually throw up. He felt utterly immobile, as he was so full that even the slightest movement made him feel as though his stomach might burst. Bai Ming took charge of the cleanup, placing the bowls and chopsticks in the designated area before returning to her seat to browse online shopping on her phone. waiting for him to rest for a few minutes. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan felt utterly lethargic and resolved that he would never push himself like this again. Noticing that Bai Meng was engrossed in her phone, he curiously leaned over to take a glance. To his dismay, he found her selecting lingerie, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Is this something I should be looking at? After a moment of surprise, he quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Ah, this ceiling, how fascinating. Seeing his reaction, Bai Meng playfully offered her phone to him. Would you like to help me choose? Lin Qingxuan covered his eyes and vigorously shook his head. No, no, no. Chapter 67. Unable to hide his feelings, Well then, how about you go to the store and buy it for me? No way. I'm a guy. What would it look like for me to enter a lingerie store? Bai Meng sat close to him. But boyfriends help their girlfriends buy lingerie all the time. Isn't that perfectly normal? Lin Qingxuan could not bring himself to do it. It would be one thing to accompany Bai Meng, but to go alone? Absolutely not. Noticing that he had fallen silent, Bai Meng decided to stop teasing him. All right, go rest for a bit. We have military training in the afternoon. Lin Qingxuan snapped back to reality. All right, let's go. He planned to escort Bai Meng back before returning to his dormitory for a rest. After all, the distance was not far, and it wouldn't take too much time. The two walked side by side, maintaining a close proximity but refraining from holding hands, as it was still daytime, and being watched would be somewhat embarrassing. Upon reaching the girl's dormitory, Bai Meng turned to him and said, Let me know when you're done in the afternoon. I'll wait for you downstairs at the boys' dorm. Okay. He watched as Bai Meng ascended the stairs, then made his way toward the dormitory. The door creaked open as Bai Meng entered. Is anyone here? She wondered, uncertain of where Jean and Wenli had gone. Approaching the wardrobe, she rummaged through it and extracted a sultry, alluring top. With a smirk, she gazed at her enticing weapon, feeling an overwhelming confidence that this outfit would surely captivate him. She then settled into a chair, idly scrolling through her social media feed, her fingers gliding slowly upwards. Suddenly, she spotted a post from Lin Qingxuan, a collage of photos arranged in a grid format, with a group shot of them at the center. When did he post this? I had no idea. She tapped on the post, revealing a comment from Lin Qingxuan's mother. You and Xiao Meng are on different levels. Lin Qingxuan replied, What do you mean? To which Lin Yin responded, I'm saying you're ugly. The playful banter between mother and son elicited a chuckle from Bai Meng. After liking the post, she continued to scroll. Next, she noticed a post from her grandmother. Oh, the elderly couple was clad in windbreakers, sporting caps issued by a travel agency, presumably for easier identification among the tourists. The backdrop featured a tour bus, and the caption was a simple two-word declaration, traveling. It was no surprise that her grandmother would post such things. Earlier, Bai Meng had often taught her how to use a smartphone. With practice, the household had been inundated with packages, courtesy of her grandmother's online shopping. She even filmed short videos, pairing classic old songs with stunning beauty filters, mimicking the lyrics with great flair. Bai Meng initiated a video call with her grandmother. The vast horizon is my love, the song played, but before it could finish, her grandmother answered. Hello? What is up, Meng Meng? Grandma, are you and Grandpa traveling? The noise on the other end was quite chaotic, filled with the chatter and singing of elderly folks. Yes, and Mrs. Li from next door is here too. What about Grandpa? Bai Meng inquired. Her grandmother turned the phone toward Grandpa, who was struggling to locate the camera. Hello? Can you see me? Am I looking handsome today? He asked, displaying a childlike glee as he posed with his finger beneath his chin. Bai Meng couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Grandpa, you're still trying to look cool. She exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. Indeed, Grandpa is still as charming as ever. Back in the day, before he could finish, Grandma interrupted, taking the phone from him. Don't listen to his nonsense. He always talks about the past, completely shameless. Bai Meng smiled at the elderly couple, their affection for one another still palpable, though their faces bore the indelible marks of time. Where are you heading for some leisure? How many days will you stay? We are just next door in Qingxuan, staying for merely 2 days before returning. Oh, have you brought your thermos? Grandfather interjected from the side. Yes, I have, replied Bai Meng with a pout. Grandfather, did you bring tea again? Immediately averting his gaze, Grandfather dared not meet Bai Meng's eyes. I didn't bring any, he insisted. Bai Meng could easily tell he was lying. You must be deceiving. You should drink less tea, or you won't sleep at night. Oh, I see. Look, you still claim you didn't bring any. Grandfather mimicked Bai Meng's pout. Old age means being managed by his granddaughter. Bai Meng pretended to be angry. If you don't heed my advice, I shall give the tea you've hidden away to Uncle Wang downstairs. Grandfather grew anxious. The treasured tea at home is quite expensive. He was reluctant to drink it himself, let alone share it with others. Oh no, that old man wouldn't appreciate fine tea at all. Will you listen to me then? Oh, yes, I will certainly listen. Humph. Bai Ming let out a light snort. She then cautioned the elderly couple to be mindful of their safety and to avoid catching a chill. After her admonitions, Bai Ming prepared to hang up the phone for a short nap. Suddenly, grandmother chimed in. Ming, what about your boyfriend? Bai Ming was taken aback. How did grandmother know she had a boyfriend? Huh, what are you talking about, grandmother? Hearing the exchange, grandfather leaned into the camera frame. Hey, Ming, you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Are you not on good terms with me? Which lad is he? Do you have a photo? Is he good to you? A barrage of questions left Bai Ming feeling dizzy. I don't have a boyfriend. For now, she planned not to disclose anything to her grandparents, hoping to bring him home for them to meet when the opportunity arose. Grandmother, however, regarded her with a knowing look. Really? Really, Bai Ming affirmed. Oh, then you should rest. We must get off the bus now. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Bai Ming lay down for a nap. Grandmother then turned to grandfather, saying, Little Ming has a boyfriend. Grandfather, perplexed, replied, but she just said she didn't. Her face cannot conceal the truth. In the afternoon, the blazing sun gradually dimmed, slowly setting in the west. Dismissed. With the command given by the instructor, it signified the end of the day's military training. Lin Qingxuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt. I'm heading back to the dormitory. Yangi, aren't you going to eat? Kuei-wen, what's up? Are you on a diet? Upon hearing the keyword, Li Chong immediately perked up. Want to lose weight? Come run with me tonight. No, Lin Qingxuan replied. I have a date. The trio then made sounds of disapproval. Yangi, off you go. Chu Wen inquired further, Li Chong, are you going to wash your military training uniform tonight? I plan to wash mine. Lin Qingxuan lowered his head, inhaling the scent of the collar. It seemed wearable still. He recalled. The last time this garment was washed was indeed quite some time ago. Could you help me wash it? Lin Qingxuan asked. Li Chong frowned. Then why did I even ask you? Ah, right. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi pointed at Lin Qingxuan. See? This is the fate of being in love. It has muddled your brain. 1. You don't even have a chance to be muddled. Oh, wait. Your brain was never that sharp to begin with, Yang Yi retorted. Your mouth is like you feasted on excrement, you fool. Chapter 68. I only wish to wear it for you. Lin Qingxuan parted ways with Yang Yi and the others, returning to the dormitory alone. He securely closed the balcony door and swiftly changed into just his underwear, donning his sleepwear and heading to the wash basin to grab his bathing essentials. However, a blue bottle caught his eye. Upon inspection, he read 3 in 1 body wash, shampoo, and conditioner. What on earth is this? So remarkable. He pondered whether to give it a try, but felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could these items truly work in unison? He snapped a photo and shared it in the dormitory group chat titled The 4 Handsome Men of Linhai. Yang Yi was engrossed in an anime, and the notification interrupted a thrilling scene. Who is it? He muttered, opening the notification. He zoomed in on the image Lin Qingxuan had sent. What the heck? Whose is this? Kuei-wen leaned in for a closer look. 3 in 1. Ha ha ha, it's not mine. They both turned to the silent Li Chong. Yang Yi held his phone up to Li Chong's view. Strong brother, is this yours? Li Chong glanced at it. Yes, so what? Kuei-wen exclaimed, but you, a young master from Beijing, used this? Did your family go bankrupt? Are you plotting revenge to reclaim what is rightfully yours? Yang Yi grew increasingly animated in his teasing. Li Chong gestured for him to stop. What are you talking about? This stuff is quite good, multifunctional, and convenient. Yang Yi questioned, does this really work? Kuei-wen added, don't you find it odd that these 3 products are combined? Li Chong pondered, odd? I find it rather practical. The two gave him a thumbs up. Ultimately, Lin Qingxuan decided against trying it. He feared that using it might lead to unforeseen consequences. While he bathed, Bai Ming was in the midst of changing clothes, sporting a short-sleeved top that perfectly showcased her slender waist, paired with loose-fitting jeans. Jean and Wenli had just returned from their midday escapade to a street stall, and Jean observed her attire. Dressed so exquisitely. Are you off to a date? Bai Ming stood before the full-length mirror, tending to her flowing locks. Indeed. Jean lounged in a nearby chair, crossing her legs. Where are you headed for this rendezvous? Might I accompany you? Bai Ming did not turn to her, but instead shook her head at the mirror. Do you delight in being a third wheel? I merely wish to witness your charming demeanor. She rolled her eyes in response. How could I ever act coy? Yet, in truth, She frequently employed this tactic to captivate Lin Qingxuan with unfailing success. But who was it that night downstairs? Bai Ming pivoted, fixing a piercing gaze upon her. When Li, intrigued, interjected, "What night? Who? What gossip is this?" He Jean raised an eyebrow at Bai Ming, implying, "Should you dare to strike me, I shall reveal all." Bai Ming would not concede. She approached her, wrapping her arms around her neck, and whispered in her ear, "Little golden retriever, you truly are itching for trouble. And what if I am? Will you punish me? Go ahead." Bai Ming frowned, then released her grip. "No, I cannot allow you that satisfaction." He Jean feigned disappointment. Bai Ming stepped to her desk, slinging a small crossbody bag over her shoulder, and once more scrutinized herself in the mirror. "Well, I'm off then. If you need anything later, just call me." When Li replied, "All right, goodbye," He Jean added, "I'll be waiting for you in your bed." Bai Ming retorted, "Dream on." She exited, sending a message to Lin Qingxuan. "Are you ready? I'm heading down to your building now." The sun was setting, casting a gentle warmth. Far removed from the midday heat, Lin Qingxuan, with damp hair, had no intention of selecting an outfit, as his wardrobe offered only a few choices. There was little point in deliberation. Once his hair was dry, he picked up his phone. "I'll be down shortly." He randomly chose an ensemble from his closet and hurried to the balcony. Gazing into the mirror above the washstand, he assessed his appearance. The verdict was clear, dashing. The three great illusions of humanity. I can retaliate. She fancies me. I am truly handsome. Fearing Bai Ming might grow impatient, he descended the stairs with haste. Upon exiting the dormitory, he spotted Bai Ming waving at him. He rushed towards her, but suddenly slowed his pace. Lin Qingxuan found himself entranced by the glimpse of her waist revealed. How irresistibly alluring. This was far more captivating than simply showcasing long legs. Her fitted top left little to the imagination, revealing a voluptuous silhouette. Surrounding Bai Ming were numerous males, all fixated on her presence. After all, a stunning beauty graced the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Who wouldn't steal a glance? Just then, two young men passed by. Their gazes fixated on a particular aspect of Bai Ming. Lin Qingxuan, noticing their lingering stares, promptly positioned himself in front of her, locking eyes with the young men. The boys, sensing the situation, discreetly turned away, recognizing that she was already taken. Bai Ming chuckled, "What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous?" "No. It's just that your belly button is exposed. Why are you dressed like this?" She spun around playfully. "Is something wrong? Do I look bad?" Lin Qingxuan raised his gaze, feeling a rush of warmth. "You look beautiful," but Bai Ming tilted her head, intrigued. "But what?" He hesitated. "But I don't want others to look." His words were laced with possessiveness. "Oh, then I must wear this." "What will you do?" He felt helpless, unable to restrict her freedom of expression. Noticing his silence, Bai Ming assumed she had upset him and wrapped her arm around his. "Are you angry?" Lin Qingxuan felt the softness of her embrace and cleared his throat. "No, not at all." She tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, "I just want to wear this for you." Overwhelmed, he turned his head aside, his cheeks tinged with pink. "Shall we go?" He took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. "All right." Bai Ming nestled her head against his arm, embodying a sweet, dependent demeanor. As they walked, many boys cast envious glances at Lin Qingxuan, resentful of his good fortune in having such a stunning girlfriend. "I'm so jealous." "Enough of that. My little princess is getting jealous." Lin Qingxuan couldn't help but smile at the comments around him, feeling a surge of pride, though it was all thanks to Bai Ming. When Bai Ming noticed his smug expression, she immediately released his hand and continued walking ahead. "Hey," he was puzzled by her sudden shift. He quickened his pace to catch up. "What's wrong, Ming Ming?" Bai Ming turned, feigning nonchalance. "Nothing, it's just too hot. I don't want to hold hands anymore." "Oh, I see." Lin Qingxuan instinctively reached for her hand, but she playfully swatted it away, leaving him feeling dejected. "What did I do wrong? Why can't I hold your hand?" "Because it's hot, and your hands tend to get sweaty." Lin Qingxuan appeared crestfallen. "Oh, still." Bai Ming tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Let us hurry." "Okay." The two of them exited the school grounds, stepping into the warmth of the day. The sidewalk was lined with numerous food stalls. Lin Qingxuan paused his steps. Mei, what would you like to eat?" Bai Ming shook her head. "I still have rice noodles from lunch in my stomach. Let's eat later." "All right." The two continued walking forward, surrounded by the vibrant atmosphere of street food. "By the way, have you purchased your tickets for the National Day holiday?" "Not yet. I'm checking now." Bai Ming usually traveled by high-speed train from Linghai to Qiancheng, which took about an hour. She glanced at the ticketing information. "The tickets haven't been released yet, They probably won't be available until the day after tomorrow. Lin Qingxuan pondered for a moment. He considered offering to drive Bai Ming back in his mother's car. Shall I drive my mom's car to take you home? Bai Ming looked puzzled. You can drive? Of course. I learned to drive during my senior year of high school, but what? But so far, I haven't actually driven a car. Then how can you offer to take me back? No way, I'm scared. Lin Qingxuan scratched his head and earnestly replied. When I was at the driving school, I drove very steadily. I'd rather take the high-speed train. All right. Bai Ming noticed a flower stall by the roadside and wandered over. The vendor, seeing her interest, immediately began to promote his wares. Miss, what kind of flowers would you like? Bai Ming pointed to what appeared to be a rose. Why is this one brown? What is it? The vendor followed her finger. This is a cappuccino rose, a type of rose. She thought it looked lovely. Can this be kept alive, or is it just for decoration? It can be kept alive. If you decide to buy it, I can trim it for you. Just put it in a container with some water when you get home. Bai Ming found it appealing and wanted to purchase one, but glanced at Lin Qingxuan beside her. She subtly indicated towards him. Lin Qingxuan was puzzled. Do you want to buy it? This amused the vendor. Handsome guy. This beautiful lady is hinting for you to buy her one. Huh. Oh, I'll take one. All right. Bai Ming pouted and looked at him, softly saying, You silly. Lin Qingxuan didn't hear clearly, but he noticed her lips move. What's wrong? It's nothing. The vendor trimmed the base of the cappuccino rose and wrapped it simply in craft paper before handing it to Lin Qingxuan. He was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't this be for Bai Ming? Why was it given to him instead? The vendor, noticing his dazed expression, couldn't help but say, Quickly give it to this beautiful lady. Oh, okay. He took the flowers and handed them to Bai Ming. Humph. She gave a light huff and turned away. Lin Qingxuan stood rooted in place, utterly at a loss. The vendor patted him on the shoulder. What are you dawdling for? Chase after her. Without hesitation, Lin Qingxuan took off in pursuit. The vendor shook his head in disbelief. What a fool. Lin Qingxuan caught up with Bai Ming. Are you angry? He inquired. No, not at all. She replied. Then why did you walk away? Because I was angry. She retorted. Huh, but you said you weren't. Now I am. Bai Ming pouted, snatching the flower from his hand and bowing her head. Confused, Lin Qingxuan merely complied. Bai Ming glanced around to ensure they were alone before pressing her lips against his. Next time, remember to buy me flowers, but just one will suffice. Lin Qingxuan was still in a daze, the unexpected kiss leaving him bewildered. Yet, he relished the moments spent with Bai Ming. All right. What nonsense, you blockhead. Holding her hand, Lin Qingxuan and Bai Ming wandered aimlessly. Yet with the presence of someone they cherished, any destination felt perfect. Why do you like me? Bai Ming paused to ask. Lin Qingxuan fell into contemplation. He couldn't pinpoint the reason, but he felt an instant attraction upon first sight. I can't quite articulate it. This feeling is indescribable. Yet my affection for you is without reason, and you are my reason. Bai Ming was taken aback. Earlier, she had learned from her aunt that Lin Qingxuan struggled to express himself, and their daily interactions confirmed her aunt's words. However, she was astonished by his rapid growth. I see, she said, as Lin Qingxuan, with utmost sincerity, continued, You are not just one of many. You are the only one, my first choice. Really? More genuine than pearls. Bai Ming seemed pleased with his response. Her spirits lifted, along with her appetite. I'm a bit hungry. Let's see if there's something to eat. Sure. In his leisure time, Lin Qingxuan often studied various romantic phrases, and even these lines were learned. Yet, this did not detract from his clumsiness. While words may be borrowed, genuine affection cannot be replicated. His love for her was profound and sincere. Stopping at a stall selling wolf-tooth potatoes, he felt an undeniable craving. Bai Ming, on the other hand, glanced at a nearby barbecue stall. Shall we have barbecue? Sounds good, but I'll get a bowl of this first. Would you like some? Bai Ming looked at the potatoes in the pot and deemed them acceptable. Just one bowl will do. I'll only have a few bites. All right. You go sit down first. Bai Ming made her way to a foldable sunshade, selecting a table positioned away from the barbecue smoke. She feared that the scent of smoke would cling too heavily to her clothes, necessitating another trip to the laundry. The skewers vendor presented her with the menu. Young lady, let us know once you have made your selection. All right. Bai Ming glanced at the menu, which consisted of a single page. She flipped it over. Oh, there's more on the back. She surveyed the options, but was uncertain of Lin Qingxuan's preferences. Thus, she resolved to order some of her favorite items first, such as chicken feet and duck paws, along with a few meat skewers. The rest could wait until Lin Qingxuan arrived. Not far away, Two inebriated young men had their gaze fixed on Bai Meng. "Hey, look over there. Not bad at all." The two of them raised their bottles and staggered towards her direction. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxuan remained in anticipation of the wolf-toothed potatoes he so desired. "Boss, could you add extra cilantro?" "Sure." He scanned the QR code with his phone to pay in advance. Subsequently, he opened a ticketing app, contemplating how to assist Bai Meng in securing tickets in the coming days. He himself did not need to purchase a ticket, as he could simply ask his mother to pick him up. "Oh wait, I don't even have Meng Meng's ID. I can't buy a ticket." He decided to inquire later whether Bai Meng remembered her identification. At this moment, the two drunken men had already approached Bai Meng. She was engrossed in perusing the menu and did not pay them any mind, assuming they were merely customers there for barbecue. However, she was perplexed as to why they stood before her with beer bottles in hand. Chapter 70. A brief interlude. The two drunken men took a seat at Bai Meng's table. She was puzzled, as she did not recognize either of them, and since they were not acquaintances of Lin Qingxuan. "Who are you?" one of the inebriates asked. "Beautiful lady, are you alone?" Upon hearing this, Bai Meng realized their intentions and attempted flirtation. She chose to ignore them, maintaining a stoic expression while focusing on her phone. The drunken men, noticing her indifference, shifted their stools closer to her. "Why are you ignoring us, beautiful?" one of them inquired. "Are you always this aloof?" Bai Meng could no longer endure the overwhelming stench of alcohol. "Do we know each other?" The two men exchanged amused glances. "Not acquainted? Well, let us change that," the first one suggested. "Indeed," the second echoed, pouring himself a drink from a plastic cup and offering it to Bai Meng. "Care for a drink?" The first man scrutinized her from head to toe, occasionally fixating on certain areas. Bai Meng shot them a sideways glance and stood up, preparing to find Lin Qingxuan. The first man, feeling slighted by her lack of attention, abruptly seized her wrist with considerable force, causing a sharp pain. Bai Meng struggled to free herself. "Let go." The surrounding crowd was immediately captivated by the scene, many of them pulling out their phones to record. Drunken Man once said, "We let you drink out of respect. Aren't you going to reciprocate?" Drunken Man 2 took the opportunity to rise, and together they surrounded Bai Meng. Unperturbed by the commotion, Bai Meng swiftly slapped Drunken Man 1 across the face. "You dare hit me?" He fumed, raising his fist in preparation to strike back. The barbecue stall owner, noticing the girl being encircled, was about to intervene when suddenly a shadow darted past him. Before he could comprehend the situation, Drunken Man 1 found himself on the ground. "What the hell, who kicked me?" Drunken Man 2 stood frozen, bewildered. Lin Qingxuan, panting heavily, shielded Bai Meng behind him. "Are you all right?" Bai Meng glanced at her wrist, assuring him, "It's nothing serious, just a little sting." Her voice carried a hint of tears. He turned sharply, his gaze landing on her reddened eyes, igniting his anger. Bai Meng looked at him with a pitiful expression. "I'm really fine." His tension mounted as he faced the two men ahead, his body trembling, a telltale sign of adrenaline surging through him. Gripping the nearby plastic stool, he felt uncertain about his ability to take down the two before him. "You're asking for trouble," Drunken Man 2 shouted. Drunken Man 1 struggled to rise from the concrete. "You little brat, you almost pushed my buttons." Both sides were poised for confrontation. Drunken Man 1 prepared to charge at Lin Qingxuan, who, noticing the movement, lifted the plastic stool, ready to strike. "What are you doing?" The crowd halted, turning toward the source of the voice. Two patrolling police officers stood beside the stall owner, evidently summoned by the complaint. Upon seeing the officers, the two drunken men regained their composure. Lin Qingxuan sighed in relief. "We weren't doing anything," Drunken Man 1 claimed. "Right, we were just admiring the beauty," Drunken Man 2 added with a laugh. The older officer approached and inquired, "Doing nothing?" "The owner reported that you were harassing a woman," Lin Qingxuan interjected. "And you laid hands on her." Bai Meng nodded in agreement from behind him. The drunken men began to panic. If they were charged with sexual harassment, they could face at least 10 to 15 days in detention. Drunken Man 1 donned a fawning expression and addressed the older officer. "No. We just thought this beautiful lady was charming and wanted to make a friend. We didn't lay a hand on her." Subsequently, he raised an eyebrow at Bai Meng. "Isn't that so?" Bai Meng's face was filled with disdain. "Who wishes to befriend you? Approaching with a bottle of liquor, you insist I drink with you, when I refuse. You threaten me." The two inebriated individuals glared at Bai Meng with gritted teeth. Lin Qingxuan stood protectively in front of her, shielding her behind him. "What are you staring at? Is your vision discomforting? If so, perhaps you should donate your eyes." Drunken Man 1 retorted. "Hey you." The veteran officer responded, Drunken man one laughed heartily. It's nothing. The young officer behind the elder whispered something, occasionally glancing at Lin Qingxuan, making him feel quite uneasy. If I were to kick him, would I be arrested? Bai Meng noticed his tension and took his hand in hers. Lin Qingxuan turned to face her. It's all right. In that moment, his heart found solace. Before long, the barbecue stall owner showed the veteran officer something on his phone. Based on the footage, the elder officer gained a clear understanding of the incident. He approached the two drunken men and stated, "Someone recorded a video confirming that you harassed this young lady." Drunken man 1's face paled with fear. He had hardly noticed the people around him. Drunken man 2 was merely a coward, daring not to utter a sound in the presence of the police. Drunken man 1 attempted to drag Lin Qingxuan into the fray, wanting to twist the narrative into a mutual brawl, but he kicked me first. The veteran officer, serious in demeanor, responded, "You struck the young lady's boyfriend. Is it problematic for him to retaliate?" Drunken man 1 stammered. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "Apologize to her." Reluctantly, Drunken man 1 complied, unable to withstand the officer's authority. The mere presence of the elder officer was enough to instill anxiety. He approached Bai Meng and muttered, "I'm sorry." Bai Meng chose to ignore him. Lin Qingxuan then pointed at the other individual. "What about him?" Drunken man 2 stuttered. "Why, yes, I'm sorry." The veteran officer called the two men aside and stated, "I hope you understand. Behave yourself. If I encounter you again committing an offense, I will surely escort you to our station for tea." Given the circumstances were not severe enough for detention, he could only issue a verbal warning. Drunken man 1 displayed an indifferent attitude, while Drunken man 2 nodded repeatedly in compliance. The officer barked, "Do you understand?" Drunken man 1 was taken aback, replying, "I heard you. All right, now leave." Lin Qingxuan took Bai Meng's injured hand and gently massaged her wrist. "Does it hurt?" Bai Meng smiled. "Not at all. It feels much better." Lin Qingxuan, filled with guilt, apologized. "I'm sorry for being late." He lowered his head. Bai Meng affectionately stroked his hair. "Oh dear, I'm perfectly fine. I even slapped him." Lin Qingxuan frowned. "Really? So fierce?" "Of course. Did you not see the imprint of my hand on his face? He was so nervous, he didn't even notice." "You are quite impressive." Bai Meng placed her hands on her hips. "Humph. Where were you just now? Did it really take that long to get the potatoes?" "I went to buy you some milk tea." Bai Meng glanced around. "Where's the milk tea then?" Lin Qingxuan replied with a pitiful expression, in a fit of excitement. "I ended up tossing it all away, along with my potatoes." What? Chapter 71. Who says I dare not touch? Do you want to go buy another serving? Forget it. We can eat next time. Have you ordered yet? Bai Meng spread her hands. Not yet. I was just about to order when this incident occurred. What will you be ordering? The two sat down, continuing to peruse the menu. Fortunately, their earlier scuffle had not toppled the table. Once the old policeman had handled the situation, he approached the two. Upon seeing the old policeman, Lin Qingxuan felt a wave of trepidation, though he couldn't pinpoint why. The old policeman, however, no longer bore the stern demeanor he had earlier. "Are you both all right?" Lin Qingxuan replied, "I'm fine." Bai Meng added, "I'm fine too." "That's good to hear." The old policeman patted Lin Qingxuan's shoulder. "That flying kick you did was quite impressive. I saw it on video." Lin Qingxuan immediately stood up in panic, thinking to himself, could he really be here to arrest me? He then hastily replied, "No, it wasn't impressive." The old policeman, seeing his reaction, chuckled. "Ha ha ha, did you think I was here to take you back?" Lin Qingxuan frowned. "Aren't you?" The old policeman laughed, turning to Bai Meng. "Your boyfriend is quite amusing." Bai Meng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The old policeman then spoke earnestly. "Next time, remember not to escalate conflicts. If there's an issue, just call the police, and we will handle it. If you get into a conflict, it changes the nature of the situation, understand?" Lin Qingxuan finally felt relieved, realizing he was not there to arrest him. The old policeman was thoroughly entertained by him. "Ha ha ha, why would I arrest you? Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off. Goodbye, Uncle Policeman." Lin Qingxuan waved. Bai Meng gave him a light slap. "It's Uncle, you fool." "Oh right. Goodbye, Uncle Policeman." As the policeman walked away, they continued their conversation. After a brief discussion, they decided to order casually. Bai Meng urged him, "I'm so hungry. Hurry and order." "All right." Lin Qingxuan stood up to place the order with the boss, thanking him in passing. The boss is nothing to worry about. Who wouldn't lend a hand upon seeing another in need? Just now, you darted off like a startled black rat. Lin Qingxuan scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Haha, I was merely anxious, charging forth for love." He laughed heartily. "Now, You all sit tight. I'll bring it over shortly. All right, he responded, returning to the dining table. Have you ordered? Yes, indeed. At that moment, Bai Meng stared at her phone, her face clouded with worry. Lin Qingxuan, noticing her demeanor, assumed her wrist was bothering her. What's wrong? Is your wrist hurting? Huh. No, not at all. I'm just afraid I won't secure the tickets. Do you remember your ID number? Bai Meng looked slightly puzzled. Of course, why? Lin Qingxuan pulled out his phone, opening the ticket purchasing information, ready to input Bai Meng's personal details. I'll help you secure them. Please read me your ID number. Oh, sure. Once the information was entered, he asked, is it from Linhai North Station to Qingxing West? Yes. At that moment, ticket sales hadn't yet commenced, but one could join a waiting list in advance. Lin Qingxuan helped her queue for several train options. He pondered whether he should also purchase tickets ahead of time, but thought it unwise. Considering the crowds that would swarm during the first few days of National Day, perhaps I should wait until the 3rd or 4th and sneak away. He mused with a grin. Noticing his silly smile, Bai Meng inquired, what are you laughing about? Lin Qingxuan snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing. Just reminiscing about something joyful. What joyful thing? Being in a relationship with you is pure joy. How awkward. Though he spoke with a hint of embarrassment, he felt a surge of delight within. It's not awkward, it's the truth. Bai Meng pinched his cheek playfully. I know. Moments later, the boss brought out the skewers. The two of them dove into their meal. So spicy, Bai Meng exclaimed, her tongue hanging out as she gasped for air. Lin Qingxuan hurriedly fetched her a bottle of water, twisting off the cap before handing it to her. I forgot to tell the boss to go easy on the spice. Bai Meng took the water, gulping it down. I can't eat anymore. I'm afraid of a stomachache. Lin Qingxuan glanced at the plate of skewers, still abundant. Bai Meng patted his shoulder. This daunting task is now yours. I trust you to complete it. Being from Jiangcheng, where spicy food reigns supreme, Lin Qingxuan was accustomed to such heat. This level of spice was merely a trifle for him. He devoured the skewers, one after another. Seeing him relish the food, Bai Meng couldn't resist grabbing a skewer to join him. What did you say, Bai Meng? Lin Qingxuan swallowed his mouth full. I said it's really spicy. You should stop eating, or you might end up with a stomachache. He glanced at Bai Meng's petite belly peeking out. Moreover, is it not said that a girl will suffer from abdominal pain if the wind touches her navel? Bai Meng clasped her hands over her belly. Who told you that? My mother. Oh, Bai Meng thought it was another girl who had imparted such wisdom. Is it your future mother-in-law? Then it's nothing to worry about. She noticed Lin Qingxuan occasionally gazing at her abdomen and couldn't help but inquire, is it beautiful? Lin Qingxuan, caught in the act of peeking, immediately averted his gaze and resumed eating the skewers. Seeing him feigning ignorance, Bai Meng seized his hand and placed it on her delicate belly. Lin Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Huh, the ever-blushing Lin Qingxuan. He quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Meng supported her chin with both hands. Your hand is so warm. Lin Qingxuan turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, his face flushed crimson. Is it? Yes. Then if my belly hurts, will you help me rub it? No. I don't think so. Bai Meng frowned. Not good. Still too timid? Hey. Lin Qingxuan's temper flared. Who says I'm afraid? Bai Meng shuffled her plastic stool closer to him. Then you should touch it. Oh dear. He had been playful, but now he faced a serious matter. He decided to stick to eating skewers. Bai Meng laughed, mockingly mimicking his earlier words. Humph, who says I'm afraid? Lin Qingxuan remained silent, solely focused on consuming his skewers. After finishing the remaining skewers, Bai Meng stood up to settle the bill. The owner was taken aback. The handsome young man just paid. Bai Meng turned to him, and Lin Qingxuan felt quite dapper indeed. After all, with his mother's allowance for romance, it mattered little. Bai Meng took his hand, and the two of them strolled through the bustling night market towards the school. Bai Meng proposed, shall we take a walk on the playground? Work off some of the food? Lin Qingxuan glanced at the time. It was still early. Sure. Upon arriving at the playground, the gentle moonlight cascaded over the campus like a delicate veil. The playground was still populated with several individuals jogging in the night. Lin Qingxuan scanned the area, suspecting that Li Chong might also be around, curious to locate him. Noticing his searching demeanor, Bai Meng asked, what are you looking for? I'm checking to see if my roommate is here. He jogs every evening. Which one? The tall one? Lin Qingxuan looked at her in surprise. How did you know? Bai Meng was at a loss for words. He looks like someone who exercises regularly. Oh, that makes sense. Chapter 72. The holiday. The two strolled hand in hand across the playground. The coastal night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. From time to time, Lin Qingxuan would lean towards Bai Ming, whispering sweet nothings in conversation. Uncertain of what the two were discussing, laughter and playful banter filled the air. The moonlight gracefully cascaded down, tenderly illuminating the delicate features of Bai Ming, casting a gentle hue of captivating warmth. Lin Qingxuan gazed at the moonlight gracing Bai Ming's face, whispering softly, "So beautiful." Bai Ming, unable to hear clearly, inquired with a slight confusion. Lin Qingxuan shook his head, enveloped in a sense of bliss, wishing for this moment to endure eternally. Bai Ming's presence had infused a splash of color into his otherwise monochromatic existence. During the subsequent military training, Bai Ming would visit the playground every noon to bring him water, primarily driven by her longing for him, a fact that elicited envy from onlookers. Simultaneously, Lin Qingxuan's roommates found themselves living in a daily cycle of witnessing this affection. Almost every day, the pair would share the same dining table, exchanging stories of their childhood and engaging in light-hearted conversations. They often stole moments to stroll, shop, and explore, their bond gradually intensifying. Time slipped away swiftly, and today marked the final day of military training, coinciding with the commencement of the National Day holiday. In the early morning, Lin Qingxuan exclaimed, "Finally secured the tickets." Since entering Bai Ming's ticketing information, he had been checking the standby status relentlessly, every few minutes. His excitement peaked as he captured a screenshot of the train details, complete with time and seat number, and promptly sent it to Bai Ming. At this hour, however, she remained blissfully asleep, relishing her day off before the holiday. Before meeting Lin Qingxuan, Bai Ming spent her time either in her dormitory or occasionally venturing to the cafeteria. Leaving the campus required the persistent urging of her roommates. Yet, after encountering Lin Qingxuan, her daily activity level had notably increased. Some might question, isn't it just walking, holding hands, and shopping? But even kissing requires stamina. Their longest kiss lasted a whole minute, nearly leaving Lin Qingxuan dizzy. One might wonder, shouldn't Bai Ming be the one fainting from the kiss? To that, one could jest. Guess who initiated it? Lin Qingxuan messaged his mother, "Mom, I'm free this afternoon. Come pick up your beloved son." To which she promptly replied, "Why are you so quick to respond today? Speak quickly, I'm busy. It ends at 5 p.m. What about Xiaoming?" Lin Qingxuan recalled asking Bai Ming the night before if she had classes the next day, envisioning a response filled with affectionate moments. He shook his head, attempting to clear his thoughts. What time is Bai Ming's train back? Lin Qingxuan flipped through the album and located the earlier screenshot. It was 6 p.m. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. In that case, I will arrive early at noon and take Xiaoming to the station. Oh, will Mom treat me to a lavish meal? After Lin Qingxuan uttered this remark, there was no further response. He silently complained to himself, truly a typical mother. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still early. He climbed out of bed to wash up, simultaneously tidying his luggage. However, there was scarcely anything to organize, just a few sets of clothes to pack into the suitcase. Finished. Yang Yi and the others also rose early to prepare. Yang Yi looked at Lin Qingxuan and Li Chong. "Did you two manage to secure tickets?" Li Chong had succeeded. "I didn't need to. My mom is picking me up." Lin Qingxuan replied. "How fortunate," Li Chong remarked. Lin Qingxuan pointed at Yang Yi and Kuei-wen. "What do you mean fortunate? They are the lucky ones. They live right by the coast." "But Kuei-wen still has to take a bus back from the coast," Yang Yi countered, lamenting the distance of their campus. Kuei-wen paused his actions. "Hey, are you bringing your computer back for National Day?" Lin Qingxuan considered, thinking it would be necessary for class. "Of course. The dorm will be dark without it." "Sounds good. What about you?" Kuei-wen inquired. Yang Yi contemplated. "My family has a desktop, so it's a bit tricky." "You plan to bring a desktop?" Kuei-wen teased. Yang Yi, feeling proud, replied, "The computer I assembled is fantastic. If I bring one, it's definitely that." Lin Qingxuan interjected. "Your home is right by the coast. What is so complicated about that?" Yang Yi conceded, "True, just toss it in the car and bring it to school." Li Chong chimed in, "My family also has a desktop, but it's too far. I wouldn't feel comfortable shipping it." Yang Yi jested. "Doesn't the young master from the capital have a helicopter? Just fly it over." Li Chong ignored him and continued, "I'll just buy a laptop when the time comes." Yang Yi immediately rushed over to cling to his leg. "Wow, you're so generous. You know I'm your most loyal follower. Can you buy me a figurine?" Li Chong kicked him away. "A figurine? How much do they cost?" Yang Yi held up one finger. 100? He guessed. Yang Yi shook his head. Li Chong pondered. "Figurines cost 1,000, you know." Could it really be that much? Yang Yi shook his head again, indicating one with his finger. What? 10,000? What on earth is so exorbitantly priced? Yang Yi finally spoke up. No, what is it then? 10. Li Chang and the other 3 were taken aback. How much? 10. Lin Qingxuan exclaimed. Do you truly regard Xiangzi as a young master? Kuei-wen added. Are you trying to take his life? After regaining his composure from the shock, Li Chang calmly responded. It doesn't matter. I never said I would buy it for you. Yang Yi retorted. Then what about asking for 8? Is even that out of the question? You. Ultimately, with an overwhelming force, Li Chang brought the morning's farce to a close. Ding ding ding. Bai Meng awoke from her slumber. The soft murmurs of her rising were quite melodious. She drew back the curtains. He Jin, hearing the rustling sounds, immediately knew Bai Meng was awake. Awake, are you? Yes, what are you up to? He Jin was busy tidying the desk. I'm packing my luggage. By the way, when are you heading back? Upon hearing this, Bai Meng instantly remembered the ticket buying matter. Oh no, I haven't secured a ticket. What? Bai Meng fumbled for her phone on the bed. Where did it go? For someone attached to their phone, losing it was akin to a catastrophe. He Jin placed a hand on her forehead. I could just call you to find it, right? Bai Meng chuckled awkwardly. Hee indeed. Moments later, her phone vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. Oh, here it is. Is this the outcome of being in love? Your mind seems to be failing you, He Jin teased. Bai Meng pouted. Nonsense. I'm just not fully awake yet. Bai Meng picked up her phone, first glancing at the ticket purchase. Oh no, I didn't get it. Her face fell instantly. What do we do now? I don't know, she replied, burying her face in the pillow. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she exclaimed. How about spending a day at Qingxuan's house? He Jin, seated in the armchair, heard her eerie laughter. What are you doing? Even without a ticket. You shouldn't act like this, it frightens me. Chapter 73. What do you want me to do? Bai Meng only then realized, due to He Jin's comment, that her laughter resembled that of a villain from a television drama. It's nothing. She prepared to message Lin Qingxuan, inquiring when his aunt would come to pick him up, hoping to join him as well. Upon opening the chat window, she was taken aback to see a screenshot of a successful ticket purchase. Hastily, she switched back to the ticketing page and opened her ticket details. Oh, I've actually secured it. Logically, obtaining a ticket home should bring joy. Yet, she felt an undeniable sense of loss. She wouldn't be able to visit his home, which was such a pity. This meant a week apart. She felt strangely unsettled, yearning to be with him every day. Was this what it felt like to be in the throes of infatuation? Her mood was quite dismal. Thus, she replied to Lin Qingxuan with a simple "oh." Little did he know her intricate thoughts. In any case, someone would inevitably face consequences. Subsequently, Bai Meng got out of bed to pack her belongings. How are you heading back? He Jin asked. Bai Meng showed her the ticket information. Oh, did you not just secure a ticket? Why the long face? Bai Meng shrugged her shoulders. She couldn't possibly explain her desire to visit Lin Qingxuan's home, could she? It's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well. He Jin looked on in confusion. It is already 10 o'clock, and you have not yet had enough sleep? Perhaps so, He Jin understands. Are you feeling a bit reluctant to part with your little boyfriend? Bai Meng fell silent. He Jin's words struck home. Noticing Bai Meng's silence, He Jin realized she had hit the nail on the head. Oh, what's the big deal? It's just 7 days. It's not a long time. Bai Meng sat awkwardly in the armchair. But I simply cannot help myself. He Jin felt a twinge of surprise. Ever since she met Bai Meng in her freshman year, Bai Meng had always maintained an aloof demeanor towards others. How could there be such a stark contrast after entering a relationship? You are quite attached to him. Little sweet Bai? Bai Meng blushed. It seems, just as she said, she has indeed changed considerably. Why not? Shall I secretly go find him? He Jin remarked that typically, it is the boy who pursues the girl, yet here you are, the girl pursuing the boy. So what? After chatting for a while, Bai Meng suddenly realized she had not seen Wenli. Where is Xiao Wenli? She went back early this morning. So early? She managed to get the morning ticket. Oh, I see. Bai Meng sent a message to her grandmother, informing her that she would be home by afternoon. Her grandmother replied that she would prepare a delicious meal for her upon her return. Subsequently, Bai Meng began to pack her luggage, bringing back her summer clothes. Winter would soon follow after the National Day holiday, and she needed to retrieve her winter garments. Bai Meng, when will you return home? He Jin replied. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ah, does this mean I will be the only one in the dormitory? You still have your little boyfriend, but he has military training. Today is cloudy, without sunshine. You could go to the playground to find him. Sigh. The two continued to pack their belongings while tidying up their dormitory. By the time they had finished cleaning, It was nearly noon. They were starting to feel a bit hungry. Bai Meng sighed, feeling quite tired. Are you not going to eat, He-jin? What shall we eat? He-jin suggested grilled meat rice. What? Have you also caught the fever? No. I just haven't had it in a long time and feel like having it. I am not too keen on that. He-jin approached Bai Meng, wrapping her arm around her. Come on, good sister. He-jin persisted until she finally dragged her off to enjoy the delightful grilled meat rice. After the dissolution of Lin Qingxuan's group, he immediately checked for messages. What could it mean? Why is Bai Meng suddenly so distant? He quickly sent her a message. What's wrong? Bai Meng was in the midst of her meal, too engrossed to respond. Eating requires one's full attention. Seeing that Bai Meng had not replied, Lin Qingxuan promptly called her. Beep, beep, beep. Bai Meng felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. She took it out to see it was a call from Lin Qingxuan and answered it. Hello? What's the matter? Seeing that you had not replied to my message, I decided to call. Message? I asked Bai Meng to check her notifications. I was in the midst of my meal and had not noticed earlier. Why does it seem that you are not very happy? Did you manage to secure the tickets? Please wait a moment. All right. Noticing He-jin beside her, Bai Meng found it somewhat difficult to express certain thoughts, so she stood up and moved to a more secluded area. Where are you going, He-jin? Bai Meng gestured towards her phone. Oh, go ahead, He-jin replied. Bai Meng placed the phone against her ear, her tone somewhat subdued. I am feeling a bit down. What happened to Lin Qingxuan? I miss you. Lin Qingxuan was somewhat taken aback. How did the aloof senior turn into a clingy kitten? I am at school. Shall I come to find you now? Bai Meng was speechless. I did not mean now. I meant during the National Day holiday. I want to see you for 7 days. Lin Qingxuan certainly lived up to his reputation for being dense. Shall we have a video call? I will keep my phone on for 24 hours. What if I want to kiss? Should I kiss the phone screen? Silly. How about I come to find you a few days after I return? Really? You will come? Lin Qingxuan had already planned to surprise her. Although he hadn't specified which day. I will indeed. Bai Meng felt a flutter of excitement. Which day? I'm not certain yet, but I will definitely come. After receiving this assurance, Bai Meng's mood lifted and her appetite returned. All right. Have you eaten yet? I'm at the second cafeteria. Do you want to come over? I'm on my way. Lin Qingxuan bid farewell to his roommate and hurried to the second cafeteria. Bai Meng hung up the phone and returned to her previous table, where He-jin had nearly finished eating. Noticing Bai Meng's beaming smile, He-jin inquired, what made you so happy with just a phone call? Bai Meng's smile was uncontainable. Is it that obvious? Would you like to see for yourself? He-jin took out a small mirror and held it up to Bai Meng. Upon seeing her reflection, Bai Meng gasped. Her lips curved upwards as if set in place. He-jin glanced at the time. It's almost time for me to head to the station. Enjoy your meal. I must be off. All right, be careful on the road. Come here, give me a kiss. Bai Meng pouted. Hurry along now. How stingy. After He-jin left, Bai Meng sat on a bench, awaiting Lin Qingxuan. She worried he might not find her location and recorded a short video to send him. Moments later, Lin Qingxuan arrived at the entrance of the second cafeteria. Just as he was about to ask where Bai Meng was, he noticed the video she had sent. Upon opening it, he recognized the dish, barbecue rice. I am quite familiar with this. He dashed up the nearby staircase. Bai Meng was just about to ask if Lin Qingxuan had arrived. Lin Qingxuan stealthily approached her from behind, his hands slowly reaching towards the back of Bai Meng's head. Suddenly, he covered her eyes with his palms. Bai Meng, startled, trembled slightly. Who is it? Lin Qingxuan remained silent. Bai Meng reached back to feel around, but inadvertently touched a sensitive area. Chapter 74. The Fall of the Eagle. Bai Meng was taken aback. Huh, what is this thing? Why is it so soft? She squeezed it tightly, leaving Lin Qingxuan with no time to retreat. No. He released his grip, quickly covering his own eagle. Bai Meng assumed it was someone familiar playing a prank on her. She turned to look at the area Lin Qingxuan was shielding, her face flushing crimson, nearly reaching her ears. I don't know. Lin Qingxuan crouched down in agony. Ouch. Bai Meng inquired, are you okay? At that moment, Lin Qingxuan could not articulate a response. The pain from the squeeze felt akin to a fracture. Bai Meng rose from the bench and crouched beside him. What should we do? Should we go to the hospital? Bai Meng was at a loss, having no experience with such matters. Yet, observing Lin Qingxuan's expression, she sensed he was genuinely in pain. Should I rub it? Just as Bai Meng contemplated offering her assistance, she recalled the sensitivity of the area. Upon hearing the word rub, Lin Qingxuan's pupils dilated in alarm. No, it's fine, I'll be all right. Are you sure? She asked, her concern evident. It's nothing, it will be fine soon. Bai Ming gently placed his hand on her shoulder, assisting him to sit on the bench. She curiously gazed at his injured area and whispered, "Will it be all right?" "What?" Lin Qingxuan didn't quite catch her words, but he noticed Bai Ming's unwavering gaze on his eagle. He slowly turned his body sideways and said, "Stop staring." "Oh, here." Bai Ming pushed the barely touched grilled meat rice bowl towards Lin Qingxuan. "Would you like to eat?" "What will you eat?" "I'll order beef noodles. I don't want this." Lin Qingxuan replied, perplexed. "Then why did you buy the rice bowl?" Bai Ming pouted. "It was He Jin who dragged me here." "He Jin? Who is that?" Lin Qingxuan realized he was unfamiliar with the name. "She's the girl with golden hair." Lin Qingxuan pondered. "Oh, I thought you meant someone I knew." Yet he quickly added, "But I don't recognize her." "You've seen her before." "Where?" "Last time in the supermarket." Lin Qingxuan reflected, still unable to recall. "I can't remember." Bai Ming, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. "What do you have stored in that little head of yours?" Lin Qingxuan replied with utmost seriousness, "You occupy my thoughts entirely." Bai Ming playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, teasing, "You have quite the tongue." With a chuckle, she handed him the spoon from her bowl, urging, "Hurry and eat. It will grow cold." Lin Qingxuan, feeling revitalized, responded, "All right, I am quite famished." This morning was consumed with tidying up and cleaning. Once I finished, I realized there was little time left before the assembly, and I hadn't even had breakfast. I dashed to the playground on an empty stomach, enduring military training without succumbing to dizziness. Bai Ming inquired, "By the way, when will your aunt come to pick you up?" Lin Qingxuan set down the spoon. "Perhaps in the afternoon? I spoke to my mother this morning, and she mentioned she would set off around noon." "All right. Then I might need to head to the station by afternoon. It's a pity you won't be able to see me off." Lin Qingxuan continued to savor his meal. "Oh no, my mother said she would take you to the station." "Really? Your aunt will accompany me?" "Indeed. She will take you to the station before we return." "I feel like I am troubling your aunt." "Not at all. It was her suggestion." Acknowledging the kindness of Lin Qingxuan's mother, Bai Ming decided not to decline any further. "All right then, should I get you some beef noodles?" As Lin Qingxuan prepared to stand, Bai Ming gently pulled him back down. "No need. I will eat when I feel hungry later. You should finish your meal." "Have you packed your luggage?" Lin Qingxuan asked. Bai Ming pondered for a moment. "It seems I haven't packed my sheets and comforter yet. I will take care of that later. There is still time. Then after my military training, I will come down to help you carry your luggage." "Sounds good." Once Lin Qingxuan finished his rice mixed with grilled meat, he realized it was nearly time. He decided against returning to the dormitory for rest, preferring instead to spend more time with Bai Ming. After today, there would be no more military training. Bai Ming took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth, and Lin Qingxuan felt a profound sense of joy in that moment. No, it was truly wonderful to have Bai Ming around. "What a blissful life," she remarked. "When will you come to see me again?" "Perhaps a couple of days after I return home." Bai Ming rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him. "But you must promise not to chat with other girls." Lin Qingxuan raised his hand, fingers together. "I vow. I shall limit my interactions with the opposite sex." Bai Ming laughed. "You fool." Glancing at the time, she noted, "It's almost time for military training. You should get going." "Is it that soon?" Lin Qingxuan exclaimed as he checked his phone, realizing she was indeed correct. They both stood up. "Then I shall head to the playground. Remember to eat if you get hungry," he reminded her. "I'm not a child," Bai Ming retorted. Lin Qingxuan chuckled. "Regardless, you must remember to eat." Bai Ming understood. Oh, she understood how verbose he could be. Once a young man enters a romantic relationship, he treats his girlfriend as if she were his daughter. The two of them descended the stairs and exited the dining hall. "I shall head to the playground first," he remarked. "Off you go." Bai Ming stood still, watching him until he vanished from her sight, before she turned and made her way back to the dormitory. It had barely been a few minutes since their separation, yet her thoughts drifted back to him. Sighing, upon returning to her room, she neatly folded her sheets and placed them in her suitcase. She mused over whether she should retrieve another set to change into, yet laziness crept in. If only he could enter the girls' dormitory. But then she recalled that spending too much time seated in the armchair could become uncomfortable. It was far more pleasant to recline on her bed. After a brief internal struggle, she resolved to take out another complete bedding set for a change. At last, it was done. The brown bear pattern adorned her bed. Eagerly, she removed her delicate lace socks and dove onto the bed. The scent of pine laundry detergent was utterly delightful, prompting her to inhale deeply. Lying there, she found herself at a loss for what to do and resorted to scrolling through short videos. when she stumbled upon a particularly silly and humorous clip. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, once her smile faded, a wave of emptiness washed over her. Tossing her phone aside, she turned restlessly in bed, feeling quite bored. After a while of fidgeting, Bai Meng began to feel a bit fatigued. She fumbled for her phone and opened the chat with Lin Qingxuan, sending a flurry of messages. "I'm so bored. Have you finished your military training yet?" She realized. Oh, it seemed she hadn't yet reached the designated time. Bai Meng felt this was unacceptable. How had she become so clingy all of a sudden? She needed to maintain her aloof, cool demeanor. Without hesitation, she retracted each of her messages. She rose from the bed and retrieved her laptop from her suitcase, determined to tackle the unfinished assignments from last time. She firmly believed that as long as she kept herself occupied, her mind would remain clear. However, merely a few minutes later, she found herself losing focus. Sighing, she thought of him again. Why was it that love always seemed to manifest in such a way? Bai Meng even began to suspect that Lin Qingxuan might be a charming demon, for how else could she explain her unusual behavior? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huh. She glanced at her phone. It was a call from her childhood friend in the capital. The other end was filled with a cacophony of voices. "Hey, have you returned to Qingxing yet?" "Not yet. I'm still in the dormitory." "What brings you to call me?" "What kind of question is that? I am indeed your best friend." "Oh, you seem rather aloof. Will you be home tonight?" Bai Meng pondered for a moment. "Yes, why do you ask?" "I yearn for the dishes prepared by Grandma Wang." "You can simply ask my grandmother yourself." "I feel too shy." "You? Shy? With your thick skin? You dare to claim such a thing? When have I ever been thick-skinned? Who has been frequently visiting my home to indulge in food and drink since childhood? You. Just wait until I return. I will deal with you then." "Oh." Bai Meng was unperturbed. Su Ping is just a little lowly. Bai Meng stands at 165 centimeters, while Su Ping is only 155 centimeters, a clear difference of 10 centimeters. A complete domination. Bai Meng's grandfather and Su Ping's grandfather retired from the same army unit, with Bai Meng's grandfather having served as Su Ping's grandpa's old company commander. Bai Meng's grandmother and Su Ping's grandmother both retired from the old textile factory in Qianqing. They are considered lifelong friends, and both have been playmates since childhood, ever since Bai Meng was sent to her grandmother's house. The two have played together since they were young. Su Ping used to follow Bai Meng around every day, a little ponytail companion. Su Ping's parents maintain a good relationship with Bai Meng's parents. After learning of Bai Meng's parents' passing, they have treated her as their own daughter, often visiting the elderly couple and bringing Bai Meng delightful treats. Their affection for Bai Meng is akin to that for their own flesh and blood. Suddenly, drowsiness enveloped Bai Meng, and she felt the urge to sleep. She climbed onto the bed, carelessly tossing her slippers aside, and lay down, remembering to message Lin Qingxuan. "I am so sleepy. Please wake me when you finish." The phone slipped from her hand, and her eyelids grew heavy. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber, occasionally emitting soft murmurs. Meanwhile, on the playground, as today marked the final day of training and the weather was rather cool, there was hardly any training taking place, merely standing in military posture. "Have you decided where to go for National Day?" "Traveling, and you?" I will probably just stay at home." "Are you going to be a Special Forces soldier?" "A college-style Special Forces trip." The team was filled with murmurs, each arranging their plans for the holiday. It was now break time, with only one or two groups left to finish their military posture, marking the end of military training. Yang Yi patted Kuei-wen on the back. "Where are you going for National Day?" Kuei-wen was still uncertain. "What about you?" "I wish to attend a comic convention." "A comic convention? Where is that?" "It's in Linhai, at the City Sports Center." "Do you want to invite me along?" "Of course. There will be many lovely girls there." Kuei-wen shot Yang Yi a sidelong glance. "Hey, just say whether you will go or not." Kuei-wen turned away from him. "I did not go there for the sake of the ladies. Rather, I ventured forth to foster the bonds of human connection." "You certainly speak in a lofty manner." Yang Yi continued to inquire about Li Chong. "What about Brother Chong?" Li Chong paused his short video. "As for me, I shall likely remain at home. The National Day festivities draw too many people, and I am disinclined to venture outside. How about coming to Linhai? I can take you to meet some ladies." Li Chong frowned. "Must I return to Beijing from Linhai and then come back here? That seems rather redundant." Yang Yi pondered. "Why not stay at my place for a couple of days before heading back? The comic exhibition is on the 2nd, after we enjoy it. The three of us can dine together, and you can return on the 3rd. Let me think." Li Chong switched to the ticket purchasing page. He glanced at the tickets for the 3rd, and there were still a few seats available. "Very well, I shall inform my mother shortly. Excellent. My home is quite spacious. Li Chong wore an expression of disdain. My punches have never been lacking in force. He then struck his fist near Yang Yi's ear. Yang Yi merely heard a whooshing sound, wearing a mischievous grin. I do enjoy such muscular men. Li Chong found himself momentarily speechless. Don't take this seriously, he exclaimed. Heh. What about Lin Qingxuan? I shall return home for now, and in a few days, I will visit my girlfriend. Yang Yi, seeing Lin Qingxuan's cheerful demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Why do you even bother asking him? Just look at him. What of Lin Qingxuan? Are you envious? Yang Yi, exasperated, shot back. Am I envious of you? Humph. Kuei-wen's ungrateful tears began to flow. The group burst into hearty laughter. Buzz, buzz. Lin Qingxuan's phone began to ring. It was his mother calling. Hello, have you finished school? Not yet. There is still half an hour to go. I'm almost at the school gate. So soon? Are you speeding? You cannot bear to see your mother well. Heh. What about Xiaoming? Lin Qingxuan switched back to the chat with Bai Ming. I am almost done. He continued speaking with his mother. She is still asleep. I will wake her shortly. All right, I shall drive now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qingxuan called Bai Ming. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Ming was startled awake by the phone. She groggily picked up the call, but forgot to press the button to connect. Hello? Why are you silent? Hello? Why is there no response? Bai Ming glanced at the screen. I didn't T-connect. After pressing the button to connect, she said hello? Lin Qingxuan was momentarily enchanted by Bai Ming's sleepy voice. Not receiving a response from the other end, Bai Ming repeated, hello? Why are you not speaking? Lin Qingxuan snapped back to reality. Oh, I am almost done. Have you woken up yet? Bai Ming checked the time. I can't believe I slept for so long. There is nothing much. I am just getting out of bed. All right. Bai Ming's tone suddenly softened. However, my luggage is a bit heavy. Lin Qingxuan was once again captivated by her sweet, alluring voice. I will come over shortly. Please wait for me. All right. Having a boyfriend is truly wonderful. No longer must I bear the burden of a cumbersome suitcase alone. Bai Ming rose from her bed, donned a pair of white lace stockings, and slipped into her little leather shoes. She approached the full-length mirror to tidy her tousled hair from sleep. She scanned the dormitory, ensuring that all electrical appliances and sockets were properly turned off. Once satisfied, she grasped her heavy suitcase and slowly made her way toward the staircase. Suddenly, it struck her. How do I get downstairs? Bai Ming contemplated calling Lin Qingxuan to assist her, but this is a female dormitory. Chapter 76. Entering the female dormitory for the first time, wishing everyone a delightful National Day. Dismissed. The playground erupted with cheers, and some individuals even began playfully retaliating against the instructor. They had been dismissed. Let us have some fun. A group of boys surrounded a male instructor. Brothers, lift him. One grabbed his arms, another his legs. Strength in numbers allowed them to hoist him effortlessly. Wait, what are you doing? I haven't done anything to you. The instructor's voice grew increasingly anxious. What are you doing? Spread his legs. Over to that tree. Crash. A throng of students lifted the male instructor. Hey ho. Hey ho. The instructor struggled desperately, knowing that if he did not escape now, he would be in serious trouble. Yang Yi and the others watched with rapt attention. Should we lend a hand? Kuei-wen. He is not even our instructor. Why would we bother him? What about Instructor Wenxin? Li Chong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Aren't you afraid she'll hit you? Then who should we target? Kuei-wen, why are you so eager to cause trouble? Quickly go back and pack your things to head home. The trio was just about to turn back to call Lin Qingxuan when they realized he had vanished. Yang Yi, where did he go? He ran off so fast. Li Chong, he probably went to find his girlfriend. Kuei-wen glanced toward the playground exit, where Lin Qingxuan was sprinting away. There he is. Yang Yi exclaimed, running so quickly. Let us go. What are we single dogs still doing here? Lin Qingxuan jogged toward the female dormitory. Buzzing, he halted, catching his breath. Pulling out his phone, he saw a call from Bai Ming. What's wrong? I can't carry my suitcase. I can't get downstairs. What floor are you on? The third floor. Upon hearing it was the third floor, Lin Qingxuan felt relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't he the fifth. However, as a male, he could not simply enter the female dormitory. But how can I get up there? Bai Ming pondered for a moment. Are you downstairs? I'm almost there. Then wait for me upstairs. I'll inform the auntie. As Lin Qingxuan arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory, Bai Ming was engaged in conversation with the dormitory supervisor, while Lin Qingxuan waited at the doorway, hesitant to enter. After a brief moment, Bai Ming waved at him, signaling for him to come inside. Lin Qingxuan stepped forward with slow, deliberate strides into the female dormitory, his inaugural venture into such a space. Observing his hesitant pace, Bai Meng approached and urged him, "What are you doing? Hurry up. I'm a bit nervous about entering a female dorm for the first time," he confessed. Bai Meng patted her chest reassuringly. "What is there to fear? I'm here with you." "Oh, I see," Lin Qingxuan replied. His curiosity piqued as he scanned the surroundings. The female dormitory appears quite similar to the male dormitory. Bai Meng raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What difference did you expect?" "I don't know. I imagined it would be all pink and fluffy," he mused. Bai Meng shot him a disapproving glance. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Qingxuan's attention was drawn to the corridor adorned with hanging lingerie, momentarily leaving him in a state of shock, yet his gaze remained fixated. Bai Meng followed his line of sight and admonished, "What are you staring at? Close your eyes." Lin Qingxuan promptly covered his eyes with his hands. "How am I supposed to walk?" "Just stay put. I'll fetch the suitcase." "No peeking." "Understood." A moment later, he heard the sound of suitcase wheels rolling. He cautiously opened a gap between his fingers and spotted Bai Meng dragging the suitcase. He lowered his hands, preparing to assist her. "Stay right there and keep your eyes shut," she reiterated. "Really? Are you sure you can manage?" "Absolutely." Lin Qingxuan complied with Bai Meng's instructions. Keeping his eyes covered, Bai Meng maneuvered the suitcase to his side, then glanced around, ensuring they were unobserved. Once satisfied, she tiptoed closer to him, preparing to steal a kiss, but found herself just out of reach. Bai Meng placed her hands on his cheeks and gently pulled him closer. He murmured as he relaxed his grip on his eyes. In the next instant, she pressed her lips against his, and he reciprocated, slowly resting his hands on her waist. Suddenly, a girl from a nearby dormitory emerged, clearing her throat. The two quickly pulled apart, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Shall we go?" Lin Qingxuan suggested. "Okay," Bai Meng replied. Lin Qingxuan carried the suitcase down the stairs, with Bai Meng supporting it from behind, concerned it might slip from his grasp. The couple worked in harmony until they finally reached the ground floor. Lin Qingxuan set the suitcase aside and took a moment to catch his breath. "Bai Meng, what on earth do you have packed in this suitcase? It's incredibly heavy." "Regarding clothing and cosmetics." "Clothing? So heavy?" Lin Qingxuan gazed at her 20-inch suitcase and a handbag, lost in contemplation. Buzzing, Lin Qingxuan glanced at his phone. It was a call from Lin Yan. He directly handed the phone to Bai Meng. "It's my mother. You talk to her." Bai Meng appeared somewhat taken aback. "Me? Yes. You speak with my mother while I handle the luggage." "Oh, all right." Bai Meng answered the call. On the other end, "You little rascal. Are you ready yet?" "I'm at the door." Bai Meng was startled by the sudden outburst from Andy. "Auntie, we'll be out shortly." Upon hearing Bai Meng's voice, Lin Yan's tone softened considerably. "Oh, it's Xiao Meng. I thought it was my son." "Haha, Annie, we're coming right away." "No worries, I'm just outside." "Okay." Lin Qingxuan could hear his mother's lion-like roar from the side. Thankfully, Bai Meng had picked up the call. After Lin Yan hung up, Bai Meng shot Lin Qingxuan a resentful glance. "Are you using me as a shield?" "Not at all. I just couldn't free my hands." Bai Meng pinched his face hard. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts. I won't do it again." "Next time? You still wish for a next time?" No, there won't be a next time." Lin Qingxuan knew all too well his mother's temperament. If she had to wait even a moment longer, she would become impatient. The two of them were nearly at the boys' dormitory when Lin Qingxuan stopped. Meng, wait for me a moment. I'm going to get my suitcase." "Okay." He placed the suitcase in front of Bai Meng, set the handbag on top, and then dashed toward the boys' dormitory. Bai Meng waited downstairs for what felt like an eternity without seeing Lin Qingxuan come down. She glanced at the time. There was only half an hour left. Quickly, she called him. "Beep, beep, beep. Why haven't you come down yet? I'm going to miss the bus." Coming. Lin Qingxuan had been entangled with his roommates for a while before he hurriedly ran downstairs. When he reached Bai Meng, he swiftly took her suitcase and handbag. "I'll run ahead. You take your time with my suitcase, and I'll turn back to pick you up shortly." "Okay." Lin Qingxuan dragged the heavy suitcase as he sprinted toward the school exit. Chapter 77. A temporary farewell. Inside the car, Lin Yan was reviewing work documents on her phone. Truly a strong woman. Even during the holiday, she remained industrious. She glanced at the time. It was nearly 5:30 p.m., and the two had yet to emerge. Just as she was about to call Lin Qingxuan, she turned her head to look at the right side of the school gate. To her surprise, she saw Lin Qingxuan leaning against the car window, peering inside, which startled Lin Yan. She pressed down the car window. "What are you doing?" Is it fun to scare your mother? Lin Qingxuan gasped for breath. No, no, there's no time left. Xiaoming is about to miss the bus. Mom, please open the trunk. Lin Yan pressed the trunk button, and Lin Qingxuan immediately started loading the luggage. Then he turned around and hurried back to find Bai Meng, who was not idle either, pulling Lin Qingxuan's suitcase and jogging along, her hair flowing in the wind. As Lin Qingxuan reached the school gate, he spotted Bai Meng approaching him, momentarily taken aback. Could someone look so lovely while running? When he regained his senses, Bai Meng was already right in front of him. What are you doing? Let us go, let us go. He hurriedly stepped forward to take the suitcase, running ahead to place the luggage in the car and thoughtfully opening the rear door. During the time he was placing the luggage, Bai Meng was already seated in the car, sitting upright. After all, with Auntie present, she had to maintain her ladylike demeanor. Lin Yan turned her head. Bai Meng adjusted her breathing. Hello, Auntie. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. What were you two doing in there for so long? Bai Meng reflected on the moment they had shared earlier, realizing they had indeed wasted quite a bit of time, especially during the kiss. We were. Seeing Bai Meng stutter, Lin Yan understood. Got it, no need to say more. Young people, I understand. Bai Meng, thinking Lin Yan had misunderstood something, responded, Huh? At that moment, Lin Qingxuan had just closed the trunk. The trunk was packed full of materials and samples from Lin Yan's company, leaving barely any space. He had to rearrange the items to fit the second suitcase. Fortunately, the car model was spacious. Once he got in and closed the door, Lin Yan pressed down on the accelerator, heading towards North Station. Bai Meng anxiously stared at the time on her phone, fearing they might miss the bus. Lin Yan, glancing at Bai Meng through the rearview mirror, noticed her anxious demeanor. Don't worry, North Station is very close. We'll be there in 10 minutes. You'll make it. Bai Meng knew it was nearby, but she was apprehensive about traffic. If they got caught in a jam, it would be disastrous. However, her expression subtly shifted, and her lips curled upward. Oh, if we miss it, I could just go to his house, haha. Lin Qingxuan looked at Bai Meng, puzzled by her smiling face. Shouldn't she be worried? They were almost late, yet she could still smile. He leaned closer to her. What are you smiling about? Bai Meng suddenly realized she had failed to control her expression and quickly returned to her usual demeanor. Nothing. Lin Qingxuan thought he must be imagining things and comforted her. It's fine, we'll arrive soon. Bai Meng pouted. Oh, a moment later, Lin Yan parked the car at the ticket gate with remarkable speed. Lin Qingxuan hastily opened the car door and, before stepping out, called out to his mother, Mom. Open the trunk. Lin Yan pressed the button, and with a thud, the trunk popped open. Lin Qingxuan rushed to the trunk, straining to pull out Beiling's suitcase and handbag, while Beiling leisurely exited the vehicle. Clearly eager to spend the night at Lin Qingxuan's home, he dragged the luggage towards the ticket gate, only to turn around and see Beiling still walking at a leisurely pace. He paused, setting the luggage down, and jogged back to her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? We're going to miss the train. No, but I miss you, Beiling replied, her expression one of innocent distress. But I'm right here, Lin Qingxuan said, puzzled. Yet I'm about to go home, and I want to see you again. Seeing her forlorn expression, Lin Qingxuan disregarded the curious gazes of those around them and pulled her into an embrace. Don't worry, I promise I will come find you. You won't have to wait too long. And if you miss me, just video call me. Beiling looked at him with hopeful eyes. Really? Absolutely, more genuine than pearls. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the station. Attention passengers, the train 1234 from Linhai City to Qiancheng is about to close its ticketing. Hearing the announcement, Lin Qingxuan urged, all right, go now, or you really will miss the train. Okay. Beiling took the luggage, glancing back at Lin Qingxuan with lingering reluctance. He stood still, waving at her. Fortunately, the ticket gate was nearby, just a left turn after the escalator led to her boarding area. After checking in, she took the elevator to the platform. Beiling hurriedly dragged her suitcase and entered through the nearest train door. Once inside the train's midsection, she sighed in relief. She had made it. Surveying the car, she noticed it was nearly full. So many people. Beiling decided to wait until the train departed to find a seat. She glanced at the screenshot Lin Qingxuan had sent earlier, softly murmuring, Car 8, Car 14. The train started to sway slightly, signaling its departure. Uncertain of her car number, she placed her luggage down and walked towards the left side, as it was closer. Upon entering that car, she looked up at the sign. Car 9. What luck! However, without knowing which direction led to Car 8 or Car 10, she turned back to head towards the other side. This side is Car 8. What incredible luck! She spun around once more to retrieve her luggage. She discovered a luggage storage locker adjacent to the restroom. Although the crowd was considerable, the number of bags was rather scant. She placed her belongings inside the locker beneath and began her search for her seat. Car 8, seat 14. Bai Ming glanced at the seat number sign by the window, 1213. 14, here it is. Seat 14 was perfectly positioned by the window, allowing her to gaze at the scenery outside. Quite delightful. Bai Ming paused in the aisle, and the young man seated at 13 glanced up at her. In that instant, he was captivated, unable to resist Bai Ming's beauty. Bai Ming softly inquired, "Excuse me, may I pass?" The young man momentarily lost his train of thought. Noticing his dazed expression, Bai Ming assumed her voice had been too quiet and repeated, "Hello? Could I get by, please?" The young man snapped back to reality. "Oh, yes, of course." He rose to allow Bai Ming to take her seat. Once settled, she retrieved her phone to message Lin Qingxuan. "I've found my seat." Bai Ming admired the view outside, capturing a few photos to send to Lin Qingxuan. At that moment, Lin Qingxuan was already on the highway back to Jiangcheng with Lin Yan. A day of military training and the ensuing rush had drained his energy. And not long after entering the highway, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 78. I have a boyfriend now. Bai Ming felt quite bored in her seat, unable to fall asleep despite having napped from noon until afternoon. She was brimming with energy. She opened her photo album, perusing the pictures taken earlier at the aquarium, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Noticing Lin Qingxuan had yet to reply, she surmised he had fallen asleep. After a day of running back and forth, burdened with her cumbersome luggage, she sent him another message. "You've worked hard." After sending the message, she decided to post a group photo on her moments. What caption should she use? She pondered for a while, struggling to come up with something suitable, and eventually settled on a small pig emoji. Just before hitting send, she forgot to restrict visibility from her family. Once the message was sent, she resumed gazing out at the darkening scenery. As night fell, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. She had never anticipated that, aside from her family, she could think so much about someone else. Sighing, Bai Ming donned her headphones, playing her favorite playlist. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, her moments were ablaze with comments during her nap. The vehicle's slight jolt over a speed bump roused Lin Qingxuan from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes, glancing out the window at the strikingly illuminated red letters. "Welcome to Jiangcheng." "Have we arrived in Jiangcheng, Mom?" "Indeed." The weariness in my mother's voice was palpable. Lin Qingxuan stood up and pretended to massage Lin Yan's shoulders. "You've worked hard, my beloved mother." Lin Yan shrugged. "Enough of that. You should massage me properly when we get home." "Oh." Lin Yan's tone suddenly shifted as she glanced at Lin Qingxuan through the rearview mirror. "Have you taken my money too?" "Hey, there's a saying that brothers must settle accounts clearly. If even siblings keep track, how much more so should my dear mother?" "All right, if you want money, you should ask Xiaoming. I will transfer her the living expenses next month." Lin Qingxuan ceased his playful demeanor and whispered, "The heart of a woman is the most venomous." "What did you say?" Lin Qingxuan chuckled. "Nothing. I merely stated that my mother is the most beautiful in the world." Lin Yan chose to ignore him, focusing intently on driving. Lin Qingxuan took out his phone, intending to inquire whether Bai Ming had arrived. Upon opening the chat window, a flurry of messages greeted him. "I just fell asleep. Have you arrived yet?" He saved all the scenic photos Bai Ming had sent him. Everything related to her was worth cherishing. As Bai Ming had not replied, he glanced at the time. It was expected that she would reach Jiangcheng in about half an hour. He assumed she must also be asleep. He would wait a while longer to wake her. He opened his moments and noticed a recent post from Bai Ming. Oh, he felt a surge of delight within. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled when their girlfriend publicly announced their relationship? He liked the post and commented, then continued to scroll through his feed. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the amusing exchanges taking place in the comments section. Scrolling further, he saw a photo shared by Yang Yi, featuring Yang Yi, Kuiwen, and Li Chang making peace signs against the backdrop of a hot pot restaurant. Their playful poses were utterly hilarious, prompting Lin Qingxuan to chuckle. He then commented, "Wow, sneaking a meal behind Dad's back?" Moments later, Yang Yi replied, "We don't dine with those who have girlfriends." Kuiwen and Li Chang joined in with their own retorts. "Yes, we are the Singles Alliance." Their banter made Lin Qingxuan laugh. "I see you are the Jealous Alliance instead." The trio responded with a middle finger emoji. And that was the end of the exchange. The vehicle entered the bustling city center, where the flow of traffic intertwined with pedestrians. and the roars of cars mingled with the shouts of street vendors. Lin Qingxuan nearly forgot to wake Bai Meng. He dialed her number. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, Bai Meng was roused by the ringing. Rubbing her eyes, she answered the call. Hello? You have awakened, and the station is drawing near. Do remember to disembark. Bai Meng glanced out the window, already recognizing the familiar buildings. Are you home yet? Almost there. Just be sure to get off. Bai Meng's lips curled into a smile. I'm not a child, I know. Lin Qingxuan turned his head to glance at his mother, who was driving, and then shrank into the corner of his seat, speaking softly, Moi. What a coincidence. Lin Yin overheard him, mockingly imitating Lin Qingxuan moi. Lin Qingxuan felt warmth flooding his cheeks. Mom, how could you eavesdrop on someone else's conversation? Lin Yin protested. I didn't want to. The car is so small that it's difficult not to hear. Is this how young people behave these days? Moi. Mom. Lin Qingxuan's ears turned beet red. Bai Meng listened to the playful banter between mother and son, unable to suppress her laughter. Hearing Bai Meng's laughter made Lin Qingxuan realize he had forgotten to hang up the phone. By the way, Meng, let me know when you get home. Okay, bye. After ending the call, the announcement chimed in. Dear passengers, we are approaching our destination, Qingxuan West Station. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. The train began to slow down. Bai Meng spotted the platform of Qingxuan West Station. Inside the carriage, a cacophony erupted as everyone busied themselves with their luggage. Bai Meng prepared to rise and retrieve her suitcase from the middle of the carriage. The boy beside her noticed her intention to exit and immediately stood up to make way. Bai Meng smiled in response. She squeezed through the crowd. Excuse me, hello? Could you please let me through? The journey had not been easy. After navigating through the throngs to retrieve her luggage, the train came to a halt. The doors opened with a beep. Bai Meng queued to disembark, and the first thing she did was inhale the fresh air. Ah, she exclaimed joyfully, for she was about to reunite with her grandparents. She pulled her heavy suitcase towards the elevator, with the boy who had given up his seat following closely behind, seemingly in search of an opportunity. Upon entering the elevator and reaching the exit level, she continued to weave through the crowd, holding her ID card to pass through the exit gate successfully. To her dismay, she noticed that the boy who had been beside her was following her closely. Sensing trouble, she quickened her pace. Once outside the high-speed train station, Bai Meng deliberately walked toward the crowded roadside, preparing to summon a ride. The boy trailed closely behind her, now standing right in front of her. Growing increasingly irritated by his persistence, she directly inquired, Do you need something? The boy hesitated, and Bai Meng felt perplexed, wondering what his intentions were. Gathering his courage, he stammered, Do you have a boyfriend? May I request your Earth number? Bai Meng sighed in relief, realizing he merely sought her contact. Ever since the incident with a drunken stranger, she had developed a slight apprehension. She decisively replied, I already have a boyfriend. Chapter 79. Homeward bound, Bai Meng settled into the ride-hailing vehicle, heading directly toward her home. She made sure to call her grandmother. Hello, Grandma. I've arrived in Qingxuan. On the other end, her grandmother was filled with delight. Great. How long until you arrive? Bai Meng checked the order interface. Approximately 13 more minutes. I should be home in about 10 minutes. Good. Her grandfather, curious, chimed in. Who is it? Is Xiaoming back? Her grandmother, slightly irritated by the repeated questioning, responded, Yes. Xiaoming is almost home. Her grandfather immediately stood up and called out to the phone from a distance, Xiaoming, Grandpa is waiting for you downstairs. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Meng replied, No need. Just wait for me at home. Before she could finish her sentence, her grandfather was already opening the door, ready to head downstairs. Her grandmother informed her, Your grandfather has gone downstairs. So soon? Bai Meng remarked. Can he not be quick when it comes to fetching his granddaughter? She chuckled. Then, her grandmother posed a pointed question, Xiaoming, did your boyfriend come back with you? Bai Meng was taken aback. What? I don't have a boyfriend, Grandma. Unbeknownst to her, her grandmother had already seen her social media post. With a raised eyebrow, her grandmother replied, Not yet? Then what was that you posted? She swiftly switched to the social media app and, upon realizing she had forgotten to restrict visibility, panicked. Oh no. Continuing her conversation with her grandmother, she attempted to explain. But her grandmother interrupted, We'll talk when you get home. After hanging up, Bai Meng felt a sense of dread. She was sure to face an interrogation upon her return. Resolving to confront the situation head-on, she decided to introduce her circumstances openly. She checked her social media notifications and noticed the comments were indeed overwhelming. Su Ping, what? You have a boyfriend? Can I borrow him for 2 days? Jean. Oh. A public announcement. Wenli. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Her classmates were showering her with exuberant blessings. Bai Meng shook her head in disbelief, but then noticed the most eye-catching comment. Lin Qingxuan's. She replied to him with a similar message. While she couldn't be bothered to respond to everyone else, opting to reply to just a few of her closest friends. Borrow. Not a chance. P.S. Mine. Little golden retriever. After finishing her replies, she tucked her phone back into her pocket, closed her eyes, and leaned her head against the car seat. Her thoughts are consumed by her grandmother's seaweed rice balls. After a while, the sensation of leaning forward from the brakes rouses Bai Meng from her slumber. She gazes out the car window, taking in the most familiar and nostalgic of places, filled with the essence of her childhood. The driver turns to her and says, Miss, we've arrived. Please gather your belongings. All right, could you kindly open the trunk? She responds, of course, concerned that she might struggle with her luggage. The driver steps out to assist her, having previously lifted her bags into the trunk himself. Bai Meng expresses her gratitude once more. As she pulls her suitcase into the community, she spots Uncle Zhang, who often plays chess with her grandfather. Uncle Zhang. She calls out. He turns, Oh, little Meng is back? Yes, haven't you gone home yet? She inquires. He gestures towards the chessboard beside him. Ah, I'm just waiting for someone to play. Approaching him. She whispers, aren't you afraid your wife will catch you? Uncle Zhang straightens up, giving a thumbs up. Huh, she'll catch me? You have no idea. Your Uncle Zhang is quite the figure at home. Bai Meng raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? Uncle Zhang holds such status? He proudly lifts his chin, ready to deliver a charming remark, when suddenly a deep, resonant voice interrupts from a distance. Listen to his nonsense. Just yesterday, his wife chased him around for a beating, and he talks of status. Bai Meng turns to see her grandfather coming to greet her. She promptly sets down her suitcase and dashes into his embrace. Grandpa. Oh my. Has my little Meng missed her grandpa so much? Indeed, I have. He strokes his beard, adopting a serious expression. Is that so? Then where's your boyfriend? Bai Meng quickly extricates herself from his arms, eager to change the subject. Huh, what boyfriend? Let's head upstairs, Grandpa. He feigns a sigh of disappointment. Humph, you can pretend all you want, but your grandmother has known about your boyfriend for ages. Oh dear, my granddaughter has grown up and is hiding things from her grandpa. Bai Meng takes his sturdy hand and pouts playfully. Oh, Grandpa, you don't love me anymore? Her grandfather cannot resist her charm. All right, I won't ask you. But you'll have to deal with your grandmother. Bai Meng continues to plead. Then you must help me, right? You're the best, Grandpa. He wishes he could assist, but with your grandmother's temperament, you'll have to explain it yourself. In their household, the power dynamics are firmly in her grandmother's hands, the goddess of the family in ancient Greece. Bai Meng pouts again, realizing her grandfather could never overpower her grandmother. Let's go upstairs now, Grandpa. All right. Though he is older, his strength remains undiminished. Regularly exercising in the community, my grandfather stands tall at 175 centimeters. However, there is no need for him to carry heavy suitcases up the stairs. Despite being an older community, an elevator has been installed in recent years, which is quite convenient. The two of them took the elevator to the 5th floor, where my grandfather took out his keys to unlock the door. Bai Meng hid behind him, peeking out to see where Grandma was. Where could she be? She must be in the kitchen. After entering the house, Bai Meng tiptoed to avoid disturbing Grandma, placing the suitcase next to the shoe cabinet. Preparing to sneak into the room. Stop. Bai Meng halted in her tracks, turning back with a cheerful smile at Grandma. Grandma, where are you looking? Grandma scanned the surroundings and asked, So, your boyfriend didn't come back with you? Bai Meng lowered her head as she approached Grandma. Oh, how could that be? She was oblivious to Grandma's probing. Oh, so you do have a boyfriend? Well, maybe, she deflected, shifting the topic by sweetly saying, Grandma, I want to eat the seaweed rice balls you make. Grandma could only relent. Go change your clothes. You can eat soon. Bai Meng planted a kiss on Grandma's cheek. All right. Grandma smiled at the affection. Remember to wash your hands. Bai Meng had already dashed into her room, her voice muffled. Oh, so spicy. Grandma turned to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Grandpa sat on the sofa watching a war drama. Bai Meng changed out of her clothes into a thin, long-sleeve pajama set, and then messaged Lin Qingxuan. I've arrived home, but just as Lin Qingxuan parked in the community lot with Lin Yan, he heard the notification sound from his phone. He glanced at it, reading, I'm home too, but it seems my family knows about my boyfriend. Oh, usually, the boy's family tends to be more open-minded. However, it's different with the girl's family. Lin Qingxian began to feel anxious, wondering what would happen if Bai Meng's family did not like him.